G'day battlers and welcome to the 2025 Brisbane Regional Championships for Pokemon Go. I'm PvP Steve, joined by Stumpy, and we are so excited to bring you the second Oceanic Regional of the 2025 season.
Where else would you rather be? Perfect place to
Exactly
be. Here we are, Brisbane, second of the season. Get to push off some great Australian battlers and some overseas battlers.
Exactly right, because we don't just have Oceanic battlers here today. We actually have 64 of the best battlers from all around the world. Not only do we have Australia, not only do we have New Zealand, but we also have players from Japan, from Korea, even a trainer that has come all the way from Canada has come all the way here to compete in one of the biggest regionals we have ever had. Actually, the biggest regional championship we have ever had in Australia.
Very exciting times.
It's pretty awesome. But look, obviously, we all know why we're here today. We're here to see some incredible battles. And of course, it's not just the battles, but they're here for a reason. They are trying to qualify for the Pokemon Go World Championships in Anaheim in August later this year. And so it's all going to be about, trying to fight through a double elimination bracket, performing better and better against stronger and stronger opponents, all trying to get to that big medal at the very end.
Most definitely. Well, realistically, it's lost for words. Excited.
Yeah,
ready
exactly
to go.
Right.
Ready for something. I'm sure the battlers are nervous.
Oh, yeah.
Ready
Everyone's
to go.
nervous. We're nervous.
We are
I
definitely
hope
very
that
nervous.
You're nervous as well. But we can take a look at the sort of championship points. Like, what are the players here to win in this Brisbane Regional Championship? Because it's not just that first place getting the qualification to the World Championships. They're also here to gain championship points, which is going to be helpful for everyone, not only for the qualification for the World Championships, but also to try and get those travel awards.
Most definitely. Saves a bit of budget, get over there, win some money. Happy days.
Exactly right. We've had a few Oceanic battlers competing in the international championships as well, and they're really racking up some championship points over there. Rick Flareon, I know he cracked up quite a lot of points to push himself to the top of the leaderboard, but we can actually see the leaderboard here. We've got Rick Flareon right at the top with 720 championship points, followed closely by Avrip Jins on 670. But you can see the left side of the graphic here, Stumpy. This is the 10 battlers that are currently sort of in the qualification realm for the Oceanic.
So if nothing changes, they'll be going to Worlds, basically.
Exactly right. So if no one gains any championship points today, then we'll be all set to go. So essentially, the way that this works for the Oceanic region is that the 10 top battlers on the championship point leaderboard will get that qualification for the World Championships. But there's a curious little icon right next to 89 CGY Flames fan on the right-hand side. Do you know what that might mean?
Oh, well, I'm assuming we've had one regional, so that can only be one thing. It's not quite as colourful as our NA counterparts with a lot of tournaments, but we do have Flames fan who was unbelievably good enough to take out the Perth Regional Championship, so he is on his way to Anaheim for World Championships regardless. So
exactly right. So we've got that little icon next to him to show that he doesn't need to rack up these championship points to try and get that World's qualification. We are going to have that one representative locked in, ready to go. And today we will be locking in another, because also, if you aren't familiar, the way that this leaderboard works is that if a player does qualify for the World Championships by winning the entire tournament, but is also in that top 10 of the leaderboard, the 11th trainer on the leaderboard will also qualify for Worlds. So it sort of just helps everyone. Everyone wants someone to win, but it gets a little bit trickier than that, Stumpy, because as we said before, there are a lot of battlers from around the world. And so if, for example, one of the Japanese trainers is to come and take it all, take the big victory, that does reduce the spots for the Oceanic region. But
okay, we like the challenge. We like the opposition. So more the merrier. Bring them on. I'm sure the Australian battles will pick up the standard.
Yeah, exactly right. And so it's going to be really exciting to see how it all does unfold today. And we're really excited to show you some of these battlers that are traveling from all around the world as well. But look, we've got a few battlers that are trying to get onto that top 10 as well. I can see some names like Valiant Vish, Mikey Morgs, Ads Bust R are all here competing today and are all going to try and put themselves, if not in that first place position, at least get themselves into that top 10 of the leaderboard.
Most definitely.
Now, one thing we can take a look at as well is sort of the context of this tournament, Stumpy, because this is essentially the start of the Might and Mastery season. One of the biggest changes that we have ever had in Pokemon Go PvP. And so there've been a few tournaments going on after the Might and Mastery season started, the first of which was actually the India qualifiers. And so the India qualifiers works a little bit different to how it does here in Oceania and North America, Europe, Latin America, in that they have a total of 256 battlers split into 228 battler pools, and they then have to fight through an 8-round Swiss tournament to try and qualify for the playoffs. And so what we're seeing here on the screen is the usage graphic from the Indian qualifiers, that sort of first stage for the Indian battlers. And I mean, this was the introduction to the Might and Mastery season. I mean, what stands out to you here, Stumpy?
Well, it's hard to pick. It's the first one of the season. It's always interesting to see things like Wigglytuff pop up. Even after the Charm nerf, we've got a lot of poison types in the meta, but it's still finding its way into the meta. So I think that stands out a lot at 25 or 28% of battlers, more than a quarter that are choosing to bring that to the battles. I think that's quite interesting. Fairly polarizing with things like Pangoro and Primate that are quite fighters that don't want to see that. But again, a bit squishy. There's also some bulk picks. Lapras has popped back up in the middle with 2 new movesets that have come into the game that have actually changed it completely. It's one that wasn't really used previously. How about yourself? What is something there for you?
Yeah, look, I think that when we were going into this season, two of the big Pokemon we were expecting to be huge, one was Lapras. Yeah. Lapras, as you said, it has access to Psywave and Sparkling Aria now, which Sparkling Aria, for those that aren't familiar, is just a straight buff to Surf. Yeah. It is just better in every possible way. And so it makes it such a powerful Pokemon, not only because it has so much bulk, ready to take on so many attacks, but also because you do have that really neutral damage across so much of the rest of the meta. Because if I'm looking at this top 12 graphic, what here resists water? I mean, it's only those 2 guys at the very end. Yeah. The other big pick was Cradily. And Cradily has really gone ahead to show itself as one of the big meta threats with access to both Grass Knot and now Rock Tomb, which is a crazy move now, guaranteeing an attack debuff to its opponents.
Most definitely. Cradily as well, only carrying 3 weaknesses with its typing is very unique. It's neutralizing a lot of its usual weaknesses with the Grass and Rock. So we've only got Steel. I think with Steel, we've got Fighting and Ice are the only things we're looking to. And look at the meta now, there's not a whole lot there that it's really threatened by, that's heavy, and maybe actually Bug as well. So apart from Gliscobot there's not a whole lot of threats, Cradily. And yeah, like you said, the Rock Tomb guaranteeing debuffs, even if you are in an awkward position. Rock Tomb coming through, debuff the opponent and get a farm down.
Yeah, exactly right. And something that I think is really interesting to point out here on the India qualifiers graphic is Mandibuzz. Because I think going into this season, a lot of content creators, and myself, I'm guilty of this as well, we really expected Mandibuzz to be absolutely huge going into this meta. We expected Dark types to be really big, huge, because Psywave is that resisted move into the Dark types. And so it feels like, it was still being used here in the India qualifiers, but as we move on to the sort of, next tournament that has happened this season, the Stockholm Regional Championships, Mandibuzz had a little bit of a fall off, Stumpy.
Yeah, well, if you look at some of the things that popped up there, we've got a lot of bulky Pokemon. Mandibuzz is bulky itself, but it does also then sacrifice a lot of its damage that it can output. So you do see that Mandibuzz can be effective, but when stuck in bad matchups, it doesn't really provide a whole lot of damage, which can be a problem for it. But things like here, you've got Sand Slash, things like that. You've got, if it's forcing you to throw air release, it's not the strongest of moves. So really, even Lapras being stuck in that matchup, having Ice Beam to hit back, and then general things being out spammed, it's quite slow with, if you're choosing Snarls not being optimal lately. It looks like a lot of people going towards Air Slash due to the mirror match as well. So it does look like that it has fallen off at Stockholm, but hey, I'm sure we'll see some unique uses of it today, and we'll see that if someone can prove the graphics wrong, let's say.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think one of the other massive takeaways from the Stockholm Regional Championships is one particular purple blob on that lower row at 21% usage. To be honest, to me, this came out of nowhere. And essentially the backstory here is that SS Thorn, a very well-known battler from the community, decided to start running this in practice tournaments, and it just spread and spread and spread. And here it is in the first tournament after that at 21%. So
yeah, it's a lot of usage. Good. It's like I said, always had a unique moveset. It's been interesting spot there, but it's now found it's got a lot of bulk. It's single. I think it's one of probably the only solo poison types we've ever sort of seen into the meta. That most of the times we've got your Drapons with dual typings, Venusaur back in the day we sort of had with the grass typing. So seem to see a pure poison types come into the meta and being put to good use.
Yeah, absolutely. With Sludge being buffed, it is doing so much neutral damage across the board. And with the really powerful Ice Beam as well, it has such good coverage into Pokemon like the Cradily, even coverage into Pokemon like Clodsire.
The ground types, that's really usually its problem. So it's got that's perfect. And Mandibuzz as well, but stuck with Mudshots doing a lot of damage. It still does have Ice Beam to hit back, Cradily as well.
Yeah, all of this package, by the way, in a Pokemon that charges up so fast as well.
Mudshot being
5 Mudshots to get to Sludge, 7 to get to the Ice Beam, and that's for Alligator pacing.
Yeah, exactly right. Unbelievably quick, and and does have the bulk to also lean on as well if you need something a little more bulky that can take some damage. And yeah, it's great to see something new and unique come to the meta because that's what always keeps the game fresh for everyone else.
Exactly right. It really just brings me a lot of joy personally, especially these last few meta updates. We've really seen a lot of Pokemon that we've never seen competitively viable before really show themselves on the championship series. Swalot is, I think, just the shining star example. I was actually talking to someone in the airport while I was coming here, a TCG player, and he was just curious about what the Pokemon Go meta looks like, and I had to look at him and tell him straight to his face, Swallow is good now. And he just stared at me like, what are you talking about? That's insane.
It's very interesting. And that's why I think it's really a lot to be said about how really well these tournaments provide feedback to then look at updates and make it fresh and exciting so that we're not sort of seeing the same things all the time. Apart from the pesky bunny Azumarill that seems to be popping up. Regardless of what they do, we always see Azumarill around.
Yep. Okay. So with that said, we can now start to think about what we're going to see in the Brisbane Regional Championships. And so we're going to get into our first game already, which is going to be a really contentious one, Stumpy, because it is between two heavyweights of the scene. Now, first of all, we do have an Australian representative here in Mr. Lay, 97, who I believe came top 6 in the Brisbane Championships last year.
He did indeed.
So really, really strong battler and someone that I expect to see success from again. But on the right-hand side, Stumpy, we have one of the trainers coming in from Japan, and boy, is that going to be a tough battle. Ishikawa, boy.
Most definitely. And, former battler, 9th place world's competitor, so very, very strong battler. It's great to see him come over. And the Gengar man himself, just spoke to him briefly. He does love his Gengar. We haven't seen it here, but I'm sure we'll see some high-standard battling.
Oh, absolutely. And so really looking at these two teams, there is quite a bit of interest between the two. So like on Mr. Lay's side, we do have that Alolan Sandslash, the Charger Bug, Credilli, Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and the Blastoise, Big Man Blastoise, making his debut on the stream here. And then
rolling out the competition.
Exactly right. And Ishikawa boy running that Shadow Sableye, Corviknight, Lapras, Kanto, Shadow, Marowak, regular Drapion, not the Shadow, and Azumarill. So we actually have a full 10 unique Pokemon across these two teams, which again really shows you the power of the Might and Mastery season and just how cool it is.
Exactly right. It's looking really good. Shadow Sableye, one of my picks. Absolutely love this thing. It's been buffed in unbelievable circumstances with a lot of dark in the meta, but it's now been given Dazzling Gleam, which is a hard-hitting fairy-type move that will give it great coverage. Mr. Lay bringing Charger Bug that hasn't been as popular as it previously was in seasons, with less things sort of threatening, more things threatening it. But Shadow Kanto Marowak has also made a big jump into the scene, so that Mudslap damage super oppressive, quite fast to get to moves with low-cost charge moves. Really exciting to see how Ishikawa boy uses it. I just can see a lot going on. Shadow Drapion, what's your interest in the regular Drapion? What do you think the trainer might be thinking there?
Yeah, so there's a bit of interest going around for the Shadow Drapion versus the regular Drapion, and it's really just all about how much damage you can take. Yeah. Because Drapion, as we know, is really powerful because of how quickly it gets to its charge attacks. The fact that it only takes 4 Poison Stings to get to an Aqua Tail makes it one of the fastest activations to a charge attack in the game, and so it becomes really, really strong to try and get those moves through. By giving it that sort of non-Shadow bonus, it actually has a few slightly better matchups going to Pokemon like Claydol, for example, because you have that ability to get to crunches that little bit quicker to do some super effective damage to the Claydol. To be honest with you, even Aqua Tail does some nice damage to the Claydol due to its ground typing. But, here, if I'm sort of looking at these two teams, there's a few things that are sort of standing out to me. And the first is that, if you look at the Azumarill on Mr. Lay's side, there is no hard counter on Ishikawa boy's side at all.
Yeah, there's nothing really that's the only thing that we said, one notable is that Sableye actually, funnily enough, in the past has sort of been scared off by Azumarill with not having return being the reliable, being higher cost, so it hasn't really been as good at the Purified form. Now that we're seeing the Shadow form, it hits a lot harder, and you actually can take the 2-shield scenario straight Dazzling Gleam with Sableye. So that's something that we might see if Ishikawa boy knows this as well. I'm sure he does, a high-quality battler. We could actually see a Sableye against an Azumarill in a positive matchup for once, which is quite unique.
Yeah, it's not something that we've historically seen in the Pokemon Go space, but it is a brand new season. Might and Mastery is out, and we are seeing a lot of these potential matchups that we had locked in our head. Like, of course, the Fairy type is going to beat the Dark Ghost type, but sometimes that isn't how it goes. Of course, as you said, it is only in specific shield scenarios, and so it's sort of depending on not only how many shields are employed, but also which charge attacks they decide to throw. Because obviously Sableye's cheapest charge attack, Foul Play, is going to do nothing to Azumarill at all. It's
only
just
tickle, merely tickle.
Barely even that. And so it's really going to be down to how they employ the rest of their teams of 3 into trying to take down their opponent in game number 1. So if I was Mr. Lay, I would definitely be leaning right into that Azumarill. And as you said, with Sableye being potentially a little bit of a counter there, maybe you just sort of run a bit of neutral coverage.
Things like Lapras can sort of hang tight there. It's the player-offs are doing very little damage to Lapras being so bulky, especially now we're seeing more use of the regular form of Lapras, when in the past I think Lapras has seen some play as a shadow form in the Go Battle League. But as of now, I think that he may have to look at things like the bulky picks, or his own Azumarill to neutralize it as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is a really powerful Pokemon. And another Pokemon that can actually flip the Azumarill matchup, which is kind of crazy. Just the straight Psywave and the Sparkling Ari is adding up damage over time. Neither Pokemon doing super effective damage to the other, but they just are able to sort of fight it through. And Lapras can, and I should emphasize, can win that matchup as well, which I think sort of speaks to the fact that we've talked about, like, oh, look, Sableye and Lapras, both Pokemon that can win against Azumarill, can lose, speaks to the dynamics of the current meta and how much it really does come down to skill expression. And I really think that's something that we saw at the Stockholm Regional Championships. 100%. And I think it's something we're going to see today as well.
I do like the idea of Lapras as well. Is like it's interesting. You can go flexible. A lot of people running Ice Beam seems to be the more common use, but we do have Skull Bash available, which is a hard hitting move that also buffs by 2 stages, I believe, your defense. So it's really good. It's something like that as well. If you want to bring that in, maybe you shield the first move and make it bulk your defense up, and then it becomes really difficult to get rid of unless you have a really hard counter to it. And especially now, there's not as many counter users around, so Lapras does feel quite safe at the moment.
Yeah, I am on team Ice Beam. I do think that Ice Beam is the way to go. It just gives you that really nice oomph against Pokemon running around like Guzzlord, like Credilli, for example, that really does just give you that really nice amount of power.
Yeah,
Skull Bash, I've sort of looked at the simulations, and it doesn't look like you win that many extra matchups. But here's the point. If everyone in the tournament is running Lapras, Skull Bash Lapras is going to be pretty good. If Lapras is only sort of middling usage, then maybe it's not going to be as powerful. And we will have usage for this tournament a little later on in the stream, so stay tuned for that. But it is going to be a really interesting Pokemon to see employed because, you know, the thing is, Mr. Lay does have some pretty solid counters to it. He's got access to the Credilli. He's got access to the Charger Bug, which is a really interesting counter and something that I'd love to talk about. And even Blastoise with that super effective rollout damage can really add up, even though, again, you don't have any super effective charge attack damage.
Unless we're on the Skull Bash bandwagon, I'll get Skull Bash Blastoise as well. That exists, so we can also get on that bandwagon. If I'm going to go all in on Skull Bash, just go there. And as you see, unfortunately, I think that the one thing that sticks out that probably will struggle a little bit here is the Corviknight. With the Charger Bug, it becomes quite risky to bring it in. It is bulky, it can hit back somewhat, but I wouldn't expect to see it here. But I would love you to prove wrong because it's interesting. Another new Pokemon that's come out that has a lot of, I think, future potential as well, depending on movesets. It could actually become something quite meta.
Yeah, I did see one succeed in the Stockholm Regional Championships, but we are getting straight into it. The Alolan Sandslash from Mr. Lay into the Shadow Sableye. Now, this is a bit of an interesting matchup, and the question is, Powder Snow or Shadow Claw? It's Shadow Claw.
It is Shadow Claw, so very interesting. Is it Shadow Claw or Powder Snow?
Oh, it is Powder Snow.
It is Powder Snow. We do have Powder Snow, but that's completely fine. First, we're coming through, doing a lot of damage, but we have a non-Shadow Sandslash here, so it can bulk these moves a lot better than the Shadow can.
Yeah, now something that I'm really seeing, Stumpy, is these back lines. That Charge Bug is going to be so strong into the Azumarill, but so weak into that Marowak, whereas Blastoise is going to be really nice into the Marowak. So Mr. Lay doesn't know it here, but he is really going to want to win switch advantage.
Yeah, alignment very key here. Sableye winning the charge move priority there, so putting a decision onto Mr. Lay, who chooses to Protect Shield here and look like he's going to try to fight for switch.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to go for the Blastoise swap, but instead he is now gone for the Ice Punch after that not going through. And so Ishikawa Boy, recognizing the power of the Sableye here, potentially making a bit of a read on what the team composition is. The Blastoise is coming in now. And to be honest with you, Stumpy, Ishikawa Boy doesn't really have a solid Blastoise counter except this Sableye.
Yeah, nothing super hard here. This is going to be quite hard, but the Blastoise is bulky. May not need to shield this at all. So he does let the move go through, and Blastoise does only about 40% damage there and loading up on energy. But we do see a catch of a Hydro Cannon onto the Azumarill. This will do not a whole lot of damage and really heads up play there by Ishikawa Boy.
Yeah, Ishikawa Boy playing really well here. That Hydro Cannon doing barely anything. And to be honest, Blastoise can't really do anything to this Azumarill at all. Hydro Cannons resisted, Ice Beams resisted, and Rollouts not doing that much damage at all. And so Mr. Lay is really going to just try and get as much damage onto this Azumarill as possible because, again, he is going to have to contend with that Kanto Marowak in the back that is looking really, really scary.
It is, yeah, the backline here looking really tough for Mr. Lay, but again, we're in a scenario where there's a shield advantage here for the Blastoise. So the player off is going to come through. We'll see if he's a shield. It's going to look like he's going to let it go, and then we can probably see the Charge Bug come in here from Mr. Lay's side to try to get ahead on energy here.
Yeah, exactly right. With the Blastoise now going down, Charge Bug is going to start to farm up energy. And so Ishikawa Boy has to make a bit of a call here. You don't necessarily want to swap into your Kanto Marowak because you know that, that'll just give Mr. Lay the opportunity to swap out of the Charge Bug. But if you let the Azumarill go all the way down, you'd be able to get a lot of energy. So instead, swapping into the Sableye, sort of baiting Mr. Lay out into using their energy. They do not want to get hit by a foul play. And so by going for the X-Scissor, they can get the KO on the Sableye. But now it is time for that Kanto Marowak to really come in and start to do some damage. And Mr. Lay is going to hope that he can maybe do enough damage between the X-Scissors from the Charge Bug and that Alolan Sandslash in the back.
Oh, switch out there. Try to get it out ASAP, but he is coming with the X-Scissor. This is a really rough spot for a Charger Bug. These Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Form is being so oppressive. We've got Mudslaps coming through. This X-Scissor won't do a whole lot of damage. Looks like we might even see a second move survived here, but we will get to another X-Scissor here, or is he going to choose to throw the charge move?
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Lay knew what was on the wall. The Charge Bug going down, and Ishikawa Boy has taken game number 1 against this Brisbane legend with, to be honest, Stumpy, just a really, really nice team composition.
Yes, most definitely. It was good to see the use of the, we had good use there of the Shadow Sableye, choosing to double shield it because you know how strong and how much damage can come out. And then I initially used Ishikawa just to switch into Sableye, knowing how spammy these moves come out. He's going to force the Charger Bug to not be able to overfarm, has to throw the energy straight away, and that gets him safely into his Marowak. So good use. Instead of having to use a catch, he actually just forced the move to come through.
Yeah, exactly right. And to be honest with you, like now that I'm re-looking at Mr. Lay's team, I'm kind of going like, man, how do you stop this Shadow Sableye? Because, again, there are just a lack of hard counters. This meta is really showing that sort of ability for every Pokemon to be good in so many neutral situations that once Ishikawa Boy was able to get that Shadow Sableye with a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of energy ready to go, all of a sudden it was going to be really, really hard for Mr. Lay to stop it because the only Pokemon that Mr. Lay had that could sort of absorb that energy from a Sableye would be the Azumarill.
Most definitely. And then he also chose to leave the equally spammy Drapion on the bench as well. So he didn't have the option to come in there and try to go toe-to-toe with, try to get some shields, force some energy out of it. Mr. Lay tried to conserve the shield to try to help me in the end game, but the damage was done from Sableye early in the game, I feel there.
Yeah, and of course, like you have to really consider the risks here because if you bring that Drapion into the game, you are just so worried about that Kanto Marowak finding its way onto you and doing that big mud slap damage, farming you all the way down and doing so much damage to your team composition as well. We know how powerful that Kanto Marowak can be if you give it 2 Protect Shields, and it doesn't get easy.
Yeah, we could potentially something from Mr. Lay, a good adjustment. We could look at something like the Drapion to maybe perhaps draw out the Kanto Marowak. If the spammy moves come out, you can't... The Marowak is Shadow as well. From Shadow moves, the Aqua Tail come out really fast. You can force a shield out of the Marowak. Even if it does get some energy, you can then maybe use something like an Azumarill to absorb all that damage. And then you can look at leaving the Charger Bug safe in the back so that it avoids the Marowak. Could be something we see. But again, Ishikawa Boy, I think, will lean on the Sableye here to try to get those shields down early and try to really pressure hard decisions. Like Blastoise came in and sort of absorbed some damage. But let's see how they've adjusted. Game 2 on the way.
Yeah, I really do like that idea with the baiting out the Shadow Marowak, but we've got the Drapion into the Alolan Sandslash here. Mr. Lay getting a pretty good lead matchup here. So we see Ishikawa Boy swap straight out into the Azumarill, and Mr. Lay now on the front foot here has a really, really strong counter with the Electric type Charger Bug.
Yeah, positive matchup here, and we can see the Charger Bug actually can tank whatever move comes through first. So it's going to be the decision of Ishikawa Boy who will have to basically, if he wants to shield first, if he wants to keep alignment or try to force it. It's a really tough matchup. Azumarill can tank these moves quite well, but the player-ups aren't doing as much damage as we would like, I'd imagine.
Yeah, look, it's sort of one of these situations where Charge Bug isn't quite strong enough in this matchup to get a full Volt Switch down from here. You will have to throw another Discharge, but it looks like Mr. Lay cutting it real close here as the player-up gets right up to the charge move, and now the Discharge is going to be enough to KO if Ishikawa Boy doesn't shield, and they do let it go. And I like this play from Ishikawa Boy. They know they're in a bad spot with the Azumarill. They can get a little bit of an energy advantage with this Kanto Marowak because even though Alolan Sandslash into Marowak is quite good, it's not as good when Marowak has energy.
Most definitely, yeah. If you get this thing get ahead, it's getting the moves really fast. This Exodus comes through doing only about 40%, so still relatively healthy Marowak, and the rollout's going to be resisted here. So he's coming in with the Water type, which is quite smart, but there is no fast move pressure here from the Blastoise.
Yeah, and look, I like this play in the sense of Mr. Lay is saving their Alolan Sandslash for the Drapion for that big, super effective damage in the back. And so now Blastoise is hoping to just hold on with that bulk. Marowak is up to another Bone Club, and so the question sort of just becomes, do the battlers know what this game is turning out to be? Because the Hydro Cannon is going to get that Protect Shield from the Marowak, and now it is just a game of shields.
It is a game of shields. You got to be careful here with things like Mud Slap, Shadow Pokemon, things with hard-hitting fast moves. You can leave yourself in a position where those shields may not even get to be used. You just come in and use the damage just to shield right through, but we do have the Blastoise throwing energy. We are seeing some shields used early here, which is great.
Exactly right. The Blastoise getting that last shield off of the Marowak, the Hydro Cannon. We are a little bit far away from getting to another Hydro, and so we see a swap into the Sand Slash, and this is such an interesting play because Sand Slash getting an energy advantage from this Marowak would be so key going into that Drapion matchup. It would make this so tough, but it gives Marowak an opportunity. Oh, and we actually see the catch!
There's a huge catch there. A great play there from Ishikawa boys. Caught the move, the neutral damage here instead of a super effective draw run. Puts the Sand Slash in a position where it has to overfarm a lot here to try to have enough energy to be able to take out the Marowak in the back.
Yeah, this is a really interesting situation now. We've got the crunch being thrown from the Drapion, always fishing for that defense drop, but just on its own doing so much damage to this Sand Slash. It won't be able to get another one, but there's no shields now. But this Sand Slash wants to KO the Drapion and the Marowak, and Mr. Lay is going for the gamble. Will this Ice Punch be enough to KO the Drapion? It isn't!
It's not. He's going for a quick switch, though, so he's going to catch the crunch.
Wow.
No, the roller has gone through. It's going to be a race 10 to survive one Mud Slap here.
Oh my god!
We've got a charge move priority, so the Blastoise has one charge move priority there.
Yeah, it looks like potentially Ishikawa boy was hoping for the Mud Slap farm down, so they would have the move ready to throw into the Alolan Sand Slash ready to go. And so Mr. Lay, with some really nice plays there, has tied up the series 1-1, which just makes this so exciting. And this is why this is a regional championship, Stumpy.
This is round 1, and we're having some really exciting battles from some really great battlers. And interesting use of really good seeing Charger Bug not get in game 1 where it was stuck in a really bad matchup. This one it was really good. It was on the Azumarill where he wanted to be. Avoid the Marowak, and Mr. Lay capitalized really well.
Yeah, exactly right. Mr. Lay was just able to just recognize how quickly they could lock in that advantage. He could swap into that Charge Bug as the counter swap into the Azumarill, and then that Alolan Sand Slash was just going to be so powerful in the back. And I loved his identification of, hang on, I can swap into the Marowak here because I want to throw damage into both of these Pokemon. Yeah. Sand Slash can cover the Drapion with Drill Runs, and I can also cover the Marowak with Ice Punches.
Yeah,
and
most definitely.
It only takes 5 to get there.
And it was very smart because it didn't allow the Marowak to get too much energy ahead, so then it would have been really tough because if the Marowak has a head start, it does hit really hard with those charge moves as well.
Yeah, if there was a Drill Run that landed from that Marowak into the Alolan Sand Slash, we might have a 2-0 on our hands all of a sudden.
Most definitely.
So Mr. Lay really played very, very nicely. And also just a nice identification of, look, after the Ice Punch didn't KO the Drapion, swapping into the Blastoise just to make sure that if there's a move that comes through, yes, I'm good. My Sand Slash is protected in the back with energy just in case. And this Marowak, I mean, maybe I don't know if Mr. Lay was confident or if Mr. Lay was taking a risk.
Nah.
But they knew that they were going to be able to hang on to one Mud Slap onto that Blastoise.
Well, he got the big Blastoise for the damage, absorbed some damage, and then really interesting use of the choosing to be double weak to the in the lead and in the back with the Marowak as well. Use the Drapion in the lead. Even if he's stuck in that matchup, he can throw Aqua Tails, he can sort of spam some moves out and try to force the Marowak to stay in and be too low to be able to do damage later in the game. And actually really having Blastoise, he had things that there was 3 mons that really don't go super well against the Marowak, even though it's a water type into a ground type, but the rollouts don't do a whole lot. You're relying on the Hydro Cannons hitting hard to KO. So it's a really interesting team composition, and it did work really well. Got a really good position, and having Azumarill stuck on his Charge Bug was really, really good.
Yeah, a really, really solid situation for Mr. Lay to find themselves in. But you mentioned that at the end of the first game, and I really like the idea of it. With the Drapion having that ability to force shields out of that Marowak by throwing those Aqua Tails, having that ability to put pressure on something that feels like it should be a hard counter scenario, such an interesting spot to be. But game number 3, and Stumpy, we have the Corviknight.
Corviknight into Blastoise, so we're throwing some neutral damage here in this matchup. So we're just going to see who's the bulkier, the bird or the Blastoise.
It's a battle as old as time, and we now have the Blastoise. It is going to be outpacing the Corviknight to its charge attacks, with the Hydro Cannons coming out very, very quickly. Sand Attack not doing a lot of damage to the Blastoise, but this Hydro will do a fair bit. But Corviknight's pretty tanky here, not even half health.
Yeah, most definitely. This is like 2 bulky mons going together. The Sky Attacks will be coming through as well, so much the same. I can't imagine Shield's coming through early in this matchup because we've got 2 bulky mons that can absorb damage from each other. Here comes the Sky Attack, probably doing very similar amount of damage.
Yeah, bringing it down to that half health. Again, I really feel like Mr. Lay has the ability to dictate how this battle goes because they have that little bit of speed advantage. They have tempo in this match. And so the Hydro Cannon, Corviknight actually does hang on. So actually maybe it's going to be up to Mr. Lay on whether they want to use a Protect Shield or not, whether they want Switch Advantage. And it looks like he does.
Well, he's correctly identified here that there's more than likely a Marowak in the back, and he doesn't have he's like, okay, well, I want to keep this thing sort of healthy with a lot of energy. And the Sableye does come in, but this Blastoise is already at 2 Hydro Cannons. So the Sableye, not the best spot to be in. We'll have to dedicate some shields to it, I believe, here.
Look, and Ishikawa Boy is not afraid of giving this Sableye some shields. He knows how powerful it can be, especially when you get it with a little bit of an energy advantage. Mr. Lay can make the call here of letting the Blastoise go, but no, recognizing like, no, I've got so much energy here. I'm going to put so much pressure onto your Sableye, and the switch timers are not up yet, which means Mr. Lay can comfortably throw these Hydro Cannons and know that he puts this pressure onto Ishikawa Boy.
It's a very good shield here, very smart play, because he has realized that he has now done it. He has switched into Azumarill. I thought he might have been identifying that there was probably a Marowak in the back, so maybe I save him at Azumarill, but the Dazzling has come through here. We'll just show the power of the Shadow Sableye now in the current meta. See how destructive it can be, even to an Azumarill is usually normally a counter, doing a good 40% damage there.
Yeah, Azumarill now down into the yellow, tries to catch a move on Corviknight, but such good patience from Mr. Lay, knowing that was on the cards, keeping track of that misaligned switch timer. And now the Marowak comes in, and all of a sudden Mr. Lay is like, wait, okay, I can do this. I just need to get this Ice Beam damage into the Marowak, and I need a charge attack for that Sableye in the back as well.
We're going to see you have to move straight away here. The CMP twice, so the Bone Club comes through. Let's see how, if the rabbit is still as bulky as it's always been, can it survive this Bone Club from the Marowak? He's got slight undercharge.
Okay, decided to actually just go for it, and it was a really interesting call.
Wow.
It's not enough. The Azumarill is going to KO the Marowak, which means it is all down to Ishikawa Boy's Sableye, but there is a full Charger Bug waiting in the back as well.
And no longer Power Gem available to do hard-hitting damage. So we see if we outpace here. I don't think we're going to be able to. It looks like the EX is going to come through, and this will knock out the Sableye.
Wow, Mr. Lay.
Unbelievable. Ishikawa Boy bringing the Corviknight. Doesn't look like it has paid off, and the Sableye just unable to output enough damage here.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world. Again, 9th in World Championships, Ishikawa Boy taken down by Mr. Lay, who was top 6 in Brisbane. That is such an impressive feat and such impressive battles to start off this tournament as well.
Well, unbelievable. It's like this high standard from round 1. This is what we're expecting all day from these battlers. It's unreal, and it's great to see the biggest tournament in Australia so far, and it's always delivered on the first battle.
Exactly right. And look, Ishikawa Boy isn't out of the tournament yet. Japan's hopes are still alive. Not only in Ishikawa Boy, but I believe there are 4 battlers from Japan in this 64 battler tournament.
Amazing.
And so we're really just going to keep seeing them again and again because they are so strong.
Strong battlers.
Ishikawa Boy. Look, I'm not sure who they're going to be up against in the losers bracket, but I have a feeling that, good luck to their opponent.
It'll be a tough battle, and it's not someone you want to see in losers round 1. You don't want to be. You do not want to match up against him. So I can expect a solid lower back run for himself. But as for now, takes a tough loss to a great battler as well. So nothing about Mr. Lay. He's a strong battler and proven it there, and we knew he was eventually capable of that.
Yeah, exactly right. And I really think that one of the benefits of having these regional broadcasts, being able to show off these battlers from our region. I mean, Mr. Lay is a name that potentially hasn't been seen a lot on Twitter or social media, but he's such a good battler and so consistent as well. And it's really, really an absolute pleasure to be able to show these battles to you today.
Yep. Flies under the radar, does so good. And then, like I said, gets his chance on stream and proves how strong he can be. So he's not an unknown name. He's now out here. He said this will be worldwide, and he'll be here.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Ishikawa Boy. I mean, look, let's be honest here. If I was going into Ishikawa Boy round 1, I would be absolutely crying.
Absolute short straw drawing him round 1, and it was just a great show of character from Mr. Lay as well, being able to adjust and after losing game 1, managing to turn around what was quite a favourable game 1 to be able to really adjust, and even with not probably the best matchup on paper, really showing well. And good to see Blastoise, something that's not really common, come out and do a lot of damage. And he used both shields onto this game and managed to play a victory.
Yeah, again, it wasn't something that we saw on that Stockholm usage graphic of Blastoise. I didn't really see a lot of Blastoise success at the Stockholm Regional Championships. It barely crept onto the end of that top 12 graphic for India, just so close at the end there. But we can see the Stockholm graphic here. There's no Blastoise in sight.
Nothing around. Again, it's surprising though, because it's not surprising to not see it, because it's not like, again, on paper, not the strongest P. You got things like Credilli, you got things that even roll out, not doing a lot of damage to things like your Clodsire, and even as we saw into the Marowak, even though it's a water type, it's still not doing a lot of fast move pressure.
Yeah.
But really, really smart use of it, and great to see a new Mon.
Yeah, actually, something I'm seeing from this Stockholm Day 1 usage graphic is this is not a lot of the Pokemon that we just saw, Stumpy.
No.
There's no Corviknight, there's no Chargebug, there's no Blastoise. I mean, there's no Marowak on here either.
It does just show the difference between regions as well. We have seen that in the past with when we had last season, I believe the Japanese regionals. We look at the graphics, it's just a different meta there. There's a lot of things that are going on because it's so constricted to one area that they know that you're not going to see as much that outside from the streams, they're not streamed as much and things like that. So it's interesting to see that we're getting unique picks from different regions, and that shows how flexible this game can be. And then that's why even better when it all becomes one at Worlds, where you see the use of the adjustment of like almost a hybrid teams of I've got to cover stuff from my people from my own region, but I also have to look at the broader meta and see what is going to work.
Exactly right. And it's something that I think we even just saw like in regions such as Latin America.
Yeah.
At the very start of the 2025 season, I think the Diggersby Malamar combo was just absolutely massive out of the Latin American tournaments. And the rest of the world sort of watched these teams, they watched these usage graphics and were like, you know what?
We'll try
That's really good. Let's give it a go. And all of a sudden, you can just watch the usage spike immediately after they sort of start to do that. And so I really love this ability to watch what everyone is doing around the world, take some ideas, borrow some ideas. Again, I mean, the swallow that was on that graphic for Stockholm as well. I mean, again, I'm pretty sure that just spawned from SS Dawn.
Yeah.
One single battler on the planet Earth was like, you know what? I think that Swallow could be really, really strong here.
Yep.
They gave it a run, they succeeded with it, and it just grew and grew and grew. And all of a sudden, it was one of the top 12 meta picks.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, I'm sure we'll see some of them today. And it's interesting to see how one, like I said, all it takes is a couple of tournaments. It's like that's how strong the grassroots scenes and things like that, the smaller areas, it's all sort of melts into one. And we get, something like this where we get mons that we don't usually see pop up and go, hey, now I'm the meta.
Yeah, exactly right. And so maybe we can take a little bit of a look at our caster predictions for the tournament. What were we expecting to see going to this tournament? Because we had some ideas.
Yeah, we did.
So look, obviously there's going to be some big picks here. Like for example, I've got Credilli on mine. Swallow, I just love the idea that Swallow is a good meta pick. So I'm naturally going to put it on the graphic here. And Guzzlord has been a really powerful Pokemon in the India qualifiers. I know that I was lucky enough to be able to watch some of those India battles, and it was just a powerful Pokemon across the board. And I think that something that is going to be really big going into this tournament is a little bit of a Guzzlord Swallow combo. It's a really solid core, Stumpy.
Yeah, but definitely. It's not as much Dragon in the current meta, so it's interesting to see a Dragon come out. And it has a lot of counterplay, even in its bad matchups. It's got the bulk to survive moves. It's got a good matchup against Sableye, even if it does be wary of movesets. It is an interesting Pokemon, and I'm glad that there. But obviously, your fourth pick needs no introduction. I'll be very surprised if we see one of those today, but default, it's always going to be there.
So here's the thing. When we went into the Perth Regional Championships, I put it on the graphic because it just got a buff. As we're heading into the Might and Mastery season, I put it on the graphic because it just got a buff. It's been given a rollout this season. And look, I know that everyone is all on the Blastoise rollout train, but hey, Wailmer has rollout, guys. Maybe it could be good. And to be honest with you, if anyone in the world was going to run it as a meme pick, I feel like someone in the Oceanic region might have my back.
I think you would be right. Someone would have to. Moving on to my picks, I think we did see some use of Shadow Sableye there. It didn't have the best matchups in there, but you could see how spammy and impressive it can be coming out there. Shadow Drapion as well, one of the more meta picks. Awesomely spammy, can flip matchups based on one or two fast move advantage. So if you're a bit slow on your switches, you can get really caught out. Then we've got Glossopod there. Again, another hard hitter, fast charge moves coming out. It had Aqua Jet. Shadow Claw has been really strong, one of the strongest fast moves across the board forever. And Claydol. We'll talk about my guy Claydol. Finally Claydol. It's had about 10 moveset updates in the last 5 years. At least. And now it's basically like trying to charge move immune now. Every time you try to switch your moves, you're using your charge TMs. Make sure you get out in your raid and you're doing your max battles, you're getting your charge TMs because you need them when you're looking for those movesets. And uniquely, it's got things like Rock Tomb, it's got Ice Beam, it's got Shadow Ball. You've got Mud Slap now being as prevalent as in the meta with those the uppage of things like Drapion and Swallow as well. Mm-hmm. So I can see Claydol being strong, Rock Tomb being the debuff similar to Cradilly, where it has that nice sort of use of even if you aren't the best matchup, you can be debuffing your opponent and trying to put it in a spot where it's more vulnerable. But I think that's something we'll see, and I'm happy to see Claydol sort of squeeze its way into the meta finally.
Yeah, I was definitely, I'll be honest with you, I can take a loss. I can admit when I'm wrong. When we went into this meta and we saw that Claydol got another buff, I was not on team, Claydol is finally going to be good. I was sitting there going yeah, whoever's, at the company that's making these updates, I'm sure that you want Claydol to be good, but sorry, it's not going to happen. But hey, it's proven me wrong.
I've been a loyal fan of Claydol for years. I've had a rank 1 built in my bag for about 5 years from more of the grassroots tournaments, and I've just been waiting, and finally it's made its way onto some team pages.
Yeah, which is really, really cool to see. But look, one thing that I do want to highlight here, and we'll let Debbie and Michael talk about their picks a little bit later as well, is that Chansey. I was fighting Debbie tooth and nail to get Chansey onto my caster picks. She won in the end because I just wanted to have that Wailmer. But look, Chansey was a team in the Stockholm Regional Championships run by Galaxka Bolton. And it was the funniest team I've ever seen in the championship series. It was the brand new strategy, something that we've never seen in the championship circuit before, a stall strategy.
Yeah, stalling, which is definitely something we see more in I believe the VG. There's some stall sort of, you see some tactics of stalling. You have to using things like protects and stuff to try to draw out battles and get into an advantageous position. Similar to this, if you want to stalling out the clock, remember if you do at the end of the battle, if the timer does run out, the person with the post Pokemon that are alive on the battle will win the battle. Then it moves on to the HP of the 2 Pokemon battling, I believe.
Yeah.
So we will see things like that. So you're stalling out the clock, you're making them throw lots of charge moves at things, stalling the clock, and then you make a switch out to something like a Mandibuzz or another bulky Pokemon. You can try to stall out and win in those sort of methods, which is very interesting. And I love to see these unique methods being brought into the scene. And who knows, we might see a World Championship team running stalls and seeing how it goes, because it definitely is a viable strategy when implemented correctly.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest with you, Stumpy. If I was competing today in the Brisbane Regional Championships, I was going to run Chansey. I was going to run the stall team because it just seems so much fun.
I don't think anyone would be shocked by you drawing something like that. One of these, just a Walmer there with five bulky things and a Walmer to accompany it, I would imagine would be the way.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I can fit it onto the team, I'm sure. But it's just like the fact that Galaxka Bolton was able to come top 12 in the Stockholm Regionals with this team. And it was just like watching him have so much fun on the stream as well. Every now and then he'd look at his watch when the game started, he'd check what time it is so he knew how long it would take to get to that timer.
It's what makes this game and hobby so unique and so great, because you get the sort of stuff that's entertaining. It's really what gets people come back to the game and trying it themselves.
Exactly right. And so I think that one of the other things that I want to mention about this is the fact that it tells us that the game still has room to grow.
Oh, most definitely.
It's just not something that like, oh, look, everyone's running, copy-pasting the same team. It's the same strategy always. Galaxka Bolton has gone and thought outside the box and be like, you know what? There's an alternate strategy here. I don't have to try and KO all 3 of your mons. Yeah. I just have to KO 1 and keep 3 of mine alive. So you just watched him sort of constantly only swap out at 1 HP, keep that little bit of health on the back. You'd swap into Chansey and throw charge stacks because every charge stack is 10 seconds off the clock. And when you can swap every 50 seconds, it really ticks on down.
It does add up very quickly, and it's good. Like I said, great to see, and I'm sure we'll see someone else will definitely pick up that.
I'd love to see it if we see it later today. And of course, there's some other picks here, but we'll let them talk about it, especially with the Furret, the Spiritomb, Galarian.
Galarian Weezing, and we might even see a shadow form pop up here and there. I've seen a couple of shadows pop out. So people, I think with the ability to, I believe you could evolve regular coughing into the Galarian recently as well. So you could, you've seen a lot more people that were sort of struggling to trade for good ranked ones, now be able to get ones more accessible, and that's great. We'll see Spiritomb also a really interesting pick. Really like that. It's not been something that we've seen a whole lot. And Jump Life obviously coming to sort of ward off and scare off those things like Gastrodon that are really quite wall, the Mud Slappers that are struggling with Kanto and Marowak. And interestingly enough, a lot of people will seem to be carrying a double flying moveset, which I think is quite unique as well, rather than getting rid of the Energy Ball and using Acrobatics and Aerial Ace, which is really interesting. It's like you sort of getting rid of some coverage, but you're also then it's there for a purpose. It's fit for that purpose, and there's not a whole lot of rock in the meta at the moment. And the best rock type is also taking neutral damage because it is shared a grass type with Credilli.
Exactly right. And, the acrobatics, even when you're up against a water type like Azumarill, one acrobatics does so much damage that all of a sudden you can just start throwing aerial aces and really put that pressure onto your opponents. But I will say, I'm a big Spiritomb fan. I don't know how I feel about it in this particular meta. Like I sort of asked C. Leonardo because I believe he was the one that was running it in the top 8 of the Stockholm Regional Championships. And I was like, why did you pick Spiritomb over Sableye? Like, what was the sort of vision there? And he kind of just said, look, I really like the ability to 2-shield farm down. Yeah. Sort of similar to things like the Kanto Marowak, the strategies that we've seen in the past. To be honest with you, I still wasn't sold on it after watching him, play some battles, but it will always have a soft place in my heart because, look, long-time viewers may remember, I may have won some grassroots tournaments back in 2019 with the Spiritomb. So it's definitely got a soft spot for me.
Most definitely. And one more thing on the Jump Up I just thought then, it's one of those mons that doesn't suffer from the damage because it's so defensively strong that when you do chuck a shadow type on it, it does give you that extra attack damage, and you sort of still always survive the moves that you would, like things like Ice Beam, like an Ice Beam coming out, double super effective. You still are surviving those from Azumarill. You still can get away with double super effective and be in a position where you can still output that damage. So it's another thing like the Lapras, it can absorb a lot of your damage as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, looks like we've got our next pair ready to go as well. We've got Fortois on the left, famously known in our community as Greg from America. You can guess what his first name is. You can guess where he's from. We also have on the right-hand side, Cool Dufter 1, 2, 3, 4. And look, that Ditto will be updated into a different Pokemon in a second, but some really interesting Pokemon on the team
I was
as well.
baffled and thought the Ditto was coming. We're going to see some very unique battling, but yeah, we do see something different. We do see a Togetic. Again, another Fairy Wind user, another flyer, very bulky, very strong. But we do see, again, very unique. We've got a Marshtomp on one side. We do have a Skeleturge and Jellicent. We didn't see any of those last battle, and the Mandibuzz we did speak about has come.
Yeah, exactly right. It's back, and to be honest with you, looking at Fortois' team, the fact that it has okay coverage into something like the, to be honest with you, I was like, it's decent at Spiritomb, but Spiritomb can fight back. It's decent at a Sableye, but Sableye can fight back.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how strong it is going into Fortois' team, to be honest with you, especially when there is, the Lapras and the Credillia there that can both do super effective damage to you as well. But look, even if Mandibuzz stays home, I think that Skeleturge is another really interesting pick that we actually saw have a lot of success in Stockholm. Again,
yeah.
I think there might have only been one really Skeleturge that succeeded in the entire tournament, and it was run by Uden.
Was it running Torch Song as well? It was running Torch Song, so all in on fire, Incinerate and Torch Song, so doing a lot of damage. And then you got great coverage to Summoning Voice or Shadow Ball. We've got great options for there. It is interesting to see both sides here using double Ghost. We've got a Ghost, we've got Skeleturge and Jellicent on one side versus the Sableye and Spiritomb on the other side. So you've got, I think the big winner here, the Shadow Claw users, the Hex and Incinerate probably aren't outputting like that. They're not as quickly. They'd be 5 turns and 3 turns. They got the fast Shadow Claw coming out. So Sableye could be really strong here. The Mandibuzz will have to look out for. But with Dazzling Gleam, instead of even a rollout was also super effective. Oh, not rollout, sorry. Power Gem was also super effective. Dazzling Gleam is just so strong that it does more damage than the rollout, other than the Power Gem would. So it'll be interesting to see that. I think I can see the Sableye coming here. Marshtomp, another really interesting pick. It's very, very spammy. I think that's still running Surf and Mudshot. It's actually not sure if that actually got recent updates, but very unique. Again, that's what we said. Unique battles, unique players here. We've seen basically looks like about 6 or 7 new mons.
Yeah, I think that Marshtomp might have access to Sludge, which could make it pretty interesting with its brand new buff.
We'll up straight in.
Let's see what they're running with the Lapras going into the Marshtomp in the lead. Let's see this Sludge. Let's check this moveset, and it looks like we do in fact have Sludge and Surf, which this is going to be an interesting battle because, look, I'll be honest, Stumpy, I haven't studied this one.
No, I'm with you. I think Sludge is going to come out super fast. It do a lot of damage, and also Marshtomp is a little bit bulkier than Swampert counterpart, so it does have a little bit more bulk here. It probably tank this move a lot better than the Swampert can. So maybe a good, interesting use of that, because Swampert does run the Sludge as well. So it's interesting to see Marshtomp, maybe for that bulk, it's gone for that sort of option instead.
Yeah, look, and it seems to be working. Look, the Sparkling Aria, actually, that does so much damage.
That did way more than I remembered.
Wow, okay, that is really scary.
Choosing to go for the Surf here as well, which will be, I believe, double resistance. This won't do a whole lot of damage. We do get a shield. We do get a shield here from the Lapras. So switching out to Spiritomb, quick switch, and here comes the fast move damage.
Yeah,
it does get a full farm down there, so not a bad spot for Spiritomb. A whole lot of energy, but is met by the Mandibuzz. But we do have a good bit of coverage here with Power Gem. So this Rock Tomb, not Power Gem.
Wow, and actually, this Mandibuzz looks like it's running Shadow Ball as well, which is such an interesting moveset. I absolutely love that here. The Rock Tomb is going to start to reduce the attack of the Mandibuzz, which, look, Mandibuzz didn't have a high attack stat in the first place, but it looks like we are going straight for that Shadow Ball. We are running the Air Slash Mandibuzz as well, so we are luckily adding up a little bit of extra damage onto this Spiritomb from the Mandibuzz side as well. But Shadow Ball adding up a nice chunk of damage here, and at this point, you could almost maybe get that farm down with shields.
Yeah, very risky, because you have to take a couple of Rock Tombs to do so, and reducing this damage doesn't make you then will be sort of forced to switch out the Mandibuzz, I would imagine. But this damage coming through with one shield each, you'd be forced to throw a move here.
Yeah, look, I really feel like this battle is coming down to Fortois' Sableye in the back. It is looking like it could be incredibly strong, not only in finishing off this Mandibuzz, but also trying to get some damage onto the Charge Bug in the back. But Lapras is hanging around with a lot of energy ready to go. And at this point, obviously, if you're Fortois, you don't want your Lapras to be up against a potential Charge Bug in the back or a potential Jellicent in the back. You're going to throw it in up against the Mandibuzz where you know you have a decent matchup. And oh my gosh, it's not Volt Switch.
Is that a spot? The movesets, it's always keeping us on our toes here. Just remembering movesets, Sparking Arrow coming through here with a good chunk of damage here, so it does get the last shield from Kuldafar.
Yeah, look, we've got this Charge Bug here with no Protect Shields remaining, and actually, we've got another
and we also have a Crunch Charge Bug as well, so that'd be really good for that Ghost coverage. So
this is such an interesting team here, and I actually feel like it's not necessarily a lost game for Cool Dufter either, because they still have a bit of juice in the tank. It's just Sableye versus Charge Bug. Charge Bug is going to get this move off first. We do have a shield on Fortois side, but I think this is the last Protect Shield of the game. And so the question just comes down to, how much damage does a Sableye Dazzling Gleam do to a Charger Bug, and is it going to be enough?
Let's see if there's. I think Charger Bug might just survive this, but I think we'll succumb to the damage of the Shadow Claws here. So a couple of Shadow Claws come through, and we'll be able to outpace here. So solid game 1 victory there for Fortois, and we'll move on to game 2 with a bit more knowledge on movesets, I think, here now, which is great. So it's good to learn a little bit there. The more you learn.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Potentially some surprising things, but also I think that is one of the other fun parts of going into a brand new season. You don't know what's going to be good, and something that I've sort of gone on many rants in the past before is just because someone isn't running the big meta Pokemon doesn't mean that they're, running something wrong.
No.
Because it's not until someone gives a Pokemon a go, gives a moveset a go, that people start to go like, hey, you know what? SS Thorn, that Swallow, it's pretty good.
Exactly right. And things like that, it's good because then you can go, all right, well, it's a unique way of using it. And then the more, if you're not, you're more learning. If you see something, if you go, oh, that's actually not a bad idea. Things like the crunch on that, there's a lot of ghosts in the meta currently. So going, okay, I can sacrifice, I'm getting enough damage from my Volt Switches or Sparks that I can get rid of Discharge. I don't necessarily need that as a moveset. So, interesting pick, and I said, and Jellicent as well, another unique pick. I think that with Lapras coming in, it's always been a quite the wall to the Lapras. It's always been quite strong because it does it resisting. It's not resisting the fast move damage anymore, but it used to resist, you things like your Ice Shard, your Skull Bash resisted, your Ice Beam, and your Surf were all resisted. So it is quite a great pick to come here. It'd be interesting to see if we do see it this game. But like I said, it's always exciting, always something new, something unique, and me learning that Spiritomb got Rock Tomb. So if you're not, you're always learning, always figuring it out.
Exactly right. And now you're thinking like, when I play in a side tournament, am I going to start running that Rock Tomb Spiritomb?
We've got a cup tomorrow. Get down there, get around it, and just throw whatever in, find some movesets.
Exactly right.
Play some roulette, chuck a charge for TM, and see what you get.
Look, to be honest with you, I feel like Crunch Charge Bug has legitimate play into the current meta. It looks so interesting, especially when there is so much sort of ghost running around. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of it is like Sableye. It does have that dark type as well. Yeah. So you're not necessarily going for that hard, super effective damage, but maybe if you see a Jellicent running around, all of a sudden, you're actually going to be in an interesting spot. Or Skeleturge, actually.
Skeleturge as well, yeah, exactly right. We're going to jump straight into that game. Fortois, see how he goes into this fucking game. And we've got a Mandibuzz into the Lapras. So, again, not much fast move pressure coming out from here, but we do have the potential Ice Beam coming through. So they're going to switch out here from Mandibuzz straight into the Marshtomp.
Yeah, this is interesting because Fortois is running Lapras Double Ghost in the back. And you can see that there is a Mandibuzz still on Coolductor's team. And so Fortois is actually pressuring a shield out its Marshtomp. We saw how much damage a Sparkling Aria did before. And is really, I think, just going to set himself up for these Ghosts in the back to be incredibly powerful, especially when they both have super effective damage into the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, most definitely. And here we do see switch now. So very smart, identifying that the Mandibuzz does not want to see the Sableye as much. Sludge coming through here. Resisted damage coming through, so we'll see how the choosing not to shield, so identifying that this won't do a whole lot of damage, especially being non-shadow.
Yeah.
Over there, we're still very healthy here, so foul plays will be coming through shortly. Good use of overfarming there by Fortois, getting every bit of energy that he can, knowing that he can outpace the next move, and the Marshtomp choosing to let this move go through.
Yeah, exactly right. And the Marshtomp is
it's held on.
Oh, but they were going for the surf. Unfortunately, didn't quite make it. And so now it is just this Mandibuzz, against the world because it doesn't love this Dazzling Gleam Sableye. It doesn't love the Rock Tomb Spiritomb, and it doesn't love the Lapras.
We'll see the power of the Dazzling Gleam coming through here onto the Mandibuzz. We'll do a good chunk of damage, almost 50% of a Mandibuzz. That's a bulky amount of health.
Yeah, that's right. Look, we are getting the foul play off here, and because there are still two... Fortois lets it go. This makes sense. You do have the Spiritomb in the back. You don't need your Sableye anymore. Sableye, you've done your job. You can head back to the Pokeball. Lapras is going to take it from here, and that Skeleturge in the back is what it's all going to come down to, because if Fortois gets a little bit, if they throw their shields around willy-nilly, all of a sudden, maybe Skeleturge has quite a bit of play.
Yeah, well, we're going to see the Ice Beam come through here. It's going to KO, so he's put all the eggs into the Skeleturge basket here. The Shiny Flex as well. We're uniquely running a full fire moveset as well. So we've got Torch Song and Flamethrower. Let's see how my memory is for what charge moves. This is a good test today. If we're not knowing, we're learning at least.
Exactly right. And look, I feel like you just keep on clicking Torch Song. You just want to increase your attack further and further and further. Fortois, they do have open team sheets. He knows that this is a Torch Song Blast Burn Skeleturge. Lets it go down, and now it is all down to the Spiritomb. And this is C. Leonardo's dream. It is two shield Spiritomb ready to sucker punch all the way down. This is such a strong position to be, and it's just a question of if maybe these Torch Song buffs get enough attack damage onto the field for these Incinerates to hurt.
But the Rock Tomb is going to come through, which is going to neutralize that sort of thing. So it looks like that the Skeleturge is going to succumb here. No shields up. It's going to come through. end of the game, and really well played there.
Yeah, Fortua, definitely, keeping his cool, recognizing like, hey, I may be up against some absolutely bonkers picks that I've never even prepared for in my life, but was able to come into it, recognize what they needed to do, how to build their lines of three. And to be honest with you, Stumpy, in the current season, in the current sort of turbulence of where the meta's at, you kind of need to be able to prepare for anything.
Yeah, exactly right. I said a quick story from last year is I didn't look at the change sheet correctly when there was a liquor tongue on the opposing side, and I was sort of just playing the battle and I think at the end of the game I had a shield and I was like, I didn't have to. I would survive a power open and survive a body slam, and I was like, I'll shield anyway. It was actually a hyper beam liquor tongue that I was not expecting to see, and it would have completely KO'd the Pokemon. I would have lost the battle. Luckily, I just decided to shield. But things like that if you become a little bit relaxed and don't look at the team sheet correctly or don't remember, you can get caught off guard by things like that with movesets. So good to see that there's always keep you on your toes and always be very much aware of what movesets your Pokemon or your opponents are running.
Exactly right. Pay attention to what is happening in the meta as well. And so we're actually going to give you a bit of a look at how the usage data has changed over time through the Championship Series, all the way from the very start of the season in Baltimore through to now in Stockholm. See where it all does go from here. But we'll throw to the usage data and see you on the other side. Let's take a look at how the 2025 season has evolved in the Championship Series, taking a focus on the North American and European regionals. We have Clodsire straight away at 74% usage in Baltimore, really unprecedented in the Championship Series, but that just means that it is time to bring some counters in. So Dortmund started to see the rise of Feraligatr, Dunsparce, and Malamar, all built around countering down that Clodsire, with Louisville seeing the Azumarill start to rise up as a little bit of a bodyguard to that Clodsire that could really tank a lot of this damage from all three of these Pokemon, while also countering the Malamar quite well. As we headed into Lille, we started to see the rise of some other picks like Ariados that really had a powerful role taking down both the Azumarill and the Feraligatr, while also doing super effective to the Malamar, which almost shot up to that #1 usage. But speaking of #1 usage, it was Gdansk where we finally saw the Ariados climb up barely to that #1 usage slot to be really so powerful, but it was pretty short-lived because LAIC saw a bit of a meta update here with the Primeape and Annihilape both being given Rage Fist. Rage Fist, obviously a very powerful move. Even though they didn't have massive usage, the counters obviously did have to increase though. And so heading into Sacramento, the Clodsire usage went back to skyrocketing, really just to resist all of that fighting damage running around. And so of course, Feraligatr really came back into the fold quite strong as well. Through Stuttgart, we saw much of the same with Galarian Moltres also starting to increase alongside Superior. Superior, again, really just trying to find any way to take down the Gator and the Azumarill. We then saw the first a tournament of the Oceanic season with a bit of a halfway meta where Fire Punch was buffed on Diggersby, but we didn't quite have all of the moveset updates yet. It was Toronto that really saw the debut of the brand new meta, where you can really just see the Superior actually coming up with really high usage here, and Diggersby's main role, as well as being a ground type, is really just to wall off that Galarian Corsola. As we can see in Birmingham, that their usage is really tied together. They're really just hanging out, because if you're the Galarian Corsola, the only thing you really want to avoid is that Diggersby. And so San Antonio saw that Azumarill Drapion core right at the top, really just dominating the meta and showing why it is so powerful, with Galarian Corsola and Diggersby right behind them. And EYC saw these Pokemon all hanging on to relatively high usage alongside Pokemon like the Feraligatr, like the Dugong, and Shadow Kanto Marowak also making a bit of a showing. Vancouver is where stuff really starts to change, because this is the brand new halfway meta going into the Might and Mastery season. And so we see Pokemon like Wigglytuff, Charjabug still hanging in here, the Jumpluff, but Stockholm is where the big changes come. And look at the chaos happening here. The Credilli rising right up to the top usage, Lapras coming in, Shadow Sableye coming in, Swalot coming in, Guzzlord hanging out on the usage graphic as well. And so the question now becomes, as we head into Brisbane, is this the meta we're going to see, or are we going to see some crazy wall breakers? Let's go find out.
Live from Turrball Country, it is the Brisbane Regional Championship for Pokemon Go. We've had a couple of amazing matches so far. I'm FishOnAHeater and I'm here with debbiepebble.
Hello. Yes, we are in Brisbane, the second Oceania Regional for this current circuit, and the first one for the Might and Mastery season, which has been a bit of a shake-up, Fish. I've seen some Pokemon that I haven't seen on like a Play Pokemon tournament. What's your pick so far?
Look, I'm really keen to see like all the new players that have come into the meta and kind of merged with the old meta stuff. So things like your Credilli and your Lapras, they're super exciting to see just because we haven't seen too many of those before. We do have some old players though. Shadow Drapion has been around forever. Azumarill has been so ever present. So it's really good seeing them kind of co-mingle.
Yeah, look, I think there's one particular player that didn't trust in the Azumarill, but I think we're seeing a lot of Azumarill being brought into a lot of teams. So now we're going to go into the caster picks. Now, I believe we had Stumpy and Steve have a look at the picks earlier. Now, Fish, do you want to go through your caster picks?
Yeah, so I mean, it's undeniable how much Lapras has made an impact on the early meta so far this season. The Alolan Sandslash, though, not quite as popular, has been seeing some attention, but I feel like Alolan Sandslash is just a really handy core breaker that you just kind of have to prepare for.
Yeah, look, I think Jumpluff is just one of those that I'm not a believer, but I can see it. It's won a few regionals, I believe even special events, but it's just something that I don't know. I don't get the vibe of it. But with like acrobatics now being a lot easier to get to, I think it's definitely something that is. Is it meta though? Is Jumpluff meta?
It's getting there. It's also another fairly popular one, still not absolutely at the top like your Lapras and Azumarill have been. But just the thing that I think is super exciting about this Pokemon is some of its matchups into like your unfavorable opponents. So it has win conditions against your Shadow Drapion and Mandibuzz as well, which you wouldn't expect a grass type to do.
No, you wouldn't at all. And your fourth pick one's a bit interesting there, Fish.
Yeah, kind of a similar thing. I wouldn't expect too many people to be running both Jumpluff and Galarian Weezing in their team. I am more in favor of the Shadow version of the Galarian Weezing, but I think it's spam and its typing make it a real top contender, and again, like a bit of a core breaker.
Yeah, with the sludge buff as well. So it's just something that I think has good coverage. I struggle to get a Galarian Weezing because you need it. It's just one of those that I don't have that. I suppose that not that I'm picky, but I would like a bit of a better like IV level. So I need a bit more trades. Yeah. But with these regionals, it's excellent to have because it means that we can trade with other players that we might not have high level friendship. So even better, low level friendship. So we get those IV rolls and hoping for a better Galarian Weezing. Now I can go into mine. Mine's a little bit, I suppose, an outlier compared to your other caster picks. I have a Chansey. Now, Steve has already touched on this, but because we had the excellent play from Galactica Bolton that ran a Chansey all the way in, I believe, top 12 in Stockholm. So
ninth, I think it was.
Ninth.
So one away.
Even better. Yeah. Ninth to the moon, Chansey. Look, I just think it's fun. I know not everyone's going to be a big fan of the time out strat, but I think it was a very, very clever play. My second, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was going to say, well, I want to see him step it up. Chansey Wobbuffet team.
Oh, yeah. Just add in, like, what else? A Shuckle.
Shuckle. Is that even legal?
We're going to have to
ask. It should be.
We'll see. And then my second pick there is a Gastrodon. Now, we have picked the one over here. Now, do you know if this is east or if this is west?
This is the one that we get here in Australia, right?
Yes,
This is very poor that I don't know this off the top of my head. We are the Eastern Hemisphere, even though we have a Western culture. We're in the East, so I would think that is an Eastern.
That is correct. It is the East.
Yes. Let's go.
So that is the East Sea Gastrodon because it is local to the Australian area.
Yeah, and I agree, it is the prettier of the two Gastrodons.
Oh, look, I think they're both cute. And then thirdly, I have brought the Furret in, and I think Furret is a really interesting one. One, it's cute, but two, the main factor is it does have Sucker Punch, and that Trailblaze, it just adds up, and having Swift for coverage as well. It's definitely something that I haven't seen Furret being used in a really long time, and that it can be back into the mold. I think that's a pretty cool pick. And then finally, Spiritomb. Now, what are your thoughts on Spiritomb, Fish?
Oh, my thoughts are just bargain Sableye. It's,
Halloween Sableye.
So you tell me, what's your thoughts on Spiritomb? Why have you picked Spiritomb as one of the Pokemon that can do well in this meta?
Oh, look, because it has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb has been buffed in this Might and Mastery season. So I just really like, one, Spiritomb looks pretty cool in my opinion.
It does.
And yeah, like you said, it is a bit of a budget Sableye. So if you don't have a Sableye or the excels to get to 1500, you might be like, oh, I don't have a Sableye, but what do I do in the meantime? It might be a good pick. Now, Spiritomb is one of those Pokemon that tends to be only available during the Halloween period. So if you don't have one, you might want to trade with a friend that has played. And yeah, I just think it's a really cool pick to have in. And like I said, with Rock Tomb, it does have a lot of coverage, and it just, Rock Tomb just being so buff now, it's just incredible to use.
It is, in my mind, it is without a doubt the biggest move update is that Rock Tomb buff. It's made Pokemon instantly viable where they were not seen much around before. So your Credilli relies on it so much. Your Claydol, it's finally made that meta contender where it was trying for so long, so hard. It finally gets there, and like Forretress is now being seen every now and then as well. So anything with Rock Tomb has gone up a couple of notches in the meta.
Yeah, and now I know that the boys have talked about their picks, but Fish, can we talk about the writing on the wall that we've got with the selected Josh Starrett and number 4 there?
Yeah, look, he is really leaning on that well. He has been for many years. He did well with it once, and look at me, I'm the Whelmer guy. He's hoping that it might come back one day. Maybe he might make a comeback one day with the Whelmer and repeat the feat. I'm here to tell you, Steve, it's not going to happen. Leave Whelmer alone.
Oh, look, I think he was really hoping with that rollout moveset during this Might and Mastery season. But unfortunately, Whelmer got rollout, but then rollout got nerfed.
Yeah.
So it's really like, oh, okay, it's a win and a loss at the same time. So I don't think there'll be many Whelmer picks throughout this regional. However, the man can dream.
I will give it that I think the rollout edition has made it a little bit better than what it was. Are we going to see it win I tell you what, I'll make a bold prediction. If we see a Whelmer win a regional this season, I will get a bucket of water tipped on me.
Oh, big call from FishOnAHeater.
That's right. Come at me, bro.
Alrighty. All right. Probably not this particular regional. Or Melbourne, we're coming after you.
All right.
For the Oceania one.
Throwing out the challenge.
Wait. Are we doing it for the entire season? So anyone?
Yeah. 100%.
Anyone at all at any regional?
If anyone comes to a regional with a Whelmer and wins it, I will film some content of me getting water.
We will get Steve to put the bucket on you. How about that?
He'll have to fly to my home city. But, or if someone happens to do it before Melbourne happens in May, we'll all be together again at that time, so we can do it then as well.
Love it. Love to hear it. You know, we love a good splash challenge here. And then on to the next pick that Steve has there as well. It's the Guzzlord. Now, Guzzlord has been a particular Pokemon that in previous seasons has been a little bit more niche. It has teetered every now and then into like not quite meta, but on the fringe. But I feel like a lot of people are bringing Guzzlord now.
Yeah, that's another one, kind of like Claydol, where it was like waiting there for its time. Now it's like it's a little more than Claydol, so it has won some regionals in the past, but now it's proving even more popular, particularly with the prominence of the Shadow Dravion. It's just so overbearing in the meta that having something that can resist both the Aqua Tail and the Crunch, tank multiples of those, and then deal very consistent damage with its Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw, that makes it a very enticing pick.
Yeah, and I think with Guzzlord, it's also a particular Pokemon that is not easy to access. Guzzlord is an Ultra Beast. It's one of those that you have to raid for, or it was in certain research. And again, another particular Pokemon that you probably will want to trade with friends that you can just try and get to roll down better for you, or even just underneath the CP cap so it can enter into Great League. And after that, now, known as the Italian mark, we have Swalot, which I think is incredible that Swalot has now been entered into the fold and now just jumped straight into meta.
Again, I know I'm repeating myself, kind of like Claydol. It had some chops.
Yeah.
It had some things going for it, just didn't quite have the moveset. Now with the addition of Sludge, it's like, now's my time to shine. Just burst through the door and going, I'm here, or I'm here. And yeah, just being its biggest claim to fame, of course, being a counter to Azumarill, which we know how common that Pokemon has been and how successful it's been in the past.
Yes.
Having something with that kind of coverage against the Azumarill was really handy. But then bulk is generally king when it comes to successful teams, and Swalot is a Pokemon with a stat product above 2,000, which puts it in the very bulky.
2,000?
Yes.
Wow. Very, very bulky indeed.
Very bulky.
Yeah,
2,000 is a high number.
It is. That's why I was so surprised. But yeah, look, I think it's great to have that into the mix as well. And it has excellent coverage. And yeah, again, Might and Mastery season has surprised me again and again in what particular Pokemon are now being chosen and back into the meta. And then finally on Steve's pick here, that we have Credilli. Now, Credilli, I feel like it's on everybody's team.
And I'm enjoying that. I like Credilli. The thing I particularly like about Credilli is the synergy of its typing. So it is a rock type that's not weak to ground. It's a grass type that's not weak to poison or flying.
Yeah.
Or fire. It's a rock type that's not weak to water as well. So all those types just share so many strengths and weaknesses that it just molds together really nicely. Unfortunately, Malamar is another Pokemon that is like that. The weaknesses that Malamar does have are fairly uncommon. Bug and Fairy, right? We don't see too much of that damage flying around. We've got, Azumarill being the obvious exception. With Credilli, the weaknesses are a little bit more pronounced. Fighting, a lot of teams have a fighter, and ice as well. There is often some ice, floating around, whether it be a dugong or Ice Beam for Alligator. It used to be back in the past, that kind of thing.
Now, in this particular regional, I know that a few teams are running Dugong, so that has been interesting because I thought that Dugong is gone. I thought since that Lapras has been a bit more of a favourite in this particular season, I didn't expect Dugong to be on a lot of teams, but having a look at a few team sheets earlier today, I was like, oh, there is quite a few Dugongs that have been brought in, and I just wonder if it has been because of this little bit of change up with the Credilli and other particular Pokemon as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it's certainly more dangerous to bring because of things like, in particular, Lapras. But, there are Pokemon that have really, really bad matchups into other meta Pokemon that still manage to get by. A point back to my Alolan Sandslash pick where, it does terribly into anything Incinerate or anything counter, but it still finds a way to navigate the meta. And I think Dugong might be a bit similar, where, if you get it looking against a Lapras, it's going to be a tough time for you. But if you can avoid that, then Dugong can be a very handy pick.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to have. And now on to Ryan's or Stumpy's caster picks. Now, you've talked time and time again about Claydol. Now, how many TMs do we need to get the Claydol moveset? What is the ideal moveset for Claydol?
Look, it's triple figures is ideal. I want to know, what is your TM count at the moment? Do you have that?
Oh, look, I don't have it with me, but I'd probably, if it's charged TMs, I'll probably be at around 100. Fast, I'll probably be about 200.
Far out. I'm jealous. I have, especially since this new season started, and you've had to TM a whole bunch of the correct moves onto your Pokemon. I'm down to, I think, 6.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was down to literally 0 at one point.
Was it TM roulette for Claydol?
Claydol was not one of them, actually. Claydol already had the right attacks on it. Lapras I had to TM the right attacks on. I'm blanking in the moment, but there are a few. And some grassroots tournaments as well that I've been involved in, and that's taken a lot of the TM cachet away from me.
Now with Claydol, what makes it so good, Fish?
Bulk is one thing. The consistency or the balance, of its fast attack pressure and charge attack pressure.
Right.
And for me, those are my favorite Pokemon to use. The ones where you have a little bit of a few different tools at your disposal as to whether you decide to shield and farm a Pokemon down or just hit something with charge attack pressure. You can adapt how you play the Pokemon based on the situation.
I see. And next is, I suppose, something that I actually hadn't made this particular Pokemon. So Golisopod. Now, Golisopod has been added into the fold now, and it's something that I actually never made until this season. What's your history with Golisopod?
Grassroots staple. It didn't see much of the Open Great League play until now. Now, I think I'm going to... Nothing else is coming to my head right now. I'm going to say Golisopod, probably most underrated Pokemon. I reckon it is way better than its current usage suggests. Like, some people are aware. Like, they know how good this thing is. In fact, I'd say a lot of people are. They just haven't been able to fit it on their team. I'm thinking, fit it on your team. I think it is deserving of a top meta spot.
Yeah, and then next we've got, I suppose, tried and true, the Shadow Drapion. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it needs no introduction, right? Like, it just does what it do. Its spam and its versatility is legendary. The fact that just a single poison sting of energy can help you flip matchups that you have no right to flip. I think Drapion, like, it's no mistake that it is as common as it is, only falling behind Azumarill in overall usage in the last few months to a couple of seasons. It's one of the best in the meta, if not the.
And finally, to close it off, we've got Shadow Sableye. Now, Sableye is one of those particular Pokemons, as mentioned before, it does need quite a few XLs to quite get there. Now, I've got a purified Sableye. Now, everyone's using Shadow Sableye now, Fish. So I'm just kind of like, all right, I got to make another one. So have you got a Shadow Sableye made?
I don't. That is, I'm actually walking a Sableye right now because I only ever got enough XLs to build one Sableye. It was a purified like you, and I don't want to TM return off of my Sableye. Maybe there's a buff coming in a future season. Maybe there's a nerf coming again to Foul Play or Dazzling Gleam or Power Gem, whatever. Like, anything can happen. We've been caught out so many times not having the right Pokemon because we're like, this will never be good. And then Grumpig comes knocking. It's like, hey!
Absolutely. And I believe so. Now we're going into the next is CP by Pokemon is the next graphic that we're going to have a look. And this is actually made by PvP Steve. Now, this particular graphic, now the numbers may seem confusing, but basically these particular Pokemon have achieved this much CP throughout the Stockholm regional. So we can see sitting at the top with the most CP points is actually Azumarill, which, sorry, Arceus Aurelius, but we can see that was the particular Pokemon that got the most CP during that regional. Next was Credilli. After that was Drapion, and then Swalot. So that was a top 4. And then into I suppose, in the tier list, into the A category, Fish. What was there that kind of stood out for you?
That stands out is, I would say, probably the Guzzlord, mostly because I just am a big fan of that Pokemon. So that's the first thing my eye is drawn to. I'm actually going to backtrack a little bit, if that's okay. I find it really interesting that Azumarill being the top Pokemon in that list, the other 3 Pokemon in the S tier list are all counters to the Azumarill.
Good point.
And yet Azumarill is still managing to carve out such a deep chasm in the meta of its own.
Tried and true. I think at this point, if any long-term PvPer has probably an Azumarill made. Yeah. Maybe 2, maybe 3 at different IVs. But we can see that Azumarill, again, has done incredibly well sitting in that S tier. And then into the A tier, we've got the Jumpluff, the Sableye, the Talonflame, the Guzzlord, and the Lapras. So Lapras actually finally making its way up in the tier list for Stockholm, because in previous was like the Indian qualifier. Now, we kind of thought that maybe Lapras would make a little bit more of an impact. Now, it didn't quite make it to top 4, but it was there. But we can see in Stockholm, it actually sat in the A tier list, which is pretty cool to see. Something else that kind of interests me here is Talonflame. Now, Talonflame is something that I believe, like, when we played in the 2022 season, I brought a Talonflame. I believe you brought a Talonflame.
Yeah, that's right.
Into our regional. And now to see it back in is really, really interesting as the chosen flyer.
It's been there since the start. I want to say, do you remember, was it relevant back in the Fire Spin days before it got Incinerate?
I don't think so.
No.
I think Incinerate was the turner for it.
Sure.
And Incinerate is just an incredible move. And I think it for very skilled players, especially those that are going into top 12 and above, they're the ones that know how to run Incinerate, because I'm scared of Incinerate. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I get why. It's a tricky move to run. It just, I mean, obviously the firepower, so to speak, of that move, it can be very dangerous to an opponent, but then also it gives your opponent who knows what they're doing a bit of room to maneuver within your Pokemon. They can switch out and time their attacks and their switches much better into a 5-turn attack than, say, 2-turn attack.
Yeah, and then we're back into the B category. Now we've got the Alolan Sandslash, the Claydol, the Clodsire. Now the Annihilate is really interesting because we haven't mentioned fighters of yet. And I thought that like the fighters would be kind of disappearing, but we can see here that the Annihilate is into the B tier. And followed by that, we've got the Kanto Marowak and the Golisopod. But let's go back to the Annihilate. What are your thoughts on that, Fish?
It's amazing that we are talking that way about fighters, because there was a time where you could not build a team without a fighting type. And I think that has probably been the most healthy thing that has come out of the big update that we got post-Worlds in 2024, 3? Oh, jeez. The one where everything changed. You know, Mudshot was nerfed, SmackDown was nerfed, blah, blah, blah.
Most recent one.
Yeah, it was the most recent one. Oh, man.
Hawaii, let's just call it Hawaii.
Yes, that. So that has been the best thing to come out of that update, has been that the dominance of that one attack encounter has been curbed. And so it's still viable, and that's fine for me when it comes to the health of the meta. Like, you still have counter users, that's fine. As long as it's not essential that you have to have one. You know, give players the ability to be able to be a bit more creative and splash out. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, talking about fighters, if we go into the C tier list, we can see the Pangoro is there. Now, Pangoro has been really interesting to be added in. I know that some particular teams have brought Pangoro today as well. And Pangoro is one of those that you needed to play at a certain Go Fest to have a Pancham that was under, or would evolve into a Pangoro under 1500, because all the other previous Panchams were available through the 12-kilometer eggs. Now, do you have a Pancham made?
I do.
Oh, sorry, a
Pangoro,
Pangoro,
yeah,
rather.
I do, and I've been using it in my Great League battles actually this rotation, and I've been finding it very, very fun. The really interesting thing about that, and we see, we're going to skip ahead a little bit, further along we see Primeape as well, which is the other big fighter. So they're like the holy trinity of fighters at the moment. Your Annihilate, your Pangoro, and your Primeape. The dichotomy between Primeape and Pangoro, really interesting, because they've both got advantages and disadvantages.
Yes.
The biggest advantage for me in Primeape is its ability to grind its way through an Azumarill, which Pangoro really, really struggles with. Pangoro, on the other hand, can be thrown in against a lot of Psywave users, like a Malamar, like a Lapras as well. You know, Grumpig is there as well. Pokemon that do super effective damage to the Primeape and the Annihilate with their fast attacks, Pangoro is resisting. So that gives it extra play into that. Oh, Shadow Claw users as well. That's the other one. Shadow Claw users are not as effective against Pangoro as they are against Primeape, and especially the Annihilate as well. So it means that you've got a decision if you want to bring a fighter, you've got to really make a decision between those three.
Yeah, or you can be real spicy and bring all three.
If you do, kudos to you. I'll be well impressed. My hat goes off to you.
Just see one Charmer and you're like, oh, man.
Why didn't Debbie warn me about this?
Look, if I'm playing in a cup or a challenge, you know that I'm bringing some sort of Charmer. So, yeah, fighters be warned. But, yeah, to wrap it up into the D tier list. Now, something that really sticks out to me in the D tier list is a couple of really interesting Steel-type Pokemon, just because we haven't seen a lot of Steel types yet. So I believe also that we have the battles about to start, and we're going to look into the teams that are going to be played. Now, we can see that we have Bragio versus Fishy Legs 2. Now, Bragio is running the Azumarill, as we talked about, the number one pick thus far, the Clodsire, the Primate, as we just talked about, fighters, Corviknight, Goodra, and Mandibuzz. And Fishy, FishOnAHeater. Do you want to talk about Fishy Legs?
Yes, I would love to. So Fishy Legs is bringing the Dugong that we talked about. He's got the Shadow Jumpluff, so he heard my analysis on that, obviously. He's got the Shadow Drapion, Shadow Sableye, so a lot of shadows in his team. And he's running Clodsire and Primeape as well. So both players going with Primeape as their fighter of choice.
Yeah, really interesting that one, they brought a fighter in general, and two, both going with Primeape. So I think is what we were talking about earlier, that Primeape does have that certain advantage over certain matchups. And it's really interesting to see. Now, we're going straight in, and the battle has been locked in. They are both ready to go, and we can see we have a Shadow Jumpluff versus a Corviknight fish.
Oh, okay, this is a really weird matchup because the fast attack of the Corviknight in the sand attack means that it is being resisted by the Jumpluff, so they're going to get straight out of there. Bring in the Drapion, and it is being answered by the Clodsire.
Yeah, it has been here. Now, Bragio has Sludge Bomb and Earthquake available as its moveset. Fishy Legs going for that Aqua Tail, and Bragio deciding not to shield because we know this Clodsire isn't so bulky.
Yeah, it can take a bunch of Aqua Tails. The second one's going to come through, and it's not even going to tickle the Clodsire that much. However, Bragio does decide to shield it, knows there's going to be another Aqua Tail coming, and is going to have to use a shield sooner or later. Now we're going to see the first charge attack, and it is going to be a Sludge Bomb bait, which is shielded.
It will be shielded. This bait is essential here because it means that Clodsire has extra energy. Now, we can see that the Drapion is, we actually have both shields, one down on each player, and Bragio can go for another Sludge, and Fishy Legs decide not to shield.
Oh, that's a big call. So now it gives the Drapion a little more flexibility to be able to build up more energy and fire off Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail. It is going to take two more Aqua Tails to take out that Clodsire, and Bragio is going to be faced with the decision, do I keep this Clodsire healthy by spending my last shield, or am I going to just let it go?
Yeah, look, just a couple more poison things we can get to this next Aqua Tail and a little bit extra energy. Bragio has to make the decision here and decides to shield his Clodsire, preserving its health.
Yeah, so now the Clodsire is going to finish that. Oh, see, I don't know if a Sludge Bomb is going to be enough. Nevertheless, Fishy Legs is not going to take any chances. He's going to spend that second shield, and now it is going to be a showdown to the death for these two Pokemon. The Aqua Tail will, of course, get there before the Sludge Bomb does, and that will finally take the Clodsire off the field.
It will, and there's no shields in play for either player after this, and Fishy Legs is able to hold on with this Drapion. Now Bragio brings back their Corviknight, which is actually doing a lot of super effective damage with its fast attack. Fishy Legs is able to get to the crunch, and there's no shields in play, so this will actually connect with the Corviknight, but Corviknight takes it pretty well.
It's a pretty bulky bird.
And the defense
drop, though, so that will make it a little bit interesting. We'll see if that... Oh, wow, and a farm down as well with the sand attack. So this Corviknight is loaded and is going to throw that energy into the Dugong. Now, Dugong is a Pokemon that can take this energy, can soak it up. So a couple of Sky attacks won't make it a dangerous situation for the Dugong, but he does have to be wary, Fishy Legs, that his Dugong is going to be fairly low on HP.
Yeah, look, it's really difficult with no shields in play, with two healthy Pokemon in the back. We can see that Jumpluff and the Mandibuzz in the back, and now the Mandibuzz is coming out, so it will catch onto this Icy Wind on this flying type.
Yeah, this is going to make it a very interesting matchup because with shields down, I was going to say that the Jumpluff might be having a difficult time with it. Now that the Aerial Aces have been debuffed as well, and another Icy Wind coming out as well, that's going to make things very, very hard for the Mandibuzz. The Jumpluff should be able to come out with some Fairy Winds and an Acrobatics. That'll just take it right off the field.
Yeah, this was a cat play here where it's charge attack priority. So we saw that Icy Wind go off, and now that this Mandibuzz can land this Aerial Ace, but that Dugong holds on to a little bit of health, and this Jumpluff now comes out.
Yeah, the Jumpluff is racing to its charge attacks. We see the one flying attack and one grass attack, so it will be able to throw that flying attack into the Mandibuzz. Not before it takes a flying attack of its own, but look at how much damage that did. Barely anything, double debuffed. An attempted catch from Bragio, not to be, and so the Jumpluff will just be able to build up a little bit more energy and then throw that onto the Corviknight as well.
Yeah, look, the switch timer was up, so he could finally get into this Corviknight, but we can see it's barely trying to get to. He's got to an on hand, and now it goes down. This Jumpluff has so much energy leading into this Mandibuzz. Now Fishy Legs can go for...
No.
He's going. Wait. Fish, what move is this?
That is an energy ball, which is formerly the go-to move on the jump off. Now more people are going with the double flying charged attack, but there is still a place for energy ball, absolutely, and one of them, of course, is that
It's now.
Yeah,
you know what? You wanted to see
bring
energy
out
ball?
Abandonbuzz.
We got energy ball
Yeah.
for you there. So Fishy Legs taking out 1-0 to Bragio for this match so far. Now, if you were Bragio, what would you do to pivot to try and combat that play from, I suppose, that dugong and that jump off that did so well in this particular match?
Yeah, so I would say there's not really one Pokemon that can take out both. The Azumarill has some play into both, but with shields up, especially the jump off will be able to take care of that. And Dugong actually does beat it as well. So there's really nothing that I can see on Bragio's side that can take out the combination of the two. I guess Corviknight is maybe the best one there, but we saw that it didn't actually do that much damage after 2 sky attacks into the Dugong as well. So that might actually be a really tough one for Bragio to deal with.
Yeah, I think Bragio needs to hone in on his psychic power and try and do a line read to try and line up that Corviknight as well as possible. But Fishy Legs' team is very well rounded, so it's really hard to try and take one particular Pokemon that's going to defeat everything because he's got such good coverage in his team. I think with Bragio's, I would like to actually see the Goodra come out. I think Goodra might have a bit of play. It just obviously does not want to land against the Dugong with its ice type attacks. But we are now locked in to game 2 where we can see it's a Primeape against a Shadow Drapion.
Okay, this isn't too bad. I mean, I like having the Primeape just because I'm a big fan of the Primeape user, but it does mean that Bragio would like to reserve this for a potential Dugong in the back, so he doesn't want to waste the Primeape in this particular situation. We'll see whether they stay in, how long they stay in for. We see one Rage Fist, which looks like it's not going to get shielded. It is shielded at the last second, so that is a nice bait from Bragio.
Yeah, and now this Primeape is amped up. You can see the attack has risen, and it's able to get to next Rage, but now Bragio is going for the close combat. So this is a big call for Fishy Legs too. Will he use a Protect Shield or not? He decides to Protect Shield, calls a close combat, able to preserve the health of that Drapion, and now is able to get to this Aqua Tail. Bragio has a decision to make here. Does he protect the Primeape? Chooses not to, chooses to let it go. It's been debuffed. It is off the field, Fish.
Get out of here. So now the Corviknight's going to come back in, and we saw how Corviknight had a really nice time against the Drapion in the past. The Drapion a little bit more healthy now, so we're not going to see any Sand Attack farm down. We'll see how much Bragio wants to farm up before throwing the Sky Attack or the Iron Head that will get rid of the Drapion. We will see a catch onto the Dugong. Fishy Legs not scared of that Corviknight. Well, Fishy Legs is Dugong, not scared of that Corviknight. It's going to say, give me that energy. That's fine. I can take it.
Yeah, look, hot, able to take that Iron Head so well. And now it's really a race. We can see that the Corviknight probably will get to the Iron Head first before it gets debuffed with the Icy Wind. Now, again, Fishy Legs 2 has no Protect Shields in play, but will be able to take this on pretty well.
Yeah, we see it takes out about half of the remaining HP on the Dugong, which means one more plus some Sand Attacks will definitely get the job done. However, we do have the Icy Wind that is coming out first. Is Bragio going to shield this one, or going to save that shield for the last Pokemon in the back, which is the Clodsire, and kind of let it do the rest of the work?
Yeah, the Clodsire does have a shield, and now Fishy Legs is able to go to this Icy Wind, which means this Clodsire is going to have an uphill battle because it's a final Pokemon and it has been debuffed. So yes, it does take it's only going to take a little bit of health, but again, it now has been debuffed. Now this Shadow Drapion can go for this Aqua Tail, and now Bragio has decided, Protect Shield, let's protect this Clodsire.
This is such an awkward situation for Bragio because he hasn't even seen the third Pokemon, the Clodsire in the back for Fishy Legs, so he's going to get the bad news sooner or later. Maybe he's hoping that it was going to be Jump Off, but no, Fishy Legs has made that adjustment and has his own Clodsire in the back, and so this is going to be a very tough situation for Bragio to get out of.
Yeah, and look, this Clodsire, although very bulky, it is going to do very little, less damage because of it being debuffed earlier. No shields in play for Fishy Legs, but that's okay. Drapion can take that so well. Look, it's still got enough energy to probably get to the next Aqua Tail.
That is the power of Drapion. You give it an inch, it'll take a mile. That debuff allowed it to survive that Sludge Bomb quite easily and get to another Aqua Tail, and that's going to finish off the Clodsire, and we are not even going to see Fishy Legs' Clodsire. It's just going to be a 2-on-3 situation. Fishy Legs is going to take that one 2-0.
2-0 to Fishy Legs there. And again, well played from Bragio because he's got a very difficult team to get Fishy Legs too. And I think he did the best he could trying to combat his particular team. But Fishy Legs too, a renowned player in the Oceania region, has been to Worlds, also got top 32 at Worlds last year in Honolulu. So he is a well-rounded player. And you know what, Fishy Legs, in our previous stream, he was one of our casters as well. So he's seen what he can do it all. He's look, you know what, he's got all the hats. But with Fishy Legs, like, we expect those kind of plays from him, where he is going to try and get those catches, try and farm up extra energy so that he can have that little bit of extra play at the end of the match there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm impressed with the way Bragio tried to leverage the Corviknight there, because it was probably the safest Pokemon on his team. So you knew that the Corviknight was kind of a go-to there if you want a little bit of safety to be able to navigate the rest of the battle, you know, depending on what happens with the rest of it. But unfortunately, Fishy Legs just knew how to play around it just too much, especially with the Dugong play as well. And that's why I think Dugong is gone but not forgotten. You know, it's still plenty good. As long as you don't get it matched up against the Lapras, I think it's plenty fine.
Yeah, look, I think some people were playing around with the Dugong charge move sets before, when the Might and Mastery season was coming out, using a water charge attack. But I think Fishy Legs has gone for the tried and true of Icy Wind and Draw One Run, which has been fantastic. And I think you can see how it plays out really well in these situations, where if you do have a flyer, you've got the Icy Wind, and if you've got a poison, you've got that Draw Run. So it really covered a lot of bases against Bragio's team. And I think, like I said, it's just a very, very well-rounded team. And again, Clodsire. Now, Clodsire's an interesting pick, because Clodsire kind of previous season kind of went down, a bit of a Diggersby resurgence. But now we can see Clodsire kind of coming back into the fold. Why do you think that's happening, Fish?
I think exactly for that reason. I think that its biggest counter, like, people were going for a ground type and they preferred Diggersby because it had better matchups into what the meta looked like at the time. Now that Diggersby is out of the way, it's kind of opened up a bit of a hole where Diggersby has been waiting to fill it in. And I think Clodsire is a Pokemon that has really nice matchups against a lot of the things that we are starting to see in this meta. So I do expect a bit of an uptick in Clodsire moving forward.
Oh, excellent. I do love a good Clodsire. I just think it's adorable. So more Clodsire action, I'm all happy for. Except when it's Clodsire versus Clodsire. When it's the mirror, it may take a while.
Yeah, for sure. What animal is that? Like, what is a like designed after?
Look, tell us in chat. if you're in chat, tell us what a Clodsire actually is. But yeah, no, again, it is adorable, and we love to see it. And I think, just again, really well played from Fishy Legs too. But it's not the end for Bragio, because this is the winners bracket. So he will move on into the losers round, and where he can fight and try and make his way back into the regional. But it is a double elimination regional here, so it means that once you've lost your game twice, you are out. However, if you are in that winners bracket, that's where you want to be, because it means less matches. It means you can proceed a little bit more cruisier all the way through. In the losers, you've got to play double your matches all the way to try and get to that grand final. So it's a bit of a tough run, but doesn't mean he's out.
Yeah, I liken it to telling Google Maps, take me the shortest route versus take me the scenic route.
It is a very scenic route, isn't it? You get to have a chat with players. You can see what other people are bringing out. So, and you get a bit, if anything, a lot of seasoned players that run the losers bracket, they almost get a bit more confidence with their gameplay. And I find that you can see a lot of bracket resets in regionals, because they're just building more and more confidence. When the winners round, because it's less, you're kind of like, oh, well, okay, I did well. Haven't had that big challenge. Where in the losers, you're like, this is all or nothing, because if I don't win, that means that I'm out. So that pressure is on in that losers bracket.
On the other hand, though, I think it can also fray the nerves. Like, if you're constantly in fight or flight mode, where, you know, if you lose, you're done, you're out, then that can kind of play on your nerves a little too much, and over time that can maybe decrease your performance level. So there's kind of good positives and negatives to making it through that run. Yeah,
look, regionals or any form of these kind of tournaments, they are a marathon. It's not just like, you know, you play a bit and you just stop. It's not like, say, for example, GBL, you do your 5 sets for the day. That's like 2 hours of your day. This is a whole day run. If you are in the top 2, top 4 even, it's a very, very long day. So you've got to pace yourself. And actually, it's a battle not just of competition of gameplay, but it's a battle of mental will as well, because you got to make sure that you still have the capacity to keep going. And the best players are the ones ones that can go all the way to the end of the marathon and make it all the way to be champion.
Yeah, and that's an underrated skill. I feel like it's you got to get a good night's sleep. You got to keep your health up.
Yes,
You can't like have a late one at the pub the night before because
Oh my goodness.
you won't do as well. Like that will affect your performance. It doesn't feel like it.
Look, I think some people are built different and that works for them. But I think it's all the things leading up to it. And I always attribute to great players as building up credits over time. So they have played previous, let's say, locals, because we start at the bottom level with locals, cups and challenges that you can just verse people in your area to build up a bit of that confidence and get a bit of that game and skill play. And then now you go into these regionals where you are versing people that are more interested in the higher levels. So you get a little bit more experience there. So I don't think champions are built overnight. I think they are definitely over time where they are building their skill sets bit by bit to get to these points where, you know, when people say like, oh, this person came out of nowhere and then like shot up to the top, I'm like, they never did. And I believe there's all these like things that happen in the night where people are slowly just working on themselves, working on their gameplay to get to that level. And one of those, like I said, is Fishy Legs 2, where we haven't seen a lot of Fishy Legs 2. Last time we saw him was at Worlds, where he actually did play in Honolulu. Since then, he didn't do Perth after that. He did cast, however, but my point is that he's been working in the background because he's been on a tear throughout the locals in this area.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that just feels like he's been around forever. And we love to see like the old and the new as well. Like these tournaments are growing. The Oceania ones are growing just as much as you know, the ones in Europe and North America and Latin America. Yeah. It's fantastic. I'd love to see it. The fact that numbers are getting bigger and bigger each year. It means that this game is catching on. People are seeing what we see in this game, the reason why we have spent so much time and energy on this.
Yeah.
Like it's people are getting the message.
What I'm so excited is that Brisbane Regional capped at players. Yeah. Now, in the Oceania scene, sometimes we cap, sometimes we don't, but for Brisbane Regionals, we actually have 64 players. So we have reached the cap. So it means that if you want to like come down on the day and register, that ain't happening. So I think for anyone that's in the Oceania region, if you are interested in future regionals such as Melbourne in May, register now. It's already open. You can have a look on the ESL website and then register through RK9 through your details there because you don't want to miss out. You don't want to be that person that just be like, I'll get around to it later, and then you realize it's capped out because I believe it's already filling up for Melbourne. So definitely get involved if you want to get into the regional play.
Yeah, and that one's going to be a fire one as well, I think. That's I reckon we're going to have a very great mix of the best players in Oceania, the best we have to offer, as well as some new people who are seeing this maybe on stream today and being like, I want to have a go at that. Like I've got 6 Pokemon, like checking their Pokemon storage, like I can build this, I can build that as well. Yeah. And deciding to give it a go. I always encourage, give it a go. That's the main thing, right? Just give it a go.
Yeah, and look, with this Might and Mastery season, with all these new type of Pokemon as well, a lot of them are quite accessible. Such as example like Swalot. I've got a Gulpin sitting in my storage for ages that I now have evolved into a Swalot. But I was waiting for the day because I thought like, maybe it'll be usable, but now it's the time. So if you do go through your storage, you might be looking at some of these games and being like, I've got a Credilli. Or like, just sitting there like a Lilip, maybe I want to make that. So if you're sitting at home and thinking about it, have a look at your storage. And if not, go ask your community. There are community ambassadors also around Australia that have these meetups that you could meet other players that to do trades as well. Or you can come down to these kind of events. They're also spectator passes for the regionals. So if you want to bump into another Pokemon Go player, you can do a trade if you ask them nicely enough.
And people are often very happy to help, very accommodating. Everyone likes to be the one to help out another person, especially a newer person, get that Galarian Corsola with the good IVs.
Oh, yes. I did do a trade with one of the players that's playing today, Sammy P, and I traded him a Galarian Corsola, and it was a rank 3. And that was my response. I think I also screamed for him. Not for me, because it didn't happen for me. But when will it happen for me?
When will Debbie get her moment?
That's okay, one day. But like I said, it's just these trades and the camaraderie against with the players, not against rather. We're working together as a team so everyone can improve on their game, get better particular Pokemon so they can play in these particular tournaments and be more confident and have that extra bulk if need be. Because I think, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of things, sometimes it can make or break a game.
Yeah, 100%. And I particularly love seeing when people have brought something that's not as often seen as well and doing well with it. So I was a person who really enjoyed seeing like Galactica Bolton running his Chansey and the team that he built around that. Now that's not something that I'd want to see become the norm.
I do.
All right, okay.
Well, I'd like to see more of it. It's a different type of play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look, not everyone's going to be excited about a timeout strat. Some people might think it's wasting time, but hey, it is a way to win the game.
And it was different. It was unique and exciting and interesting to me, at least.
Yeah, look, it's another reason to have a watch to wear because you're going to be timing out. You want to know what time that it started, what time you can finish. But also, it gives you a chance to actually play along with the debuffs as well because when Galactica Bolton's team, they had a lot of Pokemon that could debuff, such as the Superior with Leaf Tornado. It also had, I believe, like Dugong with Icy Wind. And other particular debuffing Pokemon. And I think with that, it's just, it almost plays a little bit to the VG side of things where you have particular movesets to try and debuff so that you don't get knocked out. And I think that's a really nice thing to see in Pokemon Go because although a lot of moves almost have like a chance to debuff and like some are guaranteed, obviously like Rock Tomb now 100%. However, it's not really played into account of like how to strategize this. I think having that whole chancey setup is just another way to play and just has opened my eyes, honestly, to how to play Pokemon Go PvP.
So we are going to see the teams for the next round very soon. If we do have, we do have them right now. So let's take a look. We've got Agent Magikarp versus Service Sam 7910. So Agent Magikarp running something that was debuted on C. Leonardo's team in Stockholm, and that was the Registeel. He's got Claydol, Shadow Sableye, Azumarill, Golisopod, and the Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, and on Service Sam's side, he has the Shadow Annihilate, the Clodsire, Lapras, Shadow Zapdos, Azumarill, and Amandabuzz. Now, I believe Service Sam is coming in from Singapore. So has travelled all the way from there to Brisbane to play for this regional. So yeah, really interesting to see all these internationals coming in, especially from Asia, because with the how the Asian qualifiers play, it's very, very difficult. Now, I'm not saying that this is not difficult, but it also means that they can actually come in and play these regionals, and if they win, they get a seat on that that table for Worlds. So they're gonna. It's very all or nothing for the Asian players that come in. So it's really, really interesting to see their take and their spice as well. Because Shadow Zapdos, what are your thoughts on that, Fish?
I love it. It's so fun. It's one of those Pokemon. I call it often like a motorcycle Pokemon, where like if you're riding a motorbike, you're going hard and fast, but then if you fall off, you're going to fall off hard.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, so Zapdos for me falls into that category. Very interesting going with the Zapdos over the now more in vogue Emolga. Both very similar with their typing and coverage.
Yes.
The Drill Peck obviously coming very, very fast on the Zapdos's side. The Discharge is still coming fast, but is definitely not as hard hitting and powerful and doesn't provide as much pressure. The Emolga's relying on the acrobatics. So it's kind of a flip. With the Zapdos, the Baitia move, the lower energy move, is your flying attack, and the harder hitting one is the electric attack, the Thunderbolt. With the Emolga, it's the other way around.
Yeah, look, I like the idea of Zapdos over Emolga just because, like you said, it's a lot of fun, and it's just one of those that packs a punch, and it's also so much pressure when you see it. When you see a Shadow Zapdos, you're like, what do I do here? So it's a bit intimidating. Now, it doesn't have the actual effect of intimidate, but as a player that's receiving it, you're like, okay, Shadow Zapdos, all right, what do we do here? Yeah. So whether you pivot or you stay. So it's a very polarizing Pokemon, I feel like. Whereas Emolga has a bit more play. I think Emolga has a bit more bulk to it. Like you said, if Zapdos gets hit by something, it's probably KO'd in this circumstance. Yeah. What else do you like from Service Sam's side?
Well, I was just going to actually just make the quick comment on the Zapdos, that it looks very safe into Agent Magikarp's team as well. I'm seeing just a lot of Pokemon that... like the Claydos dealing resisted damage with the mud slaps. The Azumarill is not going to like the electric damage. The Golisopod and the Jumpluff are not going to like the flying damage as well. So it does look very, very safe. Other things on Server Sam's side, we've got the Shadow Annihilate as well, which I think is proving to be more common than the regular at the moment.
Yeah, look, I like a Shadow Annihilate. I think it's like, again, it's very similar to the Shadow Zapdos, where it has a bit of that intimidating pressure. But we know with the Shadow Annihilate, it actually does really well against something like a Talonflame, which I was really surprised with. Even if you shield, you can't get to the second fly. So actually, you can actually win against a Talonflame, which is incredible when you think about an Annihilate that is a fighting type, and then you've got like the Talonflame that is like partially a flying type, which I was amazed about because I got hit with that, and that's how I remembered.
Yeah, that's one of those things you only need to learn once, right?
Yes, and learn once and learn hard. Now, on Agent Magikarp side, again, we've noticed that they're bringing in that Registeel and now bringing into the new kind of picks from the Might and Mastery season of that Claydol and that Golisopod. So with this Claydol, we don't quite know the movesets here, but what do you expect to see?
I think more often than not, we're seeing Rock Tomb as well as Ice Beam as a second attack. There are some people, of course, going for the Scorching Sands as well. That's kind of like the default, but I've seen a lot of people make some really good points about how Ice Beam just gives you a little better coverage. You're already dealing a lot of ground damage with the Mud Slaps, so Scorching Sands often isn't quite as necessary to deal more ground damage. You want coverage. Coverage is a really, really handy tool in Pokemon.
Yeah, look, I think that is a really good moveset to have. And like you said, it just covers all bases because you know what? He's got the Clodsire there as well. And with the Ice Beam, we can like all the flying types because there are 2 on Server Sam's side's team. So it's really, really good to have that there. The other thing that Agent Magikarp has here is the Golisopod. Do you think that you'll see that come in play against server side?
It could definitely see some play. It's got pretty good matchups into Lapras, particularly if it's running Ice Beam. And I've seen just as much Ice Beam as I have Skull Bash. That's a really difficult decision that a lot of trainers have to make, bringing in a Lapras. It's got a great matchup into Annihilate as well, and a pretty good matchup into Clodsire, especially if it's running Sludge Bomb instead of Stone Edge. It obviously will be terrified of the Zapdos. It'll be like a hawk coming down, sweeping up the rodent, taking it back to its nest. The matchup against Mandibuzz is bearable if it's running Snarl. Air Slash is a bit more problematic.
Yes.
And generally not super favorable against Azumarill, but again, it has play. So it's got versatility. It's got either great matchups or playable matchups, except against that Zapdos. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Golisopod in there sooner or later.
Yeah. No, I just think it's just very interesting and seeing if we could play against Server Sam's side. Now on server, we can see on Server Sam's side, we have that Lapras. Now Lapras has been really helped during this Might and Mastery season, has a lot of bulk and a bit of coverage, and that Sparkling Aria just does so much and gets there so quickly. Do you expect it to be seen here?
Lapras is always a possibility whenever it is present. The presence of Registeel and Agent Magikarp side might be enough just on its own to scare it off. We'll see. Or maybe, Server Sam might just think, avoid the Registeel and I should be okay into the rest of the team. So it could go either way.
Yeah. And I suppose, again, both have Azumarill, which is kind of again, the most often picked. I don't foresee a regional without it.
Except in this particular situation, this is probably one of the very few situations where I'm of the Pokemon that we've talked about, on my Age of Magikarp side, Azumarill probably has one of the lesser abilities to play into Server Sam's side. He's got a few things that can handle the Azumarill quite well. As we go into match number 1, we are about to see what Pokemon either of these trainers decide to bring. We see Mandibuzz on Server Sam's side. We see Golisopod on Agent Magikarp's side. We're about to see what moves this Mandibuzz has. It is that is a Snarl by the look of it, so that is a bit easier for the Golisopod. Agent Magikarp not panicking immediately, is going to build up a bit of energy, is going to accept this Aerial Ace. Looks like it won't be shielded either.
No, will not be shielded. This Aerial Ace will connect onto the Golisopod, bring it into the yellow, and now this Golisopod can get to these Aqua Jets. Now, I believe it's got not quite back-to-back, but it can definitely get to the next one quite quickly, and this will connect with the Mandibuzz, but the Mandibuzz is so bulky, is able to handle it quite well, and now Server Sam is going for that Aerial Ace, where Agent Magikarp is like, let's protect this Golisopod.
Yeah, the Agent Magikarp wants to play out this matchup for as long as it can go, and I can see why. Look at this. We've got Registeel in the back for Agent Magikarp versus the Lapras Azumarill combination on Server Sam's side. So as soon as Server Sam sees that Registeel, there's going to be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, look, this Registeel is looking very good against Server Sam's side at the moment. My goodness, what a tongue twister. And we can get this Aqua Tail will be shielded. So the, Server Sam has decided to protect their Mandibuzz, getting to the next Aerial Ace. And I believe this will, if it connects, will knock out.
Yeah, I feel like I could hear Server Sam thinking, why is Agent Magikarp protecting this Golisopod so much? And so we saw the first shield on Mandibuzz's side. Now Agent Magikarp with a really tough choice, because both the Claydol and the Registeel won't apply really any fast attack pressure to the Mandibuzz. So it'll allow this Mandibuzz to get off maybe even a couple more attacks. So that's a bit of an unfortunate situation for Agent Magikarp that they have to deal with.
Yeah, Agent Magikarp has to make a decision here whether he just wants to try and beep and let lock on down, or wants to throw a move. But I think he might just try and lock on down. Now this Dark Pulse will connect. This Registeel is into the yellow, and it's really just trying to farm as much energy as possible, taking out this Mandibuzz. Now it's a really tough decision from Sam's side, because which water type do you bring out?
Yeah, you could go either way. You could opt to shield a Zap Cannon on the Lapras and hit it with the Sparkling Aria, or you can bring out the Azumarill, take a Zap Cannon pretty comfortably, and go for like some bubble and charge attack combination.
Yeah, look, I think what's really interesting also is Agent Magikarp has Flash Cannon as well. So that's an interesting move. And attack has fallen on the Azumarill, so this means that this Ice Beam won't hit as hard.
Wow, and just going for the Ice Beam. So the Play Rough is the harder hitting attack. We'll see how much the Ice Beam does, and it is not much. So it is going to have to take another Zap Cannon as well. Server Sam looking like they are going to just let this Azumarill go. I think maybe the plan is to try and get the Psywave down on the Lapras, which Registeel is such a bulky Pokemon. It is a very hard task. The Claydol is going to come out first, and it's going to build up to a Rock Tomb. We do see the Rock Tomb and Ice Beam combination, and of course the Claydol is going to shield the first Sparkling Aria that is going to come out, because after that the Sparkling Arias will be debuffed, and so they won't do as much damage.
They won't, but you know what? These Sparkling Arias also just are generated so quickly. This Rock Tomb doesn't connect. It's been shielded, but now, like you said, has been debuffed. That Sparkling Aria is already there. We're farming up a little bit more, just get a bit more energy, and this will connect with the Claydol.
Yeah, let's see how much this does. Is the Rock Tomb debuff going to help in this situation? It does about half damage, so it looks like it will still only need one more Sparkling Aria to get the job done against Claydol. However, Claydol does get to the Rock Tomb, and this will do a lot of damage onto the Lapras as well.
Oh my goodness.
It's not going to quite KO, but one more Mud Slap will get the job done. And the Lapras goes down. That is 1-0 to Agent Magikarp.
Well played by Agent Magikarp there. I think that Registeel was definitely the MVP of that particular match. And like you said before, it had a lot of coverage against Server Sam's team. And I think Registeel was an interesting pick, because I haven't seen a Registeel in this Might and Mastery season being played in the Play Pokemon tournament there, Fish.
Yeah, it's Steel in general, I think, has got a fair amount of play. Like, I've also seen some Melmetal being thrown around,
yes,
and it's got some it plays a similar role in a person's team. It has the same targets, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, Registeel has the advantage of being just so bulky, and it can take out something like a Talonflame a lot easier than, say, a Melmetal would be able to do. So Registeel, good pick, and I'm going to tip that one as well. I'm going to put that in the uptick basket along with Clodseye.
Yeah, and it was really interesting with Agent Magikarp's charge move set, which had the Zap Cannon and also a Flash Cannon over a close combat. Why do you think that he's chosen that instead?
The Focus Blast is not as required anymore. Maybe
Ah.
like while we had something like a Digger's Bee as being so prominent in the meta, that could have required the Focus Blast from you.
Yeah.
I can't think of too much that is weak to Focus Blast, but not Zap Cannon. So, for example, Lapras, you can just throw the Zap Cannon, right?
Yes.
And the Flash Cannon has just a little bit less energy cost requirement, so that can make a difference in like tight situations where you can get to that just a little bit quicker. It's got the same type of attack bonus as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the reasons you might want to go for that move over the Focus Blast.
Yeah, no, I think it's just really interesting and really cool to see. It just has that little bit extra coverage, and I believe also it will have same tacker type bonus with that Registeel. So it's not one that I've seen, I suppose, conventionally, but in this meta, maybe that's the conventional move now. Like, maybe he's a trendsetter. We'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Now, if you were Server Sam right now, you've just come and you're now 0-1. What do you do?
Well, try not to be triple weak into Registeel.
I mean, like that Registeel looked very, very good. So do we expect Agent Magikarp to bring it out again? Because I think that's a really confident pick.
Yeah. So it's going to be a bit of a mind game now because like Server Sam is kind of pressured into bringing either the Clodsire or the Annihilate, but that thought might make it more predictable.
Yes.
So then maybe Sam might decide, well, that might be too obvious. So maybe I'm going to try. Maybe he brings the Zapdos instead, which has a bit more neutral play into the Registeel. It's still not the best, but
it could do maybe a soft loss where it can bring that Registeel quite low, so that something else could finish it up. That would be if set up in the beginning in a poor matchup.
Yeah, which is what Azumarill had to try and do in that game as well. Had to take out the rest of the Registeel. Here is battle number 2. What are we going to see? Registeel comes straight out into Azumarill. Registeel is having such a great time. This minty green Registeel is against the matchup that it wants to be in. We do see the Zapdos is on Server Sam's side in the back and the Annihilate.
Yeah, we do. So obviously he can't straight switch out into that Annihilate because it might mean that he's going to be extremely weak and that Agent Magikarp could bring something else to counter that immediately. These Ice Beams will connect with this Registeel as it generates so much energy because these lock-ons are just not doing that much damage to the Azumarill, but these Zap Cannons will if they do connect. And Server Sam decides not to shield and lets it go. This Azumarill's now into the yellow.
No debuff this time on the attack of the Azumarill, so the Azumarill just gets to keep plugging away with the bubbles and ice beams. Unfortunately, this Registeel can take it all day long. Look at that. It's the second ice beam now only just takes it into the yellow. The Flash Cannon is going to take out the rest of this Azumarill, and Sam has just decided to throw the Azumarill to the wolves. Just does not care about the Azumarill in this battle, Debbie.
Yeah, the Azumarill is gone from the field, and now we can see this Shadow Annihilate get straight switched out into this Shadow Zapdos against this Golisopod. Golisopod now going for the Aqua Jet, and because how but fragile this Zapdos is, it decides to shield.
Yeah, so that's an interesting situation. The Drill Peck is obviously super effective and will take out a Golisopod, but the Aqua Jet is going to do so much damage into the Zapdos that you're forced to shield anyway, and so the real crux of this particular matchup is the fact that the Zapdos came out first and just has a little bit of an energy lead and also gets to the Drill Pecks a little bit quicker than what the Golisopod can get to the Aqua Jets.
Yeah, which are actually both very, very fast charge attacks to get to. Now, it's just that all these fast attacks against this Golisopod is chunking away at this the Zapdos against the Golisopod. Now, Agent Magikarp decides not to shield, lets the Golisopod go, and now the Registeel comes back in, Fish.
Yeah, so the Registeel's going to have to take a Thunderbolt. I don't think it's going to get to... Or a Drill Peck as well. So Sam is deciding that the Drill Peck will either be shielded or is it going to be enough to take out the Registeel? It does get shielded in the end, but that Registeel is surely going to get to an attack before the next attack can come out from the Zapdos. It does, and that Zapdos is unfortunately going to lose all that energy.
Yeah, look, there's no Protect Shields in play here, so it means that it's really... Server Sam has got that Annihilate, though, but now Agent Magikarp straight switches out into the Claydol. He doesn't want him to have any farm at all, and now that these Rage Fists will probably connect. Yes, it will connect because there's no Protect Shields in play. This is super effective, Fish.
Yeah, so it is going to take a couple of Rage Fists to take out this Claydol, and that Claydol is closing in on its charge attack. You saw how much damage the Mud Slaps were doing to the Annihilate, so this Ice Beam surely is going to be enough to take out the Annihilate, and I think Agent Magikarp is going to walk away against Server Sam, a winner well done to Agent Magikarp.
Yeah, 2-0 for Agent Magikarp in this game here, and congratulations to his win. And again, server Sam, I will get that name right eventually, is off to the losers bracket where he can still fight and make his way back into the tournament. But what a play from Agent Magikarp. I think that Registeel has been such a crucial pick for him, for his team, and coupling it with that Claydol in game 2 was just, I think it was just like, mwah, like chef's kiss there.
Yeah, totally. Just proving that you bring the right Pokemon on the day, you can run through some teams. It's just so hard to cover against everything in Pokemon Go.
Absolutely hard to cover. And I think with that, just with that play, and even with the Golisopod, did a lot of work as well. And look, again, these are some really high-skilled plays. Agent Magikarp has been to Worlds before. He has won a regional before as well. So these players are really trying to fight their way in to try and get up and up closer to that top 16, top 12, top 8. So it's going to be a long day, but it's going to be well worth it.
Yeah, hopefully they can maintain their mental stamina for that entire day. By the time we get finished up, it'll probably be, time for Melbourne regionals. But if they can manage to maintain that mental fitness, then that will put them in a very good position. That will give them a huge advantage over, say, someone else who might not have as much experience or as much of that ability to maintain that mental focus.
Yeah, and look, I think we've had some great plays here. We're going to go for a short break, bring back the other casters of Steve and Stumpy, as we're going to play all through this Brisbane regional. It's going to be a pretty long one, and I think it's going to be really exciting, so stay tuned.
The Might and Mastery season just dropped with some huge attack updates, and they're already shaking up the Play Pokemon Championship Series meta. Some attacks were buffed, others nerfed, and some just play a bit differently, but all of them bring significant changes to the landscape of PvP. Let's break it all down. One of the biggest winners of the update was Rock Tomb. This move now deals more damage, costs less energy, and still guarantees an attack debuff to your opponent. That's a massive improvement to Pokemon like Claydol and Forretress, giving them better defensive play and a stronger presence in battles. But the biggest benefactor is Credilli, which has shot straight to the top of the Open Great League meta. It's everywhere right now. Speaking of buffs, Hex now generates more energy and does more damage, making ghost types like Dusclops and Dusknoir much scarier. Faster access to their charge attacks means they can apply pressure like never before. Then there's Acrobatics, which now costs less energy. Jumpluff was already strong, but that makes it an even faster and more dangerous threat in Great League, as well as giving Emolga a bit more play. One of the most unexpected shakeups was Dazzling Gleam, which scored an energy cost reduction. This makes it the go-to move for Togetic, but more importantly, it was given to Sableye, giving it very handy coverage against opposing Dark types. Aqua Jet also got a damage buff, helping Pokemon like Golisopod apply more water-type pressure in the right matchups. But not every change was a buff. Rollout got nerfed, applying less damage than before. That's a hit for Pokemon that rely on it, but it's still a useful move, and interestingly, it's been given to Blastoise, which is a strict upgrade for that Pokemon. We'll have to see how it rolls out. Get it? Like, rolls out? Like, plays out? Never mind, I can't work with you people. Meanwhile, Dynamic Punch got buffed. It now costs less energy and was given to both Dusknoir and Grumpig. Grumpig in particular has skyrocketed in the rankings. With the added addition of Psywave, it's gone from an afterthought to a meta contender overnight. Lapras also picked up Sparkling Aria and Psywave, and the results speak for themselves. It's undeniably meta now. It already had strong bulk, and these new additions only make it even more formidable. Another sneaky improvement was Sludge, which got buffed, and that means Pokemon like Galarian Weezing are even stronger. Plus, Swalot and Swampert now have access to it, adding more poison-type versatility to their kits. And we'd be remiss not to mention the little cutie Ferret, which picked up 2 new tools in Swift and Trailblaze. While it's not a meta-defining pick, you will see it from time to time, and it's always fun to see underappreciated Pokemon getting new options. Finally, Ribombee got access to the Fast Attack Charm, which is a huge game changer in this current meta, am I right guys? Guys? That's a lot of changes, and we're only just starting to see how they'll impact the meta moving forward. What do you think? Are any of these updates game changers for your team? Don't forget to get involved in the conversation, and until next time, good luck on the battlefield, and may the leads be in your favour.
Just nudge me when it's. G'day, battlers. Oh, wait, that's your line.
Oh, sorry. G'day, battlers. We are back. It's me, Josh Starrett, joined by Ryan over here. Or we can call ourselves PvP Steve and Stumpy.
Yeah.
It's probably less confusing that
It
way.
is far less confusing.
But the Brisbane Regionals is still ongoing, and there are a lot of really good battles to go. And I've been really impressed by the level of gameplay that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, such early in the tournament, sometimes it's a bit slow going, but we've had unbelievable round one and then some great battles following that. So I've seen some unique things, Shadow Zapdos, the Registeel coming back. It's like it's 5 seasons ago. It's great to see.
I love the Registeel coming back. I was actually, funny story. I was, on my plane from Newcastle up here to Brisbane, and I sit down in my seat, and who happens to be sitting next to me but Agent Magikarp? Purely coincidence. We didn't know we were on the same plane. We didn't know that we were in the next seats right next door, but there we were. And so the whole flight, I'm just grilling him. Like, tell me everything. Tell me about your team. Tell me about your takes on the meta. Let me understand what is going through the mind of a regional champion.
Yes.
Like, what are your thoughts? And I found it so funny that he was running a Sableye, Azumarill, Registeel team.
Yeah.
It's 2025. What are we doing?
Back to 2021. Yeah. Season 1 of the game, basically. That's had some staples from the early GBL as well. We had Registeel and Azumarill basically every team. Unfortunately, Altaria hasn't been there since, unfortunately. It's missed the cup, but we do have some of the old staples, which is good to see. It's good to see some of the same Pokemon, doing their thing.
Yeah, that's right. And to be honest with you, I feel like Altaria could make a comeback if it really wanted to. It's got a chance. I mean,
they need to give it Earthquake. Earthquake, I believe it does have Earthquake, so that could be a fun one. Just a hint, nudge, nudge. Let's get some new movesets in.
Okay, well, look, maybe Stumpy's got his wish list ready for the next season, but we're barely into the Might and Mastery season, so we'll get
a little too far ahead. We can just let it happen.
Look, and I mean, even after the Brisbane Regional Championship, the Melbourne Regional Championship is also going to be in the Might and Mastery season a little bit later in May. So we've got a lot of this meta to, thrive in and enjoy. And as long as you can avoid all of those Ice Beam users, I feel like Altaria could still give it a run.
100%.
Maybe. I don't know. I
don't think so. The Dragons are on the way out, unfortunately. There's plenty of carnage for it, but I think that, who knows?
Yeah, Guzzlord did pretty well.
I know. There's now Swallow in the meta, which we've pointed out. Anything can happen.
That's very true. We could expect any Pokemon to be good. Do you actually have a wish list? Like, is there a Pokemon that you want to be good more than anything?
Typhlosion.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately Typhlosion's been whacked out of the meta. It had a brief stint, and although I'd really actually, if I'd like, we got Skeledirge. We do have the Hisuian form of. A few of the Hisuian forms could pop up. Samurott, I like the Hisuian, all of them. Any of those that pop up in the meta, I'd like. So wish list would be to buff the sort of newer stuff that's come into the gen sort of just in between Gen 8 and 9. So I'd like to see Hisuian Typhlosion be good, but it's basically just like, I guess, no accessibility compared to Skeledirge, but similar thing.
Yeah.
That'd be top of my wish list.
There was some, in a recent event, you could get a Great League Hisuian Typhlosion ready to go. I've certainly got mine. I'll be ready for it to be a hardcore meta. Yeah. Definitely be building it straight away. But one thing we can look to, because it looks like we'll be getting our battlers are sort of getting themselves underway. One thing we can look at is maybe, we've obviously talked about a lot about the Pokemon that have been succeeding in the meta. The Pokemon have been showing themselves to be so strong. But what happens when a Pokemon keeps being so strong but just doesn't quite hit that championship title? When they hit these top 8 placements again and again and again, and they don't quite make it? Because, Stumpy, there's a lot of them.
There is a good group of them, and I'm glad that we can show off the things that maybe someone wants to take out of this category and bring to the next regional, and maybe we can see some love for those. Yeah,
so we can see here, this is sort of adding up all of the Pokemon across the 2025 season in all of the North American, Latin American, European, and Oceanic regionals. And of course, it'll start to include the Asian qualifiers as they hit their playoffs as well. But we've got here the Pokemon that have got a lot of top 8 placements, but have not yet got that victory. And right at the top, Goodra, which, to be honest with you, Stumpy, it's been pretty good for quite a few seasons, but it's never quite been there.
Yeah, so it's one of the more bulky dragons in the meta. It's good. It's got some good coverage. You've got things like Thunder Punch. You can even go for a bit of a Sludge Wave if you're going really rogue and want to really punch the grass and fairies that are usually threats. And it's an interesting one to see there. It's 9 placements is incredible. We've got 2 electric flying.
Yeah,
it's quite interesting to see. Emolga, we've said the little bird versus big bird.
I mean, look, I think Zapdos is one that it really picked up in the Latin American region and was doing so well in that last season. I know we saw, people, the likes of LNDS Harjeff were running that Shadow Zapdos especially, and it was doing so much work.
Just demand shields. Just really, it's one of those things that you've got to respect it. If you don't have any fast move pressure for it, it's faster moves. hits really hard, and as we saw, it was utilized last game really, really well.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think it was a regular Zapdos because it could take counters a little bit better from the Annihilate. Was the big
Shocking
idea.
that a resisted counters are doing that much damage, but here we are.
Yeah, it does tell you. I mean, actually, if you look at this graphic, there are quite a few Pokemon that are a little bit on the squishier side. So Pokemon like that Zapdos that don't love taking a lot of hits. And so maybe when there's a lot of really spammy damage, it does put them in a little bit of a bind. Now, Sableye is an interesting one because I believe that most of these top 8 placements were before it got buffed.
Yeah.
So this was back, when everyone was running that Power Gem Shadow Sableye, I think is actually the majority of these Sableyes. And now it's sort of been given the tools. It's been given the Foul Play buff, where it's a lot quicker, a lot spammier, and it's been given that Dazzling Gleam that can really make Sableye such a powerful Pokemon in the current meta. So I don't expect Sableye to be hanging out on this graphic for much longer.
No, I can see that one there's potential that we could see that one knock off the graphic today. I do like Pangoro as well with there's less Charmers floating around now. There's still a few flyers, but a lot of it's just one of those, another one that with close combat debuff moves like that, it demands respect, and it's good to see on there. I can see that thing being something that we could see push into a regional win.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, there's a few things here like Claydol. Claydol is really only here because the meta has only just begun. I think that it's really ripe and ready to go to try and get a regional championship. It'll obviously, I don't think it got a single top 8 before Might and Mastery. Let's put it that way. It's a bit of a fresh break.
I'm not surprised. But things like Skarmory is a bit of a throwback as well, something like that. It had the adjustment from it used to be a staple of an air slash user, and now it's with the Steel Wing buff, and it's a good Pokemon, but again, it just can't quite get over the line because again, it is with its typing can be a little bit polarizing, and now with Corviknight, it's got some competition with that typing.
Yeah, I know it's a Pokemon that I ran at the Gdansk Regional Championship. I really thought that it could be so good, but in some sense, it really can get caught in a bit of a bad spot against a lot of Pokemon. So it can be a bit of a scary bring, and especially in this current metagame where we are seeing a lot of big threats to it. I mean, the fact that Skeleturge is apparently still sort of crawling around. I mean, to be fair, this is an Australian regional here, so maybe it makes sense that we've got some proc action
in the northern side of Australia.
Yeah,
makes
that
complete sense.
It makes a lot of sense. And I guess the other Pokemon that really stands out to me here is that Galarian Weezing, because it's another one that sort of fits in a similar bucket to Swallow. I just like that it looks a little bit goofy.
The puffy mustache. So again, a great Pokemon. It's really again flexibility movesets. You got Play Rough, Brutal Swing. You've got Sludge now being buffed. There's a lot of play for it. It doesn't necessarily hard counter a whole lot of things. It's kind of there. It's good for like things like Sableye can really punish, but again, it's one of those things that I can see getting over the line as well. Fortress I really like as well. Again, double weakness of fire can really make it tough to bring, but it is one of those mons that is got a good bunch of bulk. So as long as you avoid that double weakness, you can sort of work around it. And Volt Switch being an addition fairly recently as well as that. So it's like I think Rock Tomb as well. Things with Rock Tomb to be really, really pushing through.
Yeah, it's definitely I think it's an interesting one and a Pokemon that we've seen have sort of varied success over time. I know that it was a really big Pokemon in some grassroots tournaments back in the day. Never really picked up after that until we started to see it pick up with that Volt Switch. And I want to say that Inadequates was one of the first people to really have any success with the Fortress. I believe he hit top 4 with the Fortress pick, which is just... I mean, look, there's some people out there, Inadequates is one, Z's Wireless is another, that can really pick any Pokemon in the entire Pokedex and perform well with it.
Don't sell yourself short. I've heard someone bringing Whalmer to tournaments and getting top 6. So, like, anything can happen. Any Pokemon's there. So as long as you build... That's the thing. If you want to run something, I think the whole idea is you can love it. It's just team building is what's so good about this. It's pick 3. You build around it, you protect certain things, you bring counters for those weaknesses, and it can work.
Look, strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon, those are the perceptions of weak trainers. Truly skilled trainers will win with their favorites. And so, look, if we can make Whalmer work, then we're going to be a happy guy. But, well, we haven't quite seen a top 8 from Whalmer this season. Maybe it's still to come. Who knows? You never know.
As long as, unless you're playing, I highly doubt it.
Yeah, look, I know that it's been brought by a few people in the past. I know Tomahawk UK, one of our fellow casters, did give it a run. Didn't go quite as well for him, unfortunately. But
stick to the meta.
Maybe rollout's the way to go.
But here we are. We've got the next set of battle to go. We've got Gone 1001 versus Bruh. I think Gone and Bruh will be a lot easier to go with. But we've got some again, some familiar faces, but also a couple of things that are a little bit off it. Talonflame, Superior. We've got Bruh with Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Talonflame, Superior, Chargerbug, and Claydol, which we do love.
We do love the Claydol pick.
And Gone, we've got right on cue. We've got a Galarian Weezing has popped up. We've got Lapras, which has been a staple today. Alolan Sandslash, the Shadow Annihilate, which means it's protected. the Jump Pluff Shadow and Guzzlord.
Yeah.
Now
Now,
sticking out.
look, Gon is a player that I think I would put him as one of the best underrated players in the Oceanic region. He's someone that qualified for the World Championships for the first time in the 2024 season, made a crazy run through to get there, and he's just such a strong and consistent battler. Unfortunately, I have to face him in my locals, so I know how tricky it can be. But
he's been around for a long time. Grassroots tournaments back as far as 2018, and he's been around for a long time, and it's a formidable battler. And yeah, this is definitely a strong team and definitely will be a tough opposition for anyone in the tournament.
Yeah. Now, the first Pokemon that really draws my eye on Gon's team is the Guzzlord. Because obviously Guzzlord has really interesting coverage into, you've got good neutral play into Pokemon like the Drapion, like the Superior, like the Talonflame, even the Chargebug, even though Xyzer is running around, you do resist the Volt switches, or sometimes Sparks that do come through. And so it does put it in a really interesting position. You've also got super effective damage for the Claydol. And so in some sense, it's kind of just the Azumarill that you really want to avoid, and also the Chargebug. You don't really want to get into that matchup.
Like you said, resisting Volt Switch, you are able to survive an Xyzer quite hard. So it still does require 2 moves, and you do outpace you can get yourself to a Brutal Swing or a Dragon Claw. So it's not the worst position to be in. The big red flag is the Azumarill, which is a hard counter to it that will put you in a pretty tough position with double super effective player-offs just completely one-shotting it.
Yeah, and something that we're seeing time and time again, Stumpy, is if you look at Gon's team, tell me where the hard Azumarill counter is. It's not there. There's no hard counter for the Azumarill. You've got something like, the Shadow Jump Pluff that is there, that is obviously, you've got that access to big damage that you can hit the Azumarill with, but you're really, really frightened of that Ice Beam. And so it just feels like Gon doesn't have I've looked over one Pokemon. There's
a chimney that would have a word with you, I think, about how resisting. But in saying that, Ice Beam still does hit it. It's not necessarily a hard counter. There's nothing really hard countering Azumarill, unfortunately. It seems that in the current meta, it just is very strong, and which is why we're seeing it's one of the more consistent picks. We're seeing a bulky water type with Lapras seems to be popping up on most teams or a lot of teams, sometimes both. So it's good to see Azumarill again. Good if you like the thing, but again, it's one of those Pokemon that has to be respected, and it seems like people seem to forget that it does exist and of bringing not the hardest of checks, but that's all right. I think that the Weezing potentially could come, but again, the same thing. Weezing does have some targets there that it does actually look quite good across the board. To be honest, there's it's not taking a whole lot of damage apart from the Claydol, which will be hard counter it basically.
Yeah, something that I'm really noticing in this dynamic between Bra's team and Gon's team is that there's a lot of I'll be good if I face these 5 Pokemon, but not this sick. Yeah. So Galarian Weezing, obviously one example, the Azumarill another. And then if you look at something like the Alolan Sandslash, you've got great matchups into the Drapion, into the Superior. You don't love the Claydol matchup, but you do still have that super effective Ice Punch damage that you can do in return. Chargebug's pretty good.
Resist everything against Azumarill, charge move wise, so unless they're running Hydro Pump, which is less common at the moment, but you do have the double weakness to the Talonflame, which is always really tough to do. Any double weakness is so tough. But we will dive straight into battle. We do have the Bunny out immediately into an Annihilate, so a really good matchup here for Bra.
Yeah, now Shadow Annihilate obviously does have the option here to go for that 2-shield, Rage Fist through, do as much damage as you possibly can, because if you look at the back line, that Lapras looks quite strong into the Talonflame, and the Guzzlord quite strong into the Drapion.
Yeah, most definitely. And if the Guzzlord being in the back, it doesn't want to see this Azumarill. So maybe a bit of a plan from Gon. If he does see the Azumarill, he can just 2-shield through or try to get some damage across, and that'll leave the Guzzlord safe in the back.
Yeah, and it looks like that might be what we're going for. The fact that Gon is still going ahead with his Annihilate, it really feels like he wants to get that switch advantage. He wants to take that Azumarill out of this game. And with the Protect Shield coming up against the Ice Beam, here comes Rage Fist number 2, and they're not going to get any weaker from here.
No, absolutely. Bumping up, ramping up. So dangerous if you can give it 2 shields in the lid like this. Really good. Not the worst spot for Gon. And yeah, clearly a strategy. It does make a catch of an Ice Beam, double resisted catch onto the Lapras. So what a great heads up play from Gon there.
Yeah, not only a nice catch, but look at Bra's team. There isn't a hard check here. Yeah. We're actually going into the Talonflame, which is such a scary position to be. You know that you have access to this heavy-hitting Brave Bird that can really hurt the Lapras, but these Sparkling Arias are going to hit so hard.
Yeah, not the best counter swap available, but there wasn't really a great option anyway, and he knows the Azumarill needs to be there for the Annihilate later on because he's got 2 things that are quite weak to the back, and unfortunately the pacing of the Incinerators there allows the second Sparkle Area to come through before any energy is thrown from the Talonflame.
Yeah, I think Bra was maybe just hoping that maybe Gon wouldn't throw a move too quick, but now we do see the Drapion coming in to try and get some heavy damage into the Drapion. Obviously, a crunch will do a nice chunk to the Lapras. We will be able to hold on to a Sparkling Aria, but it's going to do a lot, Stumpy.
Yeah, the Shadow Drapion just... Oh, and another catch
my
Gone,
gosh.
playing with the Swish Clock. With any delay, he will jump all over that advantage, and resisted crunch coming in. That's 2 unreal catches from Gone.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Bra at all. Gon is now going to get a full farm down against that Drapion, and now it is all down to Azumarill.
And look at the moveset. We've got a sludge bomb Guzzlord. So what I said was a hard wall is no longer a hard wall. We're going to see a Guzzlord KO and Azumarill with a sludge bomb. That is not something we see every stream.
Yeah, this is a bit of new tech that we're seeing. Guzzlord able to take down the Azumarill, and Gon really just playing incredibly well there, making every catch possible.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, as someone that has, again, had to play Gon again and again and again, that is a strategy that Gon is really, really good at. He loves to play around with his switch timers.
Yeah.
He loves to play around with every single Pokemon. He knows, he's so confident in where his energy lies and where your energy lies, and he's expecting that you're going to lose it.
Yeah, it's a man of numbers, and if he's going to find small margins, and that's just prove it. 2 really good catches that game to get rid of really an unfavorable lead. Azumarill was very strong against 2 of his Pokemon, and he just withered away with the moves, like with the pumped up Rage Fist encounters, and allowed his Guzzlord to thrive in the back, even with, and good, that Sludge Bomb. What a play.
Yeah. Now, obviously, Bra's team was a little bit weak to that Lapras.
Yes.
In that there really wasn't a hard counter there. You had neutral play from the Drapion, the neutral play from the Talonflame, even though you really don't want those Sparkling Warriors to come through, and even neutral play from the Azumarill. But 3 neutrals against the Pokemon that has an energy advantage doesn't always go your way.
No, definitely not. And that's why I think we might see an adjustment here to something like a Superior that might be a little bit, has nice aerial ace coverage for the Annihilate that we saw that game. A bit tough against Guzzlord, especially with Sludge Bomb, but still neutral damage. There's still some neutral aerial ace, even if they're not hitting quite hard. Maybe it's something more consistent that we'll see here. And now that the Jump Luff and the Sand Slash were on the bench game 1 and the Poison type, so all 3 things that were the hardest hitters for the Superior were left at the line, maybe it's time that you sort of risk chucking that in there and see how you go.
Yeah, potentially one other way that you could go is bringing in the Charger Bug. Charger Bug has really interesting coverage in obviously you've got good play into the Lapras and the Guzzlord that we just saw, but also not too bad into the Annihilate with that bug type resisting fighting. But game number 2, we have the Azumarill into the Alolan Sand Slash, and look, this is going to be a battle of resisted damage here because there is not a lot that these battlers are going to do to each other.
Yeah, but we do see a Shadow Claw here, so it's a much more favourable matchup for the instead of the Powder Snow variant. So Shadow Claw's coming through, the damage will ramp up surprisingly, so it will take less sort of effort to get through this instead of the Powder Snow being really resisted by something as bulky as Azumarill. But player come through here resisted, non-Shadow, not really threatening, so we'll probably see this left alone.
Yeah, look, we can take those player ups all day, every day. Alolan Sand Slash definitely in a bit of an advantageous position here with the neutral drill runs that are going to be doing quite a bit of damage to this Azumarill. Bra deciding to let it go, which is the right play because you do get to hang on with that Azumarill. But the question now becomes, Stumpy, look again at the back lines because it's looking a little bit interesting. Okay, Azumarill is going to employ the Protect Shield this time around. Does want to get that one last move to try and take out the Alolan Sand Slash because we have quite a bit of energy here. But if you can get that Charge Bug onto the Lapras, you're looking really good. But
we can see that I can see Gon's head ticking now that we see the Lapras coming here for a farm down after last game if that's where we get to. But it looks like the draw is going to outpace, so Gon will be happy to take switch advantage and then go ahead with that. But now we've left in a position where we don't have a really solid check for the Guzzlord. Even we have got a switch alignment, especially not having switch alignment. Gon has secured that. Drapion will come in for a farm down here. So this will be nice couple of sort of moves to get ahead. And it'll be interesting to see which way Gon goes here.
Yeah.
Has gone for the Guzzlord.
Makes sense going into the Guzzlord here. You're obviously resisting both the Aqua Tails and the Crunches. You're able to do a lot of damage, get a lot of energy as well. But Bra doesn't know this yet, but this Charger Bug needs to do a lot of work. It needs to take down not only this Guzzlord, but also the Lapras in the back. But we're already starting by taking a little bit of damage, which going into a Guzzlord with energy, I don't know if Charger Bug can do it.
No, I think it's a really big uphill battle for the Charger Bug. He's got a lot of energy on the Drapion, which might come in handy for the Lapras later, but 2 shields for the Guzzlord here is super strong and a big energy advantage.
Yeah, and the Brutal Swing is going to keep adding up as well. There is still that Protect Shield on Bra's side, and as much as, Bra hasn't seen the Lapras yet, it is definitely a big threat that they have to be considering. Here it comes, the Lapras potentially trying to catch the X's here, but Bra actually held on. Now going to be throwing that discharge that will do a lot of super effective damage. But here is the power of Lapras, Stumpy, because this Lapras will hold on with so much health remaining.
Comfortably, and will outpace the next move. So what a great spot for the Lapras. This is why you bring the bulky version. A lot of people are going for against the Shadow for this reason. Not in a position where it'll be farmed down now, and we'll be able to get the move off before the next comes through. A lot of energy on this Dracoviz, so the crunch will come through. So we'll do a lot of damage. It'll get very, very close to KOing if it doesn't. Shield does come up. The second move will come through immediately, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's all about protecting that last little bit of HP here with the Drapion. He's going to be able to throw this crunch into the Lapras, doing a lot of neutral damage. The Lapras isn't going to get KO'd, and now it is just back to the Guzzlord, into the Drapion. A great matchup for the Guzzlord. We resist the Aqua Tail. We can Dragon Tail all the way down, and just to make it a little bit cleaner, gone 1001, probably going to employ a little bit of a charge move throw here. Throw the resisted Sludge Bomb, and this should be more than enough to get the KO into the Drapion.
Most definitely, that was one for the fans. We do love it. we do love throwing a resisted move to end a game like that. So well played to Gon, a solid victory. And but Bra put up a good fight in the second game. A good couple of catches in first game. He did make some adjustments, and unfortunately just met a really good player of Gon. So expect to see a good run from Gon through the lower bracket. But we'll head back to the winner's side, I believe, after this.
Yeah, I think we're going to be jumping back into the winner's bracket. A little bit of spoilers, but I think we're going to get to see another regional champion racing our
rolling them all out today.
Yeah, but there's so many of them here, Stumpy.
Exactly right. It's all at it.
I mean, we've got Valiant Vish, we've got Rick Flareon, we've obviously got Agent Magikarp here as well. Avrip is playing. I mean, the numbers keep going up and up and up, especially when, you've got someone like Rick Flareon who has 2 titles to his name.
Yeah, exactly right. He's a high caliber player, and he's proved it on every stage, small stage, as far as grassroots, and then all the way to the top of the world. So, solid battler, and we'll expect to see some good things from him.
Yeah, and by the way, Rick Flareon, just another local of mine. I mean, these feel like the most stacked locals in the country. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really not quite fair for us little guys that have to come against these guys at regionals. But hey, bring them all, come all challenges. But it'd be easier if you don't bring Welmer. But where's the fun in that?
Yeah, exactly right. Sometimes you do just have to have a bit of fun with it. Maybe I should take credit, right? Maybe it's all due to my own influence that I'm allowing these battlers to get so many championship points at my locals, right? Like, Rick, I know how much you need the points. You've got that #1 leaderboard spot in the Oceanic region. I can help you out. I'll run Whaler. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, here's some charity points for you. Rick Flareon definitely needs. They definitely will be able to get them without your assists. So
no,
that's all right. You're a generous guy, generous man. Running streams, building dreams, let's say.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if it works once, it can work again.
Exactly
we'll find the success one day. But as we sort of approach these next battles, something I do want to mention that is sort of maybe coming out in this Might and Mastery season as well is you might not have an answer to this. Do you think that this meta is starting to condense already? Or do you think that it's still shooting off in a million different directions?
I think there's still enough flexibility with a lot of those things that are at that 20 to 25% usage are still popping up a bit. So I think that it will sort of condense towards the back half of the season. I think we'll see a little bit of adjustment. Melbourne's over a month away, and then there's obviously some events in between. I think we'll still see. I think they're trending towards bulky water types being the mainstay that I'm noticing so far. Things like Lapras and Azumarill seem to be popping up a lot. But I can see that there's a lot of ways to go because when there's always things like that happen, I can see a couple of harder counters to Azumarill popping up. Maybe more counter users because of the Lapras, things like that, or harder hitting electric types, which we've got things like Charge Bug doesn't really have the output. It's bulky, but doesn't have the output to really pressure a Lapras. But things like Shadow Zapdos, without things like Ice Shard's now no longer an issue because it's got Sparkling Arrow, so it's not quite as much faster pressure on the flying electrics. So I can see things like Zapdos being there because they, especially if you're ambitious enough running Zap Cannon, you can as well. You got that chance to really get some things off the park if we're going for rogue move sets. But I think there will be some more things to combat those really bulky water types. Would probably be my prediction if I had to make one.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense because it is so tough. And it's something that, again, we saw all the way through Stockholm. We are seeing again here in Brisbane is that when someone is running that Azumarill or they're running that Lapras, it's pretty tough to get through even when you have the neutral answers, just because they're so bulky. I mean, we saw a discharge from a Charger Bug hit that Lapras. It brought it down to half health.
It's interesting because it's like there's a lot of things like the less bulky mons. You sort of get a lot of times where good matchups you'll be able to hit with one charge move, maybe shield once if you have to, and then you can look at a farm down and you've got a lot of energy load. It seems like now you're not really having with those sort of mons. You sort of have to look at maybe over farming more and then getting it lower before I can throw the next move, so that I'm not just like throwing all my energy and then not having anything for the next Pokemon to come in. So I think that it's going to really benefit the players that are really good with their counts and good with their timing and really take advantage of those 3 and 4 turf moves and things like that.
Yeah, I 100% agree. One more thing. In this Might and Mastery season, it does really feel like it is all about that fact. I think it's more skill expression.
Yeah.
Is what's really showing itself in this season. It's not just like, oh, yeah, look, I've picked the 6 mons and I'm just getting lucky. It's not about, if I can land my Talonflame on a Alolan Sandslash, I'm going to kick back, take my win, and call it a day. But no, it really is coming down to that skill expression. It is being able to keep track of your own energy and your opponent's energy. It's people like Gone who can sort of like not only just keep track of everything, but do it in such a domineering way where it's constantly you are deciding how this match is going. Yeah. You are calling the tempo of the match. You're reading your opponents to know like, hey, I think I can swap into my Lapras here, and I don't think that you're going to have a hard counter for it. And even if you do, I'll be ready in the back.
Yeah, it's nice having the this is probably the best part about this season. In past seasons, you've seen match where it's just sort of the progression of like lead, hard counter, and good alignment in the back, you win. Now it's seeing more use of switch timers. If you're having to ship stuff to make sure you're locking in matchups that it's better, you then are leaving the door open for that 50-second time to come into play more. And the good players do pounce on that. You can then catch a move while the time is still delayed, then get ahead of the next one, even if it's not a positive matchup. Things like Kanto Marowak of getting 3 or 4 months ups ahead. If something comes in, it's maybe a bad matchup, but now you're so far ahead, like a water type might come into it, but it's now eating a rock slide if it's a Lapras. It's now being forced to make other decisions. You might have to go to the other Pokemon that might resist or take neutral damage. Mm-hmm. It's allowing more flexibility, and I think this is probably the strongest meta we've had in that way, I think, for a long time.
Yeah, I completely agree. It really does feel like this game is moving in such a strong direction in the competitive circuit, in the sense that we are getting these metas that are really encouraging skilled gameplay, that are encouraging people to know like the best of the best are going to continue to win and win again because they're being given these opportunities to really prove how much they know about this game, how they can employ their Pokemon, and how they can use these strategies to defeat their opponents. It's just an absolute pleasure to watch, and it looks like we are going to be coming up with some even more great battles, because the next one is another bit of it's an East Coast rivalry, I suppose you could say.
Yes.
In that we're going to have Rick Flareon, 2-time regional champion. He won both the Melbourne Regional Championship back in 2022 and then also won the Perth Regional Championship in 2024. So,
he goes everywhere.
Wherever
the battles are, he'll be there and putting on a strong showing.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, as you said before, World Championship, great success over there as well. Here, I used to bring out this statistic all the time, in that Rick Flareon and Its Accent were the only 2 battlers in the world that for 2 World Championships in a row, they were in the top 16 twice.
Yeah,
they were the only 2.
It's incredible effort to keep that standard up for such a long period of time. And like I said, he's still coming to the tournament, still doing really well. And no surprise that he's finding himself in winners round 3 at the moment.
Yeah, exactly right. And so Rick Flareon is going to be taking on Keb Nemo here, a Brisbane local, someone that's been putting in a lot of work to build up the local scene and really just show what the Brisbane community has to show for themselves. And they're running a very interesting team here. And let's be clear here, they're in winners round 3. They are having some success here. We've got 5, let's call it 4 Metamons, 1 slightly off Metamon, and 1 absolutely bonkers pick that I absolutely adore. It's not the purple blob that we expect to be showing here.
No, it's the we've got the Shadow Kanto Grimer. So interesting pick long to go with the Corviknight is something a little bit more off meta. Notably on Rick's side, this is the first tournament that Rick has run as Azumarill.
Really?
Ever. He has never ever run Azumarill at a Play Pokemon tournament. He's the first time in how many seasons that it's something that he's known for. Like, he's not necessarily a meta player, but he spoke to him and he said, it's the first time I've run it and it kind of feels a bit weird. Man. It's kind of like, it's so good, but I haven't really it's never really flexed into where I've needed it to be. So, especially within the past, things like Talonflame, with even how popular Talonflame was, you expect to see a lot more Azumarills and stuff around, but he's decided this is the first time, 2025, new year, new Rick, here comes the Azumarill.
Wow, that's such a crazy statistic. I absolutely love it. And look, we'll see if him picking up this Pokemon means that we're going to see Azumarill win another regional, or if
Yeah.
potentially Keb Nemo can take this one back. Because on top of that Shadow Kanto Grimer, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a sec, we also have that Corviknight, the Guzzlord, the Azumarill themselves, the Shadow Drapion, and the Credilli as well. Now, the reason I like the Kanto Grimer pick is not only does it provide that Mud Slap coverage that is really proving itself as quite powerful in the hands of something like a Claydol or even Gastrodon is still showing up, but you then have access to that poison type coverage that can also hit Pokemon like, for example, Credilli, that is really big in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's even on like a Rick side, he's got some answers, but it's definitely not it's unsafe to bring. We could definitely see the Grimer come in and do some serious damage. It is not the same thing, that Shadow Boost, things like that. It just makes all the difference in terms of being able to output way more damage and demands respect from shields.
Exactly right. And when you've got that ability to just shield up, do big fast move damage, Rick Flareon on the other side has to think about how he wants to build his team, because you can lead a lot of different Pokemon that can lose that 0-2 shield matchup. And you just have to think, okay, if that happens, how do I build it so that I am going to come back no matter what Keb Nemo is going to be running? And so, interestingly, he's brought a pick that I think is really interesting in that it's Malamar. Yeah. Malamar has obviously been huge through the 2025 Championship Series season, but where has it been in the Mud and Mastery season?
Yeah, it's sort of one of those picks that I think has been sort of, I've maybe forgotten about. It's kind of one of those ones that's things like Azumarill being around maybe made it a little bit tough for it, things like that, where it's now, but now it does have a sort of stronger fast move in terms of doing actual damage and look at farm down potential. With Psycho Cut, it didn't really have that sort of big farm down potential like it sort of does we have seen in Go Battle League, where it's sort of superpower and leave and things like that. But you do have to look at things like that, where it's really good if you're like Rick, really good with your flexible timers. You can look at a superpower and get out, and then you've stored energy for later on in the game. So definitely does have a look like it has some play here. Definitely demands respect from a few of the mons here, especially that Grimer.
Yeah. Now, notably, Malamar has been buffed in this season, as we heard a little bit earlier. The Malamar's foul play is now just as quick as the superpower. And so it really just is going to be a bit of a case of not necessarily baits per se, but the fact that it can go to those foul plays so much quicker. When you are in a matchup against something like a Grimer, where you don't want to throw the superpower, just Psywave foul play can be such a powerful combo that is really, really scary. And like, if you look at the rest of Keb Nemo's team, you've got the super effective superpower for the Guzzlord. You've got the ability to Psywave pretty much almost anything here. Even the Drapion isn't that bad of a matchup if you're the Malamar, to be honest with you, because you have that typing that, a Dark type is only neutral to you. You can take a crunch on the chin and still do a lot of damage back.
And you can still hit it, and you can still look at superpower, even the Corviknight neutral damage as well. So and the Psywave versus like when it was Psycho Card, you couldn't really output any damage to an Azumarill. Is it Psywave, Psybeam? I keep getting those mixed up, and I will all day. I'm sorry, but it now does wither away a bit faster on the Azumarill, so it's not quite as dominant as it previously was.
Yeah, exactly right. And so I'm interested to see if Rick Flareon can make it succeed here. I wonder also if it's going to be enough to sort of threaten the Grimer away, but the fact that it's highlighted means that I think we might be seeing it. Here we go. Game number 1, Keb Nemo versus Rick Flareon, and we have the Corviknight into the Malamar. A little bit tough for the Malamar.
A little bit tough, but we do have some means of damage. It's just the resisted fast moves will be a problem. He's going to go directly for the Sisters, what we talked about before. Superpower and dip. It looks like a good strategy. Nemo does let it go through. Strong neutral damage here from Malamar. It looks like we will see a switch here from Rick. See which way he goes.
Okay, going into the Alolan Sandslash here, but here's a bit of a problem for Rick Flareon. So Keb Nemo here is deciding to throw an Iron Head just to weaken down the Alolan Sandslash lead a little bit, but now he can comfortably swap into the shiny Kanto Grimer, Mud Slap all the way down here. Now you probably do have to use a Protect Shield against this Drill Run because it would be doing a lot of super effective damage, but then you comfortably Mud Slap down and you've got a lot of energy ready to go into the back line where you've got a Malamar and an Azumarill. Now Azumarill would be a great matchup because you have the ability to go for those sludges, but Malamar still going to take a lot of damage from these charge attacks.
Yeah, like we said, and again straight away Rick having to respect this move coming through. Sludges come through. He does get the first protection from Rick's side. We're looking at the back lines here. We do see a Credilli and an Azumarill. So a really tough position here. Some really good line calling from Nemo to put Rick in a really tough position and one that he might struggle to get out of here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty tricky for him because this Malamar, now burning its last Protect Shield as well, are going to get the full Psywave down. And so we have a lot of energy to go into the back line. Both Corviknight and Credilli not going to love these superpower threats. and there is still one Protect Shield in play. And so Kev Nemo, if he makes this call, if he lets this Call the Night go, I think his Credilli is going to be in a really strong position to not only fight that Azumarill in the back, but now, oh my gosh, the fact that Azumarill is swapped in means that Nemo can swap into the Credilli, go for these super effective Grass Knots, burn the Protect Shield, and then still have energy to go into the Malamar.
Yeah, really tough spot here. Really good alignment. The Credilli is a really good punish for this Azumarill, especially after having to use both shields on the Malamar to have any chance here. So last shield goes up, and quite a tough position for Rick to get out of here.
Yeah, I really don't know if there is a path to victory. Of course, the Credilli does have an opportunity to over-farm here slightly, but actually, Nemo going to go straight for that Grass Knot, get the KO on the Azumarill.
I think the door's slightly open here for Rick.
Yeah, there's actually a potential for the Malamar to come in, get enough energy to KO the Credilli and the Corviknight potentially, because with 0 energy on lock and the Credilli, he's got 2 superpowers.
If this KOs, it's game over.
The big question is, will the Credilli hang on to this superpower? Oh my gosh, it hangs on.
Hang on.
Which does mean this Grass Knot is going to go through. It is going to KO the Malamar, and Nemo will take game number 1 away from the 2-time regional champion.
Yeah, unbelievable battle there. And as we see the last move go through, Rick made that unbelievably close, even with such tough alignment.
Yeah, and again, when you are a top player, one of the big things you need to do is see when the opportunities open wide. And Nemo gave that opportunity. He was like, okay, I'm a little bit nervous. Maybe I don't know exactly where the Azumarill is. I don't want to look really silly and accidentally I accidentally got hit by an Ice Beam because I wasn't counting. Yeah. Sometimes it's safer to go conservative. Know that, okay, I can definitely get the KO here. So he throws the Grass Knot, and Rick Flareon was so very close to getting that win there, taking out the Credilli. But Credilli, it's number 1 usage in a lot of these tournaments for a reason.
And yeah, the bulk there proving crucial there and allowing the secure win when there was a slightly door opened for Rick there. So tough battle, but as we know, Rick, he won't go down easy. So game 2 will be equally as tough for Nemo, I'd say.
Absolutely. Rick will not be making it easy. Nemo did make a really nice line call there against Rick Flareon. And something that I've really noticed about Rick's gameplay style is that he's not afraid to take a little bit of a risk in his team composition. So obviously, as we saw there, the team that he ran did have the potential to get not necessarily hard counted, but quite well counted by Nemo. And it's exactly what we saw. And so, you know, Rick doesn't always go for the absolute safest. This is the ultimate gameplay that can work against any teams. Sometimes he will try and read his opponent. Sometimes it works. Often it works. Sometimes, like we've seen here, it didn't quite. He's got a much better hit rate than most.
Most definitely. So yeah, it'd be good to see how the adjustment goes here. We might see something like maybe potentially a Golisopod, something like that might be able to come through. We would be able to hit pretty well neutrally to everything that was bought that first game. So I can see that being something that maybe he might bring in. It's a little bit less bulky, so he might struggle there than something like the Malamar that holds a little bit more bulk. But he did. I think what Nemo did really well there is he capitalized by he chipped the first one to make that like an easy farm down for the for the Grimer, so it didn't become a bait game between the Grimer and the Sandslash. So really smart gameplay. It's really important that you keep alignment when it is strong like that, especially when you've got something like Credilli in the back that could see some counters, but he just kept alignment really well and won the game. So
yeah, and sometimes that's all you have to do. Yeah. You have to recognize okay, I'm in an advantageous position. I just need to hold on. I need to keep my advantage. And in this game, Nemo was able to do it, which means that going into game 2, I think Nemo has to make a little bit of a call here of okay, that team obviously worked in game number 1. And this is something that we see time and time again. It's one of the oldest back and forths in all of Pokemon Go history. Are they going to do what I think I'm going to do? Or are they going to predict what I'm predicting? Yeah. And therefore, they're going to do something that predicts my prediction. And it just goes down and down the rabbit hole, and you never quite know where it's going to stop. Sometimes the best battlers in not only Australia, but in the world, just sort of lock in.
Yeah. Don't think about too much. If you try to overthink it, sometimes it is best just to go run the same line back. If it worked the first time, it can work again. Sometimes there's the option the other person goes, I need to make an adjustment because they will. But sometimes it's just as simple as not getting too far in your head, going, all right, I've got these work, they're strong. They were my best 3 first game. Let's try me in game 2. But here we go, straight in. We've got Sandslash into the Credilli. So pretty favorable matchup here for the Sandslash, but some neutral Rock Tombs can do some damage as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a case where Rick Flareon has made potentially a little bit of a better read here into the lead matchup. So we see Nemo swapping into the Azumarill, but this is an interesting spot for Rick Flareon to be because, again, we aren't seeing the Credilli. We don't have a super hard counter. And so I think what Rick Flareon is going to do is he's going to try and chip down this Azumarill and in some sense beat it by committee, where he throws the first run. It looks like he's going to farm up to the second one. He might throw it to weaken it even more, or he might just hold it on for the next matchup. And then it all really, like, he's got so many other Pokemon that can attack this Azumarill.
I think that Rick here knows that he's staying in here. He knows that the Azumarill is the biggest threat to the two things in the back line. The Gliscod throws basically all resisted charge moves, so does the Malamar. Now that the Azumarill's out, he'll probably back himself to think that the other two mons in the back will be able to handle whatever's left.
Yeah, he's also got that Malamar in the back ready to fight that Credilli a little bit later. And so he knows that I can comfortably use my Alolan Sandslash against this Azumarill, KO the Azumarill here, and now my Malamar is going to be in a much better spot in the back. What Rick doesn't know is that he is 3 times strong here. The Grimer actually is going to come in and the Malamar is going to come in to meet it. Big Psywave damage going to be coming through. And Rick Flareon can now look at this game and recognize how powerful this Malamar can be. There's the potential to Psywave all the way down. And actually, the Credilli is going to come straight in, which means I expect some superpower damage to be coming out from Rick Flareon very shortly. But oh, the bait, Stumpy, the bait.
The bait is on, so this is a good spot for the Malamar. Even though it switched out and forced the Credilli out, he knew he could get ahead on energy and the superpowers would need to be respected. So does get the first shield with the bait. First Rock Tomb comes through, but Malamar does with CMP there.
Yeah, and we are going for another foul play, really trying to get those protect shields out of Nemo, and he gets it. Wow, and now Malamar is going to have enough bulk. It hasn't reduced its defense to the point where Malamar would comfortably be able to take any charge attack from the Credilli here. The Rock Tomb is going to reduce its attack, even without throwing the superpower. And so Rick has to make a call. Do I want to throw this superpower now that it's been debuffed? Because this won't KO.
He does choose to throw it, and he knows full well he's got a full, like a Gliscod in the back that does want to have a shield. It does need to be protected, so not a bad spot at all here. But he does switch out the Grimer to try to get rid of that damage, but here comes the Gliscod to be resisting some moves here, and this is a really good spot for Rick.
Yeah, not only is he resisting the moves from the Grimer, but Rick Flareon still has this one protect shield ready to go, so we can deploy the shield, take the sludge, farm up a bit of extra energy from this Grimer, which he is, oh my God, look at this energy, Stumpy, this is ridiculous. And now he's going to be able to throw back to back, throw one at the Grimer, throw one at the Credilli, and is in such a powerful position this time.
Yeah, he's done really well there to get the shields out with the baits, but then also knows that the Gliscod with a shield advantage can do a heck of a lot of damage.
And here, a lot of damage. I mean, it doesn't even need that much damage. No. Look at the HP on that Credilli. A little bit of damage would be more than enough. And Rick Flareon ties the series up to 1-1. It's like you said, Stumpy. Rick wasn't going to make it easy. He is a man that can absolutely come back from 0-1s. And he does so time and time again. And this is one of those times where we might be seeing it happen once more. But I really like your call out of the Golisopod because it clearly works here. It's got such good neutral coverage into Nemo's team. And it clearly did a lot of work.
And I think he noticed game one, he safe swapped the Azumarill. So he sort of, he landed the Azumarill. So he goes, look, if he's got a neutral pick, it is the Azumarill. I did bring Credilli, so it's a good chance he does swap it. And Sandslash can hang in that battle. So he knew full well that once the Azumarill was gone, the Gliscod and Malamar were both primed and ready to, with a bit of an energy lead, they're just so dominant. And getting baits obviously also really helps.
Yeah, it's almost like if you just imagine any combination of 3 Pokemon on Nemo's side and you put yourself in Rick Flareon's shoes, are there any 2 Pokemon that could be in the back that you wouldn't be happy to see with Malamar Golisopod?
Yeah.
It feels like such a solid core going into Nemo's team. And now that Rick Flareon has found it, I don't actually know how Nemo counters it back.
I think Guzzlord is the biggest answer to that core itself. You've got super effective X-Scissors coming through from the Gliscod, but Guzzlord can survive and get some damage off. Resisting, you do survive a superpower as well from the Malamar and resisting the fast move. So the things like that you can look at, and hopefully that Guzzlord with something that might break that core a little bit. But again, the Gliscod, the moves come so fast, exits so hard, and as long as it's got shields, it can wipe through teams as we saw there.
Yeah, and I mean, Guzzlord just feels like such a tough bring when there's not only the Malamar that has super effective damage, the Golisopod that has super effective damage, there's an Azumarill that has super effective damage, there's an Alolan Sandslash that has super effective damage. I mean, it's so difficult to bring.
That's the fun part, the temptation of the game. You've got, it's got decent matchups against the Drapion as well, decent against the Credilli. It's got such a good spot, and you think, should I do it? But then we know this time we've all done it. You go, it's now exactly where it doesn't want to be, and you're in an awful position. But maybe it might be a Sludge Bomb, or we might have a Gorn. Gorn might be inspiring some different movesets as well.
That's
so
true.
People might know something we don't.
Yeah, the Sludge Bomb Guzzlord could actually come in and do a little bit of work against some of those counters, but let's find out.
Wait?
No Guzzlord in this one. We've got game number 3 with the Drapion into the Malamar, so really getting that Dark type coverage onto the Malamar straight away.
Yeah, good adjustment here. The Drapion's coming out. This will be good damage here, and just some neutral side waves coming through. So looks like Rick might be deploying the Super Power and Dip again, potentially. But first crunch to come through here, and we're just going to load up on Malamar.
Yeah, this is again looking a little bit scary for Rick Flareon. As this Malamar sort of loses its health, the first crunch coming through here, no defense debuff. If you look again at the back lines, we have a Grimer that would be very strong into the Alolan Sandslash, and a Corviknight that would be quite strong into the Credilli. And so
it's cool debate this time.
Yeah. And unfortunately does take a lot of damage along the way. And so Nemo gonna need a shield here. But if Nemo can win switch advantage, he could be in quite a strong position.
Yeah, and he's shielding here because of how much energy he has. He's loaded up on energy. He's up to 2 Aqua Tail. So even if he does get rid of this Malamar quickly, it's going to be in a position to put some pressure on the Pokemon that Rick chooses to bring in.
And this is why Drapion has held on. A lot of people said that it wasn't going to survive into the Might and Mastery season, but here it is still around and good in this meta. We've got the crunch coming off from the Drapion into the Alolan Sandslash, which obviously not where Drapion wants to be, but Nemo can comfortably let the Drapion go down and bring in the Grimer now.
Yeah, but look at the energy we've got ahead here. So this is going to be a question if he wants to bring in maybe the Corviknight to avoid having to shield this first move, but he does bring the Grimer in. The damage can come through really strong, but here comes a Druon because of that energy advantage and really smart farm down.
Yeah, this is definitely starting to get a little bit scary for Nemo. You can use your final Protect Shield to take that drill run, but here comes Credilli. This has potentially opened it back up for Nemo. You can see that Grimer now has a charge attack ready to go before swapping into the Corviknight. Corviknight, a Pokemon that has some of the highest number of resistances in the game. This Rock Tomb is going to do a little bit of damage, but look how well Corviknight tanks it.
It does tank it very well. The good part is Rick, it does have the option of super effective Iron Head as well. So, but has chosen to let the next Rock Tomb come through before throwing that move. So you can do even less damage now. But this is an interesting spot. This is sort of in a position where Rick's got to be wary of that energy that the Grimer has, but also has to make sure he gets rid of this thing as fast as possible.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take a lot of damage from the Corviknight. These Iron Heads are going to add up. Credilli now below half health, and I feel like Rick Flareon is tapping close to that Alolan Sandslash, ready to make the swap because with energy, that could be really strong too.
He's ready to go. You can see he's let this go. It's got no damage. He doesn't want to KO this thing, but the switch clock is up. So you can see a switch here from Rick, and here comes there. Nemo's read it straight away, but he's got a shield left. Yes, he does. So he's going to outpace this Grimer to the next move. It's just a matter of if this Grimer can survive the drill run.
If this Grimer needs another Mud Bomb to connect to this Alolan Sandslash, and it will basically win the game. Wait, oh my gosh, good Grimer wins Charge Attack priority? This is ridiculous. Grimer is going to KO the Alolan Sandslash here, and it's all going to be down to the Credilli in the back. There's a charge move here, but it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough, and Nemo takes that a very close game 3 to send Rick down to the losers bracket.
Wow, what a play from Nemo. I mean, look, when we were going into this battle, Stumpy, when we saw Grimer on the team sheet, did you expect it to be that strong?
I didn't, but he's brought it in and used it really well. Even with the Malamar coming, all 3 games, he's made it really well to play around that and get it safe so that it could thrive in the back there. And it was unbelievably good. And even with Rick doing all he could to get that Sandslash, ahead on energy and ahead to try to pressure it, he had to commit both shields to drill runs on the Grimer and still got through there. And the big thing there is probably relying the Corviknight was so good to absorb a lot of that damage.
Yeah, exactly right. The fact that, this flying type Pokemon can take those Rock Tombs quite well really set him up for success. And not only that, but I think Nemo, obviously he had a really good team read as well. His team looked quite good into Rick Flareon's in game number 3, but then he played that incredibly well too in recognizing like, okay, if I stay in with my Grimer and I farm up to a charge attack ready to go, look, we may not have known, but he definitely knew where the charge attack priority was going to land. He knew that he was going to get his charge attack off before that Alolan Sandslash, and all of a sudden, Grimer is going to be able to take out the Alolan Sandslash.
Even I miscounted. I thought the Sandslash was going to get there first, but it did on CMP type. But the big probably notable from Corviknight just about that in particular is that we sort of seen something like a Skarmory go out of the meta because it hasn't had the coverage, but like things like Bastodon and Rock types have got it knocked it out of the meta somewhat. But with having Sand Attack and Iron Head, you've got some good neutral damage to some of those weaknesses that Skarmory hasn't been able to cope with. So really good use of the Corviknight there. It was really well played and a really close set. Nemo, I would call it upset on Rick Flareon.
Yeah, and look, Rick Flareon obviously still in this tournament. It's a double elimination format, and so he'll now be playing along in the losers bracket.
Don't want to get matched up with him. Not somewhere where you want to be matched up with Rick, I would imagine.
Yeah, the losers bracket is getting more and more dangerous, and it always does in these tournaments.
Yep.
You don't want it. Obviously, everyone wants to stay in the winners bracket. We still have a bit of a lifeline. It's like, okay, even if I match up into one of these Titans and I lose, I'll still be able to hang on to this tournament. But when more and more of these sharks of PvP start swimming through that losers bracket, all of a sudden it can get real dicey real fast.
Absolutely. And well played by Rick. Unbelievably well played. And even well played with Nemo. And Nemo's done really well. The Grimer, a really interesting pick. And it's good to see. Like I said, it's what we talked about. It's been said multiple times today that we're seeing things that are quite unique and less on those sort of 10-15% usage mons that are coming through and doing a lot of good things. I can't imagine we'll see many Grimers floating around.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Grimer might be in that single percentage on the usage graphic per se. But look, it's still something that has a lot of. I think it's again one of those picks where it's got so much potential in that you have that Mudslap damage, which to be honest with you, any Pokemon in the game that has access to Mudslap could be quite usable in the current format. But just to have that on a Pokemon like Grimer that has access to Sludge as well really gives you so much interesting coverage into the current metagame that, and obviously the funnier a Pokemon is, the better it's going to perform.
It's also interesting it's a Mudslapper that can, one of the few Mudslappers that pressures the Azumarill.
That's right.
Things like Kanto and Marowak it's not as much of a threat. It's not as much like that. Claydol, not as much of a threat, still taking super effective damage with the ground typing. So I think it's nice to see some variation in the Mudslappers that are popping up because same as the Gastrodon. There's a couple of Mudslappers that are floating around in the meta at the moment, it seems to be, which is why we're seeing the increased usage of Jumpluff. So it's actually really interesting to see how people are playing sort of different, using the same move that's been buffed in different ways to be more flexible.
Exactly right. And I'm looking forward to see Kev Nemo proceed on with that Grimer coverage into the winners round 4.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that it's getting so deep in this tournament is just so cool. I'll be honest with you. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, exactly right. I said the more unique Pokemon we see, the better, more entertaining for you guys and more entertaining for us to watch and again predict movesets that we forget about.
Yeah, exactly right. Look, I think that one thing that is true for the Might and Mastery season is that this is one of the most interesting seasons to watch PvP.
Yeah.
It's one of the funnest, time spans to tune into these tournaments to see what these players are cooking, especially when I feel like most people didn't look at Grimer once. They maybe saw, when the Might and Mastery update came through, you sort of go okay, what's buffed? And you sort of go through and you're scrolling through the page and it's like, oh yeah, Sludge. It's okay, what has Sludge? And you're like, okay, Galarian Weezing, that could be okay, I suppose. So maybe Swampert, and then you stop scrolling because at that point, what else could possibly be good? Grimer.
It's one of those things as well that a lot of the mons that sort of get forgotten are those ones that were improved based on the level 50 cap because it was a mon that previously only went into the 1300 CP mark as a level 40, 100% IV. So previously you'd have to have had it maxed out a lot of resources, but now it's like, okay, well it might be a level 45 or 40, it's doable, it's usable, it's a mon that's been out for a long time. So it's good to see that some of these Pokemon that are that have benefited really well from that move from 40 to 50, like Metacham and things like that.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. I have a Grimer built myself. As soon as that level 50 cap got raised, all of a sudden I was like, yep, my Grimer is ready to go. I grinded the XL candies. I was ready to fight. And the fact that, Nemo's come in here and showed me that could work, people better watch out in the upcoming locals. Rick Flareon, we might see a back-to-back Grimer play, so hopefully.
He did better than me. I think I just went, I want to try out the Alolan one. I had the Hundo maxed out as. I was like, I'll just bump that up a little bit because I don't want to spend XL candy.
Yeah. Look, obviously it's always a bit tough to get as many resources as you want, and I make the sacrifice I walked a Grimer for a long time instead of walking anything that could be meta viable. I'm nowhere close to a very bulky Galarian Corsola, and yet I have both the Kanto and the Alolan Grimers ready to go. So what does that say about me?
I think that's even back to grassroots. I remember one of the regionals back then. I walked a Unova Stunfisk when it was released. The first one I caught was a decent enough rank, and I had to walk it and rare candy it all week just to get it used for a tournament that I had a time frame. It was like you've got to just do it. So you walk things like that. This is the things we do as PvP players. The sacrifices we make for your viewing pleasure.
Yep, and hopefully our accolades as well to grow is what we're really hoping for. And I don't think I've even mentioned in this stream, but did you know this guy has a second place medal? I mean,
yeah, one season wonder. Let's go. One tournament wonder.
hey, I've been there, done that. But look, he may have done it at Brisbane Regional Championship. So definitely a man to, maybe keep your ears to the ground as far as what this guy's saying, because he might just be sitting some cold, hard facts. Now, before we sort of throw it back to Fish and Debbie over on this cast, if you have one Pokemon that you still want to see being played in this Might and Mastery season that you haven't got to see on stream yet, where are your hopes lying? What Pokemon are you just waiting for someone to get onto stream using?
Put me on the spot.
No prep work.
No prep, nothing. What do I'm excited about? I'm just trying to think of what I've seen today and what I haven't seen. I think that was the first Cordelia that we watched today from our point of view, I think. I don't recall seeing one. I could have, but we could have. Who knows? But I can't think. The thing I'd like to see for the rest of this tournament, you're saying today?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I know I'm pretty excited about the I have forgotten the name. We're just gonna cut from there because I'll forget. Talk to me in half an hour.
All right,
and we'll know then.
We'll be back soon, but look, my answer's Chansey, so hopefully we see some Chansey action. But look, we'll throw it off, and
That's not
Fish and
mine.
Debbie will take you further through the winners round 3. See you there.
See you guys.
And here we have Fishy Legs 2 and Michael Morgan, but also known as Mikey Morgs. Thank you for guys for coming along. Now, how are you guys feeling going into Brisbane Regional?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been a while since I've competed. The last Brisbane Regional was in December of 2023 or 4? It was a long time ago. So I haven't competed since Worlds, so this is coming back into it. Looking forward to it. It's been a while.
I'm feeling a lot better than I was going into Perth, actually. Perth was, I think, my worst performance in my Play Pokemon career, so...
Let's call it a warm-up.
I'm hoping that we can have a better result this time around, especially since this is my last regional for the season.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, Fishy Legs, you had a bit of a tear when you went through Worlds. Do you feel like, off the back of that, do you feel confident going into Brisbane Regional?
I don't know about confident, but I feel comfortable. At Worlds, I went to losers after round 1 and ended up sweeping the losers bracket to make it to day 2. So I'm comfortable with being under pressure, and I think that's going to make a big difference in these sorts of scenarios. So yeah, not expecting big things, but I'm comfortable where I'm at.
Yeah. And Mikey, now going into the Might and Mastery season, how do you feel about this new meta?
I actually really like this new meta. I really like the diversity of picks, because then it becomes a lot more around what your strategy is with your team, as opposed to it being how you play the best picks. As we just saw at the Stockholm Regional, I think that there was, 11 different picks in the top 2 teams, sort of thing. So that's pretty exciting, and I'm really interested to see what people bring this time around, and I think I've got a pretty good plan for how I'm going to play.
Yeah, excellent. And now into the Might and Mastery season, like Fishy Legs, do you have anything or like any spice picks that you're bringing into this weekend?
I honestly don't have the most amount of spice this weekend. I'm a little bit sad that Shadow Gator isn't as good as it used to be. So unfortunately for me, no Shadow Gator. But I do have another slightly off meta water type that I think will make a few waves. So we'll see how it plays out.
And Mikey, yourself, any spice picks that you're bringing in?
Don't know. I don't really think anything that I'm bringing is really all that spicy, unfortunately. But we'll see. There might be something that could be relatively unique in the tournament in terms of whatever it brings.
Yep. And finally, is there any shout-outs you'd like to give out before heading into the tournament tomorrow, Fishy?
Just shout out to the Brisbane local community. These guys have been putting in a lot of work lately, and the levels of tournaments have been playing lately have been pretty unreal. Like, you got guys like Mikey and Vish, even Kev Nemo, Ads Buster, who are playing really well. Godzilla, who's been tearing through people. So these guys keep the knife sharp. So I'm thankful for those guys for keeping the edge on.
Yeah, definitely. Also, community ambassadors like Zanzade, like Stephen, who has really helped to push and to grow the community. And Fishy mentioned him before, but Kev Nemo's also done a whole lot of work in that regard, which is awesome. And I guess I should say thanks to my wife for letting me come down to this. I've had a very busy week, and I've barely seen her on any night this week, and she still was happy for me to come down with my good mate and hang out in Brisbane for a couple of days. So happy days.
Let's get it.
Awesome. Thanks, boys. Good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
All right, welcome back, trainers. And we just heard from Fishy Legs too. And you know what? He's coming up next in the next battle there, Fish.
Very keen. We've already seen one battle from him today, and he smashed it. And I want to see if he can keep that up throughout the rest of this winter side of the bracket.
Yeah, look, it is his local. Brisbane is like his hometown, basically. Well, he flew over this way, but we'll classify it as his hometown now. So he wants to, take and reserve the area, claim the land. That's his local. He wants to stay, and the championship to stay here. So in the next battle, we've actually got Fishy Legs 2 against Yetaruna. Now, Yetaruna is actually from South Korea and has flown over for this regional, and a very, very accomplished player as well. It was at Worlds last year.
Wow. And am I seeing this correctly that they've gotten this far in the... No, I was going to say on our side it was just a placeholder in that sixth spot, but we are seeing a more Peko, which is something that we have not seen too much of, something that can really rip apart teams in the right contexts. In Go Battle League, for example, we don't see it too much in the World Championship circuit.
No, look, if it was a Ditto, I'm kitted out today. I would love to see it, but I know that it is not viable through the play Pokemon circuit. But yes, we do have a Morpeko, which, like you said, it's just hard hitting. It's very... I think some people think it doesn't require a lot of skill to play with, but I'm actually the opposite. I think it requires a lot of skill because you have to plan ahead when you play something like Morpeko. And we can actually see that they have both locked in, and Yetaruna is bringing out their Ariados against Fishy Legs 2's Primate.
This is one of those situations where it's not the best for Primate typing-wise, but because of that Rage Fist, he can power through. Does not want to take that option, though. He's going to switch straight into the ever-present safe swap in the Drapion. Is going to be met with the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, Fishy Legs has now brought, by bringing in this Drapion, has lured out this Alolan Sandslash. Now, this Alolan Sandslash is a regular, so he's able to take this crunch quite well. It's not the Shadow variant. Now, Yetaruna can go for this Drill Run. Now, Fishy Legs has to shield if he wants to keep it in play, and decides to.
Yeah, and you got to shield either way. Even if you're thinking it might be an Ice Punch, that Ice Punch is going to do enough damage that they can just powder snow you down if you don't shield. So you're kind of forced into shielding either way. Now this second attack is going to come through. Fishy Leg's still going for the crunch because the Aquitail will not be enough at this health range to take out the Alolan Sandslash and a shield from Yetaruna.
Yeah, look, and both of them going for the charge attack, but Yetaruna is able to go for this Drill Run, and it will be able to connect because Fishy Legs have decided to let this Drapion go.
Ooh, that undercharge not going to plan, so it still takes out the Shadow Drapion, which means this Primate will be able to come back in and get a little bit of energy up, not quite able to get to the Ice Punch before going down, so now out is going to come the Ariados again, and it's got a little bit of energy of its own, so now both these Pokemon are going to fire back and forth with these charge attacks, which both come very, very quickly.
Yeah, Fishy Legs now going for their Sableye to try and do a bit of damage here, but Yetaruna is now going for the X-Scissor.
Yeah, so Fishy Leg seems to be playing a bit of the peekaboo strategy with the Primate, and it is coming in and out and in and out, and now it is the Sableye, which is trying to do as much damage as it can to the Feraligatr. That Feraligatr is going to hit so hard with its Hydro Cannons, which it gets to very, very quickly as well, just as quick as the Ariados gets to the Trailblazers.
Yeah, the Shadow Claws are doing so much damage to this Sableye, able to get to the foul play, but you know what? Yetaruna is able to get to that Hydro Cannon faster and wins priority. So it means that Fishy Legs will be, this Sableye is knocked out.
Yeah, so the Yetaruna tried to get as much energy as they could before they had to throw that Hydro Cannon, and that has come in handy because now it sends another Hydro Cannon into the Primate, and it is forced to take up a shield. Now, though, the Primate can just Karate Chop down, and now it has the energy, and it's going to be able to force that second shield off of Fishy Legs' side, off of Yetaruna's side.
Yeah, Yetaruna has a shield in play here, and counting down the time, she decides not to shield, letting this Rage Fist connect. This Ariados is on so little health, but it's able to get to this move there, Fish.
Yeah, Yetaruna knew that she would survive the Rage Fist and that the Trailblaze would KO, and so doesn't need to use that shield, sends through that Trailblaze, which takes Fishy Legs' last Pokemon out, and that is a 1-0 to Yetaruna so far.
Yeah, what an excellent play from Yetaruna. I'm so confident to bring an Ariados out. Now, Ariados is a particular Pokemon that I have kind of seen fallen off in this Might and Mastery season. We've seen a lot of different poison types come out. Ariados, I think it was, if I am correct, I believe might be the only one being brought into this Brisbane regional.
Is that right? Well, it is one of those Pokemon that just it saw like a couple of months of notoriety, and then like you said, it did fall off, and it's proving its worth here. Primeape is definitely a fighter that it does okay into, as opposed to say the Annihilate, where the Annihilate is double resisting those X's, is resisting the poison stings as well. So the job is just so much harder against an Annihilate than say the other two big fighters in the Primeape and the Pangoro. And that's why Yetaruna was able to really wrestle momentum in their favor.
Yeah.
The Ariados was against the Primeape to start off with, and despite a lot of switching and a lot of tinkering back and forth, it all kept coming back to the Ariados.
Yeah, it was very, very clean. I think she played it in her strength, especially with the lead. And then it was very much like you said, is play by play, but also like a bit of a dance. It's like you switch, I'll switch.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, you want to do this? I'll do this as well. So that it could lead back to the beginning again. So it was a very, very skilled play from her side of things. Now with we can actually have a look at the proper team of Yetaruna, and the Morpeko is paired with the Swampert. Again, something that we haven't seen quite a lot of. And also for Alligator, so 2 Hydro Cannoners, which is really interesting. A Alolan Sandslash, the Ariados that we saw play so well, and an Annihilate.
Yeah, and on FishOnAHeater's side, he's got the Dugong which we saw before, the Shadow Jump off the Drapion, the Sableye, all three of those Shadow, Clodsire, and Primeape. The Clodsire being the major counter to the Ariados, so maybe we might see FishOnAHeater leaning on that a little more, but it makes it very tough when you've got 2 Hydro Cannoners and an Alolan Sandslash on the other side.
Yeah, look, it's really interesting when we talk about, now we've locked into game 2. Both players have locked in their matches, and now we can see a Swampert against a Shadow Drapion.
Oh, this is not great for the Shadow Drapion. The advantage is on the Swampert, so the Swampert is going to start building up to those Hydro Cannons, and it also has that Sludge, which has been an addition to its moveset. The Drapion will draw first blood though, and the Swampert is just going to take it in its stride. This is just a regular Swampert, so it can take it a little more comfortably than what the Shadow would. It's always very uncomfortable throwing any charge attack against the Shadow Swampert. We see the Dugong coming out and is going to be met by the Feraligatr.
Yeah, look, I really like the choice of having non-Shadow Swampert to able to take that, take a lot of hits. And now FishOnAHeater's actually going for the drill run here, and Yetaruna not shielding that Feraligatr. It's already into the yellow.
Yeah, despite this being a Shadow, it took that drill run pretty comfortably, and now because of these Ice Shards being resisted, it can afford to build up a lot more energy and just, as much as it wants before taking out the Dugong with a barrage of Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, look, and now they're going for the charge attack, but we can see Yetaruna going for that Hydro Cannon here. Now, FishOnAHeater has 2 shields in play, decides to finally use a Protect Shield against for their Dugong, and able to get to the Icy Wind now.
That was a tough call, because if they did decide to let that one through, it wouldn't have quite taken out the Dugong, but then it might have left the option for Yetaruna to be able to shield and farm down and just again come out with a whole bunch of energy. So tough choice, but decided to spend one of their shields to avoid that from happening. Now coming out with an Alolan Sandslash. This is difficult because the Powder Snows are double resisted by the Dugong, so you cannot do anything unless you land a drill run. The Dugong's going to get to a drill run first, and that's going to pressure the Sandslash even more. This is definitely, FishOnAHeater does have the upper hand here.
Does have the upper hand. Yetaruna finally using 1 Protect Shield, but it's able to farm so much energy, almost going to 100 energy there, and now going for their own drill run.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just seeing in the back what FishOnAHeater has, and they are 2 Pokemon that do not want to see Sandslash with energy. So I think this might come down to what might have been an excellent team read on Yetaruna's side, because that Sandslash can now just run through this team. The Poison Stings aren't going to do anything. That Sandslash is almost on full HP. The Jump Off with the Fairy Winds is not going to do much either, so Sandslash might be able to 3v1.
It might just need a sweep here. We'll see what happens. Now, this Crunch will connect, but again, this Sandslash not being Shadow type is able to hold on. This Swampert now going for a combo play, able to go for this Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and so Hydro Cannon's going to take out the Drapion. The Yetaruna deciding, while Sandslash can do the work, why force it all on one Pokemon, right? The Swampert can come out, and it's got that Sludge, which can take out so much HP from this Jump Bluff. It is a Shadow Jump Bluff. This will take it well into the yellow. Oh, no, actually, no, just not doing it. And then those Mud Shots are not going to do too much damage. So the fact that it did survive that one and still is in the green means it can actually tank another one fairly comfortably now.
Yeah, look, the jump off is something that is quite tanky and able to still hold even in the shadow form. But I'm not sure about this particular move here, Fish.
Yeah, the Ice Punch is going to take the Jumpluff right out of here. It's going to destroy Jumpluff and its children, and it's going to finish off the day. And Yetaruna will take out that battle.
Yeah, 2-0 to Yetaruna. What a clean game from her. And I think, like you said earlier, it was a very, very clever team read because then she thought going, okay, what would Fishy Legs bring into game 2? And read him like a book, was able to line up everything really, really well. And I think that's just like a class act from another world player.
Yeah, definitely. Fishy Legs just didn't really have much to play with, to be honest, because, Yetaruna just had that alignment the whole way. And when in Pokemon Go, when you have bad alignment, things are really not looking good for you. It's very hard to overcome it.
Yeah, and look, I think as much as I would love to see that Morpeko come out, I think having the other Pokemon there was really essential. And again, like I mentioned earlier, having a Swampert and also having a Alolan Sandflash that were not Shadow, I think really helped in her favor to have that extra HP and health to have and sustain, so it was able to take all those attacks.
Yeah, so keen to see what Yetaruna can do for the rest of the winter side of the bracket, really getting that use out of the 2 Hydro Cannoners and the Alolan Sandslash. Fishy Legs will be going to the loser side of the bracket, where he still has a fighting chance. He's certainly capable of getting a few wins there and maybe getting into a final situation that way.
Absolutely, and Fishy Legs, like you mentioned, don't count him out. He also was a Worlds player as well, and we've seen some previous matches that he did incredibly well in. So again, it's a very, very tight Brisbane regional, and I love that these players internationally are coming in as well to shake things up. It just means that they can bring their talents and that everyone can build up their skills and have more training in these regionals. So I think it's pretty cool to see people come over.
I do also like to see some local players though, and there's one guy coming up that I'm really keen to see. It is a Perth player who has really kind of come up from almost nowhere. They Love Jai has been really pummeling the Perth scene, really. That Perth scene has been so strong. You've got such good players, Average Z-Type, and debbiepebble, of course. And They Love Jai is someone who has placed really highly in a couple of his past regionals, and now people are taking notice.
Yeah, look, They Love Jai from our local scenes is someone that I probably see more on a regular basis than anyone. But They Love Jai was in the last 2 Perth regionals, so the consecutive regionals has been a finalist and has come and also into just being 2 times being coming second. He's got a real potential to take it all out today as well. If you're on such a run in this particular play Pokemon season, two back to back in the Oceania region, I can't even say that with another player here.
I did kind of do it once. There was that one glorious few months. OCIC second, then went to Perth, came third there. Haven't really done much since then, but it's They Love Jai's moment. It's his turn to take over. I'm handing my torch over to him. I'm sure he was waiting for me to hand the torch to him.
Yes, absolutely. And he was just waiting for you to finish up.
Yeah.
No, but They Love Jai. He'll be up next, and I really expect to see a bit of a spice pick with his particular team, because he was the one that actually brought in the Unnovan Stunfisk in the last Perth regional, which I think most people didn't bring initially. So I like to say he started the trend with the Stunfisk, because I don't think I even brought that into a Play Pokemon tournament ever, or even brought it in GBL. So it was just really interesting to see that he saw going, there's a gap there. I'm going to bring this in.
Yeah, another one of those core breaker Pokemon. There are just a few of those Pokemon running around that just have really unique typing that allow it to do some things that really no one else can do. It fills a role that is quite unique, and so that can make it really hard to just have a balanced team that also counters that one specific Pokemon. Which means, if no one else has seen that Pokemon before, if no one else is prepared for it, then you can get some really good results with it.
Yeah, and I expect to see a lot through there. Now, he is against Freezing Sun. Now, complete opposite of where we are in the world. Freezing Sun hails from Canada.
Wow.
So it's flown all the way here. Well, he was going to do an Australian trip anyway, but decided being There's
May
a
as
regional
well.
here,
While I'm here.
so has popped by. So it'll be a really interesting match. I think, like I said, it's really cool to see a lot of internationals coming over and testing the waters and seeing how they go in the Oceania circuit.
I don't have the stats on it, but I'd have to say this is the biggest international contingency we've had in a regional.
Well, yes, yeah, I believe so, especially for Go.
Yeah.
I think for the other games such as TCG and VG, they've had a lot of internationals come in because they have more developed circuits. Now we can see the teams. We've got They Love Jai's team on the left and Freezing Suns on the right. Now, They Love Jai is running a Guzzlord, a Swalot, a Talonflame, a Shadow Blastoise, a Malamar, and a Credilli.
Freezing Sun running the Shadow, Sableye, Gastrodon, Jumpluff, Shadow variety, Melmetal, Clodsire, and the Shadow for Alligator. 3 Shadows on Freezing Sun's team.
Yeah, look, let's go back to Jai's team for now, but
Yes.
I want to talk about that Melmetal in a second. Now, They Love Jai is bringing that, again, Guzzlord has been brought into the meta, Swalot's been brought into the meta. What I haven't seen today is a Blastoise.
And that is something that I have had to eat my words on, because when it first happened, when it first got given rollout, I was like, how much help is it going to be really? Like, it's still the 11th best water Pokemon in Great League.
Yeah, look, I love the idea that Blastoise is able to be in play now, like having one of those starter Pokemon from Squirtle all the way up, and the fact that it's a Shadow one as well. So it means those rollouts will do so much more damage. The Hydro Cannons are going to even do that extra 20%. It's going to be crazy to actually bring. It's a wild choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, and a very good one. Those Hydro Cannons come so fast. The first one is not quite as fast as, say, a Hydro Cannon from a Swampert or a Feraligatr. The subsequent ones are coming just a little bit faster, and it's got the bulk that Swampert and Feraligatr don't quite have. So it's kind of like almost as tanky as Lapras, almost as fast as Swampert. So it's just got a lot of those pros that it can really take from all of its contemporaries to really carve out its own place in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And on Freezing Sun's side, let's talk about that Melmetal.
Yeah.
Now, Melmetal made, I suppose, like a more famous debut during the Indian qualifiers. So that was really interesting. So we'll see what it does in this particular matchup. We're locked into game 1. We can see that this Shadow Jumpluff against a Guzzlord's fish.
Yeah, this is advantage Jumpluff, and so the Talonflame is going to come out. This is a very hard counter for the Jumpluff, so that Jumpluff is just yeeting off the field. For Alligator is going to come out, and it doesn't need too much. The Talonflame does have an energy lead, but it's not enough to really overturn this matchup. So the Feraligatr does have the advantage here. It's going to draw the first shield from Talonflame, and now the Talonflame is going to throw a fly back in return.
Yeah, look, the Talonflame will get to this fly. Now, Freezing Sun decides to shield because the Feraligatr can be very fragile even in this situation. However, gets to that Hydro Cannon so quickly. They Love Jai has to decide here whether he wants to use a Protect Shield on this Talonflame. Nope, decides to let it go. It will connect and take this Talonflame out.
Yeah, and that was excellent timing as well from Freezing Sun, managing to throw that Hydro Cannon after 2 Shadow Claws to time it perfectly with the Incinerate. The Guzzlord's going to come back out, and that Feraligatr is going to wait a very long time, making us really wait to throw that Ice Beam. Surely They Love Jai knows this is an Ice Beam coming out. Maybe thinks he can take it, and surely he knew that was coming.
Oh my goodness.
Shadow Feraligatr just one shot a Guzzlord.
Oh my goodness, that is out of the field. And now this Swallow against the world here, against this Shadow Sableye. It's really a tough battle for They Love Jai here. Had to make that call and made that call, and unfortunately did not go in his favor. Now these foul plays will connect to this Swallow. And look, Swallow can take a lot, but we'll see how much it can actually really take.
Yeah, Swallow having to throw the Ice Beam because the Sludge is resisted. So while it is still a powerful move, it's not going to feel as much on the Sableye. So the Sableye will shield that Ice Beam. It is now down to 1 shield left on They Love Jai's side. They Love Jai is going to build up as much energy as possible, waiting for Sableye to throw that foul play, which of course is going to get shielded. You do not want all that energy to go to waste.
No, not at all. And They Love Jai is now able to go for the Ice Beam to do as much damage as possible to that Sableye. But we've got a full health Jumpluff in the back, Fish.
Yeah, and that Jumpluff is going to be able to do a lot of work. That Sludge is going to hurt it, but not enough to flip this battle into Jai's favor. I think Freezing Sun has the better of this, and that Guzzlord is still in the back. It does still have there's a little bit of HP, but even that is not going to be able to really do anything.
It's not even into the yellow after that Sludge, and then now it's able to go for its charge attack move. I think this is pretty much GG here, Fish.
Yeah.
There is still a little bit of left to play. This Aero Ace will connect to the Swallow, and the Guzzlord now comes out. It does have energy, but it is too late for that one there.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Jai did with saving that Crunch/Dragon Claw for a late game situation where it might have helped. But it was against a jump bluff where maybe if it had Sludge Bomb, it might have helped. And that is another reason why you might want a Sludge Bomb. It isn't a viable option in this meta for the jump bluff and the Azumarill as well. But in this case, didn't have it, and that's perfectly reasonable as well. Didn't come in handy in this situation.
No, not at all. And I think with They Love Jai, he just had to make those calls. Right, like if he decided to shield, he'll be in a shield disadvantage later. So being in that situation, going, is he going to bait? Is he not going to bait? Those 50-50 situations can just flip so quickly, and then suddenly you've lost 2 Pokemon and you're down to your last one, and it's a Swalot. It's a real tough one there.
Yeah. Could have also decided that it could have been a team read situation. It could have been him going, Guzzlord's done its job. I know that there's probably going to be a jump up in the back. Guzzlord's not going to do particularly well there, so save the shields for another Pokemon that does have a lot more play.
Yeah, and look, unfortunately, it just came down to health at the end of the day. I think with the reads, it wasn't too bad, but unfortunately, like I mentioned, that Shadow Jumpluff just had full health, and that Sludge didn't even take it into the yellow, so it didn't even take it halfway.
Yeah, that's a very handy thing for a Jumpluff. I think you do need good stats on the Jumpluff to be able to do that. If you don't have the best stats on it, then the Sludge should be able to take off over 50% of its HP, and that makes a huge difference. Being able to take 2 moves versus 3 is enormous in the context of high-level Pokemon Go PvP play.
Well, it just means that you've got to do more rocket grunts and and make sure that you can build a very good Shadow Jumpluff, because they're hard to come by as well.
They are.
With those Shadow stats, they're just thrown around that sometimes you get a good one, sometimes you don't. So, yeah, it's a bit of luck of the draw. So I think Freezing Sun has gone and farmed and trying to get a very good Shadow Jumpluff. Now, what do you do in this situation, Fish? You are They Love Jai. You've just been basically rolled in that first game. What do you do from this point?
Well, we're going to find out, because they are sending their Pokemon out onto the field. We have Guzzlord into Gastrodon, which is a really interesting neutral kind of matchup. With shields up and used, the Gastrodon does have the upper hand here. Guzzlord is, of course, famous for being able to apply balanced damage with its fast and charged attacks, neither throwing their charge attacks initially, and then finally we do get the first move from the Guzzlord, which is the Crunch.
Yeah, and look, what I'm really excited to see, that there is a Melmetal in the back. This Gastrodon can take the Crunch. The defense has fallen. Now it's going for their charge attack here. They Love Jai deciding to shield this Earth Power.
Yeah, Jai's just too good at reading. He always makes the right calls there. So now Clodsire is going to come out and apply its own pressure. We see the Stone Edge version of the Clodsire, and Freezing Sun is going to throw the Stone Edge. This might not KO, but then we'll put it at a very low range to be able to farm down.
Yeah, look, this Guzzlord is so little health left and into the red, but now it's switched out to the Swalot against this Clodsire. The Clodsire can make it to an Earthquake, but They Love Jai going for the Ice Beam first.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky situation. Swallow not the best into Clodsire, but that's why you've got that Ice Beam there for situations like this. It is forcing a shield out of Freezing Sun, and now the Earthquake is going to come through unshielded. What was I just saying, Jai? You make the right calls.
He does, but this one does hurt. But Swallow is holding on into the yellow, which is very surprising. I thought it might be in the red. Now we aim to the battles where this Ice Beam, now, going for the catch on that Gastrodon there.
Yeah, Freezing Sun deciding that this energy on the Clodsire is very, very handy. So if I just maintain it, I'm going to sacrifice the Gastrodon. Jai responding by not charging the Ice Beam too much, and so is able to try and get a Mud Shot farm down. Unfortunately, the Mud Slaps from the Gastrodon come out first, and so Credilli is going to have its response. Gastrodon only able to throw a Body Slam, which is resisted, so Credilli's going to laugh it off and does get an extra Bullet Seed of energy.
Oh, absolutely. Is this the time? Is this the time for Melmetal?
I think it's the time, baby.
Is it Fish? I want to see it, because really now we've just got this Clodsire or this Melmetal. We're waiting for the clock, and the Melmetal comes out.
Melmetal running the probably the most common moveset of the Double Iron Bash and Superpower. It does have other options available that can get it the win in different matchups where Superpower might struggle. But the Double Iron Bash is what we're going to rely on here, because it is super effective against the Credilli. It's not going to be able to take too many of those.
No, this Rock Tomb will connect with this Melmetal, but if it goes for another Double Iron Bash, this Credilli will be out. And now it's going straight for that Guzzlord. The Guzzlord does have energy, able to get to a Dragon Claw.
Yeah, and so the Dragon Claw is going to be resisted on the Melmetal. So Freezing Sun is... Oh, hang on. We have a shield of the Dragon Claw on the Melmetal, so is going to try and get to as much energy as possible while that Guzzlord gets to a crunch. So this is really interesting. Maybe this might put it, it's going to put it into range of another charge attack. The Melmetal does have 2 double Iron Bashes though, and you would think maybe that another double Iron Bash on the Credilli in the back will be enough.
It might be there, but Jai still has a shield in play. Decides not to shield this double Iron Bash.
There is the Clodsire in the back with the energy, which is what we saw before. So this is a really tense situation. The double Iron Bash isn't enough to take it out, but now here comes Clodsire, and Jai still has the shield, still not using it.
I think he sees the writing on the wall there. This Stone Edge will connect with the Credilli, taking it out of the field, saving a shield for later, and Freezing Sun takes this game 2-0.
Yeah, that was incredible by Freezing Sun. That catch made a lot of difference in the back. Unfortunately, not enough. Because I've lost my spot. The Clodsire did manage to finish off in the back. Jai was the one that had the shield, didn't use it because the Clodsire was just too loaded. Had too much HP, was able to finish that off.
I really like Freezing Sun's play there because it had really good energy management. He managed to get all the ducks lined up, because even though this particular Pokemon was low on health in the back, he had charge moves ready to go. And Jai read that as well, going, oh, look, if I shield here, I'm just going to have to almost pray that it doesn't take me out, because he knows that the other Pokemon have so much energy. So really, that's what I think was going through Jai's mind in game 2, just being like, I can't shield in this situation, because if I shield, then that is lost. I've just lost the game entirely by doing that. So a bit of a hope and pray it sometimes.
That's a very common situation. You're often faced with a position of like, if I shield here, I'm in a bad spot. If I don't shield here, I'm in a bad spot. Well, what's going to be the less bad spot?
Yeah, exactly right. But you know what? I'm excited to see that Melmetal, because that's the first time I've seen double Iron Bash in a Play Pokemon circuit. So that is really, really cool to see. And I want to see more Melmetal.
Melmetal's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a really good one. So you might need to go get your transfer some Pokemon to Pokemon Home to get your mystery box to open up, so then you can catch all your Meltan to build into a Melmetal.
And Melmetal is like probably the most farmable Pokemon out there because of that mechanic, right? You get a mystery box and then you can open one. Is it every 3 days?
I believe there's a timer. But it changes depending on what's happening with the season specials. But yeah, I believe it's around 3 to 5 days depending on what's happening in this circuit. But that's really exciting to see how everyone went. Freezing Sun proceeds on, but means that They Love Jai is in the losers bracket. And he's been there before and he's done really well. So we'll see how he goes.
I want to see him do well. So far, he hasn't finished any lower than second in a regional. So I want to see him continue. I like the kid. I want to see him do well.
Yeah, I want to see everyone do well, let's be honest, but I'm a fence sitter. So we're going to head into our next little swap over, and we'll get Steve and Stumpy on very soon. So stay tuned. Let's recap on Pokemon Go champions from the Oceania region. In 2022, Oceania had 2 regionals. Our first ever regional was held in Perth, with local Rob Drogo becoming the first Pokemon champion in Oceania. And fun fact, Rob Drogo is currently still the only player ever to win a regional, with a Bastiodon to date. Next up was Melbourne, where Rick Flareon won his first regional, fighting back from a bracket reset in winners final against Valiant Vish. Following this win, Rick Flareon also attended Worlds in London and achieved a top 16 placement. Bringing on to 2023, Oceania had 3 regionals and an international. First regional was in Brisbane, where Valiant Vish secured his first regional win, coming in hot after being a finalist in Melbourne and top 9 at Worlds. Oceania then had its first international championship for Pokemon Go, where local Dracoviz took home the first place trophy in a stellar run in the winners bracket, only going down in 1 game. Followed by Perth Regional, where the top 2 placements of the previous Perth Regional was repeated, but this time the victor went to Avrip's favour, getting his first regional win. Closing the 2023 season was in Sydney, where Agent Magikarp took the win after going toe-to-toe with Rick Flareon all the way to Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Coming into 2024 season had a different pace in Oceania, as we had 3 regionals. Coming out of retirement, Dracoviz came to Brisbane with no intention of winning and won, becoming the first Oceania player to win 2 tournaments, an international and a regional. But wait, there is more. He did it again in Melbourne straight after becoming the first player in the 2024 season to achieve back-to-back regionals, cementing his legacy in the Play Pokemon circuit. We then closed the 2024 season back in Perth, where for the first time a non-local won. In the finals against They Love Jai, Rick Flareon came back from the brink, managing to claw back in a bracket reset to turn an 0-2 to a 3-2 to win him his second regional. And now we're into the 2025 season, and our first champion was 89 CGY Flames fan, the youngest ever regional champion in the Play Pokemon circuit, taking out They Love Jai in the grand finals. So with only 2 Oceania regionals left, who will be crowned for the Brisbane regional champion? Will it be They Love Jai after a back-to-back finalist position? Will it be someone new into the fold? Stay tuned for the Oceania scene and see who will be crowned the next regional champion.
Let's kick off the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
I'm one of the commentators for Pokemon.
You're on camera a lot. That's when you really start thinking a lot more about what it is you want to represent.
Doing the Masters Finals is one of the biggest honors.
Winning it all is still a dream that I have, even today.
To actually be the best in the world is something you have to open yourself up to failing. That's when you start to think, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I had my prime.
Welcome back. This is Stumpy2517. Oh, wait, I've taken your line this time.
I'm not very good at this. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually. But look, we're going to be getting straight into the action. We're still in winners round 3 here. We have Bratowski versus Godsalama. And look, Bratowski, I believe this is their first ever regional championship. So coming straight into it with a Wigglytuff.
First onto the scene, and Wigglytuff, he'll be making no friends down there, but here he is.
Yeah, they actually also took out Gone in their previous round. So definitely a battle out of fear. They've got the fast move pressure of Wigglytuff, Talonflame, alongside Clodsire, Primeape, regular Feraligatr still showing up, and Superior, with Godsalama having that Malamar, the Talonflame, Chargebug, Azumarill, Guzzlord, and one of my new favorites, Swallow.
Excellent. Yeah, there's a couple of, it's now getting like there's a couple, with the more battles we've seen, we're now seeing some of the more consistent things coming out. Second Superior we've seen, I think it's the first Gator we've seen, but non-Shadow, interesting calls. And again, a lot of people opting for the bulky water type, so it's interesting to see that they're sort of sacrificing some bulk for, sacrificing some attacking damage for some bulk, so
yeah.
Play.
I'm not sure if it's found a great team to match up against in Godsalama. Obviously, the fact that Feraligatr has that coverage of potential Ice Beam does give it a little bit of extra wiggle room against Pokemon like, for example, the Guzzlord. You know, you've got that ability to hit them with an Ice Beam, or you can still do that massive Hydro Cannon damage into almost the rest of the field. Obviously, the Talonflame is great. Swalot's pretty good. Chargebug, you get a little bit dicey, but you're still doing a lot of damage. And similar story for the Malamar as well. Even though Malamar pace is the exact same to you, Hydro Cannons hurt a whole lot.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think as much as the Feraligatr, I think it might have to come just based on what I've seen here. It looks like we might have a... cancel the challenge.
I think we're trying to get into the battle, but we're just going to... Take two.
We're going to take 2. What we're going to say was, I think that looking at it on Tracy's Sky, he doesn't have the best checks to Talonflame. So he's own Talonflame, Clodsire, and Feraligatr, but if he doesn't, without bringing the Feraligatr to hard punish the Talonflame, he might have to rely on Clodsire being bulky, but apart from that, and a mirror match. So Superior, Primeape, and Wigglytuff don't want to really be anywhere near that Talonflame. So I think that the Feraligatr, even if it doesn't look so strong, it might need to come here.
Yeah, of course, there's also the potential of a Stone Edge Clodsire, but let's get into game number 1. In the winners round 3, we've got Superior into the Malamar, which is a really interesting matchup, Stumpy.
Yeah, pretty neutral here. This Superior is very bulky and can definitely take a lot of this damage. So it'd be interesting to see who decides to shield it first here, or if we see potential superpower play as well.
Yeah, we can see that Godsalama is running that Swalot in the back, which would be an incredibly powerful pick into Bratowski's Wigglytuff. And so I think that Godsalama could be in a very strong position if they can win Switch here, because at the same time, their Azumarill doesn't really want to see... Actually, the Clodsire looks incredibly powerful all around. Yeah,
it's looking like an interesting backline. I said Switch does definitely matter here because the polarizing of Wigglytuff is here. But a good bait call from the first air lace through to the Frenzy Plant. So good call there from Godsalama. Interesting to see if the shield goes up, and it does from the Superior. So you choose to protect that bulky snake.
Yeah, and it's doing well too. We've got another Frenzy Plant firing off here. They do take a little bit longer to get to, but if it does succeed, it's going to take this Malamar out. Godsalama letting it go. So the Malamar gets the knockout here. We are seeing the Swalot come back in, which isn't going to do a lot of mud shot damage, but what it can do is resist all of Serperia's fast attacks, charge attacks, which means that Clodsire now comes in to try and answer it, and Godzalama, recognizing how long it takes Clodsire to get to its moves, means that they can pretty comfortably farm up extra and now throw the Ice Beam.
But doesn't have the Azumarill doesn't really want to come into this Clodsire with that much energy, so he's going to choose to throw the Earthquake here. So a bit of a tough spot here because you sort of want to commit shields to try to keep this alive. So he does choose to shield correctly the Earthquake here.
Yeah, we saw They Love Jai making these calls before. We'll see if Godzalama can make the same ones. We've got the potential Earthquake here that can really do a lot of damage to the Swalot, but with so much energy ready to go, Bratowski kind of needs to think about, maybe I need to keep this Clodsire around, but no, lets it go, and now it is going to be a Serperior and a Wigglytuff, but Stumpy, that's a lot of health on a poison type into a Fairy and a Grass.
Yeah, this is not a great spot. He does choose the Frenzy Blade here, so it does win CMP by the looks of it there. The resisted Frenzy Blade coming through would not do a whole lot of damage to that bulky Swalot.
Yeah, that's right. And
Careful
look,
the words there.
Yeah, there's not much that Swalot's going to be worrying about here. Superior is... We're even undercharging here. I don't know if that was a BM or if it was just going for the extra farm, but even without any actually, he didn't know there was a Wigglytuff in the back, but now he does, and now it is just a case of throwing that sludge, doing a lot of damage, and even if this doesn't KO the Wigglytuff, there is still an Azumarill, full health in the back.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for the Wigglytuff here. I can't see any way that we get around this, but not going to give up. We're going to keep throwing moves, and the Swift comes out from the Wigglytuff. So Bratowski probably thinking more towards the next game now, but definitely the one thing I will say is he does want to see what this third Pokemon is so he can make adjustments in between the battles.
Absolutely right. This Wigglytuff wants to take this Swalot out if it can, just so you can get that full team of 3 out of Godzalama, so that you know that they are thinking about that Azumarill as a very strong pick into Bratowski's side.
I don't think he's going to get it, unfortunately.
No, the sludge comes in. This will take out the Wigglytuff, and unfortunately for Bratowski, he's not going to see that Pokemon number 3.
No, very important from Godzilla there, and identifying that and knowing full well that you could have easily just switched out and absorbed damage on Azumarill, but it's always great to keep that information safe.
Exactly right. Godzalama playing to his absolute best here, and look, had a really strong team composition into Bratowski as well. I do think that it really all fell apart for Bratowski on losing switch advantage. Yeah. The fact that, Bratowski had quite a good team into Godzalama's if he could win the lead matchup, but when you let that lead go and then also let your Clodsire go down and stick yourself with 2 Pokemon weak to Swalot, it gets pretty tricky.
Yeah, it was really tough because you knew he was getting outpaced to the second Ice Beam before he gets to the Earthquake to really to be able to do anything to this to the Swalot. But I think it was really the big early in the game that sort of changed the tide for me was the calling the bait with the Frenzy Plan. He got the first air went through, didn't have to shield that, and then the second one coming through, he could just then it was sort of his turn to dictate what he wants to do. So really good bait call early on, and that just sort of set the tone for the rest of the battle, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Again, Godzalama just being able to take that little bit of an advantage and steam right ahead through the entire rest of the battle. To be honest with you, after that sort of first minute of the battle, it almost felt like there was just nothing that Bratowski could do. It really felt like it was Godzalama's game to win, and it all comes down to game number 2 if Godzalama wants to push himself through to that winners round 4. Godzalama definitely not a stranger to the regional circuit either. I believe that he hit top 12 in both of the last 2 Australian regionals that he has competed in, and so he's looking to do it again here by pushing through into that winners round 4. And so I guess, if you're sort of looking at Godzalama's team, he sort of just made a really sensible set of 3. Like, he had the Malamar and he had it in the lead, right? Where, the Wigglytuff would obviously be pretty scary, but
apart from that, it's got neutral play against everything else. It can come in, it's good against the Clodsire, good against the Annihilate, and not taking a lot of damage from the Feraligatr Shadow Claw. So it was quite a consistent lead, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it again, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it looks like we are seeing it again. The Talonflame meeting it this time round. Talonflame can definitely put a lot of pressure onto the Malamar, but Malamar has the advantage at pacing Talonflame to the moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this is showing the buff of Psywave. Is it Psywave or
Psywave?
Psywave. So the Psywave, the update we've seen is just showing its value here, because Psychic Cuts would be basically no damage here. So look at this, it's already into the yellow health. And even if we get the correctly shield here, you can shield and basically farm this thing down if you like.
Yeah, regardless of what move is being thrown here, Godzalama is in a really strong position, but an even stronger position after calling the Brave Bird, and can now comfortably Psywave all the way down. And now there's a Feraligatr and a Clodsire Clodsire takes super effective from Psywave. Feraligatr takes a lot of damage from these foul plays and Psywaves as well, and has the same pacing as Feraligatr. So with the energy advantage, is in such an advantageous position into this Gator.
It does get the second move before the Feraligatr throws a move. So this is such a dominant spot with that much energy lead. Doesn't matter about the shield. That one shield you invested is you're coming through basically straight away. And look at that damage. Taking out 1.5 Pokemon with keeping shields even.
Yeah, and now Godzilla gets to swap into a bulky Pokemon that resists all of Feraligatr's moves. The Clodsire does come in to meet it now, but with a little bit of energy up its sleeve, this isn't that bad of a matchup for Azumarill. The Ice Beam, you can see, does do about, 35% of Clodsire's health, perhaps a little bit more. And with the bubbles, it's already hit the halfway mark, and this Sludge Bomb is not going to KO the Azumarill.
Absolutely, and we will see the Azumarill get to the second Ice Beam before the second Sludge Bomb comes through, I believe. So it's a really good spot for the Azumarill. It's going to put pressure on this thing, but he does look like he's overfarming a little bit and does get there just before. Really great pacing from Godzilla there, not making any errors here.
No, he's keeping his counts absolutely stellar in this game. The Clodsire going to use that Protect Shield, the final Protect Shield, to save itself to get another Sludge Bomb off. This is more than enough to KO the Azumarill this time around, but Godzilla, he knows what he's got. He knows how powerful, especially that Malamar would be in the back. But to be honest with you, there's a bit of a rogue possibility of bringing in the Swalot, go for the Mud Shot down, but no, we're playing the safe play, bring in the Malamar, potentially eat up all this energy off the Clodsire as well, and then it could be time for a Swalot Mud Shot down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Swalot's going to, here, this is why you've got the bulky Pokemon, right? It's got a shield advantage. It's a really tough spot for anything to deal with here. So, look like we're going to get into a Sludge Bomb. He's going for the Earthquake. But look at this timing from Godzilla. Using every ounce of energy to get the move off, and just clinical play, really. He's just, everything's timing well. You can tell he's really feeling confident he's battling at the moment. Even with all this energy on this Feraligatr, he knows that it's going to be really tough to be able to, especially with how bulky it is and no shadow, it might be able to survive 2 as well if it gets there.
And look at this flex as well, letting the Hydro Cannon coming through, just knowing like, hey, I know how bulky my Pokemon is. I know that Hydro Cannon is not going to do enough to me. And I know that I have won this match 2-0 to Godzilla and will be progressing through to winners round 4 with Bratowski now going to be going to the losers bracket with that Wigglytuff.
Yeah, really, really clinical there from Godzilla. Look, Bratowski, first regional, doing really well, but he's just can't do it against a really formidable opponent. And that's what happens once you get to the further stage of the tournament. As it gets, the battles get better, everyone's been winning, so you're playing against battles that are consistently winning, and this is where it ends up. And no real stress for Brett. First tournament, do well, and then get the loser bracket and try your best there as well. So second chance, the best part about double elimination is you get 2 bites.
Yeah, and he's doing so well as well. Like, again, in winners round 2, he defeated Gone 1001, one of the best players from New South Wales as well. So it's just, and a Worlds qualified battler from last season. So just really, really strong gameplays from Bratowski, and I look forward to seeing him compete at future regionals as well, because one of them's definitely got his name on it. He's already shown himself as a bit of a Titan Slayer. Couldn't take down the Titan that is Godzilla, but I'm sure that he will be back to do it again. And potentially, it's not the last that we see him on stream, because he will be battling through that losers bracket. Maybe we even see him in the losers finals. Who knows?
Absolutely.
But regardless, Godzilla will be progressing and really showing sort of what Brisbane can do. I know that Godzilla is a little bit of a traveller himself. I know that he actually came down to New South Wales to play in a few of our locals as well, awesome. And he was doing pretty well for himself. I know I got absolutely beat when I had to face him.
Yeah, that's I chose not to turn up to those ones for obvious reasons.
Yeah, you were scared of me, right?
Absolutely. I just can't deal with Whalmers only.
Yeah, because you're running the Typhlosion.
No, we do have stories from there if we've got time for a story. From,
no, that's okay. We don't have to talk about those sorts of things. Plenty of history between all of these oceanic battlers. And that's actually one of my favorite parts of the oceanic scene in general, is that it really is such a tight-knit community. And it's something that it is one of my favorite parts of attending these regional championships, is that you get to see everyone that you've sort of been talking to and scrimming with and discussing the meta online just over all of these years, even before the championship series. And it's really just a special time to just get to see everyone.
It is, yeah. It's kind of like even the grassroots pre-COVID, it was kind of the first tournament after basically the first one, the championship tournament came up. It was like everyone sort of traveled there, got there for Melbourne, and it was like you sort of put names to faces basically for the first time for a lot of people. If you weren't there's not that many people streaming and face obviously recognizing people, but it's the community aspect of this game has always been what's brought people back. And even if you're not playing the game as much as that, I still think that it's worth getting out to these events, and it's hard not to be keen to get back into it if you're feeling a little bit flat in the game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, and that Melbourne 2022 tournament, the first one that the two of us attended, definitely holds a pretty special place in my heart.
100%.
First time meeting so many people, yourself, Rocket Claire, Bam Boss even. I think I actually might have met him before. But Dr. Trotter, all of these are just really, really cool people. And to see the community that is built from there is really special to see. So really excited to just get into these regional championships and just show what the Oceanic region is cooking. Although, I will say, Stumpy, as the community grows, as the sort of borders of the community grow, we did see in those last two games before we jumped onto the broadcast, two trainers from out of the Oceanic region coming and taking the big wins.
Amazing.
Taking down Fishy Legs and They Love Jai, two battlers who are really at the top of their game.
Absolutely.
I mean, They Love Jai playing in two regionals ever, coming second in both of them.
Absolutely,
and of course, Fishy Legs are going ahead and making an incredible World Championship run with Shadow for Alligator at the Honolulu World Championships. It's just really impressive to see these battlers from the sort of surrounding regions also do incredibly well. And so I'm really excited to see how this tournament keeps on cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is a great time to be playing in the Oceanic region. Basically, it's good to see the people coming out and joining and challenging, because it said the quality is there, and bring on all challenges. I'm sure that it always we like being pushed to be better and be stronger, which is why we got events like this.
Yeah, exactly right. And speaking of events like this, we do have our next battle ready to go. Two trainers that we know and love. We've got Fortois, aka Greg from America, taking on the one and only Valiant Vish, the 2023 Brisbane Regional Champion, looking for that second Brisbane Regional title.
Yeah, serious battlers here, and we've seen Fortois once today, and Vish's first time on stream from what I've seen. And we do have some unique picks. We've got Fortois with the Clodsai, Sableye, Lapras, Spiritomb, Togetic, and Credilli, alongside Valiant Vish, who's got the couple of familiar faces. We got some Claydol, Lapras, Pangoro, great pick, Goodra, Talonflame, and the Galarian Weezing. So sticking out for me is the Pangoro. First time I've seen that today, so it'll be interesting to see if it comes here. But what are you liking?
Yeah, look, I can't help but look at Valiant Vish's team, and remember that graphic that we looked at a little bit earlier about those Pokemon that have got a lot of top 8s but haven't yet won a championship? I'm seeing a lot of them here on Valiant Vish's team. So
as many as 4, I believe.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be looking to cross a few names off the graphic if he can keep pushing this through. But you're right, the Pangoro is a very interesting pick. And it's another one that I thought would be really special going into the Might and Mastery season. You obviously have that counter, the fighting type damage that can do so well into Pokemon like Credilli, like Lapras, that are two such big meta threats that you can see on Fortois' team as well, while also having that dark type coverage that, again, maybe Fortois' team, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, it's not incredibly weak to dark type because you have the Sableye that does have the dark type as well. You have the Spiritomb that also doesn't care as much about the dark type as some other ghost type Pokemon would, but it still gives you really nice neutral coverage into Pokemon like Clodsire, where Clodsire traditionally is quite strong into the fighters because it does resist the fighting type damage. When you've got some pretty neutral dark type damage that also comes quite quickly from a quite attack-weighted Pokemon.
And then you also have the chance of a buff as well. So you do have that chance of ramping up that damage. And then once you get that boost, you can see a lot of players will then put a lot of shields into it and basically protect it. So because then it can get a bit out of hand if as soon as it progresses through there, that counter damage against the Lapras Credilli, it can just get too far gone basically straight away. You can just lose games based on the buff. So the Togetic will probably keep that a little bit in check, I can see, because it's just, again, the doubles effective with Fairy Winds coming through. Airless will do a lot of damage. So I think that it is a little bit of a risk to run, but I do like the Goodra as well. The Goodra's got same thing, same threats. Basically, you're looking out for that Togetic, but really good neutral damage into the Sableye, Lapras, Clodsire, Credilli. So it's got plenty of play there. So pretty consistent pick for me.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Goodra pick here, where you do have, obviously, we're assuming that it's running Thunder Punch Aqua Tail here.
You do have Sludge Bomb, Sludge Wave, one of the Sludges. Sludge Bomb
it's got
potentially.
something around.
But it does have some sort of some coverage moves there, but I think that the more consistently we've seen is the two cheaper options.
Yeah, which obviously you've got that Thunder Punch for the Lapras, which is quite nice. And of course, the Aqua Tail is going to be pretty decent for some coverage moves alongside that Dragon Breath. As you said, Togetic is sort of the one big scary mon, but you still have got Thunder Punch for that matchup as well. So I think that Valiant Vish is a trainer that doesn't always just go for the hard meta reads. He always is a bit willing to go, if he thinks a Pokemon is going to work, he's not afraid to give it a run. And so he's definitely done that here. He's brought some Pokemon maybe a little bit further down on the shelf than some others, but I really think that it's quite a balanced team that could do quite well. It looks like we are going to be jumping into game number 1, and the question becomes, do we see the Claydol here? But we've got the Spiritomb into the Galarian Weezing to kick it us off.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty neutral matchup here. So we've got the same as before. We've got the Rock Tomb and the Shadow Ball, I believe. So not a bad spot here. We actually are running an Overheat in here, which is a bit different to the Brutal Swing. He has gone for the bait here. So big decision here coming through for Fort. Well, he has shielded the bait. So really good play here from Valiant Vish. Baiting that Overheat has to be respected. It's a really hard-hitting move. And neutral damage coming through here. It's not super threatening, but does get the first shield.
Yeah, luckily it will. Luckily for Fortois, it will reduce Galarian Weezing's attack. But we see the swap out into the Lapras now, and so the Lapras is going to come to meet it. But
we spoke about it earlier. It is here.
Wow.
This is where the Skull Bash comes in amazingly useful because you're double resisting a lot of the moves, every charge move coming through here. Or maybe single resisting, sorry. We're single resisting the Surfs and double resisting the Ice Beam. But Skull Bash here is going to put in so much damage neutrally, and then again the buff to your defense is so strong.
Yeah, this is such an interesting spot for Valiant Vish to be because he's in such a strong position. These Skull Bashes, as you said, going to do a lot of damage and increase our defense. But to be honest with you, Stumpy, this is a little bit closer than people might expect because look how much damage the Sparkling Arias have actually added on before Valiant Vish has been able to get to that first Skull Bash.
You're absolutely right. It was very important for Forward to get to that second Sparkling Aria before the Skull Bash came through because look how much damage this is now going to be threatening a farm down after these charge moves here. So really good play there, throwing moves, but he will get outpaced here to the next move.
Yeah, Valiant Vish barely getting... I love this play from Valiant Vish. He's kind of hoping that he could maybe get to 2 Sparkling Arias. Unfortunately, not going to quite get there, but he will get this one off that is going to be more than enough to KO... Fortois.
Fortois, yeah, it was CMP there.
Wow.
But maybe he's too worried because there is a farm down chance here for Goodra, so he knows he gets a little bit of farm, and it's not the worst position to be in, knowing that how strong the Goodra is into the rest of the team.
Yeah, now... Fortois has seen Valiant Vish's back line, so he brings the Credilli in here so that he can avoid the potential sludges and big damage from that Galarian Weezing onto the Credilli. I like this play. This makes a lot of sense. And now Credilli is just going to be here to soak as much energy from Valiant Vish as possible. The neutral Aqua Tail coming through and bringing us down to a little bit more than half health.
Yeah, and the Rock Tomb coming through here. It'll be interesting to see how the damage comes up here because we're able to basically see how the rest of this match will go. The Rock Tomb does about half the remaining health, so the next one will KO. So we'll see what Vish decides to look at a catch potentially here. Does throw the Aqua Tail on great timing there, so really optimizing all of his energy gain. And could really no need to shield now that it has the Rock Tomb debuff.
Yeah, and so now we're in a spot where Valiant Vish kind of has to make a bit of a choice. Does he like the Goodra and its neutral coverage? It looks like he's going to let it go. He's going to bring the Galarian Weezing in. It's going to have some potential to get a little bit of farm, but Spiritomb, hard swap in now. Galarian Weezing has a lot of energy here, and Valiant Vish is in a tough position because Overheat would actually debuff himself, whereas if he goes for the Sludge Bait, he has to try and get the shield, but Fortois knows the position he's in. He knows that he can just no-shield this, but unfortunately, Sludge does too much damage. He has to shield this anyway.
Yeah, the Sludge doing a lot of damage there. So knew that based on the first damage, the second one would have KO'd. So he wants to get this Rock Tomb off to debuff. He does have to respect this as shielded. So there can be an overfarm here from Vish, from Valiant Vish to potentially load up for the next Pokemon. So we're interested to see how he goes. The debuff does come through as well.
Valiant Vish looks like he's going to get a full farm down from the Galarian Weezing, and with so much energy in tow, gets the Sludge. This is going to be more than enough to carry the Credilli, and Valiant Vish has taken it down at game number 1. Skull Bash Lapras. It may not have won the Lapras mirror match, but it turns out he didn't need it.
Exactly right. He really smartly played and good discipline to know, let's CMP and you got some energy. It's tempting to always go, look how much energy I have. I've got to shield it, but there's really disciplined players at this level, especially guys like Vish. He knew that energy doesn't mean a whole lot. I've still got things in the back that can do the damage for me. And he took out a really well-worked game 1.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm kind of just thinking man, Valiant Vish's Goodra is so strong into Fortois' team that it almost feels like with so many neutral options on Vish's team, with the Galarian Weezing, with the Goodra, it's going to be really tough for Fortois to sort of nail Vish down. And so I think that he's really going to have to try and get inside of Vish's head. What is Vish thinking? What is he going to bring into this battle, and how can I take down that team specifically? Because, if Vish picks a random 3, then Fortois' ideal lineup changes so dramatically.
It's tough really as well because we've got the temptation to bring Togetic to keep that Goodra in check must be so hard for 14. You must be thinking, I could bring that and it neutralizes that Goodra. Even with Thunder Punches, they don't do a whole lot of damage. But in the back of his mind, he's like, that Lapras is so hard to get off the field because of how bulky it is, especially with Skull Bash now. The Weezing is going to punish with Sludge. So 2 things that he bought in the first game. So it's going to be playing in his mind that as much as I want to bring it, it's a very high risk.
Yeah, well, you know what else is high risk is potentially bringing the Clodsire here. Clodsire would obviously really wall down that Galarian Weezing. Sludge, going to be resisted. Overheat, going to be resisted, and so not going to be doing that much damage to the Clodsire. But you've then also still got that Lapras. And Lapras all of a sudden is also really going to be countering that Clodsire quite well with the potential of the Sludge Bomb and Earthquake. I mean, it's just not that threatened, to be honest with you. And so I almost feel like Fortois, he needs to bring something to counter a Skull Bash Lapras, and the only options seem to be really leaning into some neutral Rock Tomb, well, obviously super effective Rock Tomb damage, but sort of neutral matchups in the Spiritomb and the Credilli.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. You got to somehow find a way to get that off the field without having to use your own Lapras just due to the Skull Bash. So, although it did add up, the damage does add up. So, like, but Vish, it's good to see that Vish is like, it allowed him to bring the Lapras into that, knowing that even though I'm behind energy, I've got the better charge move for this scenario. And even if I don't win the matchup, it's going to be he's going to have to throw his energy to get rid of it because the farm down's not going to be an option after the deep defense buff.
Yeah, I think that was potentially the big part, sort of forcing Fortois to throw their energy from their Lapras so that the Goodra could comfortably farm down, right?
Yeah.
So that it wasn't really about like, oh, you know, like...
It might get Nice Beam, might get there, who knows? So it does take a lot of the doubt out. And I think that's like the players like Vish, they're calculated, they know how to put players into awkward positions, which is what he's really good at.
Yeah, and so here we go. Valiant Fish versus Fortois. The Clodsire does come in, but the Pangoro is going to come in. This is not ideal for Valiant Fish, but as I said before, it does have some neutral damage, but the Lapras going to come in to answer it. And
there's no response. Honestly, he's going to have to chip with the Sludge Bomb here, but there's no optimal response to this. Like, you've got resisting the fast move if you bring either in, but also those Sparkling Arias are going to go so fast. And look at how much energy lead there is here.
Yeah, look, the fact that Spiritomb does have, he sort of has 2 options, right? He's got an ABB strategy with the Spiritomb and the Sableye. We saw this a little bit earlier in the stream. He does have some ability to try and just, beat this Lapras down by committee, get everyone involved and try and take it down. But with so much energy.
It's just too much energy. It's like you've let it get so far ahead to chip it down so that it's a better matchup for the Spiritomb because the Lapras will still survive the Rock Tomb as well. So if you instantly counter swap, you still put in a position where you're going to be basically in the same scenario. And Vish knows he can shield here and get the last shield if he so chooses.
That's so tough for Fortois because Valiant Vish now going to use that Protect Shield, swapping back into the Pangoro. Yeah. And with Switch Time is misaligned, he can actually really comfortably stay in here, go for the Night Slash, doesn't care about the Rock Tomb, doesn't care about the Shadow Ball. It's just free damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe also correctly predicting that he might think, it is an ABB Ghost if that's his best response. It can't be Credilli. It's unlikely to be his own Lapras. And if it's Togekiss, he probably is not going to bring that, the Togetic. So he knows now all this is now is just chipping extra damage. The Pangoro has done its job. It's got out of there. It's got rid of one of the Ghosts. He's in a really strong position. And now any extra damage is just a bonus.
Yeah, it's even more than that though, Stumpy, because look at the back line. Valiant Fish has the Galarian Weezing, and the big counter to Galarian Weezing is right here. It's against the Pangoro.
And look at this close combat coming through. A resisted move that's going to do a good chunk of health for a Clodsire that's very, very bulky. And it was a Stampede type, which is very, very good for Vish.
That's huge for Valiant Fish, forcing Fortois to waste so much energy. The Sludge Bomb going to get the KO on the Pangoro, but now, if you're Valiant Fish, you come back in with the Lapras. Clodsire does have energy, but we saw this exact same thing happen in the previous battle. Valiant Fish comes in, eats up that energy, and then just comes in to be able to get some farm in the back. Galarian Weezing going to come in and presumably burns a shield here to try and get the KO, but to be honest with you, Stumpy, oh no! Actually, Fortois is kind of opened the door here.
This is a good play because he's now forcing. He's going to try to force the overheat out here, so he knows he can't throw Sludge at this thing. So he's just going to let it go and force it to debuff itself. So maybe the Clodsire is now bulky enough to survive the debuffed moves. It will potentially come down, but the Sableye does survive the move. So coming through here, there should be no shield coming through here from Vish. He knows that he can survive this move, and the Earthquake he will not survive. So really smart shield, no shield here.
Yeah, takes the Brutal Swing, will get the farm down here, will have enough energy ready to throw into the Clodsire, but there's still a shield apiece on both sides.
It's going for
goes
the
for the Sludge. This needs to work for Valiant Fish, and
it
does!
What a call. Forcing the shield, couldn't quite hold his nerve there, and here comes the overheat, which will do what's little health is left to the Clodsire.
Yeah, this overheat will absolutely get the KO here. Surely gets his Clodsire. It may have been debuffed already, but it is still more than enough. Gets the KO, and Valiant Fish with a 2-0 result against Fortois moves on into winners round 4.
Yeah, really, really decisive win there from Vish. He just looked at how well he lent on that Lapras. He knew how strong it was in this matchup, and he just stuck to his guns. He got it out on energy. He forced it to chip because he had no strong response. And then once the clocks misaligned, he allowed the Pangoro to come in safely and get ahead on energy. And even throwing close combats into resisted damage all added up to allow the overheat to KO at the end there.
It's so interesting because it felt like, Valiant Fish had 2 Pokemon weak to that Clodsire.
Yep.
And just Clodsire, I suppose, was just overwhelmed. It couldn't do it all.
Yeah.
It may have been able to use up so much of its energy, so much of its health fighting that Pangoro, but at the same time, you then don't have anything left for that Galarian wheezing in the back, and all
Totally
of a sudden,
agree, and it's just Vish working really well around. Pangoro puts question marks in your head. Close combat Night Slash, same as the Sludge versus Overheat. You're making your players make a lot of decisions that can sometimes actually force a mistake. You're thinking too much about baits and things like that, and it can put you off a little bit.
Yeah, and so look, I think that Fortois and everyone that is still in this competition that potentially has to face Valiant Vish should potentially listen to some advice that we've actually got coming up from someone that can really give you the secrets of how to take on the one and only Valiant Vish. Because look, he may have been back after over a year of not competing in the regional championships, but maybe tune into this. This will really help you out.
Hi everyone, Alan Surprise here. Rumour has it Valiant Vish is returning to the regional circuit after some time away, and as somebody who has battled with him on multiple occasions, I thought I'd share some advice. Your strategy to winning a Pokemon battle is just as much psychological as it is team composition. So the first thing you need to do, this guy right here. You drop a Sandshrew in your team comp and you watch Vish go to water immediately.
Alan, did you win against Vish when you versed him?
Look, I'm not here to get bogged down in the weeds and get stuck into semantics, but
Get out. Come on, get out. Look, no matter what your team is this weekend, I hope everyone has a fantastic time at the Brisbane Regionals. Good luck to everyone, battle your hardest, and just have an amazing time with your friends and the community. Good luck, trainers. Have fun.
Let's go! Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
What a swap by Yakai! Bow down to your chiefs of Unite!
You let your drink? This might just be all she throws.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
We're back and ready to see some more absolutely hype battles. This thing is heating up like the Brisbane humidity, Debbie.
My hair is so frizzy, but yes, certainly is. And the next battle we've got is Yetaruna versus Seb Nemo. Seb Nemo is a local to the area, and we have, as mentioned before, Yetaruna is from South Korea and flew in for this regional championship. So really, really heated battle, because we saw before with Seb Nemo, he was against Rick Flareon and brought in that Shadow Grimer, which was an interesting pick.
Yeah, and that is something that we've seen a bit in like grassroots play around the place, and whenever it comes out to play, it always has a real good time. It's dangerous, that thing.
Yeah, look, I had a chat with Seb Nemo yesterday during the registration line. I'm like, show me your team. And then he showed me, and I saw that Shadow Grimer. I was like, I like the look of this because it has so much coverage. And it's just something that I think people are not used to, so they don't know how much it can handle, it can take, and it can take quite a bit. There are certain selected GBL cups that a Grimer works really well into. I actually have a Grimer made and all the way like powered up for Great League. So when I saw that come out, I'm like, I know this matchup.
And that one doesn't have to be Hundo, does it?
No, it doesn't have to be. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can definitely make one. I wouldn't say it's like it's definitely on the easier side to make things. So yeah, really, really interesting next match. Now we do have, I believe we've got Mikey Morgs and Ball Basher?
And Basher?
Yes, Basher. Excellent. And I thought we were doing the other battle, but we're doing this one instead. So we have Mikey Morgs versus Basher here. Basher having the Talonflame, the Swalot, the Cradilly, the regular Blastoise, the Claydol, and the Mandibuzz.
And on Mikey Morg's side, we've seen him already today. He's running the Azumarill, the Lapras, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Annihilate, regular Jumpluff, and Clodsire. So what do you think about that switch to the regular Jumpluff over the Shadow?
Oh, look, it just gives that extra bulk. So I think it has a lot of play, and it's really, really interesting to see. We've got the players locked in now, going into game one, Mikey Morgs versus Basher, and we can see a Lapras against a Swalot.
Yeah, pretty neutral with the charge attacks, but the fast attacks from the Lapras are going to come through super effective. So you're getting more bang for your buck with those Psy Waves. We do see a switch out after some built up energy into the Blastoise, which is going to be doing super effective damage with the rollouts.
Yeah, look, and Mikey Morgs can now go for that Sparkling Aria. The Sparkling Aria isn't going to do super effective damage to this Blastoise, but it still will do a bit to chip away at it. Not very effective, but again, the health is dripping down.
Well, an attempted catch of the Skull Bash not going to come off, so Basher is going to be able to now Skull Bash this Azumarill. So it looks like either way, it would have been a Skull Bash against the Pokemon. Didn't care which water it was against, the Lapras or the Azumarill. He'll do it to anyone.
Yeah, and now this Blastoise's defense has risen, so it can take all these bubbles that were going to do like little damage anyway and take it on really well. It is going for the next Skull Bash. Mikey Morgs has to make a decision here. He's got 2 shields. Does he play it? Decides not to, and the Azumarill takes it.
Yeah, so those rollouts have been nerfed this season, which means you can't really rely on a farm down of such a bulky Pokemon such as Azumarill. This Play Rough is going to get the Blastoise close. I think it knocks out. No, it does not. It leaves Blastoise with plenty of HP left. It banks a Hydro Cannon, and then out comes the Swallow, which is going to tank this Ice Beam quite easily.
Yeah, look, we've seen it time and time and time again about this Swallow, and it absorbs everything, and you can see how well it handles it. Now against this Lapras has been switched in. This Sparkling Aria is coming through, and Basher decides to shield.
Yeah, so with a little bit extra energy, Swallow maybe has a little bit more that it can fight back with. It's got 2 Sludges. We'll see how much the first one does, because if it takes out half of the Lapras' remaining HP, then you know a back-to-back Sludge will get rid of it completely, and now the tables have turned. Not so much, though. It does leave enough HP left that it won't be able to just back-to-back.
No, not at all here. Now we're going for the second, the Sparkling Aria here. Basher deciding not to shield because we know that this Swallow can handle it. It still holds on to a slither of health, and this Sludge is able to now connect with this Lapras and also bring it down to very low health.
Yeah, very low, but still conscious and has some energy, not enough to really do anything with. It's on just barely any, so 1 Bullet Seed from the Cradilly is going to finish it off, and now we have the Cradilly versus the fighter, the counter user in the Shadow Annihilate. This is the matchup that the Annihilate wants to see. It's basically the reason this thing is still hanging around in the meta. It's for this situation, Debbie.
Yeah, Mikey Morgs being very clever with his shields and absolutely holding on to them for this Shadow Annihilate. The Shadow Annihilate now going for this Ice Punch instead of going for the Rage Fist, because it actually will, with the Shadow damage, does so much to this Cradilly and takes it fully out.
Yeah, and we're going to see 1 more Hydro Cannon from a Blastoise, but I think that's a consolation Hydro Cannon. I think this Annihilate will just be able to handle this, especially with the shield to hide behind, and then punch its way through to the win for Mikey Morgs.
Yeah, what a great play from Mikey Morgs here, and a great showcase of that Shadow Annihilate, like you mentioned. Why is it still around? And this is purely why it's still around. And it once it just gets ramped up and be hidden behind 2 shields, it just can clean the floor.
Yeah, 100%. It's another one of those balanced Pokemon that does apply fast attack pressure, but then also has those charged attacks that you can choose to deploy at any moment. You can build up a little more energy first, and then the more energy you manage to build up in one matchup, the better off you are in the next matchup. So it's a Pokemon that can apply pressure in multiple points of the battle.
Yeah, and look, I love the Shadow option instead of regular Annihilate, because it just, you know what, it's not there to hang around. It's there to just pack a punch and just get enough, like all those attack moves off, that it can just be such a menace actually into the game. And you can see there, hidden behind 2 shields, it can run away with the entire game. So if you were a Basher's situation, what do you do against possibly the Annihilate coming back out?
He's got options. The best one I'd probably see is the Swalot because it's resisting the counters, and the counters are the most effective move in the arsenal of the Annihilate.
Yeah.
So being able to resist those, even if you're not resisting the Ice Punches or the Rage Fist, you're still managing to get a lot out of that matchup. There are other possibilities as well. Talonflame does okay into it. Mandibuzz does okay into it. Still not guaranteed wins. So if you want a more safe bet, then the Swalot's the way to go.
Yeah. Oh, and we're now into game 2, straight into it, and it's a Shadow Annihilate against a Credilli.
Yeah, we've seen this before, and we do not like it. The Swalot is going to come back out, and the Annihilate not immediately swapping out, building up energy first, which is a very smart play. Clodsire is now going to come out. It is resisting the Sludges, but not resisting the Ice Beams. They are super effective.
Yeah, and this Clodsire will take this Ice Beam. It does connect, but that Clodsire is still on almost 60% health. So now it's able to farm and farm and farm up. We'll see this Earthquake and Ice Beam, but it's the Swalot that gets there first. This Ice Beam will charge through, and Mikey Morg's deciding to use a Protect Shield on their Clodsire.
We don't want to leave the Clodsire with low enough HP that we can be mud-shotting it down afterwards, so that is a clever shield from Mikey. The Earthquake is going to come through and is not going to take out. We've seen this before. It doesn't take out the Swallow. It does take it very, very low. We'll see if it can get to another charge move. The race is on. Who's going to get there first? The Stone Edge does come through before the Sludge. In fact, Basher not throwing the Sludge is just going to let this energy go through. That is a valiant undercharge, Mikey, but I don't think that's going to make much difference.
Oh, I think he's saving his swipes for later. And now this Credilli can come out against this Clodsire. It's going to try and bullet seed a little bit through here, but let's be honest, this Clodsire can take on so much. Gets to the next Earthquake, and Basher deciding not to use a Protect Shield.
Yeah, the Credilli is, it's worried about what's in the back, right? That Annihilate is going to come out eventually. So I think Basher is deciding to just not use those shields just yet on the Credilli because it knows that, trying to protect the Credilli is not going to help it later on in the battle.
Yeah, look, I think it just definitely wants to keep it away from that Annihilate because we knew that wasn't a lead. Now Mikey Morgs has to make a decision. Does he bring in the Azumarill or does he bring in the Shadow Annihilate? A few seconds left to go, but we can see it is the Annihilate. It will do so much with this counter damage and can get to the next move.
Yeah, and Basher now opting to use that shield. It's such a tough situation because that Blastoise in the back, that rollout has been such a benefit for it, but it is terrible in this situation where the rollouts are doing nothing at all to the Annihilate. So he has to have a situation where, oh, hang on, we have no shield on the Annihilate, but now it's going to have to try and do as much damage as it can against this Blastoise just before it can be rolled out down. Luckily, like we were saying before, the rollouts are resisted, so it can take a lot of those rollouts and get through a lot of damage on its own.
Yeah, Basher deciding to use their last Protect Shield on that Rage Fist on the Blastoise, but now is met with an Azumarill. So these rollouts aren't going to do too much to this Azumarill, and this Skull Bash will connect with the Azumarill. However, we both know that the Azumarill can handle it. So what does he do from this particular point? Because they're both switch locked into this position.
There's really not much that can be done at the moment. Bashers does still have the Credilli in the back that can be used for a catch maybe at some point, and the defense has been raised, so this play rough is going to do a lot less damage than what it otherwise would have. Blastoise is already a defensive weighted Pokemon, and so raising its defense even further will be very, very handy against it. It is now going to throw another Skull Bash into the Azumarill. It won't be enough to take it out, and there is a shield there, so Mikey Morg still has his foot on the pedal and is going to be able to apply even more pressure to the Blastoise before it goes down.
Yeah, look, the defense has risen twice now, so now going for the play rough against this Blastoise. I think it will knock it out, but it's been defense risen twice. Will it be able to knock out? And it does.
And so the Credilli is going to come back out and make a valiant effort. It might get to the grass. It will get to the grass, not before the Azumarill can come out. But I saw that coming from all the way across the other side of the exhibition center. That catch was always going to come. The grass knot is going to land on a Pokemon that doesn't care whether it lives or dies anymore. The Azumarill is going to now throw an Ice Beam and finish off this Credilli. And Mikey Morgs is going to take the second battle.
Look, I think finishing off with exquisite fashion and just making sure, just doing that catch to claim that and being able to finish it off with the Azumarill. So 2-0 to Mikey Morgs against Basher there. And look, I think it was really uphill battle for Basher. I think he played extremely well. I think the Blastoise was an excellent choice in against Mikey Morgs. But again, Mikey Morgs is a world's player. And also, he knows his way around, especially a Lapras and that Shadow Annihilate. My goodness, how much power did that have?
Yeah, I actually think that in hindsight, which is always 2020, bringing Credilli and Blastoise into the same battle might have been a bit where Basher went wrong, because the Annihilate was able to, especially with shields up, it can handle that Blastoise pretty well. Obviously, it can handle Credilli in any situation, but yeah, with shields up, it can just power through the Blastoise as well. And so Basher was bringing Pokemon that just had to work so hard to overcome that Annihilate that it ended up being too much for Basher to handle.
Yeah, look, and it's just such a well-played games from Mikey Morves. I think he was in the driver's seat the entire time. There wasn't a situation where I was even like, could it go the other way? I think Basher played extremely well as well. However, Mikey just was in control the entire time. It's like a puppet master pulling the strings. I feel like he just knew when to switch, when to play, and just had that perfect little poetic finish at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mikey Morgs will continue on to the next round. Basher will go to the loser side of the bracket. Keen to see what Mikey can continue to do, because that was an excellent display right there. I know he's a good battler. I've played him before. I'm keen to see what he can accomplish.
Yeah. And look, now we're going into the next match, which we were actually already briefed on a little bit earlier, which was Seb Nemo versus Yetaruna, which is in the next match. And I think it's, I want to see the Morpeko come out from Yetaruna's team. We'll see as time goes on, but it's something that, like I mentioned, I think it's a high-skilled play with Morpeko. And although some people may think it's not high-skilled, but I think it's high-skilled.
It's high-skilled.
Because you just got to think about when it does its aura wheel and then it changes its typing, then you're kind of like, oh, well, in a situation where you might be against, let's say, a water type, no longer are your electric aura wheel is going to do super effective damage. You've got dark. So you got to have that into account and just being like, oh, okay, when do I actually want to launch that or switch out from that particular matchup?
Yeah, and strategic use of shields as well is a big one, especially with all of the Glacier Pokemon in the meta. You've got to really have an understanding of what exactly they can absorb charge attack wise.
Yeah.
And Morpeko obviously being no different. If you are comfortable knowing that a charge attack is going to come through and leave your Pokemon with enough HP to do what you want to get out of it, then not having to shield is a huge advantage for you.
Absolutely. And now we've had both teams up. So we've got Seb Nemo's side. We have the Corviknight, the Guzzlord, Azumarill, again Shadow Grimer, Shadow Drapion, and the Credilli.
On Yetaruna's side, we see the cute little Morpeko. We see that the double Hydro Cannoners in Swampert and Shadow for Alligator. We see the Alolan Sandslash, the Ariados, and the regular Annihilator, just a plain old regular Annihilator.
Well, like I said earlier, with Yetaruna's team, I like that play as well, not putting Shadow on everything and Shadow on her team. Actually, only one Shadow, which is really, really interesting, because you see as more players play and more confidently play, you see a lot of Shadow types. So, being a bit more frail, a bit more fragile, but she's opted for more HP, which I think is really interesting. Now, on Seb Nemo's side, though, we've got to talk about that Shadow Grimus.
Yeah, it's okay. What's your thoughts on why would you go a Shadow Grimer over a Swallow, which is very similar, just a little bit different offensively?
Look, they're both purple.
Very valid point.
They're both blob-like. So they have similarities. But I think having the Grimer, it's just a bit spicier. Like I said, it's a bit of an unknown unless you've played with it before or been in similar situations such as grassroots or selective niche picks and plays. You're not really familiar with a Shadow Grimer. So I think on a more of a gaming front of less knowledge out there, I think it's a nice advantage to have.
That's a really good point. We talked about it before, how bringing something that people aren't prepared for is a legitimate strategy. We've talked about how there are strategies outside of what we would call the norm, the typical expected kind of strategies. That is definitely one of them. Bringing things that people aren't prepared for, Shadow Grimer absolutely seems to be one of them. It is working like a treat at the moment.
Yeah. Fish, I want to know your opinion on Corviknight, because Corviknight has been dropped off on that flyer scale. We're seeing more Talonflame. We're seeing Mandibuzz. Corviknight. What are your thoughts on that now?
My mum always told me if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Oh, I see. So we're moving on there.
Oh, no, but I will break that advice. I don't think it's good.
Calling FishOnAHeater's mother.
Yeah. She's going to fly to Brisbane and smack me across the ears. I think it's just really awkward to run myself. It's the fact that I think the making the sand attack, it's go to fast attack
Mhm.
was both a good and a bad thing.
Yes.
Good because it means it doesn't just become the new Skarmory and like completely polarizes the meta around it.
Yes.
The bad thing is that it's just like you want it to be a counter to other flyers, but not being able to do any fast attack damage is a huge hindrance for that.
Yeah.
And there are other situations where just having sand attack is just such a bad thing for it.
Yeah. Look, I think it's an interesting choice over the flyers that are available. It's also something that I've mentioned before. It's a little bit inaccessible. Rookadies aren't just everywhere. It is certainly a Pokemon that was during a certain period of time that came out during the Gala celebrations. And now it's a bit more inaccessible. I believe in GBL you might have it as an encounter, but that might be out of the pool now. I'm a bit unfamiliar. I don't know. I don't know, Fish.
Remember. I'm trying to remember myself.
Well, you need to go at least 3 wins to encounter something.
There's the problem.
I see. So yes, maybe the knowledge isn't quite there. But my point is that, it's just really interesting to see in amongst the Talonflames, amongst the Mandabuzzers, just an interesting choice of flyer. Yeah. And then to round it out, again, something that, we've seen the Credillies, we've seen the Azumarill, we've seen the Drapions. I'm still surprised about Guzzlord.
You think you haven't adjusted to it yet?
I just, we're just seeing a lot of things that I suppose I just expect them to be worried about fairies. Now, we haven't seen any Wigglytuff. We haven't seen any Charmers as of yet. But I suppose now with all this poison typing that's out, that maybe it's scared off the Charmers. So someone bring a Charmer is what I'm getting at.
Are you casting Melbourne Regionals maybe?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you can come as a competitor.
Yeah, 5 Charmers and a Clodsire. That's what I'm bringing.
Absolutely do it. Do it right now. And I like how it is something that we've seen multiple different movesets on the Guzzlord. So some have been running the Dragon Claw and Crunch, others have been running Dragon Claw Sludge Bomb, and both of those movesets have come in handy depending on the situation. They've been able to be used to its fullest advantage.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting because I think although the players have team sheets which will have movesets on them, if you're very used to a certain moveset and you've broken it up a little bit out of the mold, then you're probably also thinking, they probably have this moveset. You might have not looked at that team sheet because all you looked at was the particular Pokemon and not particularly their moveset. So I know I've been caught in that situation before where I've got a team sheet and I'm like, they've got this, blah, 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 blah. And I'll start playing, I'm like, whoa, it has that move. And it was my own fault because I didn't read the team sheet because I'm just so used to what I see as what is meta.
Yeah, been there before. That's definitely like an underrated tip to give. Make sure you study that team sheet very hard.
Yeah. So I think the skill is now I know lots of players write down their teams and who they're up against, and also have a look at what moves they have. That's handy.
So, okay, looking at the teams, do you see, so let's go with the Grimer first. Do you see that having a lot of play into Yetaruna's team?
I think it's definitely doable. We know that with the previous match, Yetaruna really relied on that Ariados and the Alolan Sandslash, so I feel like Grimer is kind of okay here. Now, I don't know what I would pair it with. What would you do in that situation?
Pairing the Alolan Grimer with, so the biggest thing it probably has to watch out for, I would say, is the Swampert. So
Swampert with a question mark?
Yeah, really. Like, the Grimer is actually looking pretty good into this team. So I would say, Swampert's able to hit back super effectively. It's not resisted damage, so because the Grimer can throw the Mud Slaps and Mud Bombs as well. It's not just relying on that sludge that the Swallow has as well. So Swampert is trying to rely on its Mud Shots and then Hydro Cannons to be able to overcome that matchup. Other than that, though, there's really a lot the Grimer can do on this team. So for that reason, Guzzlord's probably the Pokemon that I would pair it with.
No, fair enough. And we knew that from the previous match with Seb Nemo against Rick Flareon that the Grimer actually won charge attack priority against the Alolan Sandslash. So that's a really good, interesting tidbit as well.
Very good to know.
Yeah, leading into this next match. And I think from Yetaruna's side, like I said, I'd love to see the Morpeko. But if that Grimer's coming up, I'm not sure.
Very scary.
Very, very scary indeed, because those Mud Slaps will add up very much against that. And also with the Shadow typing, that extra 20% as well.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm liking the Grimer play. Let's see what happens. Let's see if our predictions are right. And the teams will be built around the Grimer. We see Credilli versus Alolan Sandslash. Not a great start for the Credilli.
No, not at all here. Well, we'll see if Seb Nemo decides to switch out, deciding to stay in and taking all of these powder snows, now going into the Zero to catch.
Yeah, and that's a great catch from Nemo. We've seen so much Credilli punishment so far in our few sets that we've been shoutcasting. I didn't want to see anymore. So now we have a counter switch into the Feraligatr. This is a fairly neutral matchup. The Feraligatr does tend to win in the 1 shields and 2 as well. So if Yadaruna wants to invest some shields, then they will definitely come away with advantage in this matchup.
Deciding not to shield, and such heavy damage of that play rough against that Shadow Feraligatr. Now it's up to a lot of Hydro Cannons, and this will be able to take it, the Azumarill will take it quite well.
Yeah, but it can't take so many Hydro Cannons. So one more will take it deep into the red. We do have a back-to-back Hydro Cannon. If Yadaruna wants to be able to throw both of these, then they'll have to shield the Ice Beam coming through and undercharge from Yadaruna. That's a very interesting play. Let's see what they plan to do with it. What is their strategy moving forward? Nothing is the plan in the end.
Well, it might be leaving a bit more health on that Azumarill, so then it can farm down with whatever they choose to bring in here, which is the Swampert. The Swampert is now against this Azumarill, and it will be able to get to this Sludge and even farm a little bit more, because the play rough, it's now being met, and now it's going to be launched, and Yadaruna deciding not to shield.
Yeah, this is a regular Swampert. We did say it last time Yadaruna was on the screen. So Shadow Swampert can tank a fair amount of punishment, and now we get a mud shot farm down of the Azumarill. Very rarely you can get a farm down on something that bulky. We see now Credilli is going to come back out and is going to take that punishment that it avoided before.
Yeah, we're back to the beginning, and now we can see that this Rock Tomb will go, but Yadaruna deciding to use a shield on that Alolan Sandslash. Now this Grimer comes into play, and my goodness, it is all adding up. Look how much damage it's doing, Fish.
Yeah, Kanto, Shadow, Grimer. Look at how much it is doing. The Drill Run is going to be short because that would do a lot of damage back, but then the Grimer is going to apply so much pressure on its own. Can it get the farm down? No, it can't. So the next Drill Run is going to come through, and we do get the double shield from Nemo. I absolutely don't mind that at all. That Grimer can do a lot of work with that energy now.
Yeah, look, that Grimer is so set for whatever's in the back. Now it's met against
Wow.
it, and it won charge attack priority against this Swampert here. Look, do Shinies do more damage? We'll see what happens here. Now it's actually going, oh my goodness, now we can actually see this Hydro Cannon will go and connect onto this Shadow Grimer.
But the Shadow Grimer, we've seen it's a bit bulky, so it does just survive.
Oh
Look at
my
that,
goodness.
gets off another Mud Bomb. And this should KO the Swampert. I think it's going to KO. That's my tip.
Let's see, it connects, and we're holding.
Don't make us wait. I can't take it. It's gone. It's out of here. The Grimer takes it home for Nemo.
Grimer again, MVP. My goodness me. I think everyone now is going home, looking at their game and be like, where are my Shadow Grimers?
Where's my Grimer? Right?
I think that it is running the show of Brisbane Regionals.
Absolutely. The 2 shields on the Grimer against the Sandslash was a very risky play, because we did see that the Swampert came out and had 2 Hydro Cannons. So if maybe Swampert had 1 charge attack priority, that whole situation would have been reversed and that Grimer would have been an also-ran. But because it won CAP, it managed to carry the day for Nemo.
I just think it's incredible that, again, it's something that is not the norm, that we don't see a lot of these particular or spicy picks. But the fact that it can, like you mentioned, win charge attack priority shifted the entire game, because in any other situation, if it did lose charge attack priority, he would not have won that game.
Absolutely.
Because that Swampert had so much energy, and all the other Pokemon as well already had that lined up. It was just the loss of charge attack priority. So that's where IVs matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, IVs matter. It still had the bulk to be able to survive the first Hydro Cannon from Swampert. It all fell into, every 50-50 call fell into Nemo's lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just incredible to see again. I'm so excited to see this, a different purple blob on the screen that is doing really well. So if you are Yadaruna now, what do you bring?
Oh, yeah. What do you bring? That is such a tough one. Oh, man, this stops me from having to make a guess. We're just going to see what happens. We do get Swampert into Guzzlord, a bit of an advantage for the Guzzlord.
Yes, it will be, although like these Hydro Cannons will be resisted on that Guzzlord, so the Guzzlord is able to take that comfortably if it gets to that point. And now it's actually going for the Sludge instead, and Nemo, they're deciding not to shield.
Yeah, and that's fair enough because the Sludge will not take the Guzzlord into the yellow. It does take it very, very close. It is now in the yellow thanks to that mud shot. The Crunch is now going to land on the Swampert, which can handle that as well, but not as much. The Dragon Tails will be able to finish this thing off.
Yeah, look, it's in such little health here. The Swampert can go for the next Sludge, and Seb Nemo going, well, do I want a shield here? Because we know Guzzlord can take it, and decides to take it there. It's only into just a little bit into the red and able to get the Swampert off the field.
So now the Sand Slash is going to come in, and it's going to be able to take anything that the Guzzlord can throw at it. The Dragon Tail is going to be brushed off. It's going to hit the spikes and bounce off, I think. And because of the amount of HP that the Guzzlord had left, it can get a few powder snows, which can actually really help it in this Grimer matchup.
Yeah, look how much damage again that this Grimer is doing against this Alolan Sand Slash. Now, even though it is non-shadow, it's still adding up. Now, Seb Nemo deciding to shield this Drooling because it was super effective, and now Yidorina can bring back this Shadow Feraligatr out, and it's able to shield this particular charge move.
Yeah, so Nemo going for the Sludge there because they are both the same energy, the Mud Bomb and the Sludge, but Sludge is doing more damage. And now out comes Corviknight. Nemo looking to prove me wrong that Corviknight can save the day here. One Hydro Cannon is going to come through from Feraligatr. It is not going to take out this Corviknight. The Corviknight can take it. It is fairly a bulky Pokemon, so it can take that. It's going to throw a Sky Attack now.
Yeah, look, can take one, definitely cannot take two. The Sky Attack is about to be launched, and Yidorina shielding their Shadow Feraligatr.
And so that will allow it to get to another Hydro Cannon. It's going to have the opportunity to build up a fair amount of extra energy first, and that will come in super, super handy. Knew exactly when the timing was. One turn charge attacks can be very hard to count, but Yidorina was all over that. Managed to get there just before they got to the Iron Head.
Yeah, and now is able to bring back this Shadow Grimer, going to take out this Alolan Sand Slash, but the Alolan Sand Slash makes it to the Ice Punch.
Yeah, look, it's going to be the swan song of the Alolan Sand Slash because one more mud slap, and that thing will go down. We do get a Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr. Is this going to make a difference into the Grimer? We did see it take a Hydro Cannon from the Swampert before. Is this going to be enough? It is a higher attack Pokemon. It did the job, and that was a come-from-behind win for Yidorina.
Yeah, look, I didn't think that it would be winning charge attack priority after all the other matches, but Feraligatr is known to do that as well, having such high attack. So Yidorina coming with that pivot, deciding, okay, that Swampert didn't play out in that charge attack priority. Let's bring the Feraligatr out. And it's really interesting to bring two Hydro Cannon users in her team so that she could just pivot that and now even the scores.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think I've ever seen that before, to be honest. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure there's a lot of different combinations that you can have in a Show 6 tournament. But the double Hydro Cannon is coming in super handy here. And they're both Pokemon that have slightly different play. They've both got tools to fight back against grasses, which is really interesting. They're both very different tools, which is also, I think, very, very fascinating. And they're being used in different ways to get different results and ultimately get the win for Yidorina.
Yeah, look, I think she did incredibly well after that game one and analyzed Seb Nemo's team to be like, how do I pivot against that Grimer? Because really, it was very difficult when you thought that Grimer just ran away with everything and actually being like, okay, I'm going to save this Feraligatr for later, knowing that Seb Nemo would actually have that or preserve that Grimer to almost be its little linchpin at the end to try and finish off, especially with those mud shots and doing so much damage. That Alolan Sand Slash was basically sacrificed.
Yeah, 100%. But I do want to say, having said all that, I still think that Kanto Grimer holds court here. I still think it is going to be up to Yidorina to play out of her mind to be able to overcome that threat because it is a big threat.
And we're into the final deciding game 3 here, where we can see that Shadow Grimer is back out against, who doesn't want to see, Yidorina does not want to see this and switches straight out of that Alolan Sand Slash into the Feraligatr.
And now met by a Credilli. So the Ice Beam will, of course, do a lot of damage to Credilli. How much remains to be seen. We see the first one is going to come through, and it is going to be shielded. So Nemo correctly calling that is an Ice Beam, and the undercharge from Yidorina as well.
Yeah, look, I think it was just trying to get a little bit more fun for later. Now Seb Nemo is able to go for the grass type attack here, and Yidorina deciding not to shield.
Yeah, so it's very rare that they go for just straight for the grass. No, they often try and go for Rock Tomb first, which is why Yidorina thought that would not have to be something that she worries about in this charge attack. Unfortunately, it is now going to be Credilli into the Sand Slash. Credilli is going to keep on doing work. It's going to throw that next Rock Tomb into the Sand Slash, and that Sand Slash is going to build up as much energy as it can before the next charge attack.
Yeah, look, this Ice Punch will connect with this Credilli, but it already has been debuffed by that Rock Tomb. So it's, and it just holds on to a little bit of health. It doesn't make it to the next Rock Tomb. So now Seb Nemo has to make a decision, brings out the Grimer. We've seen this time and time again already. We know that that shield is going to come up to protect this Grimer, don't we? Don't we?
No, it does come up in the end. Very tough decision. Yetaruna is now going to take advantage of that last shield being used and is going to bring out the Swampert. Swampert still has 2 shields to hide behind, so this is looking like a very, very good situation for Swampert. It does have the Mud Shot that's going to be able to take out a bunch of the HP of the Grimer, yet we do have Guzzlord in the back still, and Guzzlord is going to be much better in this situation.
It is a full health Guzzlord there, and these Hydro Cannons won't do too much, but these Sludges will add up over time because this Swampert has such an energy lead. Now these Dragon Claws are coming through, but Yetaruna still has 1 Protect Shield, and is able to use it to protect this Swampert.
Swampert is now looking at this big bad Guzzlord on the battlefield, and the shadow it's casting over everything and being like, I'm in over my head now. The second Sludge is going to come through. We've seen this play out earlier in the match. The Guzzlord should just survive it, and it does.
And goes for the catch, but didn't quite make it there. Now it's going for the Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw will connect onto this shadow, on this Alolan Sand Slash, but now it's just going to be paired up. That Grimer is still in the back.
Yeah, and Grimer is going to just be able to sweep everything up. The Swampert is going to try and get to a Hydro Cannon, which it does. Let's see how much damage this does. It is going to take it very low, if not get rid of it. It does take the Grimer out, and now Guzzlord is going to have to try and finish things off, which it can't.
Oh my goodness.
Yetaruna with the Swamperts back to back manages to overcome the big bad pair of Guzzlord and Kanto Grimer.
What a win from Yetaruna, coming back in a reverse, sweeping this particular match from going 0-1 to now 2-1. So that is amazing, and able to overcome that pairing, as you mentioned. And I think it was just relying on the credibility of not having the shadow types, having that extra bulk, that extra HP, so it can take a lot more and also be able to hold out against the Shadow Grimer, because that Shadow Grimer is so scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And that it goes back to something that I've seen time and time again, which is if you know your neutral matchups better than your opponent, that's going to be one of the biggest advantages you can have. Like, we all know that an Alolan Sand Slash is going to beat a Guzzlord, for example, but how does the Swampert into Kanto Grimer matchup go?
Yeah.
That's a much more even matchup, and if you have a better knowledge of what that can do over your opponent, then you're in a very good spot for the rest of the match.
Yeah, look, as we get further and further into this Brisbane Regional, we're going to be expecting these matches to be so tight, like this particular one, all the way to Game 3, all the way to like the last HP, which is incredible to watch. So definitely stay tuned, because we've got more coming your way with this regional. Now, Fish, before we head off and do a bit of a swap over, where do you see that Grimer going? Because now he's going. Seb Nemo is now into the losers bracket.
Yes.
Do you reckon that he can do a run with the Grimer?
I absolutely think that if people in the winners bracket weren't prepared for it, people in the losers bracket won't be prepared for it either. So I think that Nemo is absolutely capable of making a run with that thing. Obviously, as we've seen, can't rely on it. It's not like a one Pokemon against the world situation. Has to be able to play with all the other Pokemon, all the other tools that they've got in their arsenal as well. But yeah, absolutely, I can see a run happening.
Yeah, and talking about like our great players here, we've got a small video coming up about one of our previous champions, Valiant Fish, coming right up. Valiant Fish with us today, and Fish, how things been going on? It's been a while since we've seen you play Worlds.
Yeah, it's been a while. Glad to be back. I've had a bit of a break for the last few months, but yeah, glad to be back in action.
You were a previous, champion of the Brisbane Regional. Do you feel a bit of pressure coming into Brisbane Regional?
Not really. I mean, the previous time I actually won Brisbane, I wasn't actually residing in Brisbane. I was actually in Sydney. So this would be the first time it would actually be considered a local regional. So I don't know. I don't feel the pressure too much, honestly. Got enough an experience in the game now to not feel like that anymore and just take it one game at a time and see how we go. Yeah.
So you've won a championship before. Now, we've got a couple of Australian players like Rick Flareon and Dracoviz have had multiple regional championships. Do you think you could make it with them on that list?
I mean, we'll see. I'd like to think so, but you never know with these things. Yeah, just got to take it one game at a time and see how we go, right? But yeah, love to be in the same echelon as those guys. Those guys are great players, and I feel like I belong beside them. Yeah.
So tell us what's been going on in your life since you've had that break since Worlds.
Well, I've had a little one, and yeah, no, dad life's definitely been very interesting. A lot less time to hang out and you know, do the hobby stuff and play Pokemon Go and you know, so on and so forth. But you know, I love it, privileged. Yeah, an amazing experience. So yeah, that's been keeping me busy alongside work and whatnot. But yeah, luckily I got 2 weeks off from Cindy, so got some time to prepare for the tournament. And yeah, hopefully it all pays off.
So coming into this Brisbane regional, are you bringing any spice? Anything that's the ordinary for the meta?
Okay, so I don't know if it's considered spice, but I'm definitely picking. I usually tend to pick a couple of off-field choices when it comes to the meta. And this time I'm picking up Pangoro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'm gonna bring
very
Panda,
nice.
Because I think it's got very unique coverage. And I'm also going to be running Guja. I'm bring Guja back. So
alrighty.
I think it's really nicely placed in the meta. And yeah, with the right energy or the right shield scenarios, it can cause a lot of damage.
Awesome. I'd love to see it. Now, any final shout outs before we wrap it up?
Yeah, so shout outs to, I mean, two standouts on the Legends team is Rise. So I worked sort of partially with him on the team, and then I had my own spin on it. And Inadequate sort of looked at my team and gave some helpful pointers as well. I've been scrimming a lot with Agent Magic Car and a couple of the local boys. So Adam, who you'll see tomorrow, and Owen. So a lot of these guys were helping me out as well with scrim. So yeah,
awesome. Yeah, awesome. And good luck for tomorrow. We'll see how everything goes.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Details for
All right, we're all back and raring to go because this is getting really towards the tail end of this tournament. We just saw one of the first battles happen in the top 8 of the winners bracket in the entire tournament, which means we're really getting to the pointy end.
Exactly right. So there's less people in there, more to play for, more to win, and the loser bracket gets longer and longer, and we get some high quality battles.
Yeah, exactly right. And something that was pointed out to me by Mikey Morgs on the floor is that in these 4 remaining winners battles, including the one that was just played, each one of the 4 has one battler from Queensland in it, one local battler, and one battler from far away. So one was from Canada, one from South Korea that we just saw, one from Japan, and also Z-Tub from Perth, which is, you know, also just as far away as the rest.
Exactly right. So good mix of local and from afar.
Yeah, so look, the first one, Arena did take out Seb Nemo in that first one, which means that one of the 4 Queenslanders has been knocked down to the losers bracket. Will any of the next 3 be able to sort of push themselves through and take it all the way? We will just have to find out on that front. But look, I think that the battles really are getting exciting. And it's just like, I really do love seeing the variety. Not only, I mean, look at the last battle as an example.
Oh.
There was a Grimer, and then there was Arena with a Swampert and like all of these crazy picks. Really, really awesome to see. But we do have our next battle here. Freezing Sun coming in from Canada, and then Godzilla trying to defend Brisbane.
Super excited for the Mel medal. I've seen it before, but it is a very exciting one and very unique. Like, it's something that I don't think there'll be anyone else running this thing today.
No, look, I was talking to Freezing Sun on the floor because I was like, you know, maybe this was inspired by the India qualifiers where someone did go 7-1 in the Swiss rounds of the India qualifiers, a V bassist. But he was telling me, no, he ran Melmetal at EUIC in February before this update. So he was running it in the previous meta, and it was, you know, I don't think he said it went too well for him, for the Melmetal at least. And so then when he decided that he was going to bring it in the Might and Mastery season after the move updates, and he told me, he was like, when I saw your video on V Bassist, I was like, oh no, I'm exposed. Yeah. All of a sudden, you know, Melmetal strats are unleashed. But look, it's a really interesting Pokemon, and he sort of mentioned that he might just be trying to put it in the right spot. But speaking of Pokemon in the right spot, we do have the Shadow for Relegator into the Azumarill. This is one of those matchups that we saw at the start of the 2025 season. Apparently, we haven't moved on.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is not the most exciting matchups. A lot of like resistant neutral damage, but Shadow Alligator, nothing to be sort of swept at, I guess. The as I was going to take this damage, but it can soak it pretty well, and the player off will do a good chunk of damage to the Feraligatr.
Yeah, Feraligatr is one of those Pokemon that we don't talk about it very often these days because we don't see too many of them, but it's a Pokemon that can just really enforce so much charge attack pressure onto the opponents that they really have to think, how do I get rid of this thing quickly?
An interesting spot, like something like here, where you've got like a charge move coming through, you sort of half tempted to shield because now you're in a position where if they shield again, you might be looking at a farm down.
Yeah.
So do you throw the next move, which they have chosen to do? But look, if you don't give up a shield here, you are going to get farmed down, and then all this Feraligatr energy has to go somewhere. So are you willing to take that damage on the Mons?
Yeah. But here's the problem, because look at Godzillana's backline. The Guzzlord and the Talonflame. Where is this Gastrodon? This Gastrodon is going to get pretty stuck. Talonflame is really powerful into the Gastrodon. You don't care about the Earth powers. Body Slam doesn't do too much to you. Mud Slap, you resist. Jump Bluff, you're obviously doing a ton of damage with all of your moves, and Jump Bluff isn't doing that much to you back. And so this Talonflame, if Godzilla decides to protect it, can be very strong in this matchup.
Yeah, but very smart heads-up play from Freezing Sun to get out of there knowing that if there's Talonflame in the back, you'd rather see this matchup than be stuck on his Jump Off. So I do like this play, and the pacing here is quite good for the Body Slam to come out faster than that, but it will lose CMPs for the Talonflame.
Yeah, now look, Freezing Sun has burned both of their Protect Shields already. The Talonflame is only burning its first one now, and it's actually, the Body Slam comes through. Godzilla deciding, going for the full Incinerate through, and decides to take the Body Slam as well. I like this play.
No, you can live the move and get the extra Incinerate off before, and even, it honestly could have even looked at the second one then, but does choose to throw the fly now, and still a little bit of health left on that Talonflame. It's not a terrible spot at all.
Yeah, at some point you do want to let your Talonflame survive some fast attack damage. Look at the Shadow Claws add up. Godzilla does now throw the fly. Really nicely done here. There's no shields left on the Shadow Feraligatr. It may not be a Brave Bird, but my gosh, a fly still does a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, well then we get instant swap there. We've got the double super effective Fairy Winds coming through that will, though it's a low sort of damage fast move, it is doing a lot of damage to a double super effective Guzzlord here. So no shields up, so the Jump Off will have to tank a couple of crunches here. It did seem to deal with it okay, but the defense drop is huge.
That's so bad against a Pokemon like a Guzzlord that has that big fast attack pressure. It's going to add up so much damage onto this Jump Bluff. We need, Godzilla just going to let the Guzzlord, it's going to take the hit. We'll be able to get to one more charge attack, but it looks like no.
The defense team off, the Incinerate should KO.
Oh my gosh, he goes in with the Talonflame, the heads up play, the Incinerate's enough. That's crazy.
Yeah, very big play for that. Knowing the defensive buff, knowing that the one would KO, so just save the shield, the move will go through guaranteed. Really good play there.
Yeah, and I love just the thought process of going look, even if I go for the charge attack, right? Maybe I get one less fast move for damage through, and maybe then an Incinerate isn't enough. I don't know. And so Godzilla went for the most consistent play possible against Freezing Sun to make sure that he got the win there. I mean, it's leagues ahead where I could play, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's an idea, because you then as well, you got the Dragon Claw to come through, that did the extra little bit of damage as opposed to throwing a move and not getting that, and then who knows, they get the 2 aerial aces after they survive a move, and then it's game over. So really good play, and defense debuff there coming in really huge.
Yeah, absolutely. That one really just sealed the deal. And look, in Pokemon Go, I know that as a player, sometimes it can be frustrating when you're on the other end of that sort of, low chance move, debuff to go through. But man, it feels good when you're on the attacking side of it.
Right.
It just sort of tells you that, it's something that we see a lot in the main series VGC game for Pokemon, where you really just have to think about all possible outcomes. You have to, think about all 1 million possible futures, and you have to think about which path of decisions takes you to the largest majority share of winning situations, right?
Exactly right.
You've got to think of your best possible move.
Definitely a game of risks. And, like you said, the VG, if you got something that's 95% accurate, may not always hit. So similar to Go, you've got 1 in 10 chance of debuff. It can happen. If that's your play, if that's your win con, you sometimes have to play the odds.
Exactly right. And look, Godzilla definitely played the odds here, and it all worked out well. And one of the advantages of Crunch over Brutal Swing as well is that potential for the debuff, even though it is that little bit more expensive. But as we go into sort of game number 2, I know I was talking to Freezing Sun before, and he sort of mentioned again, he was like, maybe if I could just land Melmetal in the right spot, then maybe it'll do okay. It's not that great in the neutral matchups here. I just need to land in the right spot, and maybe after you go down 1 game in the winners bracket, I mean, this is a scenario that, you've been in a lot of high stages of tournaments. What goes through your head when you have to make these calls after a game down?
It's kind of tough, because you've got to sort of look at there's like the percentage play, but then it's like you just risk it and go like now you go, all right, maybe it's time just to throw the wild card, throw the best shot, and just see what happens. And it looks like we do have in the back there, Melmetal is here. So again, same leads as last time. So we're gonna see a nice, relatively neutral matchup, but it does favour more towards the Azumarill. Although I do believe that the Feraligatr does win the one shield scenario.
Yeah, and we have Godzilla actually bringing the exact same line of 3 with the Azumarill, the Guzzlord, and the Talonflame. So Freezing Sun might have a little bit of an easier time predicting what Godzilla might do, whereas the Clodsire and Melmetal backline might be a bit of a surprise here. Catching the play rough! Oh my goodness.
This is going to absolutely tickle the Clodsire. So incoming, it's going to do an absolute minuscule amount of damage. So really good catch there. If it has a nice beam, it's a risky play, but thought no chance he baits the Feraligatr there. So really good movement. We'll see if we get a counter swap coming here, but it doesn't look that way.
Yeah.
We have an Earthquake coming through.
What we haven't noticed or we haven't mentioned here is that the Clodsire is running Stone Edge instead of Sludge Bomb, which means that it has really good coverage into the Talonflame potentially in the back, but it is that little bit weaker to the Azumarill. But to be honest with you, Stumpy, I feel like we're in a position where it might not matter too much. Freezing Sun burning the shield here and now would be able to get the Poison Sting down, but no, the Guzzlord coming in instead.
Yeah, very good play there, thinking I don't want to get farmed down by the Clodsire there. Got to get out and get the Guzzlord in, so while the clocks are still misaligned. So Earthquake's going to come through here, and we'll see if we get a counter swap from Freezing Sun.
I think this Guzzlord is going to take it on the chin pretty well. And at this point, you've got the Feraligatr in the back that you could swap into, but potentially Freezing Sun, recognizing that his Clodsire is getting a little bit weaker, losing a little bit of HP, maybe sort of going like, I might, and another debuff as well. Oh my God. And I think that cost him getting the charge attack.
It absolutely did. And that's the fine margin of this game. It's very unlucky, very unfortunate, but we will see a crunch through come here. And that's not, like, it's not the sort of bulkiest Pokemon Melmetal. So it's going to take a little bit of damage from this crunch. It'll all start adding up. And let's see if another debuff goes. 50% chance or 30% chance. Not even.
No debuff this time, but Melmetal has a lot of energy here. And you can see the Guzzlord is quite a way away from getting to those charge attacks as well. Godzilla letting the superpower come through, which will carry the Guzzlord, which means that it's going to be down to the Talonflame in the back to try and get some big wins here. You can see Freezing Sun tapping on the Feraligatr, going, I know you're about to bring in Talonflame. I need this energy to go as quick as possible. And really nice timing. Throws 4 Shadow Claws, throws a Hydro Cannon, and forces the shield from Godzilla.
Yeah, excellent play there. And look, the spammers for these moves from Hydro Cannon coming out, there's the chance here that with the shield advantage, there might be a catch available towards the later stages of this game, but we'll have to see if the clocks are going to allow that.
Oh my God. Was that charge attack priority?
That was the way it was charge attack priority, which is perfect for Freezing Sun in this scenario.
That's huge. Such a heads-up play from Freezing Sun, getting the last shield out of the Talonflame, and now you can almost make the call. Do I need this Feraligatr? I think the answer might be yes. So we are going to see the shield come up here. Feraligatr going to be pushing for that one last Hydro Cannon, but there's a fly here.
It does get slightly outpaced, so good effort from Freezing Sun there, but the fly does come through, and that will KO the low health Feraligatr.
Now, there is that little bit of health on a Melmetal in the back, I think. So, but without any sort of rock slide damage here, I feel like we may not have enough in the tank. This double Iron Bash, it's not going to do a ton to the Talonflame, even though it is a little bit of a, it's a squishier Pokemon. Ooh. It's not going to do much at all. And so, one Incinerate, and that's all she wrote. Godzilla taking the win here and sort of making a bit of a defense for Brisbane, making sure that one Brisbane local does make it through into that next round.
50% now, so we've got 2 more to go and see if we can keep the record either positive or we end up with 25%. So see how the locals fare. Really, really good game for Godzilla there. They're dealing with the Melmetal quite well there. And imagine if I had Rock Slide, that'd be a very different story. So
yeah, it's tough, right? Because there's so many charge attacks that you'd love to have. Melmetal is one of those Pokemon that if Pokemon could have 3 charge attacks, that is one of the ones that you would absolutely thrive. Yeah. And so we'll see how the rest of the Queenslanders fare. But one thing that came out of this battle with Freezing Sun and Godzilla is on Godzilla's side, they are running that classic Azumarill, but also running that Swalot Guzzlord core. Freezing Sun went a bit, well, I don't know if it's necessarily old school. They went a little bit old school with a Feraligatr, Clodsire, Gastrodon. I mean, this speaks to you to early 2025 season. Yeah. And the question that I want to ask is, do we think that Azumarill is going to win the Brisbane Regional Championships?
I think we have both opinions. I don't think so, but I think we have something we could check for this.
Yeah, well, look, here's the thing. As many of you know watching, Arceus Aurelius, well-known battler from the European region, he made this bold prediction at the start of the season. He was like, I don't think that Azumarill will win a single regional in the Might and Mastery season. what do we know? The first regional of the season, Azumarill goes on ahead, gets the win, and as a punishment, Arceus Aurelius sort of, put up the stakes. I'll have a bucket of water poured over my head if it wins. And look, they did so on stream. And so now the question sort of remains, we asked the community, we're like, hey, talking to you, Oceania, do you think that Azumarill is going to win the Brisbane Regional Championship? It did just win the last one. It was the #1 used Pokemon in day 2 for the Stockholm Regional Championships. And so the question does become here, are we going to see Azumarill win this entire thing in the Brisbane Regional Championship? Will it get the back-to-back in Stockholm? Let's throw it to... Actually, let us know in chat as well if you think that Azumarill will get the big win here. Because, look, we have a poll, and I thought the results were quite interesting. Yeah. So we can throw to the Oceanic region filled out a bit of a survey. We asked them a lot of different questions. One of them, of course, being the Arceus Aurelius Azumarill poll. And look at that. That is a lot of no's.
That is a lot of red pie.
Yeah. So it's a much smaller fraction of the community that thinks that Azumarill is going to take this all out. But at the same time, a lot of these teams that are remaining, Stumpy, are running that Blue Bunny.
It's very funny. It's very overwhelming no, but like I said, we've seen that pop up in a lot of teams today. Very consistent. I'd like to see the usage from just today. It would be very interesting to see, especially at the top card. It just seems to be everywhere again. So who knows? Yeah, I definitely think there'll be another one this season. So a bold prediction is a very generous way of putting it. But hey. Yeah. Love the punishment, and this is what the fun stuff about the community we love. So this sort of stuff we're always happy to show off and
exactly
enjoy.
Right. Well, look, I heard earlier in this broadcast, FishOnAHeater said that he would have a bucket of water poured over his head if a Wailmer won a regional. Now, I think that might be a bit of a safer prediction compared to maybe what Arceus Aurelius was out there pushing. But hey,
top 10 ranked versus top 350. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if that one's going to get the win. But hey, look, he just said that on his own volition. There's no stakes on my end or anything. So hey.
Well, I think Vish disagrees with you. So I think he's gonna do what he can to avoid the Azumarill hype, and he's gonna try to take down one of his own.
Yeah, we've got Choose here, and look, I'm a guy that loves a lot of vowels in the middle of someone's player name. But Choose is coming in here from Japan and also running that Azumarill and Lapras combo that we've seen a few times now.
Yeah, most definitely is. So a few mainstays now. We've got this pretty meta team, double poison, double water, and double ghost. So we've got doubles all around for Choose. There's Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Clodsire, Lapras, Shadow Annihilate, and Shadow Sableye. So sacrificing a lot of bulk here. We've got the two bulky ones we talked about, the waters all day, but bringing and Clodsire. So 3 hugely bulky Pokemon with 3 sort of spammy, sort of more shadow and more vulnerable Pokemon. But on Vish's side, we've seen it earlier. We've got the Lapras, Claydol, Pangoro, Goodra, Galarian Weezing, and the Talonflame. So what's sticking out for you here?
Look, what I really love and what's sticking out to me is if you look at Choose's team, they can choose which ABB combination they want to run.
This is my style. I do love a bit of ABB.
They got an ABB Poisons in the back, ABB Waters in the back, ABB Ghosts in the back, whatever they want. And just for those that people might be tuning in for the first time, do you just want to explain what ABB is?
So ABB is a style of play where you pick one being A, and then 2 things in the back that are serve similar purposes or are weak to the similar things, so that you can then use one of the Bs to draw out the best answer they're going to have for that, in the hopes that your second B Pokemon will be able to operate a lot safer in the back during the rest of the game.
Yeah, so one example might be if Choose were to have Clodsire and Drapion in the back, and maybe Valiant Vish is running that Claydol that could be incredibly strong into both of them. Maybe Choose doesn't get a great lead, and so they decide to swap into their Clodsire to bait out the Claydol. Or what would be more likely, swap into the Drapion to bait out the Claydol. You can still do some damage to the Claydol in the interim, maybe get some shields out, but that really would just free up your Clodsire in the back to be a lot safer, which can be a really strong play. The problem is when you have a team like this, because it's a team that a lot of people have run through a lot of regional championships for a lot of years, is sometimes you kind of have to make the ABB prediction and it can go really wrong, or maybe really right. You never know.
I think it's funny because we've got 3, all the typing share on this side. We've got multiple poisons, a few darks, multiple ghosts, multiple waters. On Vish's side, we actually have unique typings. I don't think anything shares a single typing. So we've got I don't think there's nothing on that side that shares a typing, unless I'm getting corrected 100% if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure there's nothing on that side that has anything shared. So
I think you're right. We've got water, ice, ground, psychic, dark, fighting, dragon, fairy, poison, fire, flying.
So
a bunch of unique typings on
11
Vish's
typings
side.
out of 6 Pokemon. So it's going to be very interesting. The Gudra all alone with its single. Maybe we'll get the Hisuian form. We'll get some steel in there as well. So who knows? So yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. I think we're going to see Double Ghost are a bit threatened by the Pangoro with there's not sort of super low. But in saying that, Annihilate isn't scared of a Pangoro. So
That's
the
true.
Sableye is the only one that has to really fear that. I can see a lot of play for the outside of the Clodsire, the Weezing does look quite strong, and we saw Vish use it to great effect earlier today with that Overheat as well.
Yeah, look, Vish is definitely someone who knows how to use a neutral Pokemon, to say the least, and it is definitely looking like it could be really powerful into these battles as well. You know, you've got Overheat hits all of the non-waters, Sludge hits Azumarill for super effective,
Claydol
and
as well.
Lapras.
Claydol's Mudslap being nothing resisting to Mudslap as well. So there could be a lot of play for the Mudslapper here coming in, and there's a couple of threats for it, but it does look like could be useful with especially double poison coming out there.
Yeah, look, if I was just looking at these two teams and I had to tell you which one I prefer in this matchup, it would definitely be Valiant Vicious. I think he does have the advantage going into this particular match in this sort of top 8 or top 4 matches of the winners bracket. And so I think it's really going to be up to choose to really try, and you might have to sort of predict what is Valiant Vish thinking and how can I sort of break through.
Yeah, exactly right. I think reliably, if I was looking at this, I'd go maybe the most conservative play would be to pick one of your ghosts and then maybe run your double waters, pick some bulk, maybe sort of, even if you have a loss, you're scouting out the play, seeing what is he looking at, and then you can sort of adjust that game. If you're looking to be a bit more conservative, higher risk end, you could go double ghost and look at the shadows, and it could be a little bit risky, but if you back yourself, and he's a great battler, so I think that's also an option. So it just depends what angle you're looking for and what you're how confident I guess you're feeling in the line.
Yeah, I couldn't be more with you in that analysis, in that it really feels like that safe strategy would be going for that double water backline. I mean, even on teams where they don't have 3 options for ABB lines, Azumarill Lapras is such a combination that we've seen again and again and again, really just acting in those sponges that can eat up so many charge attacks over and over and over, even super effective charge attacks. Again, I keep going back to it because we saw it earlier, but the discharge from Charge Bug, Lapras took it on the chin like a champion.
Yeah, like 40% damage, and it's just like, it's just put in a position where it's just like you can just rely on these things as sponges for other moves, and it just allows like I said, we've seen Sableyes, things like that today, the more squishy Pokemon, we saw earlier with Zapdos, you're leaving 2 shields for the thing that really needs the shields to really thrive in this current meta.
Yeah, and so to me, the default line really does become Annihilate in the lead. We do have those options to run 2 shield play style. Just keep going for those Rage Fists. It's not as strong potentially as a Primeape with 2 shields because it is a little bit slower. The fact that it does take 6 counters to get up to those Rage Fists does put it a little bit behind pace for a lot of very fast Pokemon in the meta at the moment. But at the same time, Valiant Vish is running a lot of Pokemon that are on that slightly slower side as well. He's not running a lot of Pokemon that get to their moves in 10 turns. Yeah. There's no Drapions here. There's certainly no Primeapes here. But we'll see what they do bring in game number 1. Jumping in, we do have the Lapras into the Galarian Weezing here. And so we do have some really nice play here. And it looks like we've actually gone for an ABA style with a Sableye in the middle with the double waters. And now it is time for Valiant Vish to put his Skullbash Lapras to the test again against a regular Ice Beam Lapras.
So let's see if the switch fast enough. Speaking to Vish earlier, actually, he was a bit frustrated himself about how fast he got because he knows he should get to the second Skullbash well before they get to the second Sparkling Aria. So this time he's timed it really well. This is about these good players making adjustments. And he's got to the Skullbash here, and this will make this much more comfortable for his own Lapras.
Yeah, it's only these great players who can make a misplay and still win and then learn from those. But we now have Choose swapping into the Shadow Sableye here. It's a bit of an interesting spot because while we don't care about the Psywave damage from the Lapras, the Sparkling Arias are really going to do a lot of damage. And so you can see Sableye brought down below half health, and we're going to just try our best to do as much damage as possible before Lapras gets to this next Sparkling Aria.
We'll see with the Skullbash buff, this may not even KO, so we might get a little bit more fun for the Sableye, or will we get to another Sparkling Aria potentially? So it has a KO, will it survive another move? And it does. That is the debuff. This is the Skullbash coming in so clutch and forces the shield out here, which is really, really good for Vish.
Yeah, this has worked out great for Valiant Vish. Getting another shield out of that Shadow Sableye does mean he has the shield advantage, but he can go into this Galarian Weezing that is not only going to be able to farm down this Sableye, but he's going to have to contend with a little bit of damage from the Sableye. But there's a Fairy type on this Galarian Weezing.
Absolutely. Resist both moves here. They still will do a little bit of damage, and there's 2 of them coming through, so we'll see if Vish decides to shield one of the 2 moves here.
Yeah, it looks like, I feel like Vish, in the earlier battles, he really leaned into his Gudra, and I expect similar here. We're letting the Galarian Weezing go. We are holding on to health in the red, so we at least get a sludge onto this Lapras, which is actually going to be key, because this means that Gudra can come in, no shields left on Choose's side. Gudra is going to be in such a strong position.
So he's got Thunder Punch, so he's going to have to, there's a huge decision here, absolutely massive decision. Is he going to call a bait? I think that is, because he doesn't call. He's got 2 shields, might as well use them. So he has shielded up the Sparkling Area, but here comes the Azumarill. Let's see with a shield advantage here if we can get around this Azumarill. I think we can comfortably survive one of the moves. The player up or an Ice Beam. So I can see that Vish here can save 1 shield here and use it right towards the end of the get through the Azumarill, but can he get through the Lapras as well?
Yeah, Gudra might have a little bit too much food on its plate, and I'm almost wondering if Valiant Fish is going to need to make the catch into Galarian Weezing to get the win here. It's going to get really tight because this Thunder Punch also isn't going to quite KO the Azumarill. It's still going to be on a little bit of health here. And so Azumarill is going to get another charge attack, and it's almost at a second.
But the switch timer is quite misaligned here, so he will have a chance to switch and maybe get to a sludge on the Weezing as well. I'm not sure how much energy it still has, but it's going to be very, very close. He does let the move go through, and here in it comes.
Oh!
Now it comes down to how much energy is on that Lapras at this stage.
Okay, look, the fact that we still have a Protect Shield here means that Galarian Weezing is still in this. We have the ability to get to 2 sludges. He can throw one of them.
Oh, it doesn't.
The Azumarill KOs the Galarian Weezing. It can't get the 2 sludges, and now Gudra is going to get Psywaved down. Choose taking game number 1 against Valiant Fish. That was so close.
Unbelievably close battle, and it was honestly from the start of the game, we couldn't figure out who was going to come out on top. It was such a close game. And Vish somehow was so close to the end and just able to get over the line and just that by thinnest of margins.
It was the thinnest of margins. The fact that Vish was just about to get that 2 sludges. He only needed that 1 extra turn to be able to throw the sludge, get the KO on Azumarill, and then throw again.
And he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive the Sparkling Area. 1 turn's come through before he could get to the extra move. So he knew that he had to try to double up, but just ran out of time with the Azumarill bubble coming through just in time.
Incredibly impressive play from Choose, recognizing where the win cons were and going like, no, I can do this. Who was worried?
Yeah, exactly right.
This is absolutely fine, but really heads up play style. And again, as we saw, it was an ABA team with a water in the front and a water in the back, with Gudra just sort of, again, having a little bit too much left to do with the double waters.
Yeah, I think the win con there for Vish was to basically make one of the hardest calls. When you have 2 shields and you're getting baited, it's almost impossible to not have the urge to, it doesn't matter how good you are of a player, it always feels like you just have to shield. It's like, as much as you're like, there's a very, very good chance this is a bait, but there's nothing worse than that being an Ice Beam and ending the game while you still have 2 shields. It's nothing worse.
No, because the problem is when you're in that situation, if you're Valiant Fish and you're staring down this sort of, it could be a Sparkling Aria, it could be an Ice Beam. You have to think, like, okay, if I make the wrong call here, if I let the Ice Beam through, I essentially guarantee lose this game. But if I call the Sparkling Aria, like if I just shield anyway, and I shield a Sparkling Aria, maybe I can still win.
Yeah.
And so it almost feels like it's the safer play to not go for the gamble that could cost you the entire game and just sort of hope that even if you shield a Sparkling Aria, you'll still have enough gas in the tank. And to be honest with you, he almost did.
Yeah, it was very, very close. And what a start for a set. Like, it's really exciting. Vish is one of the best in Australia and even the world at like adjusting and making calls and seeing what he did wrong and adjusting. Like I said, with the Lapras matchup, he knew that he played that exactly how he wanted to play it compared to the Smalling. So it's like, he knows he's his harshest critic, like all the best battlers are, and he's a great battler, and I'm sure there'll be adjustments to that line.
Yeah, because look, as we go into game number 2 now, the sort of question comes up is like, what do you do about the double water line? Because obviously, Gudra has a lot of play, Galarian Weezing has a lot of play. There isn't really another Pokemon that is sort of the obvious bring, unless, you just, again, lean into the Lapras, and I've just listed off the exact team he just ran.
Well, the only thing you know not to do is bring Talonflame.
That's right.
So the Talonflame has to stay, especially it had very limited play against like that line. So I think Gudra is strong there. It still has counterplay against the Azu. I think he was really smart to keep 2 shields for it, because then if I'm against an Azumarill, I'm going to need the shields. So just unfortunately, the Lapras got one of the shields off him.
Yeah, that is true. It was really just down to the wire there, and that last shield really did matter, unfortunately. And so I guess I'm really just trying to think, what does Choose do? Because I feel like they don't have any incentive to drop the double water line. It's so strong into Valiant Vish's team. And here we go again. It's the exact same. We've got an ABA water, we've got a Sableye in the middle, and this time we are going straight into Valiant Vish's Lapras.
Same, but slightly different. Vish has just switched up the lead to the Lapras versus the instead of the Weezing lead. So it would have been nice to have a Weezing lead here, but clearly Choose went, he's not going to lead twice in a row, so safely lead the Azumarill.
Yeah, because they've both brought the exact same 3, which makes sense. These are the 3 Pokemon that make sense into each other. And so now we just have to wonder, is the Skull Bash from the Lapras going to be able to shore up this matchup? Because, look, Azumarill, it's not doing a lot of damage with its charge attacks, but the Skull Bash is really going to make that even worse. And the Sableye now coming in to a bulkier Lapras.
Yeah, similar scenario to what we had before, where we've got a Sableye that now the Foul Play isn't likely to KO. But this Sparkling Area is going to come through, and they're going to try to protect it earlier this time. So let's see if the counter swap comes in here. It goes down in Goodra. So I think that's a good play. I think that Fish has gone. Now my Goodra can avoid this Azumarill that's got some energy, and it can also avoid the potential Ice Beam bait scenario that we had in the last game.
Yeah, that is an interesting part because, like, in my head, I was like, oh, but Goodra, you do have that Thunder Punch. You can hit the Azumarill and the Lapras, but by bringing it into the Sableye, you've entered your only matchup that doesn't have any super effective damage to do. But it's going to do a lot of damage, and so Sableye is going to get brought down to the red. But now, Stumpy, we have to contend with a potential Dazzling Gleam. If this goes through, Goodra is absolutely gone, and so Valiant Vish makes the right call. He shields the Goodra and will now be able to Dragon Breath down.
Yeah, very good shield. He gives it his last shield there, so tough spot here now. He's got to really rely on this Weezing, but will outpace this. Look like will be outpacing to the move, but he's going to go for Ice Beam. Okay, so he should survive this move. But a bit of an awkward spot. The Goodra's now quite low with no shield, so I imagine we'll try to get a switch out from Vish here.
Yeah, Valiant Vish is really going to try and put some energy on his other Pokemon. We see the Lapras swap in on both sides here, actually. And so Valiant Vish is going to get outpaced to the Skull Bash. Chooses Lapras will be able to throw a Sparkling Aria first. And without the defense debuff, the defense buff, this is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, let's see if he can make it to the move. Doesn't look like he will make it. He's going to try. Oh! He does with the slimmest of margins. He has made it to the move and does force the shield out. So now we've got a scenario where we've got a full health Gallowweezing that now has to basically face the world and potentially a Goodra catch later on. But they do remember the Goodra does have a move banked.
It does have a move. That could be absolutely huge in this game. And so it's going to be a case of, can Galarian Weezing do enough? There are no shields in play though, Stumpy. And so these Sparkling Arias are really going to add up. And I don't think a single charge attack from the Galarian Weezing will KO the Weezing. Well, will KO the Lapras. Which means that we're in a situation where as soon as this Lapras can get to another move, oh my gosh! The overheat into the Azumarill. This Azumarill is going to eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And the Lapras is still hanging on in the back. It is. This is actually
Can we get a farm down here though? Can we get a farm down and maybe a switch out immediately?
This is actually opened the door. We have a lot of energy here.
Wow! He had to go for it. The win con was to get the overheat and the Thunder Punch onto the Lapras, and unfortunately, he just ran out of time again.
That's so tight. That almost... Oh, and the Goodra comes back in. Tiny bit of HP. We do have a charge tag here, but this will not be enough to carry the Lapras. The Lapras will hold on, and it will be able to Psywave down the Goodra. But what a tight battle.
Yeah, two really tough matches, and really well played by Choose there, and takes down a formidable Australian battler.
Yeah, which does mean that, we sort of, we kept that 50-50 up for the first two. Queensland lost the first, won the second, and now has lost the third, which potentially means that Mikey Morgs might be looking pretty good into Z-Tarp in the next battle. But, in this particular battle, Choose vs Valiant Vish, it was just such slim margins the whole way through. And I think that both battlers played it so well the entire way through. It was just a real pleasure to watch.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely right. And it would have been, I was sort of disappointed we don't get to see a third game for that one. So, yeah, we get the best entertainment possible seeing those sort of battles. So really well done, Choose, and only Vish, but he will have his second go.
Yeah, look, can we call encore? Is that allowed? Look, we'll definitely see both of them a little bit more later on in this tournament, I'm sure. But of course, we do have more battles yet to come. Of course, we're going to pass over to the fourth and final battle, Queensland versus the world. This time, the world being Perth, which again, as we said, is a world away. So I'll throw over to that one. But before we do, let's potentially hear about one of the other best battlers in Australia, Dracoviz, because he may not be here, but his influence is absolutely shown in the championship series here in the Oceanic region. So let's hear about Yakko.
Pokemon Go. This made Dracoviz not only the first player from the Oceanic
Over the last 4 years, the Oceanic region has crowned 10 Pokemon Go champions. But from Rob Drogo through to Flames fan, no one has won as many titles as Jakobovic. A Melbourne local, Yakko first found success in the Oceanic International Championships in 2023, where he won 96% of his battles, higher than had ever been achieved prior. He then immediately followed this up in the 2024 season with victories at both the Brisbane and Melbourne regional championships, the first time a player had ever won 2 regionals back-to-back in Pokemon Go. This made Jakobovic not only the first player from the Oceanic region to win 2 titles, but also the first to win 3 titles, and even did so in a row after not competing in Perth or Sydney. There's only one other champion in Oceania who has 2 titles to his name, Rick Flareon. Can Rick join Yakko in the 3-peat club this weekend? Will we see Valiant Vish, Avery, or Agent Magikarp potentially climb up to the 2-title club? Or potentially, will we see a brand new champion emerge? Find out this weekend at the Brisbane Regional Championships.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities from around the world, are you ready to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion?
And we're back, and we have been going through all of these battles, Debbie. We are getting to the pointy end of the bracket. Upcoming, we have one more semi-final, which is happening off stream, and then we've got our 2 group finals before we get to a top cut of 4.
Yeah, we're absolutely getting to that pinnacle, I suppose, of the Brisbane Regional. And the next one up is, again, someone that we've already seen on stream, which was Yetaruna. And she has done an incredible run. I think it's just, it's superb. I think if you're coming all the way and flying all the way to Australia to play a regional and going and just winning in that winner's bracket, it's just amazing. And against Godsalama. Now, Godsalama, I believe, has moved into the region. So he was originally a New Zealander, but also I think he was elsewhere, but went from New Zealand and then moved to Brisbane. So has been playing up in the local scene. So they have claimed him as their local. So both doing excellent in this regional. But Fish, do you know what time it is at the moment?
Well, if I were to check my watch, which has been adjusted for Brisbane time, we are just into the Fuzzy Buddies event, Debbie.
The Fuzzy Buddies event has kicked off. So from 2 to 5 p.m. During today, which is during the Brisbane Regional, we have the Fuzzy Buddy Research Day. Now, I love these little teddy bears. So we've got Teddy, Ursa, Pancham, Stuffle, Cubchew that will be available through field research today from 2 to 5 p.m. Now, I think it's important to talk about the Panchams here, Fish.
Yeah, because Pancham, there hasn't been too many opportunities to get one at a level that will allow it to be built for Great League. And we have seen how much of a niche that Pokemon can carve out in the meta. So it is a really important one to have at your disposal. So this is a good opportunity to take that up and have that tool in your toolbox.
Yeah, and look, and if you're a shiny hunter as well, there's an increased chance of finding them shiny. So we can see that the Teddy Ursa, it goes into that bright neon green. The Pancham has a little bit of almost like a, what would you call it, a sepia kind of tone
that's a good,
to it.
Good word for it.
Stuffle has had a community day previously and goes into that honey orangey yellow, and the Cubchew goes entirely purple, which it's pretty cool to see. I kind of love the idea that they ran a Fuzzy Buddy research day. And in the wild, there are other particular Pokemon as well, such as Sentret, Slackoff. Slackoff? Yes. Bidoof and Minchino, and something that we don't have talked about earlier, but we don't see. Like it's got the bunny. It's got the bunny there, but we're not seeing a lot of Diggersby out there now.
No, and like it's still something that I can imagine someone somewhere bringing one into a tournament and doing well with it. But at the moment, there are a lot of threats to it that are kind of pushing it out of the meta at the moment. And nevertheless, it is a Pokemon that I don't think will go completely away for a very, very long time. So Bunnelby is certainly one that you can chase if you don't already have one. That is a Pokemon that benefits from having XL Candy, so it is something that you can chase for that reason. Then, of course, just trying to find the stats that do best in that Great League.
Yeah, I think today is a good day to possibly, if you want those extra candies, to mega evolve a normal type, just to try and get a little bit more, especially like you mentioned, some XLs that are needed. Now, Teddy Ursa, it evolves to Ursaring, but it also evolves then thereafter to Ursa Luna, which I think in some particular niche cups might be used. But again, you can only evolve it during a full moon. So it's just one of those that I wouldn't say it's non-accessible, but it's just one of those that you have to think about making.
Yeah. Is just a quick side note, is that Hencham, has that been available shiny before?
I believe it has.
Okay.
I think it came out during possibly like a Go Fest that it was more available to be shiny.
But there's no debut happening here.
I don't believe so. There's no debuts here. It's just, I think we're just unlucky fish.
I mean, it is still super exciting. Like we said, it is one of the rare opportunities you get to get one that is low enough level for Great League, and that even just that alone would make this an event worth participating in.
Yeah, look, I think if you have some time and availability from 2 to 5 today, get your Pokemon Go game out, go for a walk, get some research done, and try and find some of these fuzzy buddies.
Okay, so we will be waiting to see which matchup we have next. There are 2 winners finals.
Very good.
One of them, the competitors have been determined, and that is Yetaruna and Godzilla that we were talking about. The other one is we've got Mikey Morgs and Zetar battling in the semi, and the winner of that will face against Choose, who just put on a superb performance against the homegrown hero Valiant Vish.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We do have teams up. We do have Yetaruna versus Godzilla, so I believe that decision has been made. We do see there's that Morpeko that we are yet to see from Yetaruna. I don't think we've seen any Morpeko action yet.
Look, maybe now is the time.
Today could be the day.
Or is it just going to be consistently benched? I'm not sure yet. But on Yetaruna's side, again, we've got the Morpeko, we've got the Swampert, Alolan Sandslash, Ariados, we've got the Shadow Feraligatr, and a regular Annihilate.
And Godzilla, I don't think we've seen him on stream yet today.
I think the others
we did.
have.
There was a little bit. Yeah, okay. So a little bit earlier he came up. He has gone through the entire day today without dropping a battle.
Wow.
So he's been doing really, really well. Is about to face his hardest opponent yet in Yetaruna. He's got the Malamar, Talonflame, Charjabug, Azumarill, Guzzlord, and the Swallow.
Well, what do you like the look of in Godzillama's team? What do you think that has brought him to this point of the regional?
We've talked core breakers a lot, and there is another really nice core breaker on Godzillama's team, which is the Charjabug. It is an electric type that does well into grasses. It's a Pokemon that can beat grasses and beat flyers as well, which is something that not a lot of electrics can do. You can do a lot with a Charjabug, so I really like that Pokemon.
Yeah, Charjabug is something that I don't particularly like playing with, and it's just I think the fast move just the pacing is a little bit off for me.
It is wonky.
Yeah, it is a little bit the fault switches, I believe, and they're just the turn moves are just. Again, I'm a poor drummer. Let's put it that way. I have no rhythm. So, like, when it comes to something along those lines, I'm just like, no, is it now? Or do I throw now? Is it now? But it does do so well. It's something that has a lot of coverage, which is, again, another particular Pokemon very similar to Credilli that you just have a lot of coverage there.
And the pacing has changed this season because of the change to the move Discharge. So that's gotten a little bit cheaper at the cost of not doing as much damage. But it means that there's not really as much like decision making between the two attacks. Like there are situations where the formerly cheaper X scissor, you might want to throw that to maybe try and get to another discharge a little earlier, or be able to throw back to back a little bit quicker. But now that they're both the same, you can really just go for whichever one will just get you the most damage in the current situation.
Yeah, and I think that is a little bit more dynamic play than previous, where you had to go for the bait or the nuke.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's just kind of like, well, I get choice, and choice allows more dynamic play in Pokemon Go, especially now with the 50-second switch timer, which I like to say is new, but we've had it for a while now, and I hope it's here to stay, because 60 seconds is way too long in my opinion.
100%. I want to see it shorter. Make it 45, 40, 30, 25 seconds. No switch timer.
Bring on like April Fool's Day. I would love to see that. Just like a really quick switch timer. Like make it 10 seconds.
10 seconds, yeah. One charge attack and they're straight out of there.
Oh, gosh. Can you imagine? It'd be funny.
Yeah, for a short amount of time, then would be like...
Not for right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, on Godzillama's team, we also can see the Malamar. So Malamar is a particular Pokemon that I think hasn't quite reached a lot of top 12s. It's here and there. You can see it on some really good teams as well. What are your thoughts on Malamar?
We talked about it a little earlier when we were talking about Credilli, how its typing just makes it synergizes really, really well.
Yes.
And so the benefit of that is that it's a relatively safe pick. There's not too much around that will punish you for safe swapping it, for example. And so I certainly think it can find its way on a lot of teams comfortably.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's an interesting one. I think it covers a lot of ground. It kind of fills in a little bit of space. I feel like when you're team building, you have certain Pokemon, and then you're kind of like, I need this to cover this spot. And I feel like Malamar does a lot to like cover the bases.
Yeah.
So it's a really good one, I think, to synergize in his team.
Yeah.
What else do you like from Godzillama's team?
The Swalot, of course, we have been watching that go to town. I mean, of course, we all know it's not as good as Cantograma.
Oh, of course. Cantograma number 1, Swalot number 2. I think we can safely say that now.
Yeah, we'll put that to bed. The age-old question has been answered. But Swalot, of course, is no slouch. It hunches a bit, but no, it's not slouching. It has that bulk that can allow it to take a lot of charge attacks. And when the charge attacks are coming so thick and fast in Great League, that's a really handy skill to have in a Pokemon.
Yeah, look, I think, again, I just love the fact that there is some big blob that is appearing on the stage where it's just absorbing so much of the attacks, and it feels like it almost bounces off.
Yeah.
And also, it's just kind of adorable to look at. Just like, why is there a blob on my screen? Again, and then wrapping it up with the Talonflame, the Azumarill, and the Guzzlord. Now, back to Yetteruna's team. I know we've probably talked about we've had the cast.
With good reason.
Yeah, exactly right. But I think if you were Yetteruna and you saw Godzillama's team, is there a particular line that you would bring, or like a core that you would probably look at and be like, okay, I'm definitely bringing these two, and then this one to help me out?
I feel like double Hydro Cannon might actually be a good play again. We saw her use that so effectively against the Cantograma team that she faced last time, and managed to overcome what we thought was such a difficult situation by just really playing around with the energy of both of those Pokemon and using them in the best possible spots they could. I think that this team is another one that can serve the double Hydro Cannon very well. It really, most teams that don't have a grass on them, you can bring your waters into.
Yeah. Why do you think there's less grass out there? Because all these teams that I'm seeing, there's no superiors. I mean, there's a couple of jump lofts, but otherwise there's nothing like, I expected, I suppose, like some sort of grass type perhaps that would try and counter these waters.
My best guess is that there aren't too many grasses that have the right other things going for them to make them meta viable. So, for example, like Superior is great because it has bulk and it has firepower. Jumpluff is great because it has bulk and its offensive typing really makes it handy.
Credilli?
Of course, Credilli. Yeah, Credilli also has the typing that's going for it. All of these grass types need their own thing going on to make them viable.
Yeah.
There's not too many grasses that have that.
Yeah.
So I think that kind of makes it hard to bring one. Having said that, I think if you do want to bring a grass, I think there's a current hole in the meta that could be filled with a grass type.
Oh, have you got any ideas?
No, as in just like any grass type.
Okay,
So,
okay.
when you're team building, I mean.
I thought you had the secret sauce. You're like, oh no, Debbie, I've got.
Ludicolo.
It's
here to stay.
Not a bomber snow? I thought that was your one.
I mean, I do like an Obama style. I don't think it works particularly well in the current meta. But yeah, that has worked very well in the past, and that's been one I've highly endorsed.
One I thought about was whether Chestnut has any play in this meta. Because Chestnut was one of those that, although it's grass, it has that fighting type ability as well. And there was a point where a lot of fighters just dropped off. So it kind of like let a little bit of room to play. And I was like, oh, would Chestnut be something that could possibly, be something to play around with? Now, we're into game one of Yetaruna versus Godzilla. We do only have one screen available, and we see that we've got this Guzzlord against this Ariados.
Yeah, the Ariados can throw those lunges at the Guzzlord, and it gets there quicker than the Guzzlord can throw the Dragon Tail as well. So while the Guzzlord can handle it, it does do a lot of damage, and it means that the crunch that is going to come through is going to do less damage than it otherwise would have.
Yeah, look, and this crunch is going to be charged up and sent through, but it means that Yetaruna decided not to shield, so it means that these Dragon Tails are going to add up. Will it be able to take it out? No, not quite. This Ariados is able to get to the next move.
And Godzilla is going to just let that through because they want a little bit of energy. In this meta, energy is so important. Just getting off a little bit extra energy can help flip matches wildly. You never know what a good little bit of energy will do for you in the morning.
Yeah, and look, I think on against a Malamar, you want that energy on there. Now it's able to get to the move here, and it's launching off Fish. What do we do against pretty much your Shadow for Alligator here?
Well, the superpower is obviously the way to go with the new update to the foul play. We now see Charge Bug onto Swampert, and it is going to throw an X-Scissor, which is going to be neutral against the Swampert. The Swampert can handle it pretty nicely, and it does take it into the yellow, but it is able to get to more Hydro Cannons and really punish that Charge Bug.
Yeah, look, and then it decides not to shield here, so this Hydro Cannon should connect. Or is it a Sludge? We'll find out in a second. It is a Hydro Cannon, and it connects to this Charger Bug. Charger Bug able to go for this X-Scissor here and launching it all the way from nice to great to excellent.
And it will be shielded. So Swampert lives to fight another day. Swampert now down, and so Yetaruna now down to no shield. So Yetaruna just building up energy, just keeping on applying that pressure. The next Hydro Cannon is going to not land on the Charger Bug. Godzilla thinks, I have a little more I can do with the Charger Bug. Banks the X-Scissor, switches in the Malamar, and so now the Malamar is going to take this Hydro Cannon. No shields to help it out. It is not a lot of damage. The Swampert is going to stay in, build up a little bit more. Now the Feraligatr will come back out. This thing might be able to take a superpower, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely close. And we can see that the Feraligatr holds on. This Malamar has got his defense fallen, its attack fallen, and now Godzilla has decided to let it go. Thank you, Malamar. You've done your job here.
So that means the Charger Bug is going to be able to come back out and get one Volt Switch, which it does not get to. The shield is going to come in play now. It does have the shield there to hide behind, and that extra Volt Switch is going to come in real handy. The X-Scissors and Discharges are there. The X-Scissor is going to be the one to throw against the Swampert, obviously. And now that we are out of shields, the Swampert has no recourse. That extra Volt Switch, the not throwing the charge move against the Feraligatr, that all came together nicely to give Godzilla the win. And Godzilla continues his unbeaten streak.
Yeah, look, how incredible is that? And I think having that Malamar there really proved to really solidify his team lineup against Yetaruna. Even though that we had those Hydro Cannons back to back to back, the Malamar just played so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think the Charger Bug play was fantastic as well. Like that can be a real skill in deciding when to trade off different factors like your shield advantage, switch advantage, energy lead, working out which one is most important to you in the context of the battle is a super important skill.
Yeah, and I believe we're looking at some technicians having a look at the gameplay for the next match. But in the meantime, let's have a look at some other things on the screen briefly. But in the meantime, you know what? Godzilla if you're sitting in this driver's seat now, what would you be doing? What would you be bringing out? Would you bring out the same lineup again?
I honestly think that was an absolutely fine lineup. The Charger Bug is not as comfortable into the Swampert, but we saw that it did the job there. It does do very, very well into the Feraligatr, can tank a Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr, which not many things can do that comfortably. But yeah, the 100%, the same lineup, I think, would actually work quite well.
Yep, I believe we have the next game ready to go. And yeah, we want to see what happens here. Now, with Yetaruna, do you think that the double Hydro Cannon will be in play again?
Yeah, absolutely. It is still very, very safe. And Yetaruna also pairing it with the Ariados as well. It applies a lot of pressure to the Malamar, for example. Even though Malamar can Psywave through that with shields up, you don't really want to spend both your shields on that one matchup, especially after you've been lunged a bunch of times and you have to give up switch advantage as well. So that can be a little tough. The Ariados can apply a lot of pressure there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And I think Ariados is just again, I mentioned it previously, is such an interesting pick because, again, not a lot of people are bringing it at the regional. I think Yetaruna is the only one that is bringing it to this particular regional.
Yeah.
And previously, it was such meta. And into this season, a lot of people just dropped off Ariados. Like, yeah, okay, nah, we'll bring something else. So now to see it in action in this meta, it's pretty cool. I think it's doing really well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that. I'm not particularly surprised because like Clog's Eye was everywhere for a bit.
True.
Like, it didn't actually do particularly well into Diggersby, despite being able to throw the super effective Trailblazers. But it is kind of forcing its way back into the meta, and Yetaruna could be the one to popularize it again.
Yeah. We're gonna have to just call like Ariados, like I suppose the Yetaruna, the Trailblazer for this particular season with the Ariados.
I like it.
Yeah, we'll see what we get into. Now, when will this Morpeko turn up?
It's been trending, mate. You know what? Conspiracy time. Yetaruna does not have a Morpeko. It doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
It's bench pressure.
Are we talking almost like an El Che situation at Worlds where you just bring in 5 Pokemon?
Yeah, that's right. I think she's like, oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's caught some in the past. But I suspect at this point that she never planned to bring a Morpeko.
Okay.
And it's there just to try and force her opponents into certain lines.
Okay. Well, it does threaten things, right? So obviously, in Godzilla, you don't really want to bring in your Azumarill because obviously you might bring that in. Now we're into game 2. We can see that Godzilla has got a Talonflame, and now Yetaruna switched into the Swampert, and Godzilla now has their Guzzlord out.
Yeah, so Guzzlord does, as we've established before, do pretty well into the Swampert matchup. It can Dragon Claw / Crunch, depending on how much damage you want to do, and then Dragon Tail all the way down from there. The Sludges are going to apply a bit of time pressure onto this, so you can't afford to farm all the way to infinity, but you do have the ball in your court as the Guzzlord.
Yeah, look, this Swampert is down to the red health. However, it has a move ready to go, which is most likely Sludge that will connect to this Guzzlord. Now, Guzzlord is very bulky, but it still hangs on by almost 10% still. So it's still quite a lot of health in the grand scheme of things. Now, Yetaruna has to decide which Pokemon to bring out. We can see in the backline for Godzilla, we do have that Talonflame, we do have that Malamar, and the Ariados comes out.
Yeah, so Ariados is probably just going to have to try and farm this Guzzlord down with Poison Stings, which is not an easy task, but the Poison Sting was buffed a couple of seasons ago. It will only take one more Poison Sting to get rid of the Guzzlord. Then you'd think the Talonflame would come back out. Or maybe they want to get a bit of Psywave energy. No, the Talonflame does come out, because one thing about the Talonflame into the Ariados especially, this is probably a reason why the Ariados has gone out of the spotlight a little bit, is because of this matchup where everything is double resisted. So now we get a Sand Slash into Malamar, and boy, this is looking tough for Yetaruna. The Yetaruna does have the 2 shields still. In fact, both players do, and so these superpowers can be shielded. The good thing also is that there's really not much guesswork, because Godzilla doesn't have any reason to try and reverse bait with a foul play.
Yeah. Look, that Sand Slash is now gone. The Ariados is now gone. We still have 2 shields in play, and that's just 2-0.
Yeah.
For Godzilla.
Yeah, Godzilla absolutely whitewashing that one. That was incredible to watch. And Yetteruna saw the writing on the wall very, very quickly.
Yeah, look, and like Godzilla still on their streak of not dropping us a game at all, right?
Yeah.
And the only time that I have thought that someone has done that, or very close to it, has been Dracoviz, which is the most decorated Oceania player that we have.
I remember.
So, sorry for the PTSD, Fish. But my point is that he is on a roll. He is on fire. Like maybe that Talonflame is carrying him, but my goodness, like that was such a clean play.
Yeah.
And the fact that what were shields? What were the protect shields?
Unneeded, unnecessary. It was very unfortunate for Yetteruna. Godzilla just made an absolutely perfect line call. We call I used to be a poker player. We call that a soul read in the world of poker.
I see. Yeah.
So that line, there was just really so little Yetteruna could have done, and she recognized that like a minute in.
Yeah. So. Look, I ask you a question. If the Morpeko came out, would it have changed anything?
You know what? One of the few things that can handle a loaded Morpeko is Guzzlord. So if the Morpeko had come out and had ran, I imagine it would have run into the Guzzlord as well.
Oh, okay, fine. No Morpeko for this regional. I see how it is.
But it could have done pretty well into the rest of the team. It did have a place, and Yetteruna's not out. We could still see her coming up through the losers bracket, and we could see, before this day is done, I want to see some more Morpeko.
Fair enough.
Even though I'm still convinced that is a Ludicolo dressed as a Morpeko.
Fair enough. I mean, like, what an outfit. Now, Fish, I want to ask you a bold question here. Now, we're into the finals. However, before coming into Brisbane Regionals, did you have a prediction of who you thought might win Brisbane Regionals?
You know what? The Perth contingency is so stacked.
Thank you.
So, we were seeing on Twitter, before the tournament started, people were sending in their predictions, and Jai, Avrip, they were getting a lot of the attention. Z-Tab as well from Perth, and he's been going really, really well. He is, I'm not sure if the match has been done yet. We have to get updated, but he was in the winners semis as we casted that battle. So Perth is showing up.
Yeah. And we put out a survey. Well, I didn't put out a survey, let's be honest. It was Steve that put out a survey out there to ask the Oceania region, going, who do you think will win the Brisbane Regional? And I believe we have a slide that shows what the result came from that. So we can see here the predictions from the community. Who will win the Brisbane Regional Championship? Now, it's a bit dicey here, but we can see that 25%, which was the highest percentage, went to Rick Flareon. Now, Rick Flareon being a two-time regional champion, hoping to go for his third today, was at 25%. Now, in the 13% there, do you recognize this particular avatar, Fish?
I feel like I do, but it's not coming to me at the moment.
Yeah, that one is Ishikawa Boy.
Of course it is, yes.
Yeah, reigning from Japan, coming over to compete at Brisbane Regional, and he did very well in his bracket. I believe he's currently out, but he was such a threat coming in. I think lots of people are, oh, wow, being such a decorated Japanese player, definitely kept some people on their toes this particular weekend. Now, in third place, we can see in 9%. Do you recognize that player?
I think I recognize that player. He might have been casting the Perth Regional last year, and that is Fishy Legs too. And he did go, he's out now, isn't he? He's...
I will need to double check with the challenge, but yeah, Fishy Legs is in the third place. And for fourth place, 9%, we have Mikey Morgs as well. So obviously we've got Fishy Legs and Mikey Morgs at the same percentage. They're buddies. They're
doing everything together.
Yeah, I mean, we did do the interview with them together as well, because we thought it would be cute. But yeah, we can see that it was very much heavily weighted on Rick Flareon. Now, the next question that we asked the Oceania region was, who do you think is the best player in Oceania?
And they said debbiepebble, right?
Yeah, of course they did.
All right, so let's move on to the next one. Tell me, who did people think?
Well, now we have the slide here where it says the community predictions from who is the best player in Oceania. Now, the first place, 28%. Now, Fish, you recognise this guy.
I certainly do. And I'm not surprised at all that Dracoviz was the top player, even though he's been a little bit out for a little while. Not a little bit out. He's been completely out for a little while because of, he's a father now.
Yes,
So
yes.
He's
He's fallen into the dad club,
Yeah.
as I call it in the PvP realm, but doesn't mean that he isn't still a formidable player. So maybe when he's, has a bit of spare time, he can come out to a regional. He is not here for the Brisbane regional, but again, the question is, who is the best player in Oceania? So people still highly regard his placing. Now, in second place, we have, again, Rick Flareon at 24%.
Yeah, and both of these two are easily the most decorated players in Oceania, right? Dracoviz has won, or was it 2 regionals and an international, 3 regionals and an international, I think?
Dracoviz has 2 regionals and an international. Rick Flareon has two regionals.
Yeah, so between them, they're like the Italy and Brazil of the World Cup.
Oh, I see.
Which I'm sure is a reference you get. But they've won most of what Oceania has had to offer. They've both done pretty well in Worlds as well, and have been to all of the Worlds that we've had so far. I'm looking at the 2 remaining players.
All right.
So the one on the left there, someone I recognise, good friend of mine, Avrip.
Yes.
He was someone that I was going around for a while saying, like, I liked him before he was cool. Because he made a very deep run in the 2023 Worlds, and I had scrimmed against this guy, and the win cons he was able to find against me were just phenomenal. Had me scratching my head like, what the, looking at the pieces of my broken team in my hands, going, what happened? I knew he was good for a long time, and he has clearly done enough to show the world that the world is putting him just behind Dracoviz and Rick Flareon by not a very big margin.
Not a big margin at all. And Avrip is at the Brisbane Regional. He is playing, I believe, still in it as well. And like you mentioned, he has 1 championship under his belt. He's been a finalist as well for another regional. And in Yokohama Worlds, he was top 9. So it's also a very, very talented player, and also hailing from Perth. So, we always got to go for the Perth people here. I had a funny thought that, not thought perhaps, but I know with the Perth contingent coming over, we have Avrip, we have They Love Jai, and both of them have called themselves the Perth Punishers. And I just thought it was hilarious that they were going to get T-shirts and bring that over. And I was just like, can you guys not?
yeah. I'm like, and I just announced publicly that he's my mate.
Yeah, your bestie, now, in the 4th place there, that I don't think many people recognise, that was Clunk NZ. Now, Clunk is a player from New Zealand, hence their NZ, and hasn't been to a regional. However, is considered one of the best players in Oceania. So let's hope that New Zealand can get a regional very soon.
Yeah, he's not someone that I have played before, so I haven't heard the hype yet. It's the opposite of Avrip. Everyone else thought he was cool before I discovered him. But if he's polled so highly without even participating in a regional, you've got to be good.
Yeah, look, in the grassroots, we have what we call the Australis Shield, and all these little plaques that we have on these particular monthly games online that Clunk NZ has. I think it's just decorated. The entire shield is his name because he's such a good player. So I would love to see him come out to a regional to play, or have a regional in New Zealand, because honestly, they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't had one to this point. It seems like Auckland, Wellington, somewhere like that deserves a regional, I would say.
Yeah, I believe we also have the usage graphic for Brisbane. So this will be really interesting to see if we head into it, because I don't know what to expect here, Fish.
Well, Pekka, no.
We can see in first place 45.5% is Azumarill. Sorry again, Arceus Aurelia. It was 45%. It's almost half.
It cannot be quelched. Quelched, is that a word?
We'll roll with it.
It's good.
It is
what I'm saying.
It is very good. In second place there, we have Clodsire. Now, I don't think I've seen Clodsire make it to a second place in a very long time.
Okay, so everyone kind of heard me talking about it, I guess, and they were like, let me just quickly change my team to include Clodsire in it. Yeah, Clodsire just has the typing and the moves to hang it in the current meta at the moment, and I definitely think that will stay in the top 12.
Yeah, and both having played, whether it's Stone Age or Sludge, I think it's just it's an incredible thing to see Clodside back into the fold. Third is Lapras. I expected Lapras to go up in the graphic at 35.4%, and again, a very bulky Pokemon with Psywave and the Sparkling Aria now into the Might and Mastery season.
Yep, next up we have Credilli, which is a little bit of a drop from what we've seen in previous regionals so far and other places like grassroots tournaments.
Yes.
But it is still making a solid showing. A third of players bringing a Credilli, which is a very large amount, followed by Drapion, and that is a non-zero amount going regular Drapion.
Yes. I mean, like, regular Drapion can hold a lot more, so as in the HP. However, we can see 83.3% have opted for Shadow.
Yeah, that damage boost to the Crunch and Aqua Tail is what makes that Pokemon. So I am I absolutely think the Shadow is the way to go. We have talked before about understanding matchups better than your opponent. If you understand the regular Drapion matchups better than what your opponent does, then that's how you can get an advantage out of that situation.
For sure. And then again, the top flyer that we have in the Oceania Regional is the Talonflame at 25.3%.
Yeah, it is a Pokemon that has relative safety in the meta. Double flying moveset like we are most of the time seeing on Jumpluff. So that tells me that just flying in general is typing that is rather safe into the meta and has been for a few seasons.
Yeah, look, again, I'm very surprised that Talonflame has overtaken in the flyer category. Now, what we can see in the second line there is Sableye. Again, as mentioned previously, I don't have a Shadow Sableye. I'm a bit sad about it because I need the XLs for it. But obviously, that's not a problem to our players in Brisbane Regional because there's 71.4% of players are bringing Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, and that is a Pokemon that I think there is a little more debate over whether you can bring the Shadow or the regular. Obviously, people are opting for the Shadow a little bit more. That pressure that it provides with the foul plays that are coming so much quicker now, it wasn't even that big of an energy reduction on foul play, but it just makes such a big difference to the way Sableye plays, and so having that extra 20% boost, of course, seems to make a really big difference to that Pokemon.
And also having Dazzling Gleam available during this season, and I think like having an extra like fairy type move, and it's just gonna and that shadow damage on top, it's just incredible it's scary to watch at times. So long gone, goodbye your returns. Like no one's bringing purified Sableye anymore, which is sad for me because I built one. But maybe it'll come back into the fold one day.
I mean, we were saying that earlier. Return could get buffed, Dazzling Gleam could get nerfed again in the future.
Can you tell me Frustration will get buffed?
I can't say that for sure. I don't have any insights there.
That's okay.
Have you ever used Frustration in a Go Battle League game?
Not in a Go Battle League game. However, I believe I have brought it into a regional, and I came top 12 with a Frustration Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Wow, that had to have been Charm, right?
I absolutely had Charm. I could not run Powder Snow on that. And what other move could I run? It was Weather Ball, it was Frustration, it was Charm.
Right. So the first person to was 12 top cut?
Whatever top 12 is accumulated to.
First person to have a top 12 a regional with a Frustration.
Hey, look, I put it out there. There's a challenge for you. and then next we have Mandibuzz. Again, the second flyer that we have, and it's just a reliable, bulky Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. It's been in the meta for a very long time, despite how ever-present Azumarill is, which is such a hard counter to that Pokemon. Like, Mandibuzz still finds a way, and it does very, very well.
Yeah, excellent. Alrighty, we've locked, I believe the teams are ready for our next match, so we can have a look into the next match teams, and we have Choose versus Mikey Morgs. Now, Choose is a player from Japan that has flown over, so with the Japanese players that come along here, they need to win. Because what they have to do is that for them to get a Worlds invite, they need to win a regional. They need to also win their own little qualifier back in Japan. And I say little, it's not little at all, but it's just for them to have a chance to qualify elsewhere. you know what? Asia's here, Australia's right here. We're just right underneath. So we are going to see a lot of these Asian players come into our regionals now forward.
Yeah, and it is very much all or nothing
Mm.
for the Asian contingency. And so Choose is making the most of that at the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah.
He is in the group final against Mikey Morgs, who did manage to beat out Z-Tab to eliminate
Queensland reigns are fine.
Queensland is beating.
See how it is.
at the moment, hometown advantage, you know.
Okay, all right, I get it. Now, Choose is running the Shadow Drapion, the Azumarill, Clodsire, Lapras, Shadow Annihilate, and Shadow Sableye.
Mikey Morgs going with a very similar team. It is Azumarill, Lapras, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Annihilate, regular Jumpluff, and Clodsire. So what is that, 5 out of 6 are the same?
Yeah, so it's really just the Shadow Sableye and the Jumpluff is just the only really difference between the two teams here. So it's really hard. Like when you see a team, you see another team, and it's a bit different. You can be like, okay, I can play into this, I can play into that. When you've got very close, almost mirrored teams, I find that more difficult because you got to think the other way because you know how to win, but now suddenly like, oh, how do I actually beat my own team?
Yeah, you've got to have an understanding of what the holes are in your own team because pretty much every team has holes in it, and
Correct.
so you've got to understand what those are and be able to plug those holes to be able to succeed in these tournaments. Looking at the points of difference in your team can also be super handy, and so if I'm sitting in that seat, I'm looking at my Sableye and trying to figure out how it goes into Mikey Morgan's team, or I'm looking at my Jumpluff and trying to figure out how that plays, and trying to make my decision on team composition based on that.
Yeah, look, I think there's going to be a lot of potential mirror matches during this battle, just because they've just got such similar teams. Now, I do like the idea of Shadow Sableye, but we'll see if it makes into the game. We're into game 1 of Choose versus Mikey Morgs, where we see a Lapras against a Jumpluff, shiny as well.
Let's see what moves this Jumpluff is running. It is the double flying moveset. So this is a situation where Energy Ball would come in real handy, but how much does an Acrobatics do? Because if the Acrobatics takes off over 50% of the Lapras's HP, then that's a huge deal for that. We do get a Sparkling Aria, which is going to get shielded by the Jumpluff, and so that is a huge shield. The Lapras is running the Ice Beam, so there is that pressure to get the shield.
Yeah, look, it's hard call, and you really didn't want to land that Ice Beam onto the Jumpluff, so Mikey Morgs choosing to protect it, and now is able to go for the Acrobatics, but I see that the Lapras can hold on quite well. Now Mikey Morgs switches into the Azumarill.
And the Lapras is not getting out of there just yet. He's going to throw an extra Sparkling Aria. So Choose staying in with this Lapras and is going to chip away a little bit. Maybe going to keep this one in for the remainder of this matchup, or is going to switch out. Yeah, builds up a lot of energy, then brings in his own Azumarill, and now he's got a health advantage over the shiny Azumarill, but the shiny Azumarill has the energy advantage.
Yeah, energy advantage and shiny advantage, I like to call it. The play rough will connect, but this is going to be a bit of a long one between the mirror match of two Azumarills. So really, we need to have a look at the backlines once the switch clocks are up here, Fish.
So we see the trading back and forth of play roughs. There's just two Azumarills, two little Energizer bunnies just bubbling each other and play roughing each other down. You two pipe down. No shield coming in from Choose. Of course, it can take this play rough very easily. You can even take another one after that. We get a Jumpluff snipe now. The Jumpluff is going to come back in. Now, because this is not Shadow, it is going to do a lot of damage, but Choose opting to spend that shield and is now going to stay in, throw the Ice Beam on the Jumpluff.
Yes, this Ice Beam will connect onto the Jumpluff here. And like you said, it is not a Shadow type, so it should be able to hold on just by a sliver. And trying to get to the next move doesn't get done there. Sidewave manages to knock it out. Now this Lapras is going to be faced against either the Azumarill or the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, this is very handy energy management from Choose. Now both of those Pokemon have energy, full charge attacks ready to go. The Sparkling Aria is going to hit this Azumarill, which it can handle. Mikey Morgs chooses not to shield, but there is a lot of energy remaining towards the second Sparkling Aria. It does get to... Oh no, the Play Rough comes out first. So now what's Choose going to do? He's going to let this Lapras go.
Let this Lapras go. Probably will bring... Oh no, it still holds on to a little bit of health. It manages to get to the next Sparkling Aria, which will definitely take out this Azumarill. My goodness, it's just holding on to by just a thread.
Yeah, so now the next Pokemon is going to come out from Mikey Morgs' side. That extra 1 Poison Sting that it gets on the Lapras can actually come in real handy. Its shields are even, and now it's got an energy advantage against the Shadow Drapion of Choose's side, so this is a really good position.
Choose opting to go for the Aqua Tail instead of the Crunch because he knows that Mikey Morgs had that extra Poison Sting and is ahead on energy. Now, Mikey Morgs did not shield their Drapion here, able to go also with the Aqua Tail and choose also not shielding here.
Yeah, this is a really difficult situation to navigate because, yes, you do have the advantage, but you also don't have an extra Pokemon in the back, whereas Choose has a Pokemon that he can catch and negate a lot of that energy that Mikey Morgs will be ahead on. So Mikey Morgs has to be really careful with throwing those Aqua Tails because if Choose catches at the right moment, then that completely flips the battle.
Exactly right. And it's just a very, very difficult situation. I believe both players have now used, they both protect shields here. Now we're just up against these Drapion versus Drapion, but we still have half health on that Azumarill on Choose's side.
Yeah, and I think it did still have the charge attack ready to go. So I think no matter how this plays out, no, it is not actually up to the charge attack yet. So the race is on. It's trying to get to that Ice Beam. We do get to the Ice Beam before the Drapion can get to the Crunch. Mikey Morgs deciding that the Aqua Tail was not going to be enough, so tried to go the extra mile for the Crunch, and it wasn't enough. The Ice Beam did get there first, and it will KO the Drapion for Choose to get that point.
What a match, Fish.
Oh.
Like, how incredible was that? And I think, like I said earlier, with a mirrored, almost close to a mirrored team, it's just those small little nuances that you need to know about your particular team against the other just to try and snipe or try and play around it. And I think Choose knew his team very confidently to be able to read and go against Mikey. And, with that mirrored Drapion match, that was just like, what do you do from that point? However, that Azumarill was safely tucked behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And chose not to utilize that tool and managed to get the win anyway because it was just on enough energy to be able to beat the Drapion to the last charge attack.
Yes.
But it was an option that was there for him to take. So Choose had options.
Look, is it a Choose? Is it a Choose? I think both of them are in play here. Now, Mikey Morgs did play really well. It was just really down to a sliver of health.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think if things were just like whether it was just different shield scenarios, just like it was very, very close. So I think it was definitely a formidable match for him. And I think it's going to be hard to pivot into game 2 because I feel like he didn't do anything particularly wrong in that game.
No, leaning on that jump bluff was a really handy point of difference for Mikey. So I'm thinking maybe that is still going to be a factor for him. Like the bait from the Lapras at the start already kind of put him on the back foot a little bit.
Correct.
And
yeah.
so. And it's not like you can say, okay, I'll adjust for that next time because every time you face into that situation, it's still a clean flip of what you're going to do. Like you can decide, okay, I'm not going to shield this one, and it turns out to be the Ice Beam. So that is a bit of a tricky situation to navigate. But Mikey does still have that point of difference that has play into Choose's team and enough play that I don't think that's going to deter him from bringing the jump up.
Okay, all right. So we want to see the jump off back out. And I think we have locked in for the game 2. We can see that we've got a Lapras versus a Lapras.
It's a lap off. And so the Skull Bash is preferred in this mirror match. But of course, neither of these two trainers have opted to go for the Skull Bash. They both have the water and ice type move set. What are they going to do? Are they going to try and catch? We do get a catch, and so the Azumarill is going to nail that first Sparkling Aria, and that gives the Lapras on Choose's side a bit of an advantage moving forward.
Yeah, and sometimes in these mirror matches, we kind of expect someone to throw a move to see who wins charge attack priority. But in this particular case, chose to bring out their Azumarill, and now Mikey Morgs is bringing their own Azumarill out. So now we have an Azumarill off, and this play rough will connect onto the shiny Azumarill here.
Yeah, so just a lot of trading blows back and forth. Now that Choose has effectively caught that attack from the Lapras, he does have the advantage for a long way into this battle. We do still see, we saw on Mikey Morgs' side, he does still have that jump off, which is that point of difference. So it's not like this match will just be the same thing throughout the entire course of the battle. There is that point of difference that is going to come, and we're going to see how both trainers utilize that later in the battle.
Yeah, look, this will be it's going to be a long one between these two bubblers just going at each other because we're waiting for the switch clock. Now, Choose has his switch clock up now, so able to switch out at any point. Mikey Morgs is still waiting onto his. This play rough will connect to this Azumarill and bring it down to such low health, but it still will be in play.
Yeah, it's going to still keep on going. That was a charge attack priority event, so the non-shiny Azumarill is going to now throw its own play rough, and it's going to take Azumarill into a similar spot. It's going to be red, but not out. And so now Lapras comes back in and is going to take this opportunity to get even more energy than what it had previously, and now is going to be met once again with Mikey Morgs' Lapras, who's like, hey, I'm not finished with you yet.
No, and it was so close to getting to that Ice Beam as well, but didn't quite make it there because it got Psywave down. Now we can see this. We're back to the beginning. We're back to our Lapras mirror, and look, Choose is just choosing to put these Sparkling Arias to work.
Now that it's been said, it can't be unthought. The Sparkling Aria is going to take Lapras into the red. Now Mikey Morgs' Lapras is going to throw its own Sparkling Aria, and that takes the Lapras just into the yellow. These things just chipping away at each other. It is a very high HP Pokemon, so those Psywaves are just really slow at draining the opponent's energy, HP, but it is getting the job done.
I think what we need to watch out here is that Azumarill is on such little health for the catch, and Mikey Morgs actually going for a catch here onto its Jump Bluff. This Sparkling Aria will connect to the Jump Bluff, so it's not very effective, so it's able to absorb it instead.
Yeah, that was very gutsy from Mikey Morgs, I think, because there was a bit of a delay in the catch. So I might have gotten scared that, like, hey, maybe they had the reflexes to be able to throw an Ice Beam in this situation and maybe used a shield. But Mikey Morgs held on and now is able to use that shield in a much more advantageous spot.
Yeah, finally one Protect Shield is finally used in play because we can see on Choose's side it still has 2 Protect Shields there as well. So it's really interesting to see what he's going to save it up for. Does he decide to? No, not going for the shield in this situation. The Aerial Ace connects onto the Shadow Drapion.
And so this crunch is going to do a lot of damage to the Jump Bluff, and Mikey Morgs does not want to take that crunch because while it would still be standing after that or floating there, the Poison Stings would be able to finish it off after that. And so now Mikey Morgs up to 2 Aerial Aces and is going to throw one. That will be shielded. Choose opting to invest a lot into this Drapion at the moment, and I think it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, look, Mikey Morgs going for the back-to-back here. Now Choose has chosen to use their final Protect Shield and protect that Drapion with so much energy.
The Drapion gets off the field, and Lapras is going to come out and try and get that Ice Beam. It does get the Ice Beam off. Maybe a bit of a miscount on Mikey Morgs' side because he did have the Aerial Ace ready to go that could have gotten rid of that thing, or wants to come back in with another Pokemon to get up a bit more energy of his own. It's going to be a farm down. He has moves ready to throw, but there's 2 Pokemon that he's got to throw it on. That's a hard task for the Lapras to accomplish, and the Drapion wins charge attack priority, and 1 Aqua Tail is going to be enough to take this Lapras out.
Yeah, look, even though it's a water type attack, it will connect to this Lapras and it will take it off the field. It means that Choose is on 2-0 of this game and manages to win against Mikey Morgs.
Yeah, so Mikey Morgs has now been thrown down to the loser side of the bracket. Choose is our now Group B winner, isn't he? That was the group final, so he will go through to the top cut of our Brisbane Regional Championship. He's going to be looking to take it all home and bring those points back to Japan.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, championship points don't add up in Japan. So like we mentioned earlier, with the Japanese players that are playing today, that they have to win because that's all they have.
Yes.
I mean, there is still prize money involved, but they do not have a championship point system like we have in Oceania. So yeah, incredible matches. I think that was really, really tough. Like, again, both players having very similar teams and just had to read each other's gameplay. I think Choose just had that little bit of that extra advantage to switch out at the correct times, be able to catch certain things, and just had the ability to be really good with his energy management to seal it off in the end.
Yeah, at the highest levels, every percentage you can grind away in the matchup is going to come back to you exponentially later on. And so the fact that Choose just had those little 1% plays
paid dividends in the end.
Dividends,
Yeah, absolutely.
So big.
Yeah. And, he proceeds on to the next chapter. Now, it's not over for Mikey Morgs. Mikey Morgs is into the losers bracket. And look, with that kind of play, he probably can make his way back in. So, don't count him out just yet. And we'll be right back with a break with Steve and Stumpy coming in shortly as we go into a little bit of, a little video coming up very soon.
Let's do it.
The 2025 championship season for the TPC APAC region has officially begun. This year's India regional qualifiers were not only the first tournament of the APAC circuit, but also the first to showcase the brand new Might and Mastery meta update. The structure of this season's qualifiers remains similar to last year's, with players competing in a Swiss bracket for a chance to advance to the playoffs. Those who make it through the initial rounds must then battle through a double elimination bracket until 4 players secure their qualification for Anaheim later this year. With over 260 participants, the qualifiers were split into 2 tournaments held over the same weekend, with only 16 players advancing from each event. Analysing the Pokémon usage from all 260 teams, the results were quite surprising. Mandibuzz dominated as the most used Pokémon, followed by familiar staples such as Azumarill and Clodsire. However, a fresh meta threat, Credilli, emerged as the 5th most used Pokémon, foreshadowing its potential impact in the evolving environment. The first qualifier took place on Saturday, with players competing in 8 rounds of Swiss. In the end, It's Ryuga finished with an impressive 7-1 record, narrowly overtaking that PvP person who had the same record but a weaker tiebreaker. Also reaching the playoff spots were several familiar names from the grassroots circuit, including V-Bassist and Rishabh Kalyani, alongside newcomers to the play Pokemon scene such as Safi and Fake Soul. Looking at the top 16 teams, we saw a high number of Credilli and Lapras, a trend that would continue throughout the TPCI circuit in the following weeks. With the first 16 playoff competitors decided, all eyes turned to the second qualifier tournament on Sunday, with 4th place Worlds competitor Beelsboy in the mix, alongside past Worlds qualifiers such as Nava Empire and One Scarlet Wiz. The competition was fierce, and predicting the final 16 was no easy task. In the end, Master Mihir, who had just placed second in a large grassroots practice tournament the night before, claimed first place with an insane 7-1 record. But the battle for the top spots were incredibly close, with 4 other players, Nava Empire, Beelsboy, Zaid and Paris Bahal, finishing with the same 7-1 record. With a stacked playoffs bracket set, all 32 trainers are now preparing for a double elimination showdown on Sunday, April the 6th. On that day, new world qualifiers will emerge and a new Indian champion will be crowned.
Alrighty, I've got Ric Flair on here. The angle of the camera is this way because the man is tall, and we're heading into Brisbane Regional. Now, Rick, you've won 2 previous regionals before. Do you think that you can match Jakovic and win a 3rd?
I think Jako's only won 2 regionals.
Oh yes, true. That is right.
So
yes,
I've already matched him. But yeah,
it's been hard to match an OCIC, but yes.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to get that anytime soon. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see. I'm not prepared too well, to be honest. But you never know. I might get lucky.
Fair enough. So you've just come back from EUIC and did really well there. Now we're into the Might and Mastery season. How do you feel going into this meta?
Normally, I don't do as well in a new meta. I like to sort of know what's been going on. So this is like second regional of the season so far. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I've got a team together. I like it, but yeah, I just don't know what to expect. So we'll see.
Okay. So talking about this new season and this new meta, are you bringing any spice, anything different or out of the meta? Because I know you usually like to bring one usual spice pick.
Yeah, normally that's my strategy, like sort of have one thing no one's prepared for, but this time around it's pretty meta team.
Oh, okay.
I feel like maybe Galissafod's my most spicy, but it's done well previously.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
alrighty, we can go with that. All right, and to wrap it up, how are you feeling going into tomorrow? Are you feeling pretty confident?
Yep, I'm gonna win.
All right, thanks, Ric Flair. I will see you in
No
Brisbane
worries.
Regional.
And man, is this competition heating up, Stumpy, because it is really getting tight now. There are only 2 battles left in the winners bracket.
So down to the winners final. Here we are.
Yeah,
days
actually,
led up
that's
to this. It felt like just 2 hours ago we were starting, but it's been a lot longer than that.
It's been a long day. We've seen a lot of really hype battles and a lot of really interesting Pokemon, but there's still a few battles left to go before we can crown the Brisbane Regional Champion for 2025. And Stumpy, I'm so excited for this next battle because it feels like one of those ones where you just grab 2 action figures and you think about like, oh, how cool it'd be for these two to play. Because next up, we are going to see Valiant Vish versus Mikey Morgs. And man, is that a cool matchup.
Yeah, 2 of the long-time juggernauts of the APAC region. We've got 2 guys that are Mikey Morgs looking to push into that top spot. And what do you have to say about Vish?
Yeah, look, the man already has a Brisbane regional title on his chest, right? He's really going for another one, which is so, it's really cool.
Yeah, you need no introduction. All of the things. This is going to be exactly what we expect. Great battles and a pleasure to watch, I imagine.
Yeah, look, both of these battlers qualified for both of the last 2 World Championships. Valiant Vish was also at the one before that in London in 2022, and so they're definitely going to be pushing hard for that, qualification. I know that before this regional championship, I remember we looked at the leaderboard, and Valiant Vish and Mikey Morgs were both in that sort of 11th to 20th spot in the leaderboard. They were sort of not quite in the qualification zone, but they were close to it. With as many championship points as they've picked up today, I think they might have crawled their way into that top 10.
Definitely, but both looking to improve by knocking the other one out today. So definitely hoping to see one of them go ahead, but I think both will be securely in the top 10 and going into Melbourne and other obviously local events that will go with that.
Absolutely. But of course, there's also that potential if one of them can go all the way, win the entire tournament, then hey, they don't need to be in the top 10.
Don't need any points. Points are irrelevant. Flames fans prove that exactly right. He's just like, I don't need any more points. I'm sorted.
Yeah, I'm going to Worlds. I'll see you guys there.
I've got my logo, happy on the graphic. We're all good.
Exactly right. And so this competition is really just cooking itself up to be a really special one. And so Valiant Vish, we saw him before, was running a little bit of a spicy team in a sense. It's
Pangoro's been a bit unique for the day, so that like thing. But a few reasons around that, but he's running a unique moveset with overheat. So just a little bit of spice mixed in with a somewhat meta team with that Lapras, relying on that Lapras really well, and Skull Bash obviously being the unique sort of movesets more than anything.
Yeah, exactly right. We can actually see a little bit of a bracket of sort of where we are in the tournament at the moment for the Brisbane Regional Championship, because obviously we've seen a lot of battles on stream, but sometimes it's going to be a little bit hard to see where we are up to. And so here we are. You can see in the winners bracket, we have 2 battlers remaining, Godzilla and Choose, coming in from Japan. And the losers bracket, we've got plenty more battles to play. We've got Rick Flareon versus Jumothy. Looks like they're currently playing in the losers bracket. Valiant Vish was able to defeat Sammy P193, who had just taken out both Z-Tab and Avrip, I think. A little bit of a Perth Slayer coming in, Sammy P. Maybe the P stands for Perth. But we've then got Valiant Vish versus Mikey Morgs, and so you can see the path is so short to the championship from here.
Yep, still plenty of battles to go for the losers bracket, but Godzilla and Choose with a big chance to secure their spot in the top 2 with the next victory there, and then we'll see how the lower bracket progresses after Rick secures it, or Rick or Jumothy secure their spot against Yetaruna.
Yeah,
and there's not a bad battler here. They're all the standard is crazy.
Absolutely, and it looks like we've actually got a tiny update. Rick Flareon has just beaten Jumothy as well, which means that we have our top 6. Godzilla, Choose, Yetaruna, Rick Flareon, Mikey Morgs, and Valiant Vish rounding out the full 6. So we've got, is that 1, 2, 3 battlers from Brisbane in this top 6? 1 coming in from Sydney as Rick Flareon, and then 1 from South Korea and 1 from Japan. So it's really quite the mixing pot here.
Yeah, it's unreal. It's good to see some local talent in there, and Rick just been promoted to the, well, I guess, losers bracket there with Yetaruna, so it'd be a tough match there. Looking forward to seeing that one. And then, yeah, it's anyone's game. It's good to see some familiar faces. Rick Flair and Valiant Vish with a year off, and looks like he's definitely not lost his spark. He's definitely still as good as he was.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the lower bracket runs the way for them.
Absolutely. So let's jump into it and take a look at the Mikey Morgs versus Valiant Vish matchup. Take a look at the teams. I know that we've sort of seen them both here or there, some of them very, very recently. But here we go. Valiant Vish, again, just as a reminder, or if you're just tuning in now, is running the team of Lapras, Claydol, Pangoro, Goodra, Galarian, Weezing with Overheat, and the Talonflame as well with the double flying moveset.
And we've got Mikey Morgs with the double, we've seen a few of these today, the double water tanks. We've got Azumarill and Lapras, bit of Shadow Drapion, bit of Shadow Annihilate, and then we've got Jumpluff and Clodsire for some bulky additions to the team as well. So very bulky team from Mikey. He's got 4 Mons there that are fit to take some charge moves. So it's going to be interesting to see how Vish tries to sort of break through that. Nothing jumping at me immediately, but what are you looking at here that you like?
Yeah, it is a bit of an interesting matchup, isn't it? Because there's so much neutral play across the board between these two teams, and it's hard to really find a hard, like, obviously he's going to bring this, obviously he's going to bring this, right? I am really looking at that Galarian Weezing from Valiant Vish. We've seen him succeed with it through this tournament again and again and again, and looking at Mikey Morgs' team, it feels like another scenario where we see just that. As long as the Galarian Weezing can dodge the Clodsire, it's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think we'll see Vish continue to lean on his Lapras like he has been. He's relying on that bulk. It's got good play against the Azumarill. It's a decent enough play with Azumarill, especially with Skull Bash. He's got good play against the mirror match because we've got the Skull Bash. Then everything else is hitting for either neutral or super effective damage. It's got good play, super effective against the Annihilate, good neutral damage is Drapion. You got the Ice Beam for the Jump Bluff and Surf or Ice Beam for the Clodsire. So I can see that being something that he looks at, and then maybe if game one doesn't go so well, he can then go, okay, well, I'll keep the mainstay and then build around that and look where I can go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do, like, similarly, Mikey Morgs' Azumarill looks quite decent as well. It's sort of in one of these positions where, you know, it's got neutral matchup into the Lapras. You've got a good spot into Claydol, good into Pangoro, good into Goodra. The Galarian Weezing, not so hot when the Sludges come pretty quickly and do super effective damage, but the Talonflame, not too bad for you either. And so, again, maybe Mikey has to think about it though, because as you know, as said before, that Galarian Weezing could be a pretty big pick for Valiant Vish. So you really have to build your team with the ability to adapt when you do say that Galarian Weezing hit the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still some. Mikey Morgs does have a few things to like fight back against the Weezing. He's got the Lapras are strong there. The Ice Beam's still available from Azu to still do some chip damage, and the Clodsire obviously is a great answer. So there are some answers there. I can definitely see the both players looking at their water types and going, these are probably going to be things that we need to have for bulk. But who knows? They're both very skilled battlers, and we'll be able to see. I'm sure we'll see how they'll adjust when it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, these are really two strong battlers with some very strong picks as well. I mean, actually, look at these two teams. And again, we're in one of these scenarios where I think I'm counting 11 unique Pokemon across the two teams. They only both have Lapras, right?
Yeah, everything else looks like it is. Quick check, and then we don't have time to check. Straight into the battle, so we'll start right off. Let's say the Togepi costume and the championship for Vish, classic flex from there. And very the Weezing has landed exactly where it wants to land, on top of the Azumarill, the shiny flex, but it will want to get out of there, I assume, ASAP.
Yeah, this is really good for Valiant Vish, but Mikey Morgs actually keeping his cool, recognizing that Galarian Weezing does have to get up to the Sludge, but interestingly, Mikey Morgs is actually staying in here. And this is a bit interesting, because if you look at the back lines for Mikey Morgs and Valiant Vish, you've got the Lapras and the Annihilate on the left-hand side, and you've got that Claydol hanging on Valiant Vish's side. And so, if you're Mikey Morgs, you obviously Lapras has a really good time into the Galarian Weezing, but Annihilate isn't too great, so you're a little bit ABA weak to that Galarian Weezing.
Exactly, and that overheat's no joke. It won't want to take that at all. But you see here, he's overflowing massive, so we'll definitely see a shield come up here from Vish with that much energy stored. But again, this is a good result for Mikey, really. He's double weak to this thing, and he's managed to get a shield out of it, so...
Yeah, we now have the Sludge coming in from the Galarian Weezing. The Azumarill has already been brought down to that sort of mid to low yellow, which means this Sludge is going to be more than enough to KO the Azumarill. And now it is time for Mikey Morgs to start ramping up. Both his Lapras and his Annihilate are going to be really handy with a bit of an advantage. But here, Vish goes again. We're seeing this again and again, Stumpy. Valiant Vish with his Skull Bash Lapras has found his way onto an opposing Lapras. And now he's either going to win this matchup if he's got quick enough pace, or he's going to be in a really strong position to get some farm.
Looks like he's got the Skull Bash off before either Sparkling Arrow comes through. So now maybe he's just, looking for the bulk, maybe more farm for the Annihilate here. But he's going to have to take a Sparkling Arrow here. So interesting play, but I think that just that switching into the mirror match is just sort of thrown off Mikey a little bit there.
Yeah, this is actually a bit of a spot where, like, Mikey Morgs obviously using the Protect Shield on that Shadow Annihilate because it would do so much damage. But now you're in a position where you can throw this Rage Fist right... Oh, he's going for the full farm down. The 2-Shield Annihilate strategy, something we've seen again and again in the Championship Series. We're seeing it here again, and with this Rage Fist energy, that is actually going to be so strong for Mikey Morgs. The Claydol is going to do a lot of damage here, but the Rage Fist is going to do so much super effective damage to the Claydol.
Yeah, correctly not shielding the first one because the next one will do more damage. So he's got to identify that's going to be an issue. So he is now going to go for the second Shadow, Rage Fist, just pumping up this damage. Does start to shield this one. So can he get the farm down before the next move comes through?
Oh, we have energy on the Lapras, swapping in, throwing the Ice Beam. There are no Protect Shields remaining on Valiant Vish's side. This Ice Beam is going to be enough to KO the Claydol, which means that it is all down to a tiny amount of health on Valiant Vish's side. He needs to have energy on one of these Pokemon to have any chance of success here. And we do have a charge move, Charge Attack Priority, going to the Sludge.
Yes, I don't think this is going to be enough to KO the bulky Lapras, but we will see. Does need to KO for Vish's sake, but it does KO the buff clearly. There's going to be a catch available here as well. Or is he going to go for the Sludge? And Vish has got to the Sludge. That's unreal. It will take out the Annihilate, and Vish will take a very close game one.
That is really solidly played from Valiant Vish. Again, showing why this is so deep into this tournament. Both of these battles in the top 6 of the Brisbane Regional Championships. And to be honest, Stumpy, that was anyone's game.
Yeah, just back and forward. Actually, we expected this level at this stage of the competition. We're seeing battlers that are, it's the smallest of margins, the smallest areas guys are jumping on, and Vish able to capitalize there. And very close game, but I'm sure that Mike will be ready for game 2.
Absolutely. And look, Mikey Morgs really just found himself going for a very traditional strategy with the 2 Shield, Shadow, Annihilate. But as said before, it's a little bit weaker than the Primate because it is a little bit slow. Yeah. It takes 12 turns, 6 counters to get up to those Rage Fists, which feels quite quick, but there's just a lot of Pokemon that are so much quicker that it can sometimes feel like it's getting a little bit behind. And so in Mikey Morgs' case here, while it was able to get up to 2 Rage Fists, which feels like so much energy, the fact of the matter is, Claydol, it was able to tank the first one and then shield the second one. And there was no chance it was going to get to a third because it is just a little bit weak on the HP side.
Exactly, and good to see the Sludge buff in action as well. Being able to KO that Lapras is really bulky. That clearly, like that previously, that would never have KO'd a Lapras that helps. So it's good to see that this the updates and that I was still unsure that's how close it was. So good battle one. I think that Mikey Morgs will, like I said, he'll be straight back at it and see how he can adjust. Again, Vish leaning on the Lapras. It's just common trend is that Lapras. And I don't think we've seen use the Claydol today. Maybe in the first battle, we've seen Vish on the stream use the Claydol. So
you could be right, but I'm sort of wondering. So obviously we saw Valiant Vish go for the Skull Bash to increase the defense of his own Lapras. We then saw Mikey Morgs come in with the Annihilate to do some counter damage to try and weaken the Lapras down, right? In this scenario, Lapras was able to do more Psywave damage to the Annihilate because it was around for longer. But Annihilate was also able to get more farm because it was able to throw more counters to actually take down the Lapras. Do you think if there was no Skull Bash defense drop and you counted it down even quicker, it probably just becomes even worse for Annihilate, right? Like it probably helped it out that there was a Skull Bash because you got more energy.
Yeah, more energy. And yeah, it did require both shields, which kind of made a little bit of a tough decision. But then he banked 2 Sparkling Arrows on the Lapras, which he put to good use by Ice Beam in the Claydol later in the game. So I don't think there was anything necessarily that changes a whole lot potentially, but it's also, there was pros and cons to both plays, and that's what you got to do in these battles. You've got the pacing of this game. You've not got a long time to decide how you're going to play it. You've got games go for 3 minutes. It's half a second's a turn. Like it's that close, and this is the margin these guys are playing. And you saw there, like it was even the outpace at the end there. The Sludge came through just before another move came through. Like it's just that close.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it really is coming down to these razor-thin margins, which is so exciting to watch. And again, really just fills me with joy to be able to watch these top 6 battles in the Brisbane Regional Championships. Straight into the Annihilate, into the Lapras. This is pretty bad for the Lapras, but it is actually really close. The Shadow Annihilate does have an advantage over the regular Annihilate, where you can win the 1 shield scenario, but generally it is only going to be by 1 turn difference. And so it really is all important down to how they train their Pokemon.
And Vish getting out here, banking some energy and getting out. But the Rage Fist has come through, so this next one's going to hurt. So it will require a shield depending on what move he goes for. He does decide to bank some energy and go to his own Lapras. So you're going to have to take a Rock Tomb early here. So allowing the Claydol to get that far ahead in energy, the Rock Tomb is going to come through. So that damage is immediately going to be nerfed. And then there's a little bit of a misalignment of the switch clocks as well.
Obviously, these Rock Tombs are going to start to add up onto this Lapras. The attack has been reduced, which I believe means that Lapras will not be getting a KO with this Sparkling Aria on the Claydol. Valiant Vish might want to keep this Claydol around, though, because it is quite strong into Mikey Morgs' team, but comfortably knows the attack's been dropped, knows that he's going to be able to get to another Rock Tomb, and this Lapras is actually going to be burning a Protect Shield to stay around. And Vish was actually going to go for an Uncharge.
So Uncharge there, so he would have been happy either way there if it didn't go through or it did, but he's going to try, I think he'll avoid a farm down here with all that debuff damage. So he's forced to throw some more energy, and this is really good for Vish. He's now got a Lapras that is debuffed as well as in a nice farm position for another Pokemon on his team, and took a shield.
Yeah. Now, obviously, Mikey Morgs' Annihilate still has a Rage Fist loaded, which could be quite key in this particular matchup. But Valiant Fish, what good counting here. Throwing the Sparkling Aria just as Mikey Morgs get up to his own. That's a top level battler.
Exactly right. And we can see the Annihilate does have a bit of energy load. It's going to have to come back in. It doesn't have a whole lot of HP, though. So we'll see if it's baited out a move. It hasn't got a big counter down here because of how strong the fast moves are from Lapras.
But wait, Stumpy, what is in the back here? We have a Clodsire versus a Galarian Weezing. There are still 2 shields on Weezing's side, but this Clodsire is in such a strong position. It needs to start burning through these shields, which potentially means we might see a game of baits in this next few minutes.
First one's on the way. The Sludge is incoming. See if Mikey decides to shield or not. He has shielded the first one, so that is a huge play. With that bulky Mon to risk a bait that early is incredible from Vish. He's going to have the exchange come through. Bait of his own. We'll more than likely see a shield come up here.
We have to see a shield from Valiant Fish here. It is just far too much of a risk. It would be insanity to let that go through. But now, with no shields remaining, Valiant Fish is going for the overheat, which will do neutral damage to this Clodsire, bring it down to the yellow. But now its attack has been reduced, and so now Valiant Fish has to make a bit of a call. He's like, well, I can't clear this debuff. I'm stuck here. How am I going to go through this battle?
He's going to have to he's going to have to try 3 overheats here. The next one will not KO because that overheat has debuffed the Weezing's attack. Looks like he will also get outpaced the Earthquake here. I think this might be Mikey Ball's game to win.
Yeah, because this Galarian Weezing, as you said, the overheat is not going to quite be enough to KO the Clodsire, and we have no shields remaining. Mikey Morgs gets to the Earthquake, gets the KO on the Galarian Weezing, and at the end of the day, Mikey Morgs just had a really good identification, recognizing how strong that Clodsire was potentially going to be, recognizing how much Valiant Fish valued his Galarian Weezing, how likely he was to bring it into game number 2, and was able to secure a pretty comfortable win in the sort of final matchup there.
Yeah, most definitely. It was just a really good identification. Like, he basically had the perfect answer in the back. So sometimes that's all it takes. You've just made the right prediction, right pick. He identified the game 1, the Azumarill really didn't land anywhere it wanted to be. It didn't want to be near the Lapras. It has an okay matchup with Claydol, but doesn't want to see the Weezing. And he went, all right, well, that's time to put that one away and bring in something like a Clodsire that's got that bulk. It's got good answers to even the Lapras. It's got some super effective damage with Stone Edge because there's no Sludge.
Yeah.
Sludge Bomb.
And also incredibly important that Mikey Morgs was able to succeed in getting those baits as well, because say he threw that Stone Edge and it didn't get shielded, all of a sudden, I think that's just hard Valiant Fish's game, because all of a sudden that Galarian Weezing is really going to survive on a lot of HP. But that is such a hard call for Valiant Fish to ever make. I mean, I don't think maybe 1% of battlers would ever make that bait, and half of them are doing it mistakenly.
And especially on stream. You never want that guy to let's through a super effective move when you have 2 shields. There's nothing worse. So you can understand definitely why you'd have to shield both those moves up. But interesting, now it's Vish's turn to adjust. He's got to then go, all right, we've lost game 1. So we won game 1 pretty securely. We've done okay. It was close, but we did okay. The things that worked have worked. My Lapras has gone on the thing. But game 2, my Lapras is now against an Annihilate, but it's in a bad spot.
Yeah, I am sort of thinking that potentially, as we go into game number 3, I'm starting to think that potentially, I think we're going to see the Galarian Weezing come in again. And so here we go, game number 3. We've got the jump up into the Claydol. And look, on Mikey Morgs' jump up, if we look at the movesets, it is running double flying moveset, which means that it's going to be a bit of an interesting spot here, because we just have to worry about the Ice Beam from the Claydol.
Yeah, most definitely. The Ice Beam with double super effective. It will not KO a regular jump off, but it will do a significant amount of damage to the bulky jump off. He does decide to shield the first move, so potentially might be looking at going for the Rock Tomb first, just because it will take 2 moves to KO regardless. So we're going for Rock Tomb to debuff this thing and get Claydol a little bit ahead and be able to take the next move more safely.
Absolutely. Now, if we look at the back lines here, Mikey Morgs is running that Clodsire again, probably predicting that there is going to be a Galarian Weezing on Valiant Fish's side, but there is no Weezing to find. There is just a Lapras, not a great matchup for Clodsire, and then also seeing the Goodra, which is a bit of a neutral to negative matchup for the Clodsires as well. So this could be quite a different matchup to that game we just saw, and it's all going to come down to this lead in the start. We've got the Ice Beam getting shielded by Mikey Morgs, a really nice shield, and now a lot of energy sitting on this jump life ready to employ into this Claydol.
Yeah, what did you see? He's going to go for the airless bait here, so we'll see if he doesn't need switch. So he'll definitely survive this with the debuff now. So definitely good identification from Vish. He was happy to let that go down and look for maybe a farm with Goodra, but this is where the Rock Tomb comes in so handy. Forces the second move out because you've now baited me, so now I have to throw a second move to basically respect.
Yeah, but if you're Valiant Fish, you've got to swap in either your Lapras or your Goodra. Neither Pokemon is going to be able to completely take down this Jumpluff before having to eat an Acrobatics, which, as much as Lapras doesn't care too much about an Acrobatics, because it's a very bulky Pokemon, it is still going to do quite a bit of damage.
It is still debuffed as well, though, so the Acrobatics is a lot more. You can definitely take this move a lot better than you expect, so it's not quite doing half the damage, so this is a lot of energy this can get, so he's going to switch out. Let's see what Drapion does here. He's going to go for the Sparkling Aria. He's at 2 moves, so this is not where Drapion wants to be. It relies on a good save swap, being ahead on energy. It's now facing Lapras with 2 moves.
Yeah, this all makes a lot of sense here. The Drapion now going to very low HP. Lapras going to throw the Sparkling Aria to try and get the KO on the Drapion, but Mikey Moore's going to use that Protect Shield, his final Protect Shield of the game here, and now Goodra reveals itself. There is no Galarian wheezing Mikey. How are you going to use your Clodsire in the back? I think that what we do here, we throw the Crunch from the Drapion, we get a lot of damage onto this Goodra, and then, actually, the switch time is not up yet.
We got the debuff as well.
Wow. This Aqua Tail is going to be resisted, but with that defense fall, I wonder how close this gets to KO.
He's putting all of it on the Lapras here. He knows he can get to another. He can probably get to a move here on either Pokemon, so he's not a bad spot. Let's see if he can get to the multiple Aqua Tails potentially as well on the Clodsire. But this isn't a terrible spot. He's got 2 things that can hit this Clodsire quite well, regardless of how bulky it is. I think this is an okay spot.
Yeah, and I think Mikey makes the correct call here, bringing in the Clodsire, knowing that you can take an Aqua Tail on the chin while keeping your Jumpluff in the back to try and do some work in the back. The Clodsire takes the Aqua Tail, is going to be able to Poison Sting this Goodra all the way down, but Valiant Fish, finally his switch timer is up. He swaps into the Lapras, but now it is Stone Edge o'clock, and Clodsire is ready to clock in. The Stone Edge going to get that last shield out of Valiant Fish, and there is only one charge attack that this Clodsire needs to get the KO, but
he's going for the catch. Let's see if he can get to Acrobatics or decides. Let's see how Vicious counts are on. They are perfect as always.
Wow.
Now, I think Lapras in the prime spot. This will KO. It's just a matter of if this Sparkling Aria plus Psybeam, Psywaves, one of the 2, whatever one, will KO. And it looks like it's going to be very close. Clodsire is very bulky. Let's see how good this Sparkling Aria comes through, how much damage it can do.
We've seen this do a lot of damage before. I think Valiant Fish might have this, the Sparkling Aria, not quite KOing the Clodsire, but there is no chance of getting to that Stone Edge, and Valiant Fish has secured the win here, 2-1 versus Mikey Morgs in the losers bracket.
3 unbelievable battles from great trainers, and there's absolutely no shame on Mikey Morgs' side. He's had pushed Vish to his absolute limits, and that Lapras, all reliable for Vish. He's been leaning on it all day, and it's coming clutch right at the end. Really well adjusted, good identification, dropping the Wheezing after game 2, and he brought in Goodra to a bit more bulky, took some moves, and got the win.
I think that really was Valiant Vish's key to success in the lock-in screen going into game number 3, where he's like, look, I know how dangerous that Clodsire was against me in that last battle. I don't want to see that again. I don't want to get myself locked in a position where you're just going to hard counter me and I just sit back and go like, oh, I've lost this game. This sucks. Totally. Valiant Fish brought 3 very neutral Pokemon, very neutral matchups across the board into Mikey Morgs' team. And we saw that really succeed for Valiant Fish. And again, a game that really came down to a lot of skillful decisions on both sides, which is always a joy to see as well.
Exactly right. It's just Vish just going back to basics, backing his ability, using the Claydol really well, debuffing things, and knowing that, okay, well, now I've done that, it's not going to really be as threatening. Like the Acrobatics is really, without an Energy Ball, Acrobatics is a great move, but debuffed into a Lapras, hey, it's only going to do 40%. I can definitely take this damage and farm up on a have a water type farming up on a grass type.
Absolutely, which is crazy, by the way. Like the fact that we're in these sort of scenarios.
This is the new meta. This is what's going on now. We've got neutral picks, even though everything seems to be able to hit everything. There's not as many of those hard walls that we've seen in the past. It's kind of like it's length for some flexible play, and as soon as the clocks are slightly misaligned, we see the best players sort of adjust and make really good progress.
Which is always just so good to see. And so, look, Mikey Morgs really should give himself a massive pat on the back. Obviously, he may not have won at Brisbane, but he is going home with a top 6 placement, which is a lot of championship points and a little bit of cash prize money as well, which is always a bit of a pleasure. So, unfortunately, I do believe that this is Mikey Morgs' last regional tournament. He said a little bit earlier that he wasn't going to be competing in Melbourne. And so he is now just going to try and shore up his championship points, through locals and such. But we actually also saw some of Mikey's locals a little bit earlier, I think. But he's going to try and shore up his championship points to try and get that Worlds qualification as well.
Yeah, I think the points come in here. Plus, he was sort of pushing the top 10 with these points today. So I think that with these locals, I won't be surprised to see him heading towards this year.
Yeah, that is definitely a good way to put it. Look, there are so many of these battlers that are doing so well as well. I mean, look, any of these battlers would do so incredibly well at the World Championships in Anaheim later on this year in August. And it's really going to be, I can't wait to see which of these battlers do progress through, because it's going to be a really tight race. Again, there's only 10 slots outside of the first place regional winning qualification to the World Championships for the Oceanic region, which means it's really going to get tight. It's going to be all about where you finish in this tournament. Can you get that 300 championship points from getting to the top 2? Can you win it all and have to skip the race entirely and just finally just wipe the sweat off your brow and be like, okay, I got this. I can relax. I can focus on preparing for the World Championships.
No, absolutely.
But look, it's again one of these scenarios too where you've got a person like Valiant Fish.
Yeah.
One of the just undisputed best battlers in the Oceanic region. He's just shown it time and time again. At his very first regional in Melbourne in 2022, he came second alongside Rick Flareon, and then went to the World Championships and he performed incredibly well as well. I believe he was actually the best finisher from the Oceanic region in that London World Championships in 2022. He then qualified again in 2023, made it to day 2 again at the World Championships in Yokohama. Came to the Honolulu World Championships as well. Didn't quite hit the day 2 mark, but came really close. And it's just like, he's just so consistent through the entire way. We've seen him, he picked up the trophy in OCIC. He picked up, so many medals in his career as well.
I think for Vish, it's like he's one of the players that even when even at the grassroots level, he was like, I'm doing really well, but I also want to push. So he joined North America tournaments and joined over there and wanted to push himself, push the boundaries there and see how he faced up against some of the best battlers in North America as well. So he was really happy to just throw himself into the deep end in the scene. He started out on grassroots PvP, and now it's you can see all that work that he's put in over the years is resulting in the standard of battle you're seeing now.
Absolutely. And I know that we played a little bit of an interview with Valiant Fish a bit earlier, and he mentioned that he's been doing a lot of scrims. He's really been preparing for this tournament, for his sort of, I guess, return to the regional circuit after over a year, after joining the dad life as well.
Yeah, he had I think the big milestone of the year. Said priorities definitely changed when it comes to that, but you can tell he hasn't lost his touch. He's still as good as said. Must be the dad touch that's put into the game. Hopefully he comes through today and does really well in the lower bracket, but he's a great battler, and I'm sure we'll see more entertaining matches from him.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing. I had this conversation with Agent Magikarp on the flight over, in that we've had 10 champions in the Oceanic region over the course of the championship series.
On spot, name them.
I could do that.
Go.
Okay. First, we had Rob Droger in Perth. Then we had Rick Flareon in Melbourne. Then we had Avrip in Perth. We had Yakko at OCIC. Valiant Fish in Brisbane. Sydney Agent Magikarp. Yakko at Brisbane. Yakko in Melbourne. Rick Flareon in Perth. 89 CGY Flames fan in Perth. There's all 10.
And this is why he's here.
And you know how many of those 10 won their championship as a dad?
Just one.
Agent Magikarp.
Oh.
And so Valiant Fish is actually now going to try and join the sort of dads with...
dads the PvP, as we call
it
on in our locals. So, yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to see it. We definitely said it could be 2, but then it was Yakko, another man that could also join that if he plays in Melbourne. So we've got definitely some strong battlers that are switching to priorities, Pokemon, at least for a couple of years until they grow up, and then we can just convert them to the Pokemon life as well.
Yeah, exactly right. That's we're just raising the future champions of Pokemon Go. I mean, look, in 13 years' time, I would hate to have to battle the son of Yakko. That'd be a scary prospect. I'm not sure I'm too keen for all of that. It's going to be really scary. I'm going to get in my head about it. But look, Valiant Fish now progressing through to the top 4 of the tournament. And so really close to joining that Dad's the PvP championship club, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Really cool to see as well. But it looks like we are going to be getting our next matchup as well. Looks like we're going to be seeing Rick Flareon versus Yetaruna. So this is the other losers bracket matchup in the top 6, I believe, trying to find their way into the top 4. We've got the teams here on the left side on the screen here.
Seen another couple of fresh faces here.
Yeah.
Three indeed.
I know that Debbie and Fish have casted quite a few of Yetaruna's battles, but it's such an interesting team here. I absolutely love it. Every time I sort of looked at the screen, I was like, wow, this is crazy, and I love it. We've got the Morpeko, a sort of brand new Pokemon in the sort of Pokemon Go PvP eco space. Yeah. We have Swampert, an old Pokemon from the Pokemon Go PvP.
One of the originals.
One of the OGs. We've got Alolan Sandslash from sort of early to mid days. We've got the Ariados from sort of early this season, picked up in Gdansk especially. Shadow for Alligator from sort of end of last season, start of this season, and the Annihilate, a big pick from November as well. So quite the sort of mixed, a bit of a trail mix of a team.
Yeah, exactly
right. Is running here, which is really fun to see.
Yeah, it's good to see something a little bit different. Like for me and you, I'm watching this, we're seeing Morpeko, super impressive Pokemon. It does hit so hard. Looking over at Rick's side, we've got the Azumarill that definitely doesn't want to have anything from the Morpeko. We've got Shadow Drapion, Malamar, Alolan Sandslash, Credilli, and Golisopod.
Yeah, which also a lot of interesting picks. Like, something like the Golisopod. Obviously, we saw it win the Vancouver Regional Championships and the Fortaleza Regional Championships at the start of this month. It was that little bit of a halfway meta, it was somewhere in the middle, so we weren't quite there. We weren't quite sure if the Golisopod was going to hang on to that sort of, ability to succeed that it did in those early halfway metas, but it has clearly shown itself as something that is going to stay around. It's already made its way into the top 6 of this tournament, and there's a really decent chance that it goes even further. And so let's see, if we look at these two teams, I mean, this is
something we've been talking about all day is like it's unique Pokemon. There's 11 again. We've got 11 unique Pokemon again. They're only sharing the Alolan Sandslash this time. So we're seeing a lot of different teams. It's just so much to look at because you're like, well, usually with a couple of mirror matches, like, we can ignore the sort of couple of mirrors. We know what beats what. But like thing here, we've got more Peko. We've got things like that where we're like, we haven't seen a whole lot of, we know what damage it can do, but how does it hang against things like the two Alolan Sands, like the potentially two Shadow Claw users here? It's resisting a lot of the fast moves on Rick Flareon's side, so it's going to be really hard for him to get around, I think. If it doesn't, there's no fast move pressure on Rick's side to be able to handle this thing, so I can see Yetteruna taking full advantage of that.
I 100% agree. It really feels like Morpeko is going to be so powerful going into Rick Flareon's team. Obviously, you've got that electric Aura Wheel damage that can be so good into both the Azumarill and the Golisopod. You've got the Dark-type Aura Wheel that just hits neutral pretty much across the board against most of the team. And then, of course, Psychic Fangs, which isn't necessarily super effective into any of these Pokemon, but it just gives that extra ability to get to a charge tack in only 8 turns. 4 seconds to a charge tack. I mean, the charge tack animation takes 10 seconds. Yeah. So you're only spending 4 seconds every 10. It's absolutely insane how powerful a Pokemon Morpeko is. But we haven't seen it succeed too far in the Championship Series yet. Maybe this is its chance in Yetteruna's side. So if you're sort of looking at these two teams, other than the Morpeko, which really feels like it does have a lot of power going into Rick Flareon's team, I kind of feel like potentially Rick Flareon needs to lean quite a lot into that Malamar. It's got good play into the Morpeko, good play into the Alolan Sandslash, the Ariados, that's not too bad, Swampet's not too bad, Feraligatr, you've got play, and Annihilate, you've got play as well. It feels like a pretty decent pick.
Yeah, I do definitely agree. Everything you said there was basically completely right. So I think that Morpeko, the way to combat this, when you don't have fast move pressure, I think you have to fight fire with fire. You've got to bring things like your Golisopod, your Malamar, things Malamar can superpower and get out. You're forcing a shield out of that thing. You're then looking Golisopod, you're pacing it 5 Shadow Claws to a move. You're pacing that with Drapion, same thing. Do you fight fire with fire? Get in there. You're gonna have to sacrifice shields against it, but you also then can try to force moves out of it because it can't take a lot of damage. It does the one thing, it does hit really hard, but it does need shields. You do need to protect this thing.
Absolutely. And look, everything has to have a downside, right? Yeah. You can't just have the ultimate broken Pokemon that's going to be able to crush everyone and everything. There's a reason that we haven't seen a lot of it going in through this tournament, but it is so, look, in our heads, I feel like both of us are just locked in Morpeko instead of locked in Malamar. That feels like somewhat the obvious picks. Golisopod could be quite interesting as well with access to super effective damage into the Morpeko. You've got coverage into the Annihilate as well.
Hits neutral against everything, actually.
Yeah.
It hits neutral against every single thing that you got. You've got Aqua Jet for your Swampert, Ariados, Sandslash, and Annihilate. You've got the X-Scissor for your Morpeko and your Feraligatr. So you're there, you've got everything in that package. So maybe that is the way he goes, all right, I've got to just get Golisopod, either if it's in a safe swap, draw it. Because you want to get in a position, if you want to have a Morpeko basically counter-swapping you in this scenario. You want to draw it out and make sure you're a little bit ahead so you can at least try to have to make them look at baiting instead of going on the same pacing as you. You have to force them to go for Psychic Fangs to then be able to get back ahead. So it's going to be tough, but if anyone can do it, Rick.
Yeah, look, we've seen Rick do it again and again and again. He's already got 2 championship titles to his name. He's going for the 3rd here at Brisbane. And so actually, he's got 1 title in Melbourne. He's got 1 title in Perth. He hasn't quite picked up at Brisbane yet.
He's yet to pick up at Brisbane, so he might just be ticking off his state by state. I said after if he does this one in Melbourne, we'll have to start with new states. Can we do a Darwin tournament? Anyone can for that in the heat?
Rick Flareon needs to add to his list, but first, he really does have to get through Yetteruna, and she's not going to make it easy. I mean, also really great to see, the girls at PvP succeeding in the Championship Series as well. It's really cool to see. I mean, and such creativity in this team as well. And I think this is something that we see from the Asian regions quite a bit. And obviously, we don't get to see it too often because it's rare that they do compete in the sort of the rest of the championship series in sort of, the other tournaments around the world. Luckily, Brisbane is kind of like the closest regional on planet Earth of the 2025 season for Asia to get to. So we've really seen that influx of Asian trainers attending this regional, and they're clearly doing really well. And so it's really cool to see these other takes, because it's something that we've talked about quite a bit through this stream, how, Latin America reads the meta quite differently. Europe reads the meta quite differently. I remember the days that Galarian Moltres was a European Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone just considered like, yeah, that's what the Europeans run.
It's in character for the Galarian games, the Gen 8 games, so it makes sense to plus them to claim it. So yeah, it is exciting. It's good to see, like we said earlier, it's really exciting to see how the team sort of hybrid mold into. They've still got to bring some meta picks, but they also have to spice up a little bit because they're own regions. So we're going to get right into it now, though. So Rick Flareon, we've got the Golisopod is out, and the Morpeko is out. So not the best spot for the Golisopod because this thing is going to hurt.
Yeah, this is rough. So we see an instant swap into the Drapion, and this makes a lot of sense from Rick Flareon. Drapion is the only Pokemon that has, the ability to get to moves in 4, but the Morpeko has Seed Bomb.
We do have Seed Bomb. I didn't mention it. One thing we did forget to mention that does have Seed Bomb. So Psychic Fang's not there to debate. It does let the Aqua Tail go through. It does a lot of damage, but here comes. This is what it's here for. The Aura Wheel. Has to be shielded, otherwise it will be completely one-shotting the Drapion.
Absolutely. So Rick Flareon makes a really good shield call here, recognizing that he will be able to get more charge attacks through onto this Morpeko. It's getting so low as is as well. Rick Flareon really counting well, throwing the Aqua Tail right before Morpeko gets to a move. But Yetaruna was preparing for this exact outcome. They know what they want, and they want to do damage. They want to throw this Aura Wheel into the Drapion, and it's going to be up to Rick Flareon to say, like, oh, do I really want to shield it?
Uncharged coming through as well.
This is a heads-up play from Yetaruna, recognizing that Drapion actually can't do a ton of damage into the back line, and we are going to see a crunch, though.
It should get to a move here. It should survive both the poison sting or the Shadow Claw from the Feraligatr, which is great. He just immediately has thrown the Aqua Tail, so guaranteed damage there instead of having to make the risky play and go up. The Switch Clock should be up with Frick as well, so if he wants to get out and maybe save this for later, he could do that as well. But he does just decide to let the Pokemon go down.
Now, this is a tough position for Rick Flareon because Aridos, one of the strengths that we really saw in the early 2025 season was that if you give it an energy advantage, it can get to these moves so quickly. And so it's already throwing a lunge to debuff the Credilli, and it takes it down to below half health, which is really tough because Credilli will be able to nerf the Aridos right back here, but Aridos is going to outpace to its next lunge, which is really devastating.
Yeah, and just Credilli getting a taste of its own medicine all day. It's been throwing Rock Tombs all day, and now it's getting some of that back. Really good timing there from Yetaruna, throwing the next lunge. This will KO, so it's up to Rick to decide. This is where he's got the squishy Golisopod in the back. He does choose to shield here.
So Credilli is going to hang on, and he's going to be able to get another Rock Tomb. Okay. Now, this is sort of a catch, right? It's sort of a catch in that Yetaruna is happy to take it on the Feraligatr as opposed to the Aridos, but it is going to reduce the attack stat of that Feraligatr, and now the Golisopod can come in. It doesn't care about Hydro. It doesn't care about Ice Beam. This is looking good for Golisopod.
It is looking really good for Golisopod. This is a really good spot. But in saying that, the actual the Aqua Jet will not KO the Aridos in the back. So Ricky is going to farm up a lot of energy here and throw the X-Scissor before the next move comes through.
Yeah, here we go. This X-Scissor is going to be enough to KO here. Not going for any fancy undercharges. We're just going to make sure this Feraligatr goes down, and now it is just the Aridos that we have to get through. There is energy on this Aridos. It is almost at the move. As you said, this Aqua Jet might not be enough to get the KO. It is so... Oh, hang on. This might be enough. With the dramatic pause, it does enough.
Oh,
wow.
Golisopod showing its absolute might there, and the bulk of that Aridos, unfortunately, not enough to survive the Aqua Jet there.
Yeah, that's so crazy to see. I mean, look, Aridos, I know that it's been a while since we've seen Aridos as sort of like the main series of the main meta, but look, I guess the fact of the matter is Aqua Jet did get a buff this season, and Golisopod using it to full effect.
Does definitely hit hard. Stab damage is what we want to see. It's the same type of attack bonus coming in really well for that sort of, for the Golisopod there, and Aridos not quite able to hang on, but really close game. The dynamic at the start of the game with Morpeko is interesting. We do have C-Bomb, so that's going to be, I think, in a way more consistent, less bait reliance, consistent damage against the things like the its biggest threats, like your Gastrodon that's been around this season, things like that. So Clay Dolls can hit back into those sort of things. You do obviously have the Aura Wheel that still hits everything hard, but it's nice to have something that's not going to, no form change and things like that you can do. So,
look, Unfortunately, there isn't really anything on Ric Flair's team that you want the seed bomb for. Like, it feels like, Yet she's just going to be picking Aura Wheel all day, every day. Click, 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 click. No matter what type it's showing, she's going to be clicking it. And so it sort of feels like it was a really interesting dynamic. And it's something that we see a lot in the Go Battle League, not very often on the championship circuit, where, now that we've actually got a Morpeko locked into 5 Thundershock moves, right? It doesn't have the slightly cheaper Psychic Fang.
Yeah.
So as a Drapion safe swap for Ric Flareon, that actually makes it really safe because you will be able to outpace against the Morpeko with the slightly faster Aquatails.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely right. It's kind of what we spoke about before the battle. We sort of thought that it'd be great to fight that sort of fire with fire, try to do the thing. The only option when you don't have fast move pressure is to enforce charge move pressure. You've got to just get on top of this Morpeko, force it to shield, put it in uncomfortable positions because you don't if you're Morpeko, you don't want to take moves and you don't want to be outpaced. So I think Rick really identified that perfectly well there.
Yeah, and look, it all worked out. Of course, there's always the possibility of, is Morpeko just going to hide in the back? But I think that it works the best when it is put up in that lead situation. And it obviously did still put a lot of pressure onto Ric Flareon. I really feel like he almost had to build his entire strategy around that potential of the Morpeko, which I think it is such a powerful Pokemon that you almost need to do that. You can't just go into a game going like, if we see Morpeko, we'll see Morpeko. And so as we go into game number 2 here, we see a different lead, the Alolan Sandslash into the Credilli. Not great for Ric Flareon.
No, not the best spot to be, but yeah, you can get out of trouble here. So he's going to see a safe swap into Glycopod, so really hard switch. And here comes the Morpeko. But this Xizar has to be shielded. This will do significant amount of damage to the Morpeko, so the shield goes up immediately. And this is a point where what we just spoke about, this is where the Glycopod will be able to maintain switch here using shields.
Yeah, the fact is, because Glycopod has that energy advantage over the Morpeko, they both charged their charge attacks at the same pace. This Glycopod does have the advantage, but at the same time, look at how much fast move damage this Morpeko is doing to the Glycopod, and it's only getting more powerful.
Yeah, most definitely. But as we saw last game, how strong Glycopod is, even if it's got a little bit of health left, it's going to be able to get to moves against the Sandslash because it's just not going to be able to calm down fast enough, I don't believe. We're going to see what happens here. It's very close, though.
Wow. Okay, going for the charge attack priority. This will be enough to KO the Glycopod, but Ric Flareon wants to get his moves off. He's got the energy ready to go and knows because it was charge attack priority, this Glycopod will actually get its move off before the Morpeko's back-to-back move, which is really nice.
Exactly right. So the great part about having that as your safe swap is you just got ahead, which is what we said before. It's just got ahead on energy, and it's be able to flip switch advantage here, which is so crucial when you look at the back line. We've got a Credilli and a Feraligatr.
Yeah.
Which way do you go?
This is tough because, the Sandslash comes in, but this is kind of interesting as well because Sandslash gets to its moves in 5 moves. Malamar gets the same exact pacing to the superpowers, and so you're sort of like, ooh, this is going to get a little bit tight. But here's the difference. Malamar can take an Ice Punch. Alolan Sandslash does not want to eat a superpower from this Malamar.
Double super effective, you absolutely do not. So we're going to see a catch coming through here, I believe. But stalling, it does throw the next move. So Sam Pitar won by the Sandslash there. Maybe Rick just waiting for a catch and decided to wait and get her in going, no, I'm just going to, here it is.
Look, Ric Flareon hasn't lost this yet. He's actually played it really calm, collected, and cool. I think this superpower will be enough to take out the Alolan Sandslash with the double super effective fighting move. We've got Credilli versus Feraligatr in the back. And I mean, look, this Credilli is going to get to its Grass Knot before Feraligatr gets to an Ice Beam. This is a really strong spot if you're the Credilli.
Yeah, this is absolutely great from Rick. Outpacing there, really good identification to switch before the Feraligatr got enough energy to get the Ice Beam first. And this will KO the Feraligatr, who's a little bit vulnerable with no shields.
Yeah, and wow, what a finish. Ric Flareon taking out game number 2, and I'm now taking out Yetaruna from the tournament in the losers bracket in the top 6. But really fun battles to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick just, really playing around that Morpeko really well. It was really tricky, and he just did what, he identified that's the way to do it, fight fire with fire, and really amazing play. Put the Morpeko in spots that didn't want to be in, and really smart to switch alignment there, because then he had to, he went from having the Credilli into a Sandslash, which is really unfavorable, into having Credilli being able to one-shot a Feraligatr, basically. So really, really great play. And Malamar as well, you went from throwing resisted basically everywhere to double super effective superpowers and super effective Grass Knots. Like, you can't beat that when you switch, put priority on winning Switchback.
What can you? And I think, unfortunately for Yetaruna, this is one of those situations where having Seed Bomb is actually a disadvantage over having Psychic Fangs. Obviously, and I'm sure she's played so many battles through this tournament, so many battles that would have come in clutch. Having that super effective damage that could be so huge for a Pokemon like Morpeko and getting to them in 10 turns, really, really fast. But in this particular matchup with Rick Flareon, where it became a little bit of a useless move, it actually really hurt her by not having a charge attack like Psychic Fangs that she could get to slightly faster.
And then also that would have allowed, if she had Psychic Fangs on the Morpeko, it would have been able to farm down the Golisopod because it wouldn't be able to survive the extra damage after being defense debuffed. So that switch she would have been able to maintain switch in that game if we had Psychic Fangs. Regardless of any other shield scenario, she wouldn't have to worry about baits and stuff. Even if they don't shield, the alignment would have been kept and it would have been a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So look, unfortunately, we're not going to see Morpeko win a championship today, but it's really fun to see it, succeed so well. And I'm really happy for Yetaruna to be able to get that top 6 placement with the Morpeko and just a lot of fun with the Swampert and the Ariados as well. I think it's a really cool team. Really awesome to see it succeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
But look, we are going to move on now to the top 4 of the tournament. We are really getting close now. There are only a few battlers left in this tournament, Stumpy. It's really heating up. And so we're going to pass it back over. Actually, we've got the bracket here. We've got Godzilla and Choose in the winners bracket with Rick Flareon and Valiant Vish holding in the losers bracket. I mean, holy smokers. Look at that battle, Stumpy. That is the Melbourne 2022 Grand Finals.
It is, yep.
That's insane. I love it.
They are definitely no strangers, Rick and Vish. They've had some serious battles over the years, and no surprise to see them at the top cut of another tournament because that's just what we expect from these guys. And Vish, time off, doesn't matter. Rick, consistently a great battler. It's good to see Choose come across and Godzilla really performing well. I'm excited to see how it goes because I said it's going to be all important having the winners final advantage when you're playing against guys like Rick or Vish because those guys they'll push you to the absolute limit.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I'm gushing over over this Final Four. This is just so cool. The next few battles are going to be so awesome. The Ric Flareon versus Valiant Vish is going to be one of the coolest battles of the day, and Godzilla versus Choose is going to be really awesome as well. With that sort of, again, Brisbane versus Japan. Choose actually the last player from the sort of Asian region coming over to compete in this Oceanic tournament that is still in it to win it, and they're guaranteed a place in the top 3 as well. So they are going home with a medal. It just becomes a case of can they get the win?
Which one?
Which colour, of course.
Which one?
The great question, and we'll find all of that out very shortly. We'll pass it over to Fish and Debbie to take us through the next few battles, but we are really getting close. You don't want to miss any of the action here at the Brisbane Regional Championships. Stay tuned. Look for more soon.
We are in Good Games Morley in Perth, Western Australia, and we're running a small local today. We're running a league challenge for Pokemon Go. Today I actually have Aaron with me. So Aaron, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yep, my name's Aaron Cole. I've been a judge for TCG, VGC and Go for 6 years now. My favourite Pokemon's Gyarados.
Awesome, good to know, good to know. So Aaron, can you explain to me how locals work for Pokemon Go?
Yeah, our locals here are run using the Great League format, which is bring your own Pokemon, bring 6, you choose 3. We run our tournaments using a Swiss format, and it's best of 3.
How do these events bring the Pokemon Go community together?
Yeah, sure. Our Pokemon Go tournaments help bring the community together by giving another outlet for people to meet in person and use the Pokemon that they've trained to battle with other people and share their love of Pokemon.
And since running these local tournaments, have you seen any perhaps standout players or rising stars in the scene?
Yeah, we've definitely got a few. It's really hard in our local tournaments because they're quite stacked already. I mean, we have 4 players in the top 10 in Australia. We've got OK Lovejoy, Avrip, Z-Tarb, Michael Innocent, Lalu Loha.
Yeah.
So pretty much, and it always surprised me, like every time we come down, there's always someone new and fresh that's really giving these guys a challenge. So, I mean, it's hard to say any one name that stand out, but definitely, like, as the community is getting stronger and the games are getting better, there's definitely people that are rising above.
I mean, that's awesome to hear. So how can players find these events? Like, what do they need to do to come down for a match?
Yeah, there's a couple of really good resources for finding events. Definitely the first one is Pokemon.com. Under the Play Pokemon events, you can search for Find an Event and type in your suburb and that'll bring up any events being played in your area.
So for a new player going in for the first time, do you have any advice for them before they step into a tournament?
Yeah, definitely some good advice. Look, the first thing is make sure that you bring your fun hat. You've got to have fun, right?
Yes.
So having fun's the most important thing. Doing your research. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to reach out to other people. It is a community game, so we definitely recommend not being afraid to talk to other people. So obviously go from there. You'd find your local store, find where you can play, and then just be approachable. Make sure you can approach other people, have a chat, become friendly, and then go from there.
And lastly, any final tips or encouragement for Pokemon trainers, Pokemon Go trainers specifically, out there?
Yeah, of course, have fun, be involved, get active, and don't give up. It is a very hard game to start off with, but it is very rewarding as well.
Awesome. Thanks for your time today, Aaron, and back to the casters.
Debbie Pebble, I am gutted.
Why is that fish on a heater?
We have been discussing the existence of Morpeko for so long. Well, I thought it was like Bigfoot. It didn't exist. It was like an urban myth. And it finally comes out. We're not there to cast it.
Ah, well.
And it disappears so quickly as well.
I know. It was just an extra shield.
It did not come into play at all. Unfortunately for Yetaruna, knocking her down to the losers bracket. Knocking her out of the tournament completely. And so
yes, that was in losers round.
Yeah, so now we do not get to cast any more Peko battles, unfortunately.
That's all right. But look, incredible run from Yetaruna to get all the way to that point. And look, Rick Flareon, again, credit to him, a seasoned battler that has a extended resume. Basically, might as well put his face on our flag, because every time there's an international, he's there to represent us and to, such incredible play and dominant play as well. So this is now 4:00 into Brisbane Regionals. They've been playing for the last, how long has this stream been going on for? It's like 7+ hours.
Yeah.
So they have been going.
No, more than that, 9, I think.
I think we might get to 9. But
sorry.
well, Fish's math is off and just tells you his brain's a bit fried. But my point is that the players have been playing for such a long time. So to have that endurance and to have that capability to go all the way is very, very difficult. And someone like Rick Flareon is a seasoned player that he knows that today is going to be a bit of a marathon, because it is only day 1 for Brisbane Regional. There is no day 2. We are playing all the way to the finals today.
That's right. And there's not long left to go. There's only a couple of matches left. Unfortunately, they are the longest matches. We do get winners finals, losers finals. They are best of 5s as well. So we see the bracket once again. We've got Godzilla and Choose, the last 2 remaining battlers that are yet to drop a set. Choose, I'm going to put it out here now, quite easily, without any sort of doubt, the world's best battler with multiple repeated vows in his name.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that you're saying that while Steve's out of the room.
I think you'd agree, to be honest.
But it's amazing. We're down to the top 4, basically, because Godzilla and Choose both being the winners of their group. So Group A and Group B. And now they're just battling it out to see who gets into the finals. And then we have Rick Flareon and Valiant Fish, which is like what Steve said earlier. It is a repeat of the Melbourne Regional back in finals in 2022 season, which is incredible. But we're now in 2025. That's 3 years ago, and we're getting a repeat.
I think it's 7 years ago. No.
Oh my gosh, Fish, are you okay? But we're going to head into Godzilla versus Choose in the next match. Now, this is really going to be a tough one, Fish. I think it's really. We're down to the wire now. We're at the pinnacle.
Yeah, it's do or die here. Choose is looking to be the first player to come in from the Asian region to come in and take an Australian and Oceania regional. Godzilla is the person standing in his way at the moment, and as we established before, Godzilla has not dropped a battle yet today. This might be his toughest challenge yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, as we mentioned, the Asian players, the international players that are coming in, for them, they are looking for that world slot. They need to win the regional to get that world placing. And very similar to what happened in Perth regionals in December, where we had Pokemon Maker come in and he got into top 3. So almost taking a place from, I suppose, Oceania. But again, these are incredible players. If they're making the trip all the way here, you better believe they're pretty good.
They're good. They trust themselves. They back themselves.
And these matches will be best of 5 moving forward. Now, because this is the winners final, it will be best of 5. So this might be a bit of a long one. So get your snacks ready, get your water ready. We're going to go into this match. Now, with Choose, we have we've seen these teams already, but let's go through it again. We've got the Shadow Drapion, we've got the Azumarill, the Clodsire, the Lapras, the Shadow Annihilate, and the Shadow Sableye.
Godzilla running a bit more of a unique team. He's got the Malamar, Talonflame, Charjabug, Azumarill, the Guzzlord, and the Swalot as well.
Yeah, and look, again and again, Godzilla bringing his, it's not conventional, but it's been working for him. And I believe he knows this team pretty inside out to get to this point. Now we Choose, again, I like the idea of having 3 shadow types to do that extra damage. Whereas Godzilla side, there's no shadows at all.
That's right. Godzilla gone the opposite. He's gone a very bulky team. I would say at least 4 of those Pokemon are very high bulk Pokemon.
Yes.
Malamar is very kind of even. Talonflame a little bit on the classier side, but still, can hold its own. It's definitely not like a Drapion or a Sableye, which Choose is running, especially the shadow versions of those. So Choose is going to be a lot more pressured to use those shields, whereas Godzilla has that option to, I guess, soak up a bit of energy, which a lot of Pokemon in this meta don't have the ability to do.
Yeah, look, I think it's definitely different mind and different processes of when you make a team. I think Godzilla was thinking, going, like you said, he's got a few bulky Pokemon, but then he's got a few on the more frail side of things. But however, coupled with the bulky Pokemon, it makes a very nice melody of a team. And with Choose, I think with those particular shadow types, it's again very hard hitting. But in the ones that are not shadow type, we've got the Azumarill, we've got the Clodsire, we've got the Lapras. My goodness, it's just all tanks.
Yeah, so Choose has those options there. So it's really kind of split one way or the other, isn't it? It's either a lot of bulk or pretty glassy.
Yeah.
And so you've got that ability to be able to choose how you employ your Pokemon to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, and we're into game 1, Choose versus Godzilla. We can see that a Clodsire against the Malamar here, Fish.
Yeah, this would have been a much better matchup in the previous season before Foul Play got nerfed. Unfortunately, it is a little bit harder for the Malamar to take control of it. It does have the super effective Psy Waves, and you can see it is chipping away at the Clodsire. We are going to see a Foul Play come through, and it is going to be able to take a bit of damage from that Clodsire in return when it comes.
Yeah, and look at these backlines. We've got a Shadow Sableye and a Azumarill, and on the other side, we've got a Guzzlord and an Azumarill.
Yeah, so the Sableye is going to really want those shields to be down to be able to land that Dazzling Gleam on the Guzzlord. Guzzlord is, if shields remain up, is going to have the better of that matchup. But of course, it has to be matched up into that right matchup. If it gets locked in against the Azumarill, it is game over. So now a Foul Play is going to hit that Clodsire once again, and now it is in farm down range. We do get a catch of the Stone Edge onto the Azumarill. Azumarill typically not great friends with Clodsire, but in this situation, it's going to be absolutely fine. Just throw in a couple of bubbles. Choose is probably going to switch straight out. Not going to let them have the opportunity to do that. Swapping into the Sableye.
Yeah, interesting choice for the Sableye there. And I think a really clever play from Godzilla, because with that Clodsire, it only had the Stone Edge and Earthquake variant. So it means that it didn't have that poison type or charge attack to be worried about. Now we're into the Azumarill going for the Ice Beam, and now Choose actually deciding to use a Protect Shield.
Yeah, and I actually think this is fantastic from Choose, because Choose knows that the Sableye actually does quite well into the Sableye with this new update. It is incredible. It launched one Dazzling Gleam, which was unshielded, and now it is in a position where Azumarill has to shield, or it's going, and it's just going to take Foul Plays to do it, even weakened Foul Plays. So this is a really good position for Choose at the moment.
Yeah, Godzilla banking that energy and now bringing out their Malamar to try and soak up all this energy from this Shadow Sableye, deciding not to shield, so this Malamar will go down.
Malamar off the field now. The Azumarill is not going to really be able to do much either, so it is all up to Guzzlord. Now, Guzzlord has one shield. It would love to, but beggars can't be choosers. So, oh no, we do have the Azumarill coming out and throwing an Ice Beam first, and that is going to remove the last shield from Chooser's side. So now Godzilla is going to take advantage of that, and then let the Azumarill go down, bring out that Guzzlord, and it is going to be having a one shield advantage.
It will have that one shield advantage, but that in the back of Choose, we still have that Azumarill with full health. This Dazzling Gleam is going to be launched, and Godzilla has to make a call to shield or not. He decides to shield in the last second.
Very good call there. I think it had to be done. But unfortunately, out comes the Azumarill. Godzilla sees the bad news and he is stopping. He blocked one Fairy attack. He can't block the next one. Choose is going to throw that play rough. And even though this is a very low attack Pokemon, it's going to take out that Guzzlord completely. And Godzilla is going to drop his first battle for the day.
My goodness. Like we mentioned, how many hours are we into this Brisbane Regional? And it's now only now that he's dropped a match against, again, like you said, his first, well, not first, but like a formidable player like Choose. So now Choose is on 1-0. Remember, this is a best of 5. So it means that we have to, like, potentially, it might be up, 3-0, but it might be even like going all the way to our 5th match. We'll have to see if we can reverse sweep.
Yeah, I've actually got my pajamas on under this
Oh,
desk.
I see.
In case. Yeah, so we saw some great decisions, again, some 1%ers from Choose that really enabled him to just get a roll on, like a snowball effect. Godzilla was unable to come back from such a difficult situation. We saw the double fairy attacks of Choose really doing a lot of work against him, and Godzillama's now got to adjust to that.
Yeah, look, I think calling a Sableye a fairy type might be out of reach, but with that dazzling gleam and that extra 20% being shadow, my goodness, it's just such a threat. So if you were in Godzillama's shoes now and you're looking at that shadow Sableye most likely to be brought out, how do you pivot? How do you try and stay in these series?
That is a tough one. The Sableye's pretty safe into everything Godzillama's got, except for the Guzzlord, and only when shields are up. The Azumarill can apply pressure as well, but as we saw before, Sableye can handle that very well. So Godzillama's got to, I think, be a bit creative when coming up with a strategy against it. The Charger Bug might be a little bit of a neutral player into that, and we saw that Choose had some water types on his team as well. Unfortunately, Godzilla might be a bit too scared of the Clodsire that he knows is going to be there and is waiting to gobble up that Charger Bug.
Yeah, do you think that the Swalot has any play here?
Swalot is, it's neutral into, say, Lapras. It is obviously very good into Azumarill. Clodsire might be a bit more difficult. Sableye might be a bit more difficult. I would say overall, have to pick a side, I would say not on the side of Swalot in this particular matchup. So we might still bring it. It does have some matchups that it is really good against if he wants to try and maybe just nail that alignment into the Azumarill and then just get that out of the way, to kamikaze that essentially.
Yeah, and we're into game 2 and we can see that the Malamar is against this Clodsire.
Yeah, this is the same as what we started with in match number 1. The Malamar is going to throw those Psy Waves one after the other, one coming every half second, and it is going to throw a foul play against the Clodsire, which is going to take that comfortably.
Yeah, look, again, this is a very, very bulky Pokemon, and it's not even into the yellow. It honestly just tickles. Now we can get to this Stone Edge, which Godzilla straight away does not shield.
Yeah, so one Stone Edge will take out about half its remaining HP, and then another Stone Edge will be enough to take it out. So Choose, knowing that it's not an Earthquake that is needed, even though Earthquake is the more powerful move, you're still going to need 2 attacks either way. So Stone Edge is the way to go because it will do enough that one more will take it out quite cleanly.
Yeah, it's a bit more energy efficient here, and then we can see that it will go for the Stone Edge. Godzilla has to make a decision. It still has 2 shields, decides not to shield the Malamar here.
Yeah, so that means the next Pokemon that comes in is going to have a bit of energy. We do see that Swalot there. Unfortunately, it is not seeing the battlefield just yet. Azumarill is going to come out. It doesn't have the target there in Choose's backline in the Azumarill. So there is no Azumarill on Choose's team. Dracoviz is going to come out and meet this thing instead.
Yeah, and this Crunch will go through and connect onto this Azumarill, but we know Azumarill can hold on. Will it get a debuff there? And no debuff. It goes for the play rough straight away.
Yeah, and this is going to apply a little bit of shield pressure to Choose. Do they take the option to shield, waiting until the last moment, eventually not doing it, so takes that player rough. It does have enough HP to be able to do some more damage to that Azumarill, gets up to a Crunch, and we'll probably be able to get to a second one as well if Godzilla doesn't want to throw that charge move first.
Yeah, I think Godzillama's play here is trying to bubble down on the Drapion, but actually the Drapion gets switched out. The Shadow Sableye is now in play, so this Ice Beam is now going to be launched, and Choose deciding to use a Protect Shield.
Choose deciding to shield, and I would have preferred maybe to see the play rough there because it is on low HP and might not get to another charge attack. Now we see the Swalot into the Sableye, and this is advantage Sableye. The foul plays will of course, be neutral. The Swallow has to build up to the Ice Beam to be able to throw any neutral energy. And we see how much damage that Foul Play will do, and maybe a few more Shadow Claws that'll put it in range of another Foul Play.
Yeah, and look, Choose is now like opting to protect shield that Shadow Sableye. The Shadow Sableye is so important here. It has so much energy. The Foul Plays are like building and building up. Now it's really Godzillama's choice to use a charge attack. Decides not to, but will protect this Swallow.
Yeah, I mean, Godzilla had to use a shield sooner or later. The battle was nearly over, and he had 2 shields left to spend. It might be a little too late at this point. Of course, it is a tanky Pokemon like we've talked about, so it can take a lot of Shadow Claws. I don't think Choose has the ability to farm this thing down or anything, especially now that it's on such low HP.
Yeah, it's incredible that it could sustain that and that it switches straight out into the Shadow Drapion. The Shadow Drapion goes down. The Azumarill has energy to go, but can it bubble down the Shadow Sableye? Shadow Sableye goes down!
What happened there? That was incredible. Okay, slowing down. Just trying to replay that in my head. Okay, so Azumarill must have had just enough HP to be able to survive one Shadow Claw from the Sableye, which means that bubble from the Azumarill landed on the Sableye, got rid of the last of its HP.
Yeah.
And that's what, but you're saying this like, yeah, Fish, catch up. Like, it needed a moment for me.
Well, that's Pokemon Go. It's just such a quick game, and at the end, it's all about those little microsecond decisions to make. Yeah. And it just bubbled down, and it's just incredible. And this is why Azumarill is the #1 pick in this particular regional, and even possibly, so far in the Might and Mastery season, because Azumarill is so reliable. Those bubbles do so much, and it's just an all-rounder, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary that Sableye pushed it that far
in
both battles so far.
True, yes.
But Azumarill was up to the task, and that's a lot of where Bulk comes into a consideration for a Pokemon, is that it gives Pokemon a lot of ability to just hang in there and get those decisive wins that we saw just there.
Yeah, it was absolutely close and down to the wire. And I thought it was in Choose's favour. I really thought that he would be able to take it out, but that Azumarill just managed to pull through and clinch at that last point. And because that Shadow Sableye did so much work in that match.
Absolutely. And I was looking at the shielded situation. Like, Godzilla had both shields up very, very late into the game. All he had left at that point was an Azumarill and a Swallow, which had like that much HP. They were both well into the red. Yeah. And it still managed to come in handy, and he managed to turn the tides.
Yeah, I think it's really down to the trainer and knowing your particular Pokemon. So just to have that confidence play when it gets down to the nitty-gritty of the smallest of HP and knowing that it's able to sustain there. So excellent play and an excellent comeback for Godzilla to even the field now again.
Yeah, do you think we see, we are going to find out, I was going to say, will we see Swalot in game number 3? Because it did actually come in handy.
We do see the Swalot in game number 3.
But unfortunately, this is not a good situation for Godzilla. That is the Charger Bug into the Clodsire, which is the worst nightmare of the Charger Bug. We switch into the Azumarill, and Clodsire not packing up its suitcase just yet. It is going to throw a Stone Edge first.
Yeah, look, it's departing with a Stone Edge before it might just duck out here because the Azumarill switched in and now switches into the Lapras. The Lapras is doing a lot of sidewave damage, but the Godzilla is now able to get to this play rough.
Yeah, so the Stone Edge landing on the Azumarill first does make things just a little bit easier for the Lapras to do its job later on. So it is going to hit it with that same old combo of the Psy Waves and the Sparkling Arias. This is just a bit of a grind for this part of the battle before things ramp back up. The speed notches up once again later in the battle.
Yeah, look, against these two bulky water types, it's just going to be to and fro for a while. This play rough will connect onto this Lapras. This Lapras will hold. It is instead of the yellow, it's actually now into the red. And this Azumarill is only still into the yellow. So we can see Choose opting to farm up. It is getting enough energy. We've got plenty. We've got a Sparkling Aria that will connect onto this Azumarill. And Azumarill is finally into the red.
Yeah, it is going to take another one to get rid of the Azumarill, and the other one is going to come out now. Now, Godzilla needs that switch advantage, needs to align the Pokemon where he can get them doing their best work, because if that Charger Bug goes back into the Clodsire, that is game over. So it is vitally important that the Azumarill wins out this matchup, and Choose is allowing that to happen.
Yeah, look, opting to have all its Protect Shields, because you know what? Godzilla has no Protect Shields remaining. This Shadow Sableye is now against this Charger Bug.
Yeah, and so let's see how much damage a Foul Play from a Shadow Sableye will do to a Charger Bug. Charger Bug is a fairly bulky Pokemon, so it should be able to take it. Wow, that is so much damage. My word. So the Charger Bug is going to be able to get one X's off. No, it's not. he overfarmed it. I think maybe Godzilla might have been putting the Q in the rack, or maybe it was just a miscount. But the second foul play will come through and get rid of that charger bug.
There was so much energy that was on that charger bug there, and I think the writing's on the wall. We can see that this Swallow is going to try its hardest, but it's really an uphill battle here. Choose now going for the foul play that will connect onto this Swallow.
Yeah, so Swallow can definitely take this thing. I mean, the charger bug couldn't as much as what we thought, but the Swallow is a lot bulkier. So one foul play coming through. It is still in the green. Now it is in the yellow. One more foul play is going to land, maybe KOing the Swallow from here. We'll find out.
And we can see it holds on by a slither of health, but you know what? I think it is pretty much done with that Swallow. The Azumarill has little health. It can bubble down a little bit, but, you know, I think it's just for show. That match goes to Choose.
Yeah, and Chu's doing that with 2 shields left as well. So doing that in style. We'll see how things proceed from here. I saw some really interesting things in that match that I'm keen to see if how that affects things moving forward.
Yeah, we'll see how it all goes. I think with Chu's team, though, it really relied back on that Shadow Sableye, their Fish.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye is just doing so much work. If it weren't for Shadow Drapion, I would be calling Shadow Sableye the best Pokemon in the meta.
Oh, there we go. Big call.
Yeah, I don't even think it is that big a call. I think, look, is that...
No, it's
hard
not.
to debate? Like, it's,
No,
I mean,
it's
yes,
up there. It's up there. Top 2. You're saying Shadow Sableye is in second place.
I would say so,
out of the Might and Mastery season currently.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm happy to debate. If anyone has their own ideas.
Not my cheapy Spirit Tomb that's on my caster picks.
Oh, well, look, that's got its place too.
Place way below where it is.
So it obviously does have to contend with the reason the reason I think that it's not everywhere at the moment.
Yes.
Is because of that Shadow Drapion, which does do quite well into it. Then again, like if a Shadow Sableye lands a Dazzling Gleam on a Shadow Drapion, that's going to be a tough situation for the Drapion as well.
Honestly, I think if anything gets hit by a Shadow Dazzling Gleam, it's going to hit hard. I don't think there's a lot of fairy types would even have that so much damage. Just because Sableye just generates so quickly to get to the Dazzling Gleam. Even for normal fairy types to get to a Dazzling Gleam, it takes ages.
yeah, and that's a really good point. Like fairy, there's not a lot of high damage, here for a good time, not a long time kind of fairy Pokemon.
Look, if you go for a Charmer, then absolutely. If you're thinking Charm, Shadow Gardevoir, absolutely, right. You could definitely do that. But for actual
but I'm
charge attack,
real Pokemon.
I see. Okay, moving on. Now, if you're Godzilla, what do you do now?
We're going to go into another battle. That's what we're going to do. I think that's the best play for Godzilla is just go into another battle and see if you can reverse the fortunes.
Oh, this is a good lead for Godzilla. We've got the Charge Bug against the Lapras here.
Yeah, so obviously much better situation for the Charge Bug. Clodsire is going to come out and now is going to be met with the Malamar, which is going to deal a lot of that super effective Star Wave damage.
Yeah, look, I think this is where he wants to see it. This Stone Edge will connect onto this Malamar. It won't take it out. It will still hold on to quite a bit of health. But looking in the back line, we have that Azumarill, and I believe that is that Shadow Sableye.
Shadow Sableye's back, and it's got its taste for blood, and it wants more. So the foul players are going to keep on coming from the Malamar. In the meantime, it's saying to Sableye, you wait your turn, buddy. Stone Edge is going to come onto the Malamar, and this one is going to elicit a shield from Godzilla.
Yeah, look, that Malamar has quite a bit of energy, so it definitely wants to protect shield here. It can even possibly get to double superpower before the Clodsire can get to a move, and now it's able to go for foul play to just take it off the field.
Yeah, very nicely timed from Godzilla getting there. Just before the charge attack from the Clodsire, Clodsire will be shielded, and now the second foul play is going to come through. So Choose maybe not sure that he was up to a second foul play, or decided I want this Malamar to be energy drive for the next Pokemon to come out.
Yeah, possibly energy drive, because now it's bringing out the Shadow Sableye, which is going to do a lot of damage with these Shadow Claws as well. Now it's Godzilla, however, being so efficient with his energy, able to get this foul play, and it's not being shielded.
Yeah, so this will do a lot of damage to Sableye. Sableye is taking that in his stride and is now able to Shadow Claw down the Malamar while taking resisted Psy Wave damage. Now Dazzling Gleam is going to hit this Azumarill. Azumarill is going to just take it on the chin, but it will hurt.
It will do quite a bit, but look, that Azumarill still in the green, and both switch clocks are up, so if they can choose to basically switch out at any point. I might go for a catch, yeah, but not quite. We can see that Lapras is out, and now the Charger Bug. We're back to the beginning.
We are back to the start again, and Charger Bug is where it wants to be. It is licking its... Does the Charger Bug have lips? So the Sparkling Aria will come out first. The Discharge is going to do a lot of damage when it comes out onto the Lapras. We almost see it is up to 2 now, and the Charger Bug's still going as well. It knows that it has time to build up a little bit extra and do that Volt Switch damage was the main reason why you'd throw that extra Volt Switch there. So now the first Discharge is going to come through. Now, Discharge was damage nerfed in the season change, and so I'm actually interested to see if this does get the KO.
Yeah, we'll connect onto this Lapras, and the Lapras is into the red, but it's not quite all the way out. It's able to get to another Sparkling Aria, and Godzilla still has one Protect Shield in play. Whether he wants to protect the Charger Bug, decides not to, decides to let it go.
And so that means it is all going to come down to the Azumarill, half of an Azumarill against the world, and it's looking like a pretty good situation for the Azumarill. The Ice Beam's going to KO this Lapras, and it doesn't have any shields to hide behind, and then the Sableye is going to be all that's left on Choose's side.
Yeah, the Sableye has so much energy, however, but it's just trying to get as much as possible to do as much damage with those Shadow Claws, able to get to a foul play. Godzilla has a shield remaining, however, it's got another foul play ready to go.
Yeah, but I did see that the Azumarill did hit the Ice Beam, so that will put an end to the Sableye. Sableye unable to do in this battle what it has been able to do in all of the previous battles, and that means that Godzilla is going to tie it up 2-2.
2-2 in this series so far. So we're down to the decisive game 5, which is incredible. Like, we were in the beginning, we weren't sure we were getting to this point, and now Godzilla is able to take from the back foot, now climb his way back all the way to game 5.
Yeah, it's been super exciting to watch. So keen to see how, like, this is the pressure moment. Like, this is the pressure cooker situation. You know, we've been talking about keeping mental focus through such a long period of time. Now you've got added pressure on top of that in this being the decisive battle as well. So, you know, it can force players to make mistakes. I don't think we've seen too many mistakes on these two battlers' sides. So they have been standing up to it very, very well.
Yeah, either way, both of them are still in it after this as well, because this is the winner's final. So it'll be whoever loses this particular match will go into the loser's bracket, so they can still be in it. However, you want to stay in that winner's bracket. You don't want to be in the loser's bracket. Right. Like, it's got the word loser in it. No, but my point is that if you stay in the winner's bracket, it's an easier run into the grand finals. So this will be the 5th match to see who can stay in it and get that easier run.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what will change, if anything, on either battler's side. Obviously, Godzilla winning that lead was what propelled him to be able to... He capitalized on it, basically, and managed to get the win out of that. Previously, losing that lead so hard, he couldn't recover from that. And so leads have been a super important factor in these battles. And so really, there's a lot will come down to line decisions.
Yeah, and that's again an experienced player has that just the history to be able to analyze other teams and other players going, okay, now we're going into game 5. It's repeating itself again and again, and needing that mental fortitude to think and be like, okay, they brought out this for their last team, but are they going to bring the same lineup from match 1, match 2, match 3, or match 4?
Yeah.
Or they're going to bring out something completely different? It'll be really interesting. And now we're into game 5. We see the Shadow Sableye straight up against this Malamar.
So Malamar has a different assignment now. It's been a Clod's Eye counter up until this point. Now it's trying to gnash its teeth against this Sableye. The Sableye does have the advantage here because the Psy Waves, as we mentioned before, are resisted on the Sableye, and so you're relying a lot on the foul play damage.
Yeah, and look, Fish, I know you talked about team lines before. We've got the Clodsire on Choose's side, and Godzillama's got that Swallow in the back.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. If he can align it that way, we do have Azumarill as well on both sides. So now this matchup continues. The dance goes on. We get a catch on the Azumarill, so the foul play is not going to do very much to the Azumarill at all. It's going to take it in its stride, and the Sableye does have a bit of health left, so it can maybe build up a little bit more energy before switching out. We might see a bank of a foul play.
Yeah, look, I think it's a smart play from here, trying to bank it and bring in their own Azumarill. So now it's a mirror match against these two little bubble mouses. It's Godzilla going straight for the play rough because it does have that energy lead.
Yeah, and so we are going to trade play roughs back and forth until these switch timers are up. Maybe we'll see a catch, or maybe we'll just. I think what we've often seen today has been in a situation like this, one's just let their bulky Pokemon go down so that the other Pokemon can then come in and get a bit of an energy lead. We'll see if that's how it plays out this time, or whether there will be a bit of catching and banking going on as well.
Yeah, at the moment, because we can see what's in the back, but that Clodsire against that Swallow looks really, really dangerous here. So it's really going to be a hard decision on Godzillama's side to try and predict that they have that Clodsire in the back.
Yeah, which we have seen in most of our battles up until now, so it is a fair assumption. The play rough is going to come first from the Azumarill. We do have these two bunnies in front of us, which are still having a go at each other. We do have one is now in bubble range, and we get an attempted catch. It is a banked move, a banked Pokemon, and now Swalot is going to come out and meet this Clodsire. Choose gets met with the bad news.
Yeah, and look, it's very difficult to see if you bring out a Swalot and you can see a Clodsire on the other side, because Choose actually decided to shield, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. The Ice Beams are going to be super effective. They are going to do a lot of damage, and you've got two shields at this point in the battle. I think it is time to use one of them as well. We do get a bait from Choose as well, and so that is a huge, huge thing for Godzilla to shield that attack. That is obviously getting to the Earthquakes much, much quicker, and the Earthquake will do a lot of damage. The Swallow can tank it, but it's going to hit it so hard.
Yes, the Swallow wins charge attack priority. Clodsire usually doesn't win a lot of charge attack priority situations and can go for the Earthquake here. Godzilla has to shield and opts to.
Yeah, so maybe the battle has gone, the matchup has gone long enough that Godzilla now has catch opportunities available to him. We'll see if that's how he wants to do it. And it's actually Choose goes for the catch as well. So Godzilla is going to throw that sludge to just get the Sableye off of the field. That might have been a mistake, actually. He might have needed to switch out himself. Maybe that the Sableye was on very low HP. Maybe the Malamar could have farmed it down.
Possibly was waiting and just actually seeing what he would bring out. And now going straight. Malamar has so much energy, able to go for this foul play.
Okay, so we do have one shield left on Choose's side, and it does deploy here. So the Clodsire is now going to have to get up as much energy as it can. This is going to be a really tough task. It does get up to 100 energy, throws one Stone Edge. There is still life in the back for Godzilla. Let's see what he can do with it. I think that was an Azumarill, and the Swalot is there too. So the Clodsire does have to get to an Earthquake against that Swalot, and it might be in range here. There are still catch options as well.
There is. Look, and that Azumarill on Choose's side is still on half health. This Azumarill on Godzillama's side, however, still has an Ice Beam banked and able to launch it onto this Clodsire. This Clodsire is off the field.
Clodsire goes down and is now all up to the opposing Azumarill. That Swalot is there, and it is stroking its moustache. This is what Swalot was born to do. This is its time to shine. Swalot, take a bow, you handsome gentleman, you. You can sludge this Azumarill right off the field.
Look, the Italian mark strikes again and does so well there. That was really excellent play from Godzilla. I think Choose played extremely well. Godzilla just had that edge and was able to take out 3-2 in this winners final.
Yeah, and Swalot did so much more work than what I was initially saying. I was thinking like, Swalot's got a little more problems that it has to deal with than what it can actually do for the matchup. But Godzilla saw the potential in the Swalot and was like, Fish, you don't know what you're talking about. This is why you're casting and not playing, right? He managed to get the most out of that Swalot, and it really pulled through for him.
Look, I think it was just really foresight from Godzillama's side of being like, look, I need to get this Clodsire out. Once the Clodsire's out, he actually had free range with the Azumarill and the Swalot. And I think with Choose's side, he was really, because of Clodsire being so bulky, it's really hard to maneuver around. And I think at the end, basically, that Clodsire went down, that Swalot came in and just cleaned up because the Azumarill already had its play, weakened the other Azumarill, so it couldn't even get to the next move. Or if it did be, it wasn't enough for that Swalot in the end.
Yeah, 100%. So Godzilla is going to progress now to the grand final. He was the last undefeated trainer in the tournament. Choose did make him work for it. It was the first battles that he dropped for the whole day, but he did manage to maintain that focus and pull through. He's now in the grand final. Choose is going to drop down to the losers final now,
Yes.
where he will play the winner of Rick and Vish that we are all super excited to see.
So the next match we have after this is Ric Flareon versus Valiant Vish. As mentioned, this is a repeat of the 2022 Melbourne Regional Final. These two players are probably up there in the top 4 of the most decorated Oceania players. Ric Flareon obviously having won 2 previous regionals, and Valiant Vish winning 1 regional, but also a formidable player that has been to Worlds time and time again.
Yeah, and I am astounded that this man can be out of the game for so long and then just come in. I remember seeing him on social media like a day before the event or 2 days before the event being like, all right, better pick my team. Anyone got suggestions? And showing us like a blank phone screen.
Look, it just might be a little bit of smack talk, I think. But I think Vish has, like I said, all that built history.
Yeah.
He's definitely got the skills. And just because he's been out, it might be even a refresher. Sometimes with certain things that you just need to take a break from the game and just relax and just, have a bit of me time so you're not so focused and honed in all the time. And with that, we've got the teams available here. We've got Valiant Vish on the left with the Lapras, with the Clado, the Pangoro, the Grudra, the Galarian Wheezing, and the Talonflame.
Yeah, 3, I believe, of the picks that I had in my caster prediction.
Oh, I
Lapras,
see.
Pangoro,
You guys were tuning in into each other.
Yeah, he learned everything he knows from me.
I see. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gudra, that was his own choice. And
okay.
it's a good choice.
Okay.
I really like the Gudra. It is a very... Do you not believe me?
No. I'm just saying, was that part of your caster picks as well?
I mean, it was part of the list. My list that I sent through to Steve to put it into the graphic was just these 6 Pokemon.
Oh, right.
And he just picked the top 4.
Yeah, I see. On to Ric Flareon's side, we have the Azumarill, the Shadow Drapion, the Malamar, the Alolan Sandslash, the Golisopod, and then the Cradily.
Yeah, also 6 Pokemon that I sent through to Steve.
Oh, wow. Well, you sent in 12 Pokemon.
Yeah, it was incredible. And he told me, we can only put 4 on the list. And I'm like, well, make it work. And he told me, do you want to not cast it? I'm like, okay, fair enough. So Rick obviously going with that Golisopod, which I've talked about before as being an underrated Pokemon. It hasn't seen super high usage. I believe it was one of the top used Pokemon, but still, pales in comparison to some of the other usage. We've had many more Lapras, we've had so many more Azumarill, we've had so many more Drapion. The Golisopod is showing us how it's done, and I think Golisopod can pick up and will pick up in usage in future regionals.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous match with Ric Flareon versus Yetaruna, we saw that Golisopod do a lot of work, and I think it's an excellent choice with his team. Again, though, Valiant Vish, if we go back to his team, however, I really like the look of Pangoro. I really like the look of Galarian Wheezing.
Yeah, Galarian Wheezing is a really fun Pokemon to use, in my opinion. You've got the choice between the Brutal Swing Sludge or the Overheat Sludge. My personal preference is the Overheat and Sludge because I think it just benefits a little more from the firepower, so to speak, of the Overheat. Like the Sludge and Brutal Swing are both already coming very quickly, so you're not getting too much more out of having the 2 spammy moves. It is, I think, much more versatile to have one spammy move and then the Overheat to really, hit home before maybe swapping out and doing other things with your team.
It's always good to have that nuke ready just to, scare off your opponents just in case you are building that energy. Go, oh, am I baiting? Am I not?
Right.
So I think it's really cool to have. And that Sludge has already been buffed for this Might and Mastery season. So again, a bit of a threat against Ric Flareon's team as well. So I think it would be really quite good to see this Alolan Sandslash. But that Claydol looks so threatening, and so does that Pangoro, and actually the Talonflame as well.
The whole team is threatening. On both sides, both players are threatening. They are just 2 threatening individuals.
Oh, they seem nice guys.
I'm just really looking forward to seeing how these Pokemon interact because there's a lot of interplay that we haven't seen. We haven't casted yet today.
Yes.
Like we haven't seen, say, Malamar into Galarian Wheezing. We haven't seen Gudra into Drapion yet. I'm keen to see how that plays out. Obviously, the Gudra is going to be a little bit scared of the Azumarill, but it has play into Azumarill, like with Thunder Punch. It can win I believe it's the 2s against.
Oh, there we go.
I can't remember if it needs a bit of energy as well, but it has those win conditions against it. It is a dragon that can fight back against the Azumarill.
Yeah, I expect a lot from this particular match because Valiant Vish and Ric Flair have both incredible players in the Oceania region. I can't pick a winner because they're both so good. And the fact that I feel devastated that one of them will be kicked out after this, it's a best of 3 in this particular match because whoever wins this goes and versus the loser from the previous match.
Yeah, so one of these two will be coming up against Choose, and it'll be interesting to see how those matchups go together as well. But we do have this one in front of us that is more pressing.
Yes.
And so we just get to have fun seeing how this plays out. Vish and Rick have, of course, a storied history. What more is there to say about them?
I think it's just incredible that we can see them so at the end of, not the end, but we're at the pinnacle of Brisbane Regional and have this to be able to be showcased, the Oceania and the talent that we have here that, again, these are 2 incredible players. I'm so excited to see how this match plays out.
Yeah. So is there any Pokemon that you can see on either team that you think we can bench that one for now? Do you think we can just take that out of consideration?
Honestly, I don't know if that Alolan Sandslash is going to come out on Ric Flairion's side, but again, with Valiant Vicious side, I'm just unsure where that Talonflame has to go because he has a lot of range. Now they're locked in their teams, and we can see that we have this Sandslash, I'm totally wrong, against a Pangoro here. Ric Flairion does not want to see this.
Yeah, so I assume Rick is going to just get straight out of there. He's going to bring in the Gliscor, an excellent safe swap, and Vish doesn't have a hard answer to this. It does have the Goodra with the Thunder Punch, which can apply a lot of pressure back to that Gliscor. But first, we are going to get a Night Slash from the Pangoro before it switches out. Now the Goodra is going to come in, and maybe we see a farm down. Exeter will do a fair amount of damage to this Goodra. I don't know if it'll survive too. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll go for the first one. It will go unprotected on that Goodra and takes it into the yellow. But it's so close, it gets to the Aqua Tail and now able to launch it against this Gliscor.
Yeah, this will be a tight one. It needs to get the KO. The shield goes up, so Ric Flairion is not taking any chances. Is now going to get the X's off and win back that switch advantage, try and win back that switch advantage. Valiant Vish is saying, no, I'm going to control this alignment.
Yes, but be able to take one Protect Shield away from Valiant Vish here. Now, Vish is able to farm all the way down, get enough energy to almost halfway of their next charge move, and now this Alolan Sandslash can come out.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations we talked about before where if you know how much a glassy Pokemon can tank, that can put you in a really good position because this Sandslash is going to come out with a lot of energy and is going to throw it against that Pangoro. It's going to pressure a shield. Is Valiant Vish going to fall for it? Is he going to want to keep that Pangoro as healthy as possible? Or will the Sandslash just bank it? We get 2 immediate switches, and we have Lapras into Azumarill. This is a matchup that we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, look, and both of them are seeing the writing on the wall with the Pangoro coming out there and then switching out because he wants to save that for that Sandslash later. This Play Rough will connect onto this Lapras, and the Lapras is able to get the Skull Bash.
Yeah, I think Valiant Vish is in the driver's seat in this battle at the moment. The Skull Bash is the move that you want when you are facing the opposing bulky water types, whether it be an Azumarill or an opposing Lapras, and that Skull Bash is going to hit the Azumarill very, very hard. These Play Roughs are going to do even less damage than they did before because of that defense boost, and it is going to mean that the Pangoro is going to come in against that Alolan Sandslash once again later on in the battle.
Yeah, look, and the defense keeps rising for that Lapras after a Skull Bash. Another one going in now. So Ric Flairion has to make a decision whether he wants to preserve the health of this Azumarill and decides not to, letting it go. So it means that Alolan Sandslash is back into play and now so straight switch out with the Pangoro here.
Yeah, so the Sandslash is going to throw one Ice Punch, and Vish knows I can tank this comfortably, so it will take the Pangoro into the yellow, but the Sandslash will not be able to farm that Pangoro down because the Karate Chops are just going to be doing so much damage, and it's going to get that Sandslash off the field. That is 0.1 Valiant Vish.
Yeah, and look, I love that play from that Pangoro. You could see how much it did to that Alolan Sandslash, and that Alolan Sandslash was just really, it got bullied. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It got bullied.
Justice for Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, look, I think it's time to put it on the bench. I think we need to bring something out for that Pangoro.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors-ish happening at the moment because that Pangoro is obviously going to bully around the Alolan Sandslash, but the Alolan Sandslash is also really good into something like the Goodra as well. And so there's a little bit of that play. And there's also the Galarian Wheezing that, it's going to have to it's not going to be able to Fairy Wind and Sludge that thing down. You know, it's got to rely on other stuff. So the Alolan Sandslash might still be necessary.
Yeah, I think it was really good to have the Golisopod. I think Golisopod had a lot of play there. So I think bringing that into game 2 would be excellent. But yeah, I'm just unsure about the Alolan Sandslash. If you were Rick Flareon in this position, what would you bring?
So I think I agree with you that Golisopod safe swap was really, really handy. Unfortunately, Valiant Bish was able to just hold on and maintain that alignment that was so important for him. So I would say try that again. I think maybe if you just play it a little differently, it can work out for you. Obviously, the Goodra is the best counter swap the Vish has on his side. So I'm kind of expecting to see that happen again. Then we'd get into if I know that Vish is going to respond to my Golisopod with the Goodra, do I play that another way or not?
Yeah. Look, it's just again, both of these players are incredible, and I think someone like Rick Flareon can definitely do a reverse sweep here as well. But that doesn't mean discrediting Valiant Vish, because he can easily sweep at the same time. It's really tough from this point onwards.
Yeah, one of these battlers will be going on to face Choose, who is waiting in the wings and is probably watching very carefully to see what the play styles are. We'll see how they choose to adjust, because that is a lot of really valuable information as well. How does a player adjust to a situation, whether they were the winner or the loser of Battle 1?
Yeah, and I think it's just these repeated plays. So now that they've warmed up after game 1 and now we're into game 2 shortly, they have to make that decision going, what do we think the opponent will bring? And I think with Valiant Vicious side, that Pangoro looked really, really good against Rick's team. So we'll see. Now we're into game 2. The players have locked in. This is actually, if Valiant Vish wins here, it proceeds on. Rick needs to win this one to stay in the match.
And we see the Galarian Weezing come out. So I'm interested to see what the intended target of the Galarian Weezing was. We do see the Sludge and Overheat combination. So the Sludge will be able to do a lot of damage to the Golisopod, but of course the buffed Aqua Jet is going to do a lot of damage back. Galarian Weezing is not that bulky a Pokemon of its own. You see how much damage it does to the Galarian Weezing. However, it is going to take another one to take it out.
Yeah, look, Rick Flareon decided to shield the Golisopod here to protect it, because this Galarian Weezing is already close to another Sludge, actually switching out into their Goodra.
Yeah, so the Goodra is going to be able to not hurt the Golisopod, because it just gets straight off of the field, and so it is going to be an Azumarill now. So these things, these Dragon Breaths will not do much damage to the Azumarill at all. A Thunder Punch will hurt, but Azumarill, being the little tanky bunny that it is, will take it in its stride. Doesn't take it into the yellow just yet. It does have a lot of energy now that it can employ against the Goodra.
Yeah, and now this second Thunder Punch will be launched and it will connect onto the Azumarill. But the Azumarill has so much energy. It has a play rough and a little bit left over.
Look at this. Look at how much work this Goodra is putting in. I mean, but the unfortunate thing is that Rick Flareon and the Azumarill still have plenty of play available to them. They can still make decisions. The Ice Beam will go through unshielded, and that's actually a really big call from Valiant Vish, because the Ice Beam didn't KO where the play rough probably would have, and so that does allow an extra charge attack to come out from Valiant Vish, and that might make a big difference in the battle.
Oh, the undercharge as well. So now that it can swap out the Golisopod, can take out that Goodra. So that Azumarill is banked possibly as an extra shield in the back for later. Now Valiant Vish needs to make a decision what to bring against his Golisopod. Brings back the Weezing and goes for the Sludge, but the Golisopod can launch his Aqua Jet first.
Yeah, Golisopod has a pretty high attack stat, so that Aqua Jet is going to come out before the Weezing can unleash any of its energy. That's a lot of energy gone begging. And now here comes Pangoro, which has 2 shields to play with. This is a really good situation. Having a shield advantage in particular for Pangoro is very, very good. And we did say earlier that Shadow Claw uses something that the Pangoro handles quite well.
Yeah, and look, these Night Slashes can also possibly boost its attack as well. So we are trying to fish for a boost. Rick Flareon decides to shield their Golisopod, and does it get boosted? It doesn't get boosted.
Yeah, and Rick Flareon might be sweating a little at the moment, because he knows that his third Pokemon is the Credilli, which is not going to do well into the Pangoro at all. Wow, Valiant Vish opting to just let an Aqua Jet go, is holding onto that shield. There's no other Pokemon left. What are you saving the shield for?
I'm not sure they're Fish, but now it's able going for this Night Slash. This Night Slash will connect with this Golisopod and take it off the field. It means that Rick has the decision to bring out that Azumarill or the Credilli. The Credilli is going to take super effective damage, but it has so much health.
So, I mean, from full health, I'm not sure if a close combat's going to be enough against the Credilli. We'll see how it goes. There also is a catch option for Rick Flareon. It doesn't work, and it had energy as well, so that was a big, big deal for Valiant Vish and the Pangoro. Let's see how much a close combat does against this purified Credilli.
We'll see how it goes. Can it hang on? Can it hang on? And no, it gets knocked out. No, it doesn't get knocked out. It still hangs on, but it does get knocked out in the end by the Pangoro. It means that 2-0 to Valiant Vish in that series, and he proceeds on to continue the Brisbane Regional.
And that was so close because the Pangoro was on low enough HP that it had debuffed its attack its defense 2 stages as well with the close combat. That bullet seed could have been enough.
Yeah, but Rick trying to go for that, just hoping that it could catch onto something, but Valiant Vish, with his experience, held on his nerve and just patiently waited.
Yeah, so excellent play from Valiant Vish, and he continues his march on towards the finals. He is going to face Choose in the losers final, and the winner of that match will get to take on Godzilla, who is currently the king of Brisbane.
Yeah, in the grand final. So next is the match of Choose and Valiant Vish, where we will see who gets into the grand finals there.
Yeah, so, this is I don't know if I can take so much more excitement. This is that was hype as it was. And now we're going to get another best of 5 between Valiant Vish and Choose. Now, Vish is no stranger to best of 5s. Choose, I'm not as familiar with, so I don't know if he's had to, what the structure of the tournaments are like, where he comes from. But this will be obviously a very tense situation for him as well.
Yeah, look, I think also, again, Choose is from Japan, flying all the way here to compete in this Brisbane Regional. It's exciting to see these international players play in these Oceania tournaments because it gives us a bit of a challenge as well, because all these players get to showcase, especially to an English audience as well, their capability. And honestly, it's going to be a ride. So I think everyone should, if anything, get more snacks, get everything ready, because this is the point. This is where you want to tune in now.
Yeah, it would be getting pretty late in the US, so they...
No, stay up.
Stay up, yeah. Put some toothpicks in your eyes, whatever you got to do.
Oh, okay, maybe not that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, take medicine, whatever you got to do to stay up longer. We will be getting into some really, really hype battles, and they're not going to be too far away.
No, we're going to send it over to Stephen Stumpy shortly, and we'll see you guys for the finals.
Welcome everyone to the Brisbane Regional Championships. I'm Mikey Morgs, and I want to show you our thriving local tournament community here in Brisbane. Our locals are hosted at 2 locations. One is Good Games in Spring Hill, where we get a variety of competitors, all with a passion for Pokemon Go and for battling. We also battle it out at CTC Games in Sumner, where battlers come together to earn championship points in both challenges and in cups. Our locals have a variety of battles, birds, of baits, and also booms. Regular participants in the scene include world-class trainers like Valiant Vish and Fishy Legs 2, as well as rising stars like Kev Nemo and Ads Bustar, all willing to help you achieve your goals to be the very best you can be. And who knows, maybe you might get lucky at one of these tournaments and pick up a Shadow Shiny from one of the Pokestops at the venue. Just jump onto the Pokemon website and check out the event locator or Niantic's Campfire to get in contact with us there. There has never been a better time to play Pokemon. See you at the next one.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Had they heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
What a Bow down to your chiefs of Unite!
They left her drip. This might just be all she throws.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
G'day, battlers, and holy smokes, was that the Melbourne Regional Finals from 2022 that I just saw?
And you got the intro right.
Wow, we finally got there to the end of the stream. So close.
We got there.
We got there in the end. But look, this tournament is so tight now. There are only 3 battlers left in the entire tournament.
Top 3 medal time.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone's got a medal. It's just about what color it is when they go home.
Absolutely.
Godzilla, obviously, sitting pretty. He's in the grand finals already. He's found his way through the winners bracket, and so he's going to be sitting in that top 2 placement. It's just a question of who is going to join him there. Is it going to be the Japanese player Choose, or are we going to see Valiant Vish fight back and become a 2-time Brisbane regional champion?
Yeah, well, we'll say that unless Vish does that, we'll have a new champion crowned in the APAC region. So we'll be at 11 from what we listed earlier. So you got to remember that one. So Choose will if it's Choose, it'll be a longer list.
That's right, and it's really going to be exciting because I think there's just so many different ways this tournament could go. No matter who wins, it's a really impressive outcome. We could have Valiant Fish, of course, a 2-time Brisbane regional champion potentially, someone who has proven himself time and time again, year after year in the championship series, someone who has been at the top of the Oceanic region this entire time. We could have Godzilla, a battler who has really just grown as a battler over this last year, I feel, and is really, could potentially put Brisbane on his shoulders and defend the local region and really put on such an amazing show. And, he's the only guy that hasn't lost a match yet. Or, third option, we could have the first ever player from Japan, from the Asian region, to go and win a regional from one of these other regions and take an extra invitation back to Asia, which is also really, really exciting.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. And whoever it is, I'm sure they'll have to fight really hard because we've got some serious battlers. And I know Vish won't want to give up his title very well. And he'll and much good as point to prove he's there in the winners final. So, and then we've got to remember that either Valiant Vish or Choose will have to beat Godzilla twice. So you got to go and reset the bracket, then get that victory in best of 5. So it's going to be really intense.
Yeah, exactly right. Every battle from here is that best of 5. So we'll obviously see the best of 5 first between Choose and Valiant Vish in the losers finals. And then whoever succeeds in that battle will go ahead into the grand finals in that sort of, losers spot where Godzilla will have the advantage. Godzilla only needs to win 3 battles to become the Brisbane regional champion. But if whoever comes up from the losers bracket is able to beat them in the first best of 5, then it's anyone's game, and someone just has to win 3 battles to get that big championship medal.
So if they reset the bracket, you'll be stuck with us for a little bit longer. More battles, more time, but that's it. Bring the quality, and then, like I said, like the guy said before, later in America, stay up a bit longer. It's only a little bit longer.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Don't you want to be here when a new champion is crowned?
At the finish line.
I mean, it would be a shame to leave now, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm sure we'll see you for the rest of these battles. Guaranteed. I hope at least. But also, anyone who's waking up at these times, welcome in. You've missed a lot, but there are still some really high battles to go. You don't want to miss them at all. And there's a lot of really interesting Pokemon sort of flying around as well in this sort of regional circuit as well. Like, the final 3 teams all look quite different to each other.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variety. And that's something that I think we've been hitting on all day, Stumpy, is that so many of these matches have had like 10 or 11 sometimes even 12 unique Pokemon between the 2 teams. And I think it, again, speaks to the strength of the Might and Mastery season and the fun.
And even the 10 or so unique typings for those Pokemon
right.
teams as well. We've got, some teams are going with shared typings. There's a lot of flexibility in this meta. So it's going to be really good to see how the guys play. And obviously, we don't all want to stuck in as mirror matches all day. So it's good that we really got some a bit more variety, a bit more fun for you guys. But I'm looking forward to these battles. I'm beyond excited. It's been a long day, but we're at crunch time. Here it is.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things where, as the tournament progresses on, the battles get more intense, the battles get more tight, and it just helps to give you that little bit of energy as it goes into the end of the tournament. So it just works, right?
That's what you need. I saw the guys downstairs, people into the protein bars, into the energy, getting those calories in, trying to, just find that last little bit. Because that's when it takes at this level, get to the end, you've got to push through that mental fatigue. It can't be understated enough. By the end of the tournament, you are feeling genuinely fatigued. It's a lot of mind pressure. Your brain's doing a lot of things in these such short battles short, sharp amount of energy required is even though you're sitting down tapping buttons, it really does get to you, and it's testament to guys like Vish, who has been top cut for half a dozen tournaments in his career. He just mental fortitude to battle through and get to this point in the tournament consistently over and over. So it can't be understated how impressive that is.
Yeah, I actually think that you raise a really good point in that that's sort of a skill that isn't brought up very often, in that it is a bit of a long game. You have to fight all the way through. I mean, this has been a long day. These battlers started battling potentially over 8 hours ago, and they're still going, fighting it through down to the top 3, and they still have to keep their mental fortitude up. They still have to be able to make those counts, keep everything in their head, all of the different numbers. How much energy am I on? How much energy are they on? How many turns until I can get my move off? It's all so intense. And you yourself would know, as having to fight through a very long tournament yourself, it does weigh on you. There is a lot at stake.
And it's not just what you see on stream. You get 3 battles that go for 3 to 4 minutes at times, and basically the whole time between those matches, you don't switch off. You're thinking about what you did that last game. You think about what you want to do next game, as well as after the in between battles, in between whole complete sets. You're then going, what did I do good that last battle? What did I do wrong? So Vish earlier, he said, I got a bit slow on the switch that time, so I had to think about that. So all this time spent isn't just the 3 minutes when you're battling, it's actually all the stuff outside that all contributes to that fatigue over the day. So it is quite exhausting.
Exactly right. And look, these battlers are now starting to lock in. So let's take a look at the teams for the losers finals. Again, best of 5 set incoming here between Valiant, Vish, and Choose from Japan. We've got Choose's team on the left-hand side. It's that Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Clodsire, Lapras, Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Sableye team that we were sort of referring to a little bit earlier with that potential, all of these different ABB lines. Yeah. And then Valiant Vish's team, again, with that sort of lots of unique typings with the Lapras, Claydol, Pangoro, Goodra, Galarian, Weezing, and the Talonflame.
Yeah, exactly right. There's plenty, like I said, we've seen a lot of mainstays now, a lot of Lapras going around. Is that the only thing they share this time as well? We've only got one shared Pokemon, so we've got different ground type from Vish, the favourable matchup for the Claydol into the Clodsire, so that could be coming to play. We could see a little bit of interaction there. Those two mons are nice to see how the ground types are interacting at the moment. Things like Gastrodon as well. We've not seen any Gastrodons today, so it looked like people are moving towards the more towards the poison route, or the Claydol, which is just a bit of psychic coverage as well. So I'm interested to see how both players play their ground type, but then also you've also got the Drapion putting on another poison as well, putting on a lot of pressure as well. So it'd be interesting to see how Vish tries to combat that. That Weezing's been good for him today, and he has lent on his Lapras for bulk and allowed him to be flexible and do what he does best by switching and getting it out of matchups and using that switch clock and the timer really, really efficiently.
Yeah, exactly. Because this actually is a rematch from a little bit earlier today, where Choose did get a 2-0 victory against Valiant Vish with some really aggressive play with the Azumarill Lapras combo that really was just able to sort of out-bulk Valiant Vish, and Valiant Vish unfortunately just wasn't able to fight its way through. I remember game number 1, Valiant Vish's Goodra was sitting there with, a lot of energy ready to throw these Thunder Punches, but it just wasn't able to get through both the Azumarill and the Lapras. One Pokemon can be really strong to 2 Pokemon, but you only have so much HP.
So much HP, so much energy, and shields. If you got no shields, then it can't go that far at times. You've just got to sort of find your way to get the positive matchups, but also retain your health, retain your shields, and let those things that are positive matchups really shine with the support.
Exactly right. And so as we go into these sets, I think one battle is locked in, so we're really getting close now. It is getting to this point where Valiant Vish, as you said, there's a lot of reflection time, there's a lot of thinking time, there's a lot of preparing. How am I going to approach these next battles? Because he knows Choose's team. He's seen him play throughout the day as well. He was there watching him play up against Godzilla a little bit earlier in the winners finals. And so you really have the ability to sort of try and understand how your opponent thinks. And that's something that a lot of the best players in the world do. I know that Dunebug97 is actually a frequent watcher of the tapes, where if he's got an opponent coming up, he does like to understand, how does my opponent play? What is their play style? And how can I exploit that to my advantage? And so potentially Valiant Vish has done the exact same thing here by watching how Choose plays.
And then also you got to think the best of 5 does add the extra dynamic of I got 2-0 before, but I do have the extra game here now. I can adjust, and I've did the extra game to, if game 1 and 2 don't work, I still have that chance to go for a reverse sweep and get through. So it's not the worst thing in the world to be down. That longer format does seem to suit players that do excel, like guys like Vish who do like that. So we are locked in now. We are ready to go.
Here we go. We've got Choose on the left, Valiant Vish on the right, a Lapras mirror match starting off today. And look, this is where Valiant Vish loves to be because Valiant Vish does have that Skull Bash Lapras. And so Choose instant swaps into the Sableye, and we'll see a Galarian Weezing swapping into the Sableye, but it is now behind on energy.
Yeah, we are resisting all the charge moves here, though, so not a bad spot. But the Shadow Sableye has to be respected. These moves still do a lot of damage, considering how resisted both of them are.
Exactly right. But Choose has a bit of wiggle room here because they are running this ABB strategy, Lapras double ghost. And so there is an ability to sort of try and sacrifice here, but
does get
the bait here. Sableye burning a Protect Shield on that sludge.
And we're interested to see if the Vish decides to try to shield this, or he thinks he can survive and still get to the next move. So he has gone to opt to survive. Does he survive the Shadow Claw to get to the overlook? It does not get to the overheat. So good call in this play, but I think it's a calculated risk there. He's now got he doesn't have switch advantage, but he does have shield advantage, importantly.
Yeah, so now this Goodra is in a position where it will be able to Dragon Breath down this Sableye, but you have to respect the dazzling gleam that can come through. So Valiant Vish going to burn the Protect Shield and get the Dragon Breath down on this Sableye before it is able to get to another foul play.
Yep, a lot of advantage on Goodra, even shield scenario, and the Lapras will come in. Bulky as will be able to absorb these Thunder Punches quite well, as we saw earlier with something like the Discharge from Charger Bug. So not a bad spot. We'll let the bulk do its thing and come out here, but importantly, we've got an Annihilate in the back that is be staring down a Lapras.
Yeah, this is concerning if you're Valiant Vish. You need to try and get some energy on your own Lapras, and here it is. The Lapras swaps in, gets a little bit of energy, and now the Shadow Annihilate swaps in. Shadow Annihilate does win this matchup in the head-to-head, but actually, if Lapras has a little bit of energy, it can win this match by one turn.
Yep, and Choose opting to shield here, so last shield is committed here, going for the Rage just to ramp up those counter damage. Looking really good here. This won't KO, but will allow farm down. So slightly concerning there. That's come back with a bit of damage. But he looks like he might be close again to the move.
Oh!
Just falls short of the move again.
Unfortunately, took a little bit too much damage before, and so wasn't able to get to the Sparkling Aria, which means it is down to Valiant Vish's Goodra. The Thunder Punch will be enough to get not quite get the KO into this Annihilate. Does get the Dragon Breath down, though, and now it is down to this Lapras in the back. There is a charge move here, but there is still a shield on Valiant Vish's side, and he needs to get two.
Is two Sparkling Arias enough to KO here, though?
That is going to be the question. I think a Sparkling Aria will KO, even resisted into the Goodra, but Goodra does have a move as well. This might have been Charge Attack priority, but no. Tried to go for the Thunder Punch. Valiant Vish maybe be just short on the energy, recognizing perhaps that he needed the Thunder Punch for the KO in the Lapras, but unfortunately wasn't able to get there, and Choose getting an incredibly close game number one.
Yeah, you can see the adjustments have been made. Unreal.
Yeah, look, and I really like how Choose has approached this game so much different to how they approached it in the winners bracket. Yeah. Back when they faced the first time, Choose really did lean into the double water strategy. Yeah. And Choose, I mean, again, it's that sort of prediction game. It's like, how many steps ahead do you want to be? And Choose is saying, I'm 2 steps ahead. I'm always 2 steps ahead. I know what you're thinking, and I'm going to keep one of my water types in here, but I'm going to swap to a slightly different ABB strategy.
Exactly, and even with a couple of bait calls, Vish pulled out everything to try to flip matchups. He just didn't survive that Shadow Claw to get the overheat off, which would have changed the game completely. It's just a game of such fine margins. At this level, you have to be willing to make those risks, because it was quite risky. Vish could have taken the second shield and decided, all right, I'll take the second shield and throw the overheat. But then he's like, oh, but then will he shield and then farm me down? And Sable has a lot of energy for the Goodra, for my Lapras. Like, he's got to make those risks, and that sometimes you have to take a risk like that, and it's basically game breaking. It could work, sometimes it doesn't. But double ghost coming in really big there for Choose.
Yeah, Valiant Vish doesn't really have that sort of hard counter for that double ghost line. And the fact of the matter is that it really does neutralize the Galarian Weezing a little bit, because as you said, like, Galarian Weezing didn't quite get to that overheat, but it did have a sludge ready to fire. But Sableye resists sludge because of its ghost typing. And so it's a little bit tough for it, I think.
And even if you're one away at this level, Choose knows he's not going to, even if you're one away, he knows they know their counts, they know where they're at. You can't just throw second sludge, because then you go, all right, well, I can then farm up more and more energy, and I don't have to be forced to do anything risky. So you really have to force players to make choices that are more beneficial percentage of the time. You can't rely on, he might not know. At this level, they're going to know.
Exactly right. And Valiant Vish knows this. When you're in this level of competition, you have to understand, like, okay, I know that my battler is in a really strong position. They know what they're doing. I need to consider them, an equal or someone better than me. I have to be able to think, what is the best thing they could do here? How are they going to play this game? And when you are in these situations, in some cases, it almost makes it easier because you're like, okay, I think they're going to make the best possible play, and I'm going to try and account for that. And it's just about trying to be that one step ahead.
And then that's the thing. And then if there is a mistake, the rare mistake that comes through, that's when the best players capitalize and punish mistakes, make that choice in anything. And again, what's your thoughts? What do you think, Vish? How do you change the plan from there? Because the plan wasn't bad. Clearly, it came down to the wire. Do you now think, maybe the wheezing isn't the way? Do I need that fairy move pressure for both ghosts? Because it's too effective on both sides, fairy to the dark and fairy to the fighter. Do we think that it's worth keeping that wheezing? Or do you think, all right, maybe I have to make an adjustment and bring something else here?
Look, if I'm being honest, the 3 Pokemon do make some sense here, but we're getting into game number 2 of this best of 5. Choose has gone for the Clodsire, Sableye, Azumarill, ABC team against this Goodra on Valiant Vish's side.
Yeah, interesting spot. And look at this Dragon Breath damage. Clodsire is so bulky, but it's still doing really well, getting to the moves. And Stone Edge doesn't need to be shielded. Goodra's got the bulk to be able to handle this move. So not the worst spot at all.
No, Goodra can take it on the chin pretty well. We are going to get a back-to-back Aqua Tail. Not quite, actually. We're a little bit short of the second one, but we get the first one. It is going to connect to the Clodsire, but it will be able to hang on here. And now the 2 players are sort of thinking, okay, what are the back lines going to look like? Because this Galarian Weezing could look very strong into the Azumarill in the back for Choose if it does find it. But there is, of course, that potential. Clodsire is now gone, which does protect Galarian Weezing quite a bit.
And what we see a switch here is he decided to just let it go down, let Goodra done his job. It's won the opening matchup without having to expend a shield and can get some residual Thunder Punch damage. So it's clearly done its job in the lead here, taking out the bulky Clodsire and putting some good damage onto an Azumarill who's come in here trying to farm.
I think Valiant Vish has to make a bit of a prediction here. What is he expecting to see in the back? No prediction necessary.
Wow.
Hard swap into Sableye, which again means that this Sableye is going to have that energy advantage going into this matchup into Weezing.
It is, but the shield, and there's no shield, even shields, but these sludges and fairy winds are going to add up. So it's a position that's not that bad for Weezing. If it shields here, it's going to be putting a lot. Straight sludge is going to do the trick here because of all this fairy wind damage adding up. So the sludge there's no issue of the bait here. You don't have to worry too much about having to go for the overheat. You can just go straight sludge here and you're going to be enough damage onto the Sableye for it to be a problem or even consider shielding.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. We can see that Galarian Weezing is almost at that overheat as well. There's always that potential of going for that big nuke. We see Valiant Vish deciding to invest in his Galarian Weezing. He knows that there is an Azumarill in the back, and he would love to be able to land a sludge from this Weezing onto that Azumarill as opposed to leaving it all to his Azumarill in the Lapras in the back.
Has to commit the shield here as well. You can't leave this is far too healthy Weezing to be able to handle this Azumarill. So really big play. He's gone for the catch. Unfortunately, and the quick switch, they both went for a catch immediately. What a switch.
Yeah, I love both reads here. Valiant Vish wanted to make sure that he had the sludge for later. Choose, recognizing that he really wanted to keep this Azumarill in an advantageous spot, reading the swap, and now gets a full bubble down of this Goodra, which is so scary.
We do have the Lapras that will come in and absorb Absolute, or we could win CMP and just throw the sludge immediately and just get rid of this thing. You got 2 options, a really strong position for Vish here.
Yeah, Lapras, certainly the safe play. You can come in, comfortably eat this player off. You'll then be able to eat a second player off. You can then get a full Psywave down. We actually have an undercharge. I'm not sure if that was an intentional undercharge or if we might be seeing the writing on the wall, but another player off is going to connect to the Lapras here, and it is now just about that Sableye in the back because this Azumarill is done for.
Yeah, absolutely. Lapras showing its bulk off here. It will also survive this foul play if he gets a switch off here, but he does switch and gets the move through, and here comes the Sparking Arrow. This is game over, and Vish able to take his first game of this best of 5.
Look, Valiant Vish is known to have a bit of grit in him, and this Lapras are going to be able to Psywave down the Azumarill, and Valiant Vish has officially tied the series up 1-1. And here's the thing, Stumpy, the 3 Pokemon are good. The Lapras, Goodra, Galarian Weezing are just so neutrally strong into Choose's team. It just feels like a really strong combination that Choose can't necessarily hard counter.
Yeah, and I think Vish identifying that the fairy wind damage is adding up. So as long as he's keeping shields for the Weezing, as long as it avoids the Clodsire, it has play everywhere. It's pressuring everything. If you go, he's always the best players do it. They go over the energy required for overheat, keep throwing baits, keep doing what you're doing. But all this damage adding up, 2 shadow things that are quite, even though fairy wind is normally quite a low sort of damage fast move, it's kind of known as like a just really good energy gain. But now we're seeing how well Vish is going. All right, well, maybe not. 2 shadow mons. You can't handle this in a 2 shield scenario. I can just go straight sludge. I get all this damage is adding up and adding up. You can ramp up a Rage Fist. I don't have to shield the first one. And I've got 2 resistant moves from a Sableye. So this is working really well into both ghosts here.
Absolutely. And it's actually really interesting as well that, he didn't even need the Galarian Wheezing to counter the Azumarill, which is like sort of like in your head. If you just look at these teams and you sort of give it a glance, you're like, oh yeah, you've got your solid Azumarill counter here in Galarian Wheezing. Not necessary.
No, not at all. So it's an interesting dynamic, and it's what the best players do. Vish has identified that, hey, it hasn't worked unless I get stuck with a Clodsire. Maybe I can overheat and get out if I get stuck there, but worst case scenario, I can, I've got ways to play around. I've figured out a way that this is going to work against things like your ghosts. So it's just, I wouldn't have thought about it until we saw it happening in the Sailor match. I was like, I didn't really clock that sludges as much as like they're resistant on both ends, both ghosts resisting the poison. It does add up when the fairy wind's taken into consideration. And this is why the best players look at you're not looking at just who wins the one shield, the zero shield. You're looking at all shield scenarios. How does this go if I've got 2 shields versus 1? How do I go if I get this many moves head start? It's just how fine the margins are, which is why things like Sableye and safe swaps are so important to get ahead of energy and not, or on the other side, making sure that things don't get too far ahead. If you can switch, neutralize that and get in ASAP.
Absolutely. And it's also why that doing as many scrims as possible is really key when you go into these sorts of competitions, because you might not have faced a double ghost team before, or certainly a team with 3 different ABB options, the double poison, the double water, or the double ghost. And being able to sort of expose yourself to as many teams as possible really gives you potentially those sort of strategies earlier on. So, potentially Valiant Vish sort of knew that potential for the Galarian Wheezing if he could get himself into these scenarios. But some battlers, and many battlers in these scenarios, I've talked to many of them personally, figure it out on the fly. They're like, wait a minute, I can do this.
Even now, I'm just looking at the team now going like, on the other end, you can look at like, oh, it's a double ghost, but you can also go, well, it's also kind of like you go Lapras and Drapion could look as double, like they're both sort of weak to fighting. So you can go, there's other routes. It's sort of, he's really well built this team, because then you can go, all right, well, the 2 ghosts are like, it's also both weak to fairy, so you can use that as a bait out as well. So it's so flexible with that many options for ABB. But we've got the next line coming in. We have the Pangoro into a Clodsire. So see, the bear is out.
Yeah, the bear is out, and the bear's not too happy, so it's swapping out into the Goodra. Goodra is going to have the ability to go for these super effective Aqua Tails to get a little bit of damage onto the Clodsire, but Clodsire just going to throw a Stone Edge here to try and get some chip damage onto this Goodra starting up.
Yeah, not a strong response here coming in, so we'll see if the switch is made, but this the clock is now misaligned, right? We've got about 10 seconds, 15 seconds that he's be able to stop here, and a Thunder Punch coming through here to the Drapion. Shadow here isn't going to appreciate all of this damage, so this much energy lead, not a comfortable spot for a Drapion usually.
No, but the fact of the matter is that because this Goodra is quite a bit lower, because Choose went for that Stone Edge, Drapion is in a position where it actually can go for the Aqua Tail here and threatens that shield out of Valiant Vish. And so now, even though Goodra does have the energy advantage, if Choose chooses to, they can use their Protect Shield here and essentially guarantee that they will win the 1 shield scenario against this Goodra.
It seems like that the play here, I think Vish just wants this thing a little bit lower for this exact reason. So the switch clocks are misaligned and he has taken advantage. He's made a catch. The Aqua Tail won't do a whole lot of damage, even though Pangoro is quite squishy. He's now happy to draw back out that Clodsire eventually, but he will be ahead of energy, right? He's going to farm down, and the Clodsires have to come in with now less energy because they threw it all at the Goodra, and is now Pangoro that's ahead that will get to multiple moves.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you why this is huge for Valiant Vish. If Valiant Vish can do as much damage to this Clodsire as possible, look at Valiant Vish's back Pokemon. It's the Galarian Wheezing. The biggest counter to Galarian Wheezing is this Clodsire. And so by removing the Clodsire out of the equation, Valiant Vish has the potential here to get a really safe position from the Wheezing. And so we see the Pangoro unleashing the Night Slashes now. We have the potential of getting a boost here. It is only a 1 in 10 chance, so we're not betting on it, but we are now at the point where I think 2 Night Slashes is enough to take out Clodsire.
And honestly, I think here we're going to see another catch attempt as well. We're almost there. Vish knows his counts. Let's see if he was 1 CMP, so he has chosen to try to get rid of this thing. So what do you do here? Do you get your last shield, or do you then, all right, we've got Sableye. We're going to come in with Sableye and try to get a farm down, but not so easy on Pangoro.
No, this is going to be really tough. We have the Galarian Wheezing swapping straight in. Obviously, Sableye does have the ability to put on a little bit of damage here, but Stumpy, Foul Play, resisted. Dazzling Gleam, resisted. And Galarian Wheezing has that overheat that will do a lot of damage to Sableye.
It will do a lot of damage, but I believe 2 Foul Plays here will be close enough with the Shadow Claw damage to add up. It's all about this bait. Can he hold his nerve? He has he has got the shield. Huge play from Vish. Now, can he outpace?
Yeah,
or does he choose to go? Or does he choose to go for another sludge and try to maybe counter down? It's going to be a CMP tie.
It's the Sableye.
Can it live? It's very, very, very close.
I feel like this foul play will knock out the Galarian Wheezing, which does mean that it could be down to the Pokemon in the back. Galarian Wheezing goes down. Pangoro is so far away from a fast move. 3 extra Shadow Claws onto the Sableye, and now the Lapras is going to... The Goodra comes in, and it's going to get foul play down. Valiant Fish loses game 3 of this best of 5 set.
Again, another unbelievably close battle. Really well played from Choose. It was just all about that charge move priority.
Yeah, wow. And the second time that actually happened in that battle as well, because we saw Charge Attack Priority come out a little bit earlier with the Clodsire as well. Yeah. I mean, just these battles are out of their minds, and this is why this is a top 3 game for sure.
This is the standard. This is what we're looking at. It's unbelievable. We've got 2 guys that are putting everything out there. They've played today. Vish is showing his resilience, come back. He's now 2-1 down. He has to win the next 2 games to secure his spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, now look, Valiant Fish took potentially a little bit of a risk going into that game. He made the swap to bring Pangoro into his line of 3. You know, he changed up his strategy that was, you know, I don't want to say working for him, but he was starting to find the success. And so I think Valiant Fish was making a bit of a prediction that maybe Choose would go back to the old reliable strategy. Choose, you know, won a few games against Valiant Fish using the Lapras, and I think that maybe he was expecting that Lapras to come back, where their Pangoro would be quite powerful there.
Yeah, and I think Vish went away from his, like the old faithful for Lapras as well. He didn't bring Lapras that game. It had play against the Clodsire, play against the Sableye, and play against the Drapion, even with resisted fast moves. It's so impressive. The move, the buff to basically a glorified Surf, it is a lot better. It's showing it now because we've obviously used Lapras with Surf. This is a whole new version of the Lapras, and it is working unbelievably well.
Absolutely. Even though we didn't see it in that battle, it feels like it is such a grounding Pokemon for these trainers. And so as we sort of go into game number 4 here, I really do feel like, you know, Valiant Fish is going to have to decide, do I just go to the same 3? That again, feels like the safest 3. Feels like the most logical 3 if you want to try and be ready for anything that Choose might throw. Or do you go for the prediction again? Do you go like, hey, I think it might be time for that Lapras to come back?
Is my other thing, what I thought then, I think that the Sableye is probably scaring away the Claydol, but does he 2 poisons? Is he trying to get Vish to bring the Claydol? Does he then go triple water here? What does he do?
Oh, it looks like we've got some big changes up here. We've got the Annihilate leading into the Goodra, and this is a bit of an odd scenario.
There's a Claydol in the back for 2 poisons as well, and there's no Sableye. Oh
my gosh, this could be terrible for Choose. He has to play this so well to try and get the win here. We need to go for that ABB strategy where we do bait out the Claydol, bring in the Drapion to try and get some super effective damage in, or else this could go pear-shaped really quickly.
Switch unbelievably important here because you want to have the Claydol. You want that Weezing as far away as possible from the Clodsire, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's going to get Thunder Heat, but he's going to switch out now. He's going to get out now and try to get ahead on energy. This is great. He's going to have to shield this move, but nothing wants to come in with this with energy. Nothing.
No, and like the thing is here, Claydol will get use a Protect Shield here, but now there is no threat from this Annihilate. There is nothing it can do. Claydol is loaded on energy. We have to see a quick swap here, actually going to the Drapion now, but there are already charge attacks coming from this Claydol. Now, Drapion does have the advantage of not having any super effective damage coming from Claydol's charge attacks, but look at the Rock Tomb damage.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get to 2 moves here. It's going to be very close. I think he's not going to get to a move. He's going to use a shield here, and then the Clodsire is going to have to face this. The Clodsire is going to have to see this Claydol, and that's not where it wants to be. It's going to make this a lot easier.
Yeah, this is insane. There is still a Protect Shield up on Choose's side as well. Such a low health Annihilate that can really do nothing against any of the remaining Pokemon. Maybe some counter damage into the Goodra, but recognizing, okay, I need to bring Clodsire in here. Maybe there is potential to get a catch onto that Annihilate a little bit later. Oh no, removing out of the app, the Ice Beam, going for the tactical undercharge.
Luckily it was Shield. Luckily it was Shield. There's a mistake. He's got away with that one. I think the Claydol still, how bulky it is, still out of range from the Earthquake here as well. But he has gone for the catch on Gudra. Gudra is healthy enough, though, that he'll have to throw energy or sacrifice his Annihilate. So you have to throw energy this, but the Aquatail is going to come through.
Wow.
So this is a massive, massive play. It's going to put this Clodsire in a position where the Claydol might be able to farm it down and may not even have to see the Weezing.
This is some genius from Valiant Fish, bringing the Clodsire down to the half health. Clodsire is sitting on 100 energy. It is absolutely maxed out. Do you bring in the Galarian Weezing to try and bait some of that energy out?
I think that's what you have to do. You have to go, all right, well, this is now sacrifice the Weezing. He has gone the other way, though. Let's see how much damage this does.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot because Claydol, as much as it does seem to have a lot of bulk, an Earthquake from a Clodsire does take it down pretty low, but we have the Ice Beam and Claydol will be able to secure the knockout on this Clodsire, and Stumpy, we're going to a game 5.
We are going to a game 5. We do love that in finals. We do love going game 5s. There's more game battles for you, more time to stay up. We love it.
Yeah, exactly right. And when it's so exciting, do you ever want it to end, really?
Absolutely not.
My gosh, these are some really close battles from some of the best trainers in the region.
Yeah, and again, what a great adjustment from Vish. He thought he did gone, even with the Sableye, the risk of Sableye, the Sableye was left and Claydol was able to thrive. So I can see Choose maybe going, I can't leave Sableye behind again, because the Shadow Claw damage, like the Shadow Claw super effective damage adds up so fast, whereas you're throwing the resisted counters into Claydol just do nothing. So it's perhaps the case of the wrong ghost in that scenario there.
Yeah, it's sort of one of these scenarios where Valiant Vish has really been able to read his opponent. He's been able to go like, okay, we played 2 battles in the winners bracket. We've played 3 battles in the losers bracket. We're going into game number 6 here. I think I know what you're up to, and I think that you are going to go for this ABB double poison strategy in the back. And so by bringing that Claydol, like, it feels like he was in such a strong position because he was able to pressure the Annihilate to stay in the lead. As soon as we saw, I think if Choose went for the traditional ABB strategy, right, where he swaps into the Drapion straight away, that actually potentially could have gone a little bit different for Choose.
Absolutely. You would have seen things like the Clodsire could have then ended up on the Weezing in the back, so it would have been a lot more dominant. But I think just Vicious pressure, same with the Goodra, using the bulk of the Goodra to make him think, I sort of might commit shields here, to try to having to go down shields, then having to then go, I don't want to get farmed down here, so I've got to switch out. So they give up a shield advantage, they gave up switch advantage.
Yeah.
And that can be so, because you sort of want to fight for one or the other. It's very rare that you want to give up both. And sometimes if you give up both, you're going to get punished by players like, especially at this level with guys like Vish. You really need to pick one or the other and pretty stick hard to it. But unfortunately, sort of in those times you can realize a bit too late, there might be a Claydol, and then it's an uphill battle. So you think, maybe instead of, I'm giving up shift, but maybe the Annihilate's now the shield.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, look, the truth of the matter is that as Choose, came in with that Annihilate, burn the shield, was like, I'm going to push through this Goodra. He feels like he has to do that because there is no hard Goodra check on their team. Like, there's nothing there. They can go like, okay, I don't have to care about any of these moves. I don't have to care about Dragon Breath. Everything Goodra can really target. And I think Valiant Vish, I was talking to him a little bit earlier, he was saying that, Goodra's the source. And I think he's right.
It is definitely, like, Goodra it's one of the rare, like, dragon types that are always known as hard hitting, low HP, like they're not really that bulky. It's finally, or in other cases, double weaknesses. You've got dragons that have like the dual typing, like a Dragonite that copes, maybe not Dragon, or with the ice, but things like that where they've got dragons that do have multiple weaknesses. Guzzlord with double weak to Charm. Gudra's one of those solid dragons. It's very rare that maybe sometimes being a single typing can be really beneficial. It's got a lot of bulk, can handle a lot of damage. It's got a lot of resistances, and doesn't pick up any weaknesses from an extra typing. So it's coming in really well and using the bulk really well. It's what today's been basically the theme of today. People using bulk really, really well. So game 5 is on the way, and we have Lapras into a Shadow Annihilate.
Ooh, this is tough for Valiant Vish. He needs to think about how he wants to play this one. You can see that again, we have that Clodsire and Galarian Weezing in the back. So Valiant Vish needs to play this really, really tight.
Yeah, he's either got to make a choice here you can take the move, throw and get out, or do you stay in and just let it go down and then let the back lines be the back lines. But you don't want this to get too far ahead, and Choose, based on alignment in the last couple of games, has decided that's what he wants. And the Sableye has returned, so ABA goes to this game, and here comes the switch. The Goodra, ever reliable, bring it in. He does have Ice Punch available, but he hasn't gone. He's gone to the Rage Fist, so we'll identify, but he has to know that he needs this Goodra to be a little bit healthier.
Yeah, he needs to use the Protect Shield on this Goodra because it really is Valiant Vish's rock holding down the team. But look how much damage it's taken from this Annihilate Stumpy. That is so low now. And going into the Sableye, we have a lot of energy here going for the Thunder Punch. But Sableye is not going to take too long to take this Goodra out.
Yeah, interesting here because he gets the 2 moves straight away. It's going to put a choice into the Sableye's corner. Does he get the second move? He will throw it straight away. Good, really good counting from Vish there. Has forced a shield out. So he has to know that put stocks in Sableye, but now, importantly, there is shields down. We did see earlier that a Overheat does do about half HP to a Clodsire, so it can do a lot of damage and still has a little bit of health on his Lapras in the back. So this is definitely not over. It's anyone's game.
Absolutely, with the Galarian Weezing coming in and the catch! Wow, what a play from Valiant Vish. He's pulling out all the stops.
Has he even up the additional damage you can get, though? We saw earlier that you would require 3 overheats to do enough damage to sort out this Clodsire. He will take this. He won't need to shield this. He'll know that the Clodsire is probably in the back. He has to save this shield. But Is there a way? Can he get to 3 before he gets to 2? I think that's going to be a problem.
That is going to be the biggest struggle for Valiant Vish here, and he needs to do it to stay in this game. He does have one shield ready to go, and it looks like Choose is going straight for the Stone Edge. He doesn't need to go for the Earthquake. Look how low Galarian Weezing is.
Yeah, it's such a tough position. There's no shields, no baits required now. Can he get to the moves? He's going for a Sludge. Is he going for a Sludge and 2 overheats here?
That might be enough
because he knows the 2 won't KO. So does he go for Sludge and try to do? They'll do next nothing. It just won't be enough.
Yeah, at this point, there's only one hope, and it's like, okay, he's going for the Stone Edge. Galarian Weezing does get the charge attack priority, but we know that this overheat is not going to be enough to secure the KO on the Clodsire. Clodsire now going for that Stone Edge, and I think, Stumpy, this could be all she wrote. This could be Choose progressing to the grand finals of the Brisbane Regional Championships.
Congratulations to Vish on his 3rd place, but Choose has secured a Game 5 victory, overcoming a very, very, very good Valiant Vish.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be so tight. Such an amazing set the whole way through, Stumpy. I mean, it's just the constant back and forth, and the changing of strategies, the evolution of strategies.
Trying to catch. I think that as well as the catch was great there from it was a really good catch on the foul play there. But I think he really needed that. He needed that damage from the Sparking Aria. He needed to save that. Perhaps take the foul play. You can take the foul play. You can't take the other moves. But you can take the foul play and look at going for potentially outpacing to a Surf, which is outpaces quite significantly. So if you make the right choice there, it could be a very different game. But that's the thin margins. You've got half a second to think about how you're going to play. You don't have a lot of time. So unfortunately, Vish, nothing wrong with the 3rd place. But I know he'll be disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be getting that 3rd place medal, taking home a lot of championship points that pretty much I think will secure him a spot in that top 10 on the Oceanic leaderboard now, in contention for that World Championship qualification, but also taking home a nice bit of cash prize as well. But you're right, Valiant Vish definitely was coming in hoping to become the 2-time Brisbane Regional Champion, but sometimes a new champion has to be crowned, and with Choose getting the victory over Valiant Vish, it means we are getting a brand new champion today.
Absolutely. Very exciting for either battler, and again, well done, Vish. Great, amazing run, and we're now getting really excited for the final.
Absolutely. It is all going to come down to 2 teams. We've got Choose's team that is so interesting in its style, in its ability. You can see the bracket here. So Godzilla has gone on a crazy run, Stumpy. So obviously we only have sort of the last couple rounds here, but Godzilla before this, he went 2-0, then 2-0, then 2-0, then 2-0, then 2-0. He didn't drop a single battle until the winners finals up against Choose.
He's doing his best Yakko impression. He's done something very similar in the past, only dropping 1 battle. So he's had a very good run here, and he does, and he's being rewarded by having 2 chances. You've got 2 sets. If you lose the first one, can make adjustments, and when you give someone like that 2 chances, you can do really well.
Exactly right, which is such an interesting position here. And it looks like we are now looking at the grand finals team. Stumpy, one of these 2 teams is going to be the team that wins the Brisbane Regional Championship.
Not quite a chance on this side, but there is a Swallow. So we're excited to see that the Purple Slug is back. We're ready to go. Hopefully the battlers are as excited as we are. I'm sure everyone down there will be crowded around the tables. Everyone's watching. Everyone wants to see it. Or their heads in their phones, hopefully watching yours truly and yourself.
Hey guys, hope it's doing well down there.
Australia's finest and whatever.
And hey, Brisbane number 2 from a few years back. But of course, we've seen Choose's team just before. We've got Godzillama's team coming back in. And again, for those that are just tuning in, we have the Malamar, the Talonflame, the Chargebug, which is such a good read, the Azumarill, the Guzzlord, and that purple blob, the Swalot, coming in as well. This is going to be a lot of fun, Stumpy. I love these 2 teams.
You just had to. It had to be done.
We're getting towards the end of the broadcast.
You have to sneak one in somewhere. But this is interesting, though, because we've got a very different dynamic to last game. We have basically 4 different Mons that I can off the top of my head. I think there was a Talonflame on Vish's side, but obviously it wasn't going to feature due to the 2 waters, and Aquatail Drapion is also deterring.
And the Stone Edge Clodsire.
And Stone Edge Clods also can take all the moves and get off double super effective moves. So I can't imagine we see a lot of Talonflame, but Malamar, Guzzlord, we've got a couple of different things here. Does it force on that side you want, I don't want to bring the Azumarill in because I need to sort out this Guzzlord, but I do have to contend with a Swallow. I have to contend with a Chargebug. It isn't safe. It's not a spot where you want to bring it in. It can absorb some damage, but you don't want to put that much pressure on them if you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking at these two teams and I'm seeing how strong Swalot can be into a lot of Choose's side. So obviously you've got an incredibly strong matchup into the Azumarill because you have that super effective sludge. You obviously resist the fighting damage coming out of the Annihilate as well. You have decent play into, you can get by against the Lapras for sure because you do have the ability to add up some good neutral damage, but there are some hard counters running around as well. The Clodsire does make it pretty tough for the Swalot. However, there is the potential for Ice Beams.
Yeah, it does. I think that's a very good point you've made because look at how strong Clodsire looks in this matchup. It absorbs a lot of damage from, the Guzzlord add damage, it will absorb a lot of that. It does have good play against the Swalot. It's a very tough matchup, even though Ice Beam will be coming through and super effective mud shots. It does have decent enough play against the Azu. The Charger Bug, it's a terrible matchup for Charger Bug. It does not want to be anywhere near the Clodsire. So if Godzilla wants to get out of this matchup, he has to really consider the risk of, yes, you've got Charger Bug that has good play against 5 Mons, but the one it gets stuck against is terrible.
Exactly right. But hey, look, Godzilla has fought his way through this matchup once before, but it was by such razor-thin margins, right? Again, Godzilla taking his first losses in the entire tournament in the winners' finals against Choose himself. And so Choose is really sort of showing hey, I can also adapt. I can also learn from my opponents and I can come in and become the Brisbane regional champion. And so as we go into the sort of game number 1 here, another Pokemon that I do think could be a little bit interesting on Godzillama's side is the Malamar. Now, this could go a few different ways. Obviously, again, you have that Psy-Wave damage. We aren't running a Lapras on Godzillama's side, so unfortunately for Arceus Aurelius, we do have a double Azumarill Grand Finals.
There's a guaranteed Azumarill win.
But one of the sides does have that Lapras as the Psy-Wave user, Malamar acting as the Psy-Wave user for Godzilla, which does have that super effective damage into the Clodsire, the super effective damage into the Annihilate as well, and really decent coverage for the other Mons as well.
It does have I really like it. It's a very good point you've made. It does have a lot of play here. And I think he will lean on it because he's going to say, look, I can super effective damage 2 things that are big threats. The Clodsire is a massive threat. I can superpower and dip if I lead it. It's a really reliable, I can lead it. As long as I don't catch the Azumarill, I'm probably okay. I can hang with the Sableye, I can hang with the Drapion with the neutral damage, and I can hit the Lapras hard and then get out of the matchup and save it for later.
Yeah. And this is talking back some time ago, but I remember seeing some of Mato Galday's battles from the Lima Special Championship earlier in the 2025 season, early on when Malamar was really being popularized for the first time. And to be honest with you, even though it is, that dark type Pokemon up against the Fairy, it's not that bad of a matchup into Azumarill, but here we go. The grand finals, best of 5 set, Choose versus Godzilla. Choose needs to reset the bracket here and has a great start here with a Clodsire into the Azumarill.
Yeah, great spot here. It's actually quite a neutral matchup with that Sludge Bomb. So we're going to see a lot of neutral damage coming through, but the super effective Bubbles and Ice Beam are going to add up really quickly. And as we're being as bulky as it is in quite a decent position.
Yeah, now you can see that Godzilla does have that Swalot in the back, and so it is really going to want to avoid this Clodsire at any risk possible. And so we see the Azumarill coming in here to throw as much damage as possible into the Clodsire. The Ice Beam going to connect here and bring the Clodsire down to below half health, and it's really going to be up to choose how they want to progress here. Do they want to swap out, and do they want to try and secure their knockout here?
Yeah, going for the Earthquake here, so this is slightly harder hitting, more efficient. Will the Azumarill might be able to survive this move and get to an extra Ice Beam, which would be huge for Godzilla. It does survive quite comfortably, actually. Wow.
Yeah, the Clodsire, this Ice Beam is going to be enough to KO the Clodsire, but this actually could be to Choose's advantage because both Drapion and the Sableye take advantage of having a little bit of an energy lead. And so if you look at Godzillama's side, I think it is time for the Guzzlord resisting the Aqua Tails, resisting the Crunches, and doing a lot of Dragon Tail damage. And so it's really just Choose is not in a great spot here because even the Sableye in the back, not a great spot here.
Yeah, it's not the best spot, but also it would have been also equally fine to go for the Swalot, absorb some damage as well, and then you got Guzzlord, fast move pressure, 2 Shadow Pokemon in the back, resisting a lot of the moves, resisting all the two charge move from both Drapion, and then 1 also from the Sableye, only with Dazzling in the most expensive move it's got to do damage. So here we're just going to see a big farm, and they have to throw another move here, but the Guzzlord can survive this.
Yeah, we could have potentially tried to get a bit of an advantage in terms of move timing here, but the Crunch does get the Protect Shield out of the Guzzlord, and the Defense Fall comes through as well, which means that this Sableye is actually going to put a bit more pressure onto this Guzzlord than maybe it was expecting.
Yeah, it probably will force Godzilla out now. We're going to get rid of that damage and get Swallow in, hopefully. But it does still survive a lot of these moves. So does he pressure? Does he force? He has to force thing to throw, but does throw foul play. It should KO now with the defense drop. He has decided to shield it. So is he just trying to Dragon Claw this thing and Dragon Tail this thing into range of an Ice Beam from the Swallow, perhaps?
Yeah, or he is going to get the charge attack off here, forcing that last shield out of Sableye. And so now the Swalot can come in. It will be able to get to an Ice Beam that would be enough to KO the Sableye. The only question becomes, can Swalot survive time to get to that Ice Beam?
Well, it's going to survive 2 moves now because he's let out the farm down. He could have switched out and got into Swalot straight away and avoided this farm down, but he has stayed in. Can the Sableye hit 2 moves and get the KO? It's going to be very close. But apparently not, because Swalot is so bulky.
Yeah, this is why Swalot is so high in the usage, why it has reached the grand finals, because Swalot will be able to take this foul play on the chin, will be able to get to the Ice Beam, and to be honest, you can throw the Sludge here.
See if the Sludge comes through with the Ice Beam. Throw the move.
Or just go for the fast move down.
Or fast move down.
Style points.
That also works. We do get style points, but more... I will say, more stressful for us behind the desk. Just get the battle done. Get the win. You're in the grand final. Game 1 secure.
He's trying to make it interesting for us, I think.
He's making it interesting, but he is making it more stressful.
Look, it's been a long day. It's like, okay, if I click the charge attack, it'll take an extra 10 seconds.
I hadn't even looked at how much health the Sableye had. I was like, why aren't you throwing the move? Then realized it is in farm down range. Yeah. So that's where we're at. They're not fatigued. We are as well.
Yeah, exactly right. But again, Godzilla is in the advantage seat in this best of 5. He is 2 games away from becoming the Brisbane regional champion.
Exactly right. It's a big... The first game can set the momentum for the entire set. You've got the first game, you're forcing them to make adjustments, and then you also have a little bit of breathing room. Like, look, if I lose the next game, it's 1-1. We're back to it. It's now best of 3. That's how you look at it. You got to break it down, and it gets easier the more you do. Same as the next game. If I lose the next one, I've got 2 out of 3 goes, basically, to have another battle. I've got all this chance. And the more games it takes, the more information you get, the more chance you get to adjust and go, all right, well, I'm more likely to get a call right this way as well. So really good really good line selection from game 1. He left the Charger Bug on the bench. Obviously, it was like the Talonflame was sort of the one we sort of picked out that would be left. And no Malamar. So we're interested to see if the Clodsire comes back, does he then go to resort to something like does he leave the Swalot and go, all right, let's force like the Azumarill and like things like Azumarill and Malamar to hit it really hard and just get it off the field and pressure it out for the following games?
Yeah, that's right. Because I think there was a slight risk in that particular game, right? Because we saw the Swalot, right, hiding in the back, Clodsire in the lead for Choose. If that Clodsire was to find its way onto that Swalot, all of a sudden we are not looking too pretty if you're Godzilla. And so it kind of worked out for him. Like, okay, I'm so happy that we've seen this Clodsire in the lead so that we can be able to get it out of the way, make sure my Swalot has a really clean lineup in the back.
Yeah, it could be a very different scenario. We had the Sableye being able to throw 2 foul plays and tank the Swalot, tank those. It could be the other way around. It could have been the Clodsire being able to tank everything that it was get thrown at it from the Swalot. So it's really, really good adjustment from good acknowledgement. I think it'll be really tough for Choose to look and bring 2 shadows now because that Dragon Claw damage has been understated. Something that we've seen a lot of fast move pressure. That is going to be a problem.
Yeah, but here we go. Game number 2, the Swalot coming straight out this time and avoiding the Clodsire. We have a Lapras in the lead for Choose here.
Yeah, super effective charge. Fast moves coming through here from the Lapras. So really positive matchup and nothing, all neutral damage from Sludge here. So really strong spot for Choose. Let's see how he capitalizes from this battle.
Yeah, the Sparkling Arias are going to do a lot of damage here, but you can see that Choose did bring the Clodsire. It's just hiding in the back. It is not meeting the Swalot. And so Choose has to make the call of like, oh, can I rearrange? But Godzilla actually presenting an opportunity to Choose here. Maybe I'll rearrange for you.
Yeah, exactly right. And he stayed in. And look, the Lapras this isn't a bad matchup for Lapras. He goes, oh, look, I can stay in, throw some moves. He doesn't have the best answer for this. Clodsire can come in, but will be taking super effective damage. He can bring in Sableye, but that also, with this energy lead, you can't with the energy lead because playoffs will do too much damage, almost completely one-shotting a Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, in the head-to-head, we do see Lapras tend to win the one-shield scenario against the Azumarill, but when you're in the heat of battle, here comes the Clodsire, and again, there is no Sludge Bomb on this Clodsire, which means we need to go for those more neutral Pokemon, neutral moves to try and take down this Azumarill, easily taking an Ice Beam along the way.
Most definitely, and then obviously 2 moves required here, so is it smarter here to go for 2 Stone Edges, or do you go straight for the Earthquake? I think it's going to take 2 moves, so maybe we go for an Earthquake and farm down, but Azumarill, not one of the easiest things to farm down, especially with moves like Mudshot that aren't super heavy hitting.
Yeah, here's the thing though, right? We have this Clodsire.
Oh,
Whoa!
Here we go.
Swap into the Clodsire, saying like, oh, you thought that you can take me down? I am ready. I have energy. I have the Ice Beam. I will take this Clodsire down. And it gets the farm down.
That's a perfect spot. It's unbelievable use of the Swallow there. Got heaps of energy here to throw at the Lapras. Lapras does have energy, but the sludge does come through, so putting pressure on this Lapras has a lot of energy. But he said, I don't need it. I've got all the faith in the world in my Sableye. But there is a Guzzlord waiting for the Sableye with 2 shields. It can completely farm down. It's a bad scenario to be left in.
This is so scary. And Chew's feeling like he needs to use his energy here. His Lapras was about to go down.
He has chosen to shield though. He hasn't predicted there's a Sableye in the back here.
Look, this will work out okay. It's Godzilla. You need to no-shield this. He does no-shield, using up all of that energy from the Lapras, and now we have the Guzzlord ready to fight. The Azumarill will swap in. The Sableye is here, but we've got actually... Oh, he clicked his Ice Beam.
This is good. No, you've got 2 shields. He needs to use a shield somewhere here. So this is now a 1-shield matchup between... We could see a bait-dependent matchup here. Foul play. Will he shield the foul play?
Oh my gosh.
Here comes the Guzzlord.
So tight. Looks like we're looking at the screen on the left here. The Guzzlord...
He's gone straight for the Dazzling Gleam. We don't know if he's going to shield. We don't know if he's going to shield. We're going to find out at the same time as you.
3, 2, 1, shield!
Shields come up. That's unbelievably smart. He's going to get the farm down. I think he's going to get this Dazzling Gleam off.
Oh, that's actually so true. This Sableye is really hurtling towards another Dazzling Gleam. This Guzzlord needs to be able to take this Sableye out. It's throwing the first Dragon Claw here. It needs a second Dragon Claw right now to get the win, but no! Sableye going to get the Dazzling Gleam, and this will get the KO on the Guzzlord.
Double super objective from a Shadow. This does about 200%. Completely wipes off the field. The Azumarill will come back in, but will succumb to the Shadow Claws, and what a victory for Chews.
That is such a good comeback. Chews tying the series up to 1-1. Even with Godzilla making the call, shielding up the Dazzling Gleam, still barely so close by a matter of I think that was 1 turn difference.
Yeah, very smart from Chews knowing that he gets the 2 moves, so no need to risk the bait. If he tries to call the bait, it's game over. If he doesn't call the bait, that's okay. I can get to the second one and I'll be okay. But I think the big moment was shielding that. We shielded the move on Swalot. If he doesn't shield that move on Swalot, he can completely 2-shield farm down that. Doesn't matter how many baits he gets, how many Dazzling Games he get. He doesn't matter if he foul play you twice. You can just completely farm down that Shadow Sableye. So that big call, Godzilla just needed to really just back his reads, back his ability, because he had made the right call. He had a perfect alignment. He had the Guzzlord on the Sableye where it wants to be when shields are up.
Yeah, that makes so much sense as well, because here's the thing. Obviously, Lapras had the Sparkling Aria. If it fired it into the Guzzlord, Guzzlord would take that on the chin, happy days, doesn't care about Sableye's fast attack pressure. You get that 2-shield farm down. And Lapras wasn't going to be able to get to an Ice Beam. You were going to see Guzzlord securing the knockout on that Lapras before it was able to. And so you're completely correct. I think that if Godzilla does go for this sort of 2-shield Guzzlord strat, all of a sudden you do get the win. But look, when you're in Godzillama's seat, we obviously have the advantage of knowing the back lines, right? We can see Godzilla, you need 2 shields for the Sableye in the back. But when you're in that seat, you're going oh, what could be in the back? I might need my Swallow.
Yeah, if it's not if it's the Annihilate, I need to try to get some damage off, at least with resisted poison type to resist these moves from the Annihilate. I can get some damage off, and then maybe I've got 1 shield to deal with this Annihilate, and maybe it's lower then because it's taken a move. So maybe his head's going, has he bought the double ghost this time? Has he bought the other ghost? It's going to come in and it's going to be a real problem. But no, he's bought the other ghost, and it's the Sableye, and it was really 50-50 coin flip, and unfortunately, you get it wrong sometimes. We're not perfect.
Yep, sometimes that does happen in Pokemon Go PvP. You just have this call. It's do I use this move or this move? Do I use this shield or no shield? And sometimes the calls don't go in your favor. And sometimes you make it so perfect and it seems like you are on top of the world. And look, Stumpy, we're at Battle 3 now out of this best of 5 series. There is still the potential, if Chews is able to get up to that 3 battle mark, that we could see a bracket reset. Yeah. There could be a lot of battles remaining, and these battlers are just so neck and neck all the way through. It really feels like to be honest with you, this could be anyone's game. I have no idea.
Absolutely. We're at a best of 3 now and potentially best of 5 to follow. So plenty to go. This is so, we're at the infancy of this battle. We really are. It's so close. And look, we've had 2 really tight battles. I can't imagine anything changes. I think it's just going to stay the way it is at the moment.
Yeah, and again, this is actually, that was battle 6 and 7 for these 2 after playing 5 games in the winners finals as well. So we're just absolutely stretching, and that was so tight as well. I believe that was a 3-2 result.
That's the advantage you might say that Gosmiller might say. He's had a lot of time to the rest, but he's come straight out of best of 5. But also he's more fresh. He's been playing more consistently. So we do have a Malamar into a Lapras here, so another unique lead.
Yep, and this one I would probably put in Psywave Malamar's favour.
Switch to
Clodsire swap in. And
Oh,
the
the
Swallow
swap,
swap
the
in.
swap.
Okay, this worked before, but will it work again? Because at this point, you are at the energy disadvantage, and now you need to start getting some Ice Beams going on this Clodsire. What is going on?
Yeah, there is some super effective damage for both sides. I just don't know if the Swallow can hang in the whatever shield scenario we're gonna come here. So we're gonna see a bait. No, we're going straight for the Ice Beam. So the harder hitting move, the super effective damage. Obviously, not going to throw the Sludge into the Clodsire.
Look, it was a great call using the Protect Shield on the Earthquake, right? You know, you make sure that you are actually going to try and get that energy advantage back. But look, Clodsire is already getting to another Earthquake, and now Godzilla has to be like, ooh, do I really want to take this on my Swallow? He does, and it can take it. Man, this thing is bulky.
It is bulky, and with the Poison Fast move, it's not going to be able to farm this down. So he's going to have to throw another move at this and potentially get another shield out of it. So yeah, he has let it go. So could we see a Sableye coming in for a farm down potentially?
Yeah, well, look, actually, that could be the case because
Lapras
going to go for the Psywave down, but instead we see the Azumarill swap in. With Azumarill swapping into this matchup, it will generally lose this matchup to the Lapras if they decide to stick in all the way. I've never seen either of these two battlers stick to a matchup till the very end. I'm almost guaranteed that there is going to be a swap at some point, but the Sparkling Arias are going to start adding up onto this Azumarill while the Psywave damage really starts to whittle down the health bar as well.
Yeah, Psywave forcing a lot of things. Like I said, it's gone from going from Ice Shard doing no damage to Psywave just doing a lot of damage. It's all adding up. And it's a really, there's still plenty to go in this battle, but it's hard to tell which way to go at this point.
This is really going to be interesting because the Lapras here is going to bring the Azumarill down to half health with the Sparkling Aria. We have the Sableye in the back. We have the Swallow and the full health Malamar in the back on Godzillama's side as well. When there is this little bit of health showing on Chooser's side, I'm starting to think maybe this Malamar could have it if it does keep some Protect Shieldage on its side. But Lapras holding strong and actually going to get to two Sparkling Arias here. One would be, I think, enough to KO. Oh, maybe actually really
Might just survive.
It might just survive. We'll see whether this Sparkling Aria gets the KO here.
Does he switch out and keep the Sableye? We'll try to get into the Sableye and bank and move. We'll see. He does make a catch on Malamar, so really good play there. Saves the Azumarill for a potential catch later, and he has a Malamar come in now. But the Sparkling Aria is going to hurt, and the Sableye is on a shield advantage.
Yeah, the fact that we do see the Malamar going down to half health really helps the Sableye because Sableye with two shields can be really, really scary here for Godzilla. The foul play is going to get a Protect Shield here, but Malamar and Sableye pace to their charge attacks the same rate, and Sableye has the energy advantage.
It does, and the only way really out of this for Godzilla is to look for potentially a catch. So we have to stall the clock out here some way, somehow, if there's a chance to flip this matchup to get a shield off. Looks like it's going to be very close. I think he's just going to run out. I think the Sableye will just get to a move before.
Yeah, I feel like this foul play, Sableye can actually hold on here barely. It is going to take a lot of damage here. It's going to go down to the yellow, but it can hang on. We might even... Are we going to see a Shadow Claw down? No.
Oh, he's got the Sludge off.
Oh, we've got the catch.
Oh, foul play. Yeah, he just unfortunately lost the Sludge as well there. But he's going for a full uncharge, so he might get the Sludge off here. He has uncharge, so the charge is going to come through.
Wow. Okay. We get the Protect Shield out of the Sableye. It's going to get the farm down on the Swallow. It looks like it might only be one Shadow Claw advantage, which means that when there's so little health on the field left, Stumpy.
There's 4 Mons, no health.
This is insane. This could go any which direction. Godzilla, last second, swaps in the Malamar. Tries
can he
to
survive?
Superpower.
He's missed the catch because he got the energy to go for the superpower.
Yes! Oh my gosh, Godzilla, the superpower is going to KO the Sableye, and this will be 2-1 Godzilla. What a finish! Oh my god.
The one-turn move didn't go through. One turn KO that Sableye. It was 1 HP Lapras.
Wow.
And got the last bit of energy to get to that move. That's unbelievable.
That is crazy. You barely ever see a game come that close. This is the grand final, Stumpy.
This is unbelievable. It's hard not to be excited about. This is unbelievable.
Wow. Oh my god. And Godzilla is now 1 game away from becoming the Brisbane Regional Champion. He's so close, Stumpy.
One hand on the trophy, as they say, and you just got to think that Choose isn't going to come easy. He's got 2 battles. They're both as intense as that. Look what, that's so close.
My goodness. That is insane. That was such an amazing battle. Choose versus Godzilla. I mean, both of them just making the right calls there. And as you said, 4 Pokemon, 0 HP remaining.
Yeah,
on the
honestly.
field. And it's one of those things where, the Psywave damage, sometimes Pokemon Go mechanics are quite complex in that the damage was sort of caught onto the Lapras, and so it barely even was on the battlefield.
And catching a 1-turn fast move, it had to be at 1 HP to be able to KO. Otherwise, it would have actually KO'd with its own 1-turn move. So it's that's how fine the margins are, how low everything was on the field. that could have you couldn't predict that with 5 seconds to go.
Not at all. I think both battles were sitting there on the edge of their seat going, do I have this battle?
I really hope someone was recording nearby so they can see the reactions, because those battles are the best to see. You get to see what the reaction of both battlers were, and when it's the grand final, stakes are on the highest of stakes. It's unreal.
That's truly incredible. I'm so excited for game number 4 here. Again, This could be the final battle of the Brisbane Regional Championships. Choose has to make a call here. He needs to make sure that he doesn't land in a similar spot again. And to be honest, also, Godzilla won that game, swapping Swallow into Clodsire.
Full
health.
Yeah, we were talking about how much of a counter it is to it, and then having to dedicate a shield straight away. It was a unique way of playing it, but hey, that's why Godzilla is there and we're here.
Exactly right.
So he's made the right play. He's won the match, and I don't know, it's now championship point. 1 game to go potentially, or we could have an entire 7.
Yeah, we could have a lot of games to go. Drapion into a Zoomerl. Now there is no super effective damage on the Drapion in terms of the charge tax, so it is going to be a bit of a neutral matchup here.
Look at the back line. The Swallow's been left and the Clodsire has come, so there is not the biggest threat from Clodsire here. It's got the Drapion it's not a great matchup for Drapion. Even though it's a poison type into a fairy. This is the current meta. It's not a dominant matchup. He's going to crunch debuffs and try to get through his Azumarill, try to get these things off. But these Ice Beams are going to hurt. It's a Shadow or Play Rough. It's going to hurt. These neutral damage coming through is going to be really testing a shield, and we get one straight away. So big first decision for Choose.
This back line looks so strong for Godzilla. If you can get the Malamar on the Clodsire, the Guzzlord on the Sableye, this could be so powerful. But the problem is, I think they all kind of want a shield in those matchups. And so Godzilla is going to have to play this one precisely, clinically, make sure that they have all the resources they need.
We have defense
defense fall again!
And CMP type coming in. So what does he do here? Do you then go, all right, let's get ahead on Guzzlord. We didn't do it before we shielded it. We have let it go now. We get Guzzlord in here, resisting all the damage as well. Both 2 Mons resisting all the charge moves.
Yeah, this feels like a really safe play from Godzilla. It will be able to take this crunch on the chin. This isn't going to do much damage. It's resisted because of Guzzlord's dark typing. And now Guzzlord is going to have energy into whatever comes in. Whether it's the Clodsire or the Sableye, most likely the Clodsire, it is in a pretty decent position.
And more importantly, there's no fast move pressure coming through here from Choose. It is going to have to take it's going to take every charge move ever with the 2 shields on Guzzlord to get through this thing. Honestly, for now, I can't see a way to get rid of this Guzzlord without having to dedicate 4 or 5 charge moves.
Guzzlord even has 2 protect shields compared to that low fast attack pressure on Choose's side, but there is a lot of energy sitting there on this Clodsire. It has an Earthquake ready to go. If this damage is going to bring Clodsire down into the yellow, of course, we've seen so many defense debuffs already, but not this time around. The Stone Edge going to be thrown here, and we'll see if Godzilla goes for the shield.
See what the read is. He's red. He's red for something in the back weak to Malamar, but it is the Sableye, so it's not necessarily weak to it. Does he get out?
Ooh, this could be a really tough read.
He's going to have to eat an Earthquake, but surely you have to look at a shield here. This is where the first time you use a shield, but the Sidewaves aren't doing anything. Sidewaves do absolutely nothing.
Wow, using the Protect Shield, Sableye comes in now. There is a foul play sitting on that Malamar, but that Dazzling Gleam is going to be so tough. Stumpy, this might come down to a shield call. Who gets the win here? Godzilla could become the Brisbane Regional Champion if he wins this battle. Foul play going to the Sableye.
I think this is all about who gets the 3 moves first. It gets to the 2 moves first here, because I think that 2 foul plays are going to be enough. I don't think he needs to. I think this shield's going to have to come up.
Oh, okay. If Sableye can get to another charge attack here, all of a sudden,
he's going to, but he's not going to get to the Dazzling Gleam. So he's going to have to go for the foul play. He will not outpace here. He's going to have to go for this Dazzling Gleam to be able to KO this, or to the foul play to try to KO, even though it's only doing neutral damage.
This is so tight. He's goes
for the Dazzling Gleam. Sableye has 1 CMP, and Dazzling Gleam is going to KO.
Wow, the Malamar is going to go down here. All of a sudden, Choose is going to take out the Malamar with the Sableye, and Stumpy, we are going to game number 5 in the grand finals.
Game 5. Choose said, I'm not done yet.
This is all so tight. Godzilla still on match point, 1 game away from becoming the champion. But if Choose wins the next game, we've got another best of 5 on our hands.
It's just, I want it. Go again. Come on, Choose. Are we happy with either result? We have the new champion, or we have Choose, reset in the bracket, and we start again, basically fresh with all the knowledge we have of 5 games into the next one. So, again, that was really invitational. It was really well played from Choose. A position where you're not really the alignment was good for Godzilla in the back. It was really good, but he's made 2 critical reads. He thought, all right, maybe the Malamar's got a good matchup in the back, but it wasn't. It was the Guzzlord was the one. If you shield the Guzzlord was your path to victory there. it was no fast move pressure. It was all about the Guzzlord's Dragon Tails being able to get through and do all the damage to things that weren't throwing any fast move pressure. So, again, an unfortunate read, but this is the margin. This is what it is. It's 50-50 call. Am I right? Am I wrong? And Godzilla, thankfully, having the Brack reset, he might have more chances to be right. So he does have the slight advantage here where that this game isn't be all end all for him. There's still another best of 5. He can win the championship or he has another chance.
This is so crazy. This is, again, they played 5 games in the winners finals. This is now game 5 in the losers, in the grand final, sorry. There is the chance to go for another 5. And at this point, like, these battlers are almost throwing, like, every Pokemon out here. Godzilla, like, sort of is down to, again, it's kind of similar to the battles with Valiant Vish, where he sort of feels like, I kind of need to run these same Pokemon again and again. I'm a little bit limited. I don't want to bring Talonflame into a team with a Stone Edge Clodsire, 2 water types, and a Drapion with that Aqua Tail. And so it's kind of like, well, my options are getting pretty limited.
Yeah, well, we saw the Clodsire come out. Is it time for Godzilla to make a risky play and go, hey, the Clodsire, I'm going to back the Clodsire is not going to come this game. Do I bring my Charger Bug? Do I bring that in? It's high risk, high reward. Do I bring it in? If it lands on anything apart from the Clodsire, I'm in the game. I've got play. I can do a lot of damage. I don't have to worry about as hard as it hits, the power gem's not coming out from Sableye. I resist the moves from the Annihilate. I'm doing super effect against 2 Mons and strong neutral damage against a Drapion. Like, it's high risk, high reward at this point, and these are the risks you have to take at this level.
Yeah, look, you could make the call. But look, Godzilla is in a position where if he just wins one more battle, he will become the champion. And in these scenarios, you can go one of 2 ways. Option 1, you can go the safe route. You can be like, look, I'm going to build the team that I think has the best probability of getting me a win. I'm just going to build a safe line that can probably take on anything you bring. Or you take a risk. You take a big risk on what you think the opponent is going to be running, and you go, you know what? I can win this game on the spot. If I land my Charge Bug into your Azumarill, we might be in for a really solid game. I could become a champion right there.
Here it is. Game 5 on the way. Guzzlord in the lead into Lapras. Pretty neutral matchup here. Ice Beam's got to be looked out for, but good neutral damage from Guzzlord.
Where Swalot is back as well in the back line. The Clodsire Swalot combo is possible here. We have to make sure that Swalot ditches here. So the Lapras in this matchup with Guzzlord obviously really wants to land the Ice Beams. Sparkling Aria is going to be a resisted charge attack, and the Ice Beams are going to do a lot of damage, although the crunches are going to add up as well. And
Defense
defense drop.
Instantly switching to the Azumarill as well. There's all this Ice Beams. Caught the Ice Beam. That's a lot of damage. A lot of energy gone absolutely nowhere. It's a huge catch and a massive moment in this game 5.
That's huge for Godzilla. And to be honest with you,
no counter swap.
There's
no counter swap at all. It's a position where the Azumarill is threatening everything. He's going for the catch and Clodsire, but this is not a good spot to be. You don't want to be here. Ice Beams are coming through. Stone Edges and Earthquake are not doing a whole lot. The Rabbit is so strong.
We don't have Sludge Bomb on this Clodsire, which makes this so much worse for that Clodsire.
So dominant. And Ice Beam does almost half of the remaining HP of the Clodsire. And it's going to go up the Earthquake, but Godzilla is such a good spot. He knows I can shield this and get ahead, or I can let it go and still get the Ice Beam and put the choice on to choose.
Look, Godzilla is cheering once again because Clodsire has found its way onto the battlefield, not on that Swalot. Swalot is about to be in a really strong position, Stumpy. This is going to be tough for Choose to come back from, but we've seen him do it before. Can he do it again?
Absolutely. That Lapras as well is so dry from that catch. It's in such a bad position in terms of energy. Gets an extra bubble. Guzzlord is primed and ready here to finish this game off. Can he back 2-shield Guzzlord?
It could be possible. The Lapras is going for the full Psywave down. The player off does come off here.
And he's going to have to shield it. He's got that much energy. He's going to want to shield it. He's going to let it go. He's let it go. It's not going to survive the move. It's Guzzlord. It's 2 shield. Yeah, it's over.
It's over. This Guzzlord with 2 shields has to be able to take down a Sableye with 2 shields. He's straight fast.
He's going straight for foul play. You could even let this go.
I think that
it's over.
Look, Sableye is going to be able to get to 2 foul plays. It will get 2 shields out of it.
Doesn't matter. Use all your shields.
And it will not be able to get to another Dazzling Gleam. They're throwing as many charge attacks as possible. At this point,
this is the safe play. He's going to start throwing some Dragon Claws. He's still got the full health Swalot. That he's just going to need to get this thing into Ice Beam range. This is a perfect scenario. It's just almost impossible.
He's going for the foul play again. The Dazzling Gleam is sitting right there. Godzilla goes for the shield.
Shield, you win. Shield it. Grab the trophy. You're done.
You need to shield here. Godzilla is going to throw the Dragon Claw here. There's 1 shield remaining, and Sableye no shields. He knows what's about to happen. He knows how this is going to go, and Godzilla has just become your Brisbane regional champion.
unbelievable battle. Guzzler with 2 shields. He made the read. He made the call. And he secured a victory. And congratulations, Godzilla. But unbelievable competition from Choose. Unbelievable.
Wow. What an amazing set, Stumpy. That was absolutely incredible from game 1 all the way to the very end, keeping us on the edge of our seats. I mean, that was absolutely stellar.
We're almost breaking backboards, all the things. What do you say? How do you wrap that up? You can't put that bow on that. It was a perfect grand final. Best of 5 everywhere. I don't know how we beat that.
Look, honestly, that is probably one of the greatest best of 5s we've ever seen in the championship series. That was just so incredible. So well played by both battlers with so many different strategies being employed from game to game. And look at the bracket here.
We need another logo. Where's Godzilla's logo? We need the world's logo. It's there.
Godzilla has officially qualified for the World Championships in Anaheim, California in August after going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 all the way to the winners finals, where he first lost his battles 3-2, winning against Choose, and then getting another 3-2 set in the grand finals. What an incredible finish, Stumpy.
I don't know how we top that. It's unbelievably good. I can't, you've just watched some of the best battles you're going to see. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that is truly incredible. And so, look, I think the only thing we can do here, Stumpy, is try to get an interview from Godzilla himself. We'll throw it over to Debbie and Fish. But look, guys, this has been an incredible tournament. Godzilla has gone on an incredible run. You just can't top that grand finals.
No, unbelievable. And you've been witness to all of it. It's been perfect. It's been unbelievable. Thanks very much for joining us. It's been unreal. And congratulations to Godzilla, the Brisbane 2025 regional champion.
Absolutely right. The first, a brand new champion emerging in the 2025 season. And so, look, we'll throw it over to those guys, but what an incredible set. Go show some love to Godzilla in the chat, and let's get him in here for an interview. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for joining us.
Let's recap on Pokemon Go champions from the Oceania region. In 2022, Oceania had 2 regionals. Our first ever regional was held in Perth, with local Rob Drogo becoming the first Pokemon champion in Oceania. And fun fact, Rob Drogo is currently still the only player ever to win a regional, with a Bastiodon to date. Next up was Melbourne, where Rick Flareon won his first regional, fighting back from a bracket reset in winners final against Valiant Vish. Following this win, Rick Flareon also attended Worlds in London and achieved a top 16 placement. Bringing on to 2023, Oceania had 3 regionals and an international. First regional was in Brisbane, where Valiant Vish secured his first regional win, coming in hot after being a finalist in Melbourne and top 9 at Worlds. Oceania then had its first international championship for Pokemon Go, where local Dracoviz took home the first place trophy in a stellar run in the winners bracket, only going down in 1 game. Followed by Perth Regional, where the top 2 placements of the previous Perth Regional was repeated, but this time the victor went to Avrip's favour, getting his first regional win. Closing the 2023 season was in Sydney, where Agent Magic Cup took the win after going toe-to-toe with Rick Flareon all the way to Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Coming into 2024 season had a different pace in Oceania, as we had 3 regionals. Coming out of retirement, Dracoviz came to Brisbane with no intention of winning and won, becoming the first Oceania player to win 2 tournaments, an international and a regional. But wait, there is more. He did it again in Melbourne straight after becoming the first player in the 2024 season to achieve back-to-back regionals, cementing his legacy in the Play Pokemon circuit. We then closed the 2024 season back in Perth, where for the first time a non-local won. In the finals against They Love Jai, Rick Flareon came back from the brink, managing to claw back in a bracket reset to turn an 0-2 to a 3-2 to win him his second regional. And now we're into the 2025 season, and our first champion was 89 CGY Flames fan, the youngest ever regional champion in the Play Pokemon circuit, taking out They Love Jai in the grand finals. So with only 2 Oceania regionals left, who will be crowned for the Brisbane regional champion? Will it be They Love Jai after a back-to-back finalist position? Will it be someone new into the fold? Stay tuned for the Oceania scene and see who will be crowned the next regional champion.
Let's kick off the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
I'm one of the commentators for Pokemon.
You're on camera a lot. That's when you really start thinking a lot more about what it is you want to represent.
Doing the Masters Finals is one of the biggest honors.
Winning it all is still a dream that I have, even today.
To actually be the best in the world is something you have to open yourself up to failing. That's when you start to think maybe maybe I can't do it. Maybe I had my prime.
And we are here with the 2025 Brisbane Regional Champion, Godzilla. Welcome into the backstage. And the easiest question to ask is just how are you feeling right now?
How I feel now? Wow, just a lot of emotion. I'm just over the moon now. I still don't believe it. I mean, I didn't expect to be in grand final. I mean, yeah, just so happy. I'm very, 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 very happy with a good company with me. So yeah, everything doing very well.
Excellent. What I wanted to ask is that you brought a very unique team. How do you feel? Obviously, we've done very good and not even good. We were so successful with it. Which one did you think was possibly your MVP, the one that carried you through?
I will say definitely Malamar. First, I play a lot in GBL, so I'm very confident with this Pokemon. And for me, he has a very good neutral matchup in almost all meta, and it's a very safe swap Pokemon as well. So yeah, I like to bring it, like you saw during the game, all game I bring Malamar almost in every game. I really like Charge Bug as well. Very, for me, core breaker against this meta. And was my two favorite Pokemon. And of course, I love Gazlord.
Of course.
Yes.
And okay, can you talk us through what your thought pattern was as you progressed in the battles against Choose? What were you thinking after each battle about, team lineups and how he was playing? Did you have any thoughts there that you want to share?
So when I saw this team, Lapras, Azumarill was like confident with Chargebug at the beginning. Didn't get a good matchup. So in the final, so before the grand final. But yeah, like I say, Malamar for me was a very, very good and neutral matchup against this team. He brings Claude almost every game, so I have to play ABA against Claude. I think was for me the best option to try to get the win. I didn't see Azu. I was get surprised because I bring a lot Malamar in Guzzlord in few games. So yeah.
Now you are the Brisbane champion now, and heading into now you've got a ticket to Worlds. Will we see you in Anaheim?
Yes, definitely. It was my goal actually this year. I was already I think top 10, but it's very a lot of concurrence around, and I needed points. So now I just enjoy, and I will definitely be there for the world.
That's awesome. One more thing. What advice do you have for people who are just looking to get into this regional championship circuit? They're putting together their first teams. What advice do you have for those trainers?
So first, practice GBL. Try to find community. Try to find people with who you want to practice. If you lose, just try again. Play with, I will say, comfortable Pokemon. What I always play. And yes, practice it. Try to understand your mistakes. That's for me the most important. And play. I mean, it's I think what I did the most this week to be ready. I think I proved it. So yeah.
Yeah, congratulations again on winning the regional. Will we expect to see you in Melbourne in May?
I already my ticket.
Oh, you already got a ticket.
Yes.
So we can see possibly a repeat of like how your run went today, because it went so smooth like butter. Like it was a knife through butter today of how your game plays, and I think it'll be a miss if you didn't go, because it just showcased your ability and your prowess in the game and your growth as well. So I think it'll be really cool to see you there, and then also in Anaheim to take on the world. So again, congratulations on being the Brisbane champion. Well done again. Alrighty, so now we are heading into the end of the stream, but that doesn't mean we haven't got a lot of people to thank. So get in, boys. So firstly, we'd like to thank MissMystic as well in production. Thank you so much for hanging about. It has been 9+ hours into the stream. Thank you to all the casters that we have here. We have FishOnAHeater, we've got PvP Steve, we've got Stumpy. So again, all this is, we needed all the help to make this stream happen. Thank you to ESL Australia. Thank you to TPCI as well. Steve, am I missing anyone?
Look, thank you everyone watching this for supporting the Oceanic region, supporting these regional streams, obviously seeing some of the best battlers in the world fight it out and become brand new champions. Really, really appreciate everyone for coming out and watching. And of course, thanks Dracoviz for the graphics as well. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you. And everyone that has been watching, thank you again. And if you haven't already, give some love to PvP Steve. And we'll see you guys on the next regional. Have a good night, morning, or evening. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Bye, guys.
Bye.